I woke up to loud noises and a sharp pain in my forehead. Before I even opened my eyes, a small rock came flying at me, but I managed to dodge it just in time. A group of kids surrounded me, laughing and calling me names like fool. They were throwing rocks at me for fun. Angry and in pain, I grabbed some stones from the ground and threw them back, hitting a few of them. The kids got mad and rushed at me, but before they could do anything, my younger brother, Changchuan, showed up. He stood protectively in front of me and scolded them. Just mentioning our mother scared them off. She's known in the village for being strong and fiercely protective. They ran away, leaving me feeling both relieved and confused. I realized I wasn't in my original world anymore. I had somehow been transported into the body of a 14-year-old girl named Ji Changjing in a rural village during what seemed to be an ancient time. This body was known to be simple-minded, and the local kids often bullied her. My younger brother, only 10 years old, took care of me like a little adult. We returned home to a small courtyard where my parents were sitting. My mother, Zhou Yu, and father, Ji Fengshou, immediately noticed the swelling on my forehead. When they found out what happened, my mother, who is hot-tempered and straightforward, grabbed a kitchen knife, ready to storm off and confront the kids. My father calmly stopped her, but he himself went to the boys' house to handle it. Shortly after, we heard the sounds of the bully, Dea, crying loudly from his house. My father came back looking satisfied, clearly having taught him a lesson. Despite everything, my family's fierce love and their protective nature made me feel oddly comforted in this strange, new life. My head was aching and I felt uneasy. Once everyone left, I closed my eyes, trying to make sense of the tangled memories in my mind. Flashes of two lives, one from a world after the apocalypse and another from a rural village, slowly merged into one. I now understood where I was. Lotus Village, part of a family that had two brothers, my father being the younger. The family shared a property divided by a wall with a door for easy access. My father was carefree, leaving most of the responsibility to his elder brother, which meant my younger brother, Changchuan, had to grow up early and take on a lot for his age. That night, the village was unusually lively. All the Ji family heads had been summoned to the ancestral hall. My uncle, the more serious and respected elder, had received an urgent letter from an old friend in the capital. It brought devastating news. Ji Buhui, a high-ranking official and a key figure from our family, had angered the emperor by urging him to step down. As punishment, the emperor sentenced the entire extended family to exile. The hall fell into chaos. People cried, panicked, and debated, but there was no escaping the truth. We didn't have much time before the soldiers arrived to confiscate our belongings and enforce the punishment. When my father and uncle returned, the house was a flurry of activity. I woke to see my mother and brother rushing around, hiding valuables and packing whatever they could. Confused, I asked what was happening. My brother, always patient with me, explained, "We're being exiled. We're hiding things so we can at least keep something. Stay here and don't move." The word, exile, sent a chill through me. In this time, it wasn't just a punishment, it was often a death sentence. I returned to my room, my thoughts heavy. Closing my eyes, I focused on sensing my abilities. Thankfully, they were still there, though much weaker. What used to feel like a towering tree was now just a sapling. My mental power, once able to cover 300 miles, now barely stretched to 10. Still, it was enough. Testing my space ability, I whispered the command and instantly found myself inside. Relief washed over me. It was intact. This space had appeared after a small accident when I scratched a birthmark on my skin, back in the normal world before everything fell apart. Back then, I thought of it as my portable house, perfect for storing supplies. That foresight had saved my life when the apocalypse struck. Snapping out of my memories, I got to work. Using my abilities, I became invisible, blending perfectly with my surroundings. Smiling, I remembered how this power had kept me alive, even when an entire experimental base spent 2 years and 10 experts trying to catch me. They're all dust now, anyway. I swept through the house, starting with the kitchen. Grain, flour, oil, salt. Anything edible or useful went into my space. I didn't spare the pots, pans, or even the iron wok. Moving on to the bedrooms, I used my mental power to find hidden stashes, including my father's secret savings behind the door. 50 silver coins. Not much, but better than nothing. By the time I was done, the house was practically stripped bare. When my brother returned to his room, he screamed, "Ghosts!" Everything was gone but the walls. Not stopping there, I headed next door to my uncle's house. Using the same method, I cleaned them out too: silver, supplies, even the furniture. By the time the family returned, they looked at the empty house in confusion, each assuming someone else had hidden the valuables. They sat on the doorsteps since there were no chairs left, sighing over their misfortune. That's when the real chaos began. My mother proudly showed off her precautions for exile. She had dug up our ancestors' remains and packed them into a bundle on her back, determined to take them along. Everyone was speechless, some even fainted. My brother started crying, and even my father couldn't find words. Meanwhile, I stood there, covering my brother's eyes and marveling at my mother's audacity. Truly, she was a warrior of chaos. The air was tense as chaos unfolded. My mother, as fearless as ever, continued to defend her actions. She dug up our ancestors' remains to take them with us during exile, declaring that a family must stay together. Everyone else, however, was horrified. My uncle, a learned man, nearly fainted at what he saw as an unthinkable act. Before anyone could argue further, the sound of horses and shouting echoed through the village. The soldiers had arrived. Their announcement confirmed our worst fears. Exile was imminent. Families were thrown into panic as soldiers barged into homes, tearing apart walls and floors, leaving no stone unturned in their search for valuables. Our house wasn't spared. Soldiers demanded that we line up in the courtyard, ordering us to change into prison clothes and prepare for the journey. One soldier tried to seize the bundle my mother carried, unaware of its contents. She boldly revealed the bones inside, shocking the soldiers into retreat. My uncle, quick on his feet, explained her actions as the result of a troubled mind, earning her a pass, though the tension lingered. At the village center, families, both guilty and innocent, were rounded up for inspection. Soldiers ransacked homes, digging through every corner, even tearing apart beams and floors to find hidden goods. The cries of despair from the villagers filled the night as their hard-earned savings were stolen in plain sight. One old woman dared to speak out, furious at the destruction. The officer in charge responded with brutal cruelty, lashing her with his whip while mocking her sons for not protecting her. Her sons, consumed with anger and grief, were held back by others, desperate to avoid escalating the situation further. The officer's taunts only deepened their humiliation. I watched in silence, feeling the weight of the moment. Exile was a death sentence for many, but through it all, I clung to one thought: as long as my family stayed together, we could survive. Compared to the horrors of the apocalypse I once lived through, this was still a chance to fight for a future. Together, we would endure. When the officer began whipping an elderly woman from the village, her sons clung to her, crying and apologizing for their helplessness. The rest of us stood frozen, anger and fear swirling in silence. This kind of treatment was unimaginable for our clan, which had always commanded respect. The officer, drunk on power, mocked the scene and raised his whip to strike again. My uncle tried to intervene, pleading with the officer to show mercy for old time's sake. The officer laughed, dismissing our family's past status, and instead turned his whip on my uncle. I had been watching closely, sensing trouble. The moment he raised his whip, I acted instinctively. I grabbed it from his hand and, with a burst of strength I didn't expect, kicked him hard. He flew back several meters, unconscious before he hit the ground. The other soldiers panicked, trying to revive him, but fear had taken hold. They quickly gathered what they had looted and prepared to leave, their confidence shaken. As the soldiers hurriedly moved us toward the county jail, I hid among the crowd, using my invisibility to sneak into their cart. Inside, I found valuables they'd confiscated, silver, books, and supplies. Quietly, I stored everything in my personal space and rejoined the group as if nothing had happened. My brother found me shortly after, his face pale with worry. I scooped him onto my back, insisting he let me carry him, despite his embarrassed protests. Together, we marched to the county jail, where the reality of exile hit hard. People wept, mourning their lost homes and uncertain futures. Later, my family pressed me about my sudden strength. My mother proudly claimed it was a family trait passed through the women. Apparently, it had appeared for her suddenly as well. I couldn't help but laugh quietly at the absurdity of it all. This hidden power, combined with my space ability, felt like a gift. That night, when everyone else was asleep, I tested my strength on the iron bars of our cell. With little effort, I bent them apart wide enough to slip through. Grinning at my newfound abilities, I restored the bars to their original position and slipped into the night, invisible and determined. If the officer wanted to come after me, I'd rather face him on my terms than let him threaten my family again. During the day, she had heard gossip from the jailer. The county magistrate's wife stayed at home to take care of her parents-in-law, and the county magistrate took office alone. After only a month, he took in 2 concubines, one of whom was the sister of Zhang Chong, the county lieutenant. Because she was used to coaxing people, she coaxed the county magistrate into calling her a sweetheart, suppressing the other concubine from getting ahead, and she acted like a hostess in the backyard of the county government. She coaxed the county magistrate to arrange her own brother to the government office, and the original county lieutenant was undermined. Usually Zhang Chong was idle, and he took a group of yamen runners to collect hardship fees on the streets all day. This time, because the money from the house search was huge, he went to Lianhua village. Today, as soon as he was carried back to the county government, he was reported to the concubine, and he was now in the backyard of the county government. After the mental power covered the entire county government, Zhang Chang's position was quickly locked. At this moment, he was standing in the study, and a slightly fat middle-aged man was scolding him. For your sister's sake, I specifically gave you this lucrative job. But now that the things are gone, you still want to bring people to the prison to cause trouble? Don't you think this place is chaotic enough? Zhang Chang's voice was weak, and it seemed that his injuries had not healed yet. Hearing the county magistrate's words, he spoke in a flattering manner. Brother-in-law, the people of the Ji family are now prisoners. They knew my relationship with you, but still dared to treat me so harshly. This shows that they don't take you seriously at all. I must help you regain your face. Anger flashed in the eyes of the county magistrate. Idiot! You can't even tell the priorities. Can't you deal with that group of untouchables at any time? The most urgent task now is to find the gold, silver, calligraphy, and paintings that were confiscated. The day after tomorrow, I will take this year's tax grain to see the superiors. Now these filial gifts are gone. What will I hand in when the time comes? Zhang Chan curled his lips. I usually give you most of the silver I collected. If you really can't find it, you can use the silver in your private room first, and then find a way to make it up to you later. The county magistrate's eyes widened, and he looked at Zhang Chong fiercely. Do you think it's easy to be an official? Where do I have to bribe everyone? Where do I get the money? Zhang Chang's eyes flickered. We have been looking for the thing for a day, and my brothers have interrogated it several times. The thing really disappeared suddenly, which is a bit weird. In my opinion, the thing may never be found again, so why not just say that the Ji family hid the thing, and we will let the jailer torture them and say that they would rather die than tell where the thing is. The day after tomorrow, in front of everyone, the Ji family will be exiled with injuries all over their bodies. When the news reaches the prefect, he will believe it a little. Then you can show some appreciation. Even if you take less, it will be acceptable. How about it? Ji Changjing sneered when he heard it. These two people are really in cahoots with each other. None of them are good guys. Even if she didn't take action yesterday, Zhang Chong would probably have killed someone in the Ji family. How could so many things disappear out of thin air? Someone must have lied. The things are definitely still there. Find them for me. The county magistrate shook his sleeves and walked out the door without saying whether this idea was feasible or not. Zhang Chong smiled knowingly, which was a tacit agreement. Ji Changjing went straight to the study. She had already found the county magistrate's private room. She slipped in while Zhang Chong followed her out the door. After waiting for a while, she felt that the people outside had gone far away, so she prepared to take out the things inside. She twisted a bottle on the antique shelf, and a brick appeared under the floor. There was a small box inside. As soon as she reached in, she noticed that the county magistrate had hurried back. Ji Changjing restored everything, and then stood in the study openly to see what he was going to do. The county magistrate hurried back and went straight to the secret compartment as soon as he entered the door. He opened it and checked the banknotes and account books inside. He breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in the chair with a relaxed expression. Just now, when Zhang Chong mentioned his private property, he was frightened and felt uneasy. Only then did he send the person back for inspection. Seeing that the things were still there, he put them back, locked the door, and left. As soon as she left, Ji Changjing collected all the things. The lock was like nothing. She controlled her mental power and exerted a little force, and the lock fell off. She went out and locked it again. Then he kept walking and cleaned out the houses of the 2 concubines and the storehouse of the county government. Then we arrived at the granary. With a wave of her hand, she took away the newly collected tax grain this year and left the old grain. Haha, now that you have no money and lack food, let me see how you bribe your superiors to keep your official position. After taking all the money from Zhang Chang's room, she threw the purse onto the antique shelf in the study. Wait and see the 2 of them fight each other. Before returning to the cell, she slipped into the space. Except for the things that had just been collected piled together, the rest of the place was full of greenery. The entire space is divided into 2 by a small river 1 meter wide and calf deep. This side is well maintained by Ji Changjing, with different types of crops, fruits, vegetables, precious flowers, crops, landscape trees, etc., separated by fences. The chicken coop on the other side was empty, and the fish in the river were long gone. When she first got this space, the end of the world had not yet begun, and she was still a poor student who had just gone to college with the help of kind-hearted people. The money I had was only enough to buy a lot of vegetable seeds at a few dollars a bag. After making money by growing off-season vegetables in space, I started planting ornamental trees and precious flowers when I had the capital. A tree or a pot of flowers can be sold for thousands to millions of dollars. Only when you make money can you have the capital to stock up. She treated the space as her own home, with all the necessary food and drink supplies. She even bought a simple house and moved it in. She also raised poultry, and her life was very fulfilling. Finally, the end of the world came. The animals, plants, and water resources all mutated, and the poultry could not be replenished, so they were gone bit by bit. Only fruits, vegetables, and crops were eaten and their seeds kept, and all were preserved. Without thinking about it any further, she found the county magistrate's private room and took a look. In addition to the banknotes, there was also an account book. Ji Changjing opened it and took a look. Good news, she knows numbers. Bad news, she became semi-illiterate. I couldn't understand half of the traditional Chinese characters, and I could only guess the rest. The above records probably include the number of times and the amount of money the county magistrate bribed his superiors, as well as the record of him selling official positions in the county government. The county yaman's registrar, chief clerk, yaman runners, etc., were all bribed into the yaman. This county government was really rotten, but she still put the account book aside. They can barely protect themselves now, so it's better to have less trouble than more. What's more, she doesn't know who to hand the account book to. Ji Changjing found a piece of cloth, wrapped a few pancakes and leavened bread, and left the space. Back in the cell, she moved to another position and pried open the iron bars. Just as she was about to get in, she saw Ji Dae looking at her in shock. Ji Changjing returned to the cell expressionlessly, turned his head and smiled at Daha, revealing a row of neat and white teeth, and exerted a little force on his hands. Under Ji Dae's horrified eyes, the iron fence slowly merged together, as if it had never changed. Ji Dae recalled the scene of himself bullying Ji Changing before and couldn't help swallowing. The sun is high in the sky. The sound of rumbling stomachs could be heard in the cell. Ji Changing was also awakened by the growling of her stomach. When I opened my eyes, I saw the whole family posing in various poses. Ji Mingxian was holding half a black steamed bun in his hand and was secretly stuffing it into Ji Chongchuan's hand. Zhou stared at the half-steamed bun and swallowed her saliva. Ji Fengyi sat cross-legged on the ground, looking straight ahead. Who took a quick glance and then looked away. My cheap dad just lay on the ground, feeling hopeless. Ji Mingxue squatted on the ground with a bitter face, looking around. Ji Mingho imitated Ji Fengyi, sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and brainwashing himself in his mind. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. Ji Changing. It looks like no one is doing much better. The same thing happened to the other families in the cramped cell. As soon as Ji Changing sat up, the bundle she was holding tightly in her arms caught Ji Fengshuo's attention. He came over, looked around cautiously, and asked quietly, "Aing, what are you holding?" Ji Changing stretched out her hand and opened the bag in her arms a little. Ji Fengshuo's eyes lit up and he held it down. "Wait for me to call the family members over. Don't move yet." After saying that, Ji Fengshuo tugged at the clothes of the family members one by one, signaling them to gather together. After everyone gathered, Ji Fengshuo took the bag and distributed dry food to his family in a low-key manner. When the pancake was in hand, he didn't even bother to ask any questions and just stuffed it into his mouth. He choked and rolled his eyes, pounding his chest as he went down. After eating a piece of bread, although I wasn't full, at least I felt less hungry. Ji Fengyi regained some of his sanity, looked at Ji Fengshuo, and asked gently, "Where did you come from?" Ji Fengshuo said complacently, "Aing took it secretly. She is indeed my daughter. She is smart." After a moment of silence, Mrs. Who smiled and praised, "Aing is getting better and better." She really couldn't say the word smart. Only her brother-in-law could lie with his eyes closed. Mrs. Zhou touched Ji Changjing's head with her big hand and said proudly, "I gave birth to her." Ji Chongchuan also smiled. His elder sister is getting more and more sensible. It must be his good teaching. Ji Mingho looked at her with a smile. "Aing is great." Ji Fengshuo put away the remaining rations and whispered, "We don't know how many days we will be locked up here before we can go on the road. We have to save money." Ji Changjing said, "We will go on the road tomorrow." Ji Fengyi asked in surprise, "How did Aing know?" "The jailer talked about it yesterday." This made the whole family look at her in surprise. Yesterday, they didn't pay attention to what the jailer said, but Aing listened and answered very logically. "Does Aing know where we are now?" Ji Mingxian asked tentatively. "The prison." "Then why are we here?" "To be exiled. Push him to the ground and eat him." Ji Chongchuan looked at her in surprise. "Eldest sister, you're fine." Ji Changjing didn't respond to this, just pretending to look at him in confusion. Such a look made Ji Chongchuan calm down, as if someone poured a bucket of cold water on him. I think even if Aing is not completely healed now, she is much better. Could it be that it is really like what the Taoist priest said, that she will be fine when the time comes? When it was discovered that Ji Changjing was different from other children, many doctors were consulted, and all said that there was no hope. When the family suspected that this was inherited from Zhou, they met an old Taoist priest with a fairy-like appearance, who said that Aing was born with one soul missing, and she would be normal when the time comes. This statement made the family skeptical, but at least there was hope. From then on, whenever my family came across a Taoist temple or a Buddhist temple, they would donate some merit. Now Mrs. Hu couldn't help but think of this matter and couldn't help but mention it. Ji Fengshuo didn't care about that. He just knew that his daughter was better now than before. So he said with a beaming face, "When we get there, I'll find a doctor to seeing. Maybe she'll be completely cured." Ji Fengyi nodded. This should be recorded. Ji Mingxue had long been curious and had been picking Ji Changjing's eyelids, pulling his lips, pretending to be serious. "Well, You have made progress. Ji Mingho slapped him on the head. You are naughty. Ji Changing looked at the reactions of her family and smiled with the corners of her mouth hooked. She was not really a fool, and she couldn't pretend to be one, so she just learned to be like Zhou. Zhou usually looked like a normal person, but she often did things that made people drop their jaws, and sometimes she often said shocking things. People in the village always said behind her mother's back that she was stupid, but not completely stupid. Ji Changing thought it was good this way. In this way, even if she did something out of the ordinary in the future, even if she said something out of the ordinary, at most she could say it was hereditary. Anyway, with Zhou's dazzling existence in the family accepted it well. Didn't you see that even the uncle who attached the most importance to etiquette and rules, only one day and 2 nights later, accepted the fact that his parents were dug up and was keeping the bones by his side and guarding them strictly. Without water to drink, everyone kept silent, and the cells soon fell silent. Throughout the day, even a few jailers were missing from the cell. It was said that the county government office was robbed. All the valuables in the county magistrate's backyard and storehouse disappeared. Not only that, even the county magistrate's private room was missing. Although Ji Changing was in prison, she knew everything about what was happening outside. According to Ji Changing's guess, the county magistrate really suspected Zhang Chang. After all, he was the only one who went to the study last night, and he also talked about the county magistrate's private room. The most important thing was that the purse was there, which was irrefutable evidence. When the two separated, the purse was clearly still on Zhang Chang's body. The county magistrate suspected that Zhang Chang followed him and knew where the private room was hidden. Although Zhang Chang explained that he had no idea, the county magistrate did not believe it. He was furious. Overnight, he, the county magistrate, became a poor man with nothing and could not even afford 5 taels of silver. The triennial assessment would also be ruined because of the lack of money. Just when he was worried about this, the yamen runner who was guarding the granary came over with shaking legs and told him that the tax grain in the granary was missing. The county magistrate's face turned pale, and he sat down on the ground. It's over. It's all over. Without money to bribe him, he might just stay here as the county magistrate for a few more years, but if the tax grain is lost, he will be sent to prison. The county magistrate hurried to the granary, looked at the scattered old grain in the granary, and finally couldn't stand this stimulation and turned over. Ji Changing almost laughed. When the county magistrate woke up again, he locked himself in the room and walked around for a few times and made up his mind. There was no time left. He had to go to the state government to hand over tomorrow, and he had to push a scapegoat out. It was time for dinner in the evening. The people in the cell did not wait for the steamed buns sent by the jailer, but waited for the county magistrate to come with Zhang Chang and a group of yamen runners. Zhang Chang surrounded the county magistrate in front and behind, pointed at the people in the cell, and said, "Brother-in-law, all the Ji family members of Lianhua village are here." The county magistrate squinted his eyes and signaled the jailer to open the cell door. The people of the Ji family looked at the county magistrate warily, not knowing what he was going to do. The jailer diligently brought a stool for county magistrate Zhang to sit on. After Zhang Chang saw his brother-in-law sitting down, he spoke in a domineering manner. "Where is your clan leader? Get out." The clan leader secretly said that it was not good to see the county magistrate and Zhang Chang acting like this. At this moment, he stood up quickly when he heard the question, kneeling on the ground, and replied, "Ji clan leader Ji Qingzu greets you, sir." The county magistrate saw that the clan leader was quite tactful, and he felt relieved. But unfortunately, he had already made up his mind to find a scapegoat. Zhang Chang alone was not enough. "I knew that your Ji family had been operating for so many years. It was impossible that you were not prepared at all. You went to the county government office as soon as you got there, and the things you confiscated disappeared. It seems that you have more connections than I thought. Tell me, who are your accomplices? Where are the things hidden? How many accomplices are there?" Everyone was stunned by this. They all couldn't help but look at the clan leader. Ji Qingzu was shocked to hear the county magistrate say this, and explained excitedly, "Your Excellency is wise." At that time, We were all shackled in this prison, and we had no way to contact the outside world, and we didn't know the situation you said at all. Don't quibble. I think you are ambitious and unwilling to be exiled like this. So you joined forces with the people in the county government to pretend to surrender and staged a drama of confiscation of property. In fact, you secretly crossed the Chinsong Pass and moved those things long ago. The county magistrate was furious, and the more he spoke, the more he felt that this was the truth of the matter. After hearing this analysis, Zhang Chang immediately turned his head and looked at his men behind him viciously. He swept his eyes over everyone, and no one dared to look at him. The Yamen runners behind him were pounding. What does the county magistrate mean? There is a traitor in their county government? Among them? All the Yamen runners looked around in doubt. Except for themselves, everyone looked like a traitor.
Impossible.
We knew nothing about this. How could we sneak into Chinsong with someone? You have to rely on evidence when handling a case. Ji Qingzhu gritted his teeth. This was clearly slander. The county magistrate didn't care after hearing this. You want evidence, right? I'll have it soon. After saying that, he waved his hand behind him, and the jailer immediately understood that he was going to torture them. Several jailers brought all kinds of torture instruments over. Seeing these torture instruments, all the people of the Ji family reacted. What does this mean? Does the county magistrate want to torture them into confessing? Ji Zhiheng, who saw this scene, immediately said angrily, "The clan leader is his father, and the face of the Ji family. This is to slander them so that they can be blamed for the theft. Humph. If you don't want to be tortured, you can tell me where the things are and who the accomplices are, and I will let you go." The county magistrate looked at the angry Ji family members without fear, picked up the teacup, and took a sip of tea. More and more people came out of the cell. We were locked up in the cell by you at the time, and we didn't know anything. You are just making things difficult for us. You accepted so much money and property from our Ji family in the past. Not only do you not take care of us, but you also deliberately slander us. If I had known that, I would have burned all that money and property rather than let you, a dog official. God is blind. Lord Ji, such a good man, was dismissed from office, and you, who bully the people and take their lives lightly, are still the local official. You are really blind. You will get your retribution sooner or later. After 2 days in jail, Aunt Li, who was whipped several times, is not in good condition now. Her wounds were not treated, and she has a high fever. In full view of everyone, her son took out the only little silver he had hidden on him and asked the jailer to call a doctor. As a result, the jailer took the money, cursed it as bad luck, and left without even planning to call a doctor. Now they have been blamed again, which simply leaves them no way to survive. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but stand up and curse. Even if I die, I have to vent my anger first. Ji Qingjing always felt that she was not a bloodthirsty person. Even though the order of the end times collapses, there are no moral and legal constraints, and killing people is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. She still has her own persistence. She always killed people who deserved to be killed. Originally, she was planning to turn Zhang Chang into a fool, make the county magistrate lose his job, and stop him from doing evil. But she was wrong. Some people just deserve to die. As long as he lives, he is denying others a way to survive. Just based on his skillful torture to extract confessions, if there was no Ji family, there would be Wang family, Li family, Zhang family, and so on. The county magistrate was furious when he heard the scolding, but he laughed. "Let me see how hard your mouths are. You are happy to scold me now, but don't cry later. Those people who just spoke, all of them will be punished. Bring the confession letters, and I will let them go when they sign them." Ji Qingjing stared at the county magistrate with a serious look. The mental power was like a pair of invisible hands, controlling the county magistrate's hands to strangle his neck. He was horrified to find that his hands were out of control, but he hadn't yet uttered a scream. Click. The sound of bones breaking was silently amplified in the county magistrate's ears. He opened his eyes wide, twitched, and fell to the ground, his eyes still open. This scene happened so quickly that the Yamen runners did not react to how the county magistrate strangled them. The county magistrate was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. It's a ghost. It's a ghost. This scene was so horrifying that the timid bailiff seemed to have encountered something terrifying and ran out in a panic, ignoring the orders. The brave one stepped forward with shaking hands to feel the county magistrate's breath.
Dead. Really dead.
Ji Changing looked at Zhang Chang again, who was hiding behind his men in fear. The mental force condensed again, like a cone, and hit Zhang Chang's head directly. The painful expression on Zhang Chang's face only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared immediately. He. Zhang Chang suddenly began to drool while running outside. The place was in a mess and no one cared about him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and carry the man out to call a doctor. A bailiff shouted at the jailer. At this moment, no one cares about the Ji family here. 2 of the jailers carried the man out in a panic. The rest of them drove the Ji family back to the cell. Hurry up and stay here. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be killed on the spot. The old lady who had previously cursed the god for being blind suddenly knelt down, kowtowed and laughed. Please open your eyes, God. This is a punishment from heaven. It's all retribution. It must be the ancestors of my Ji family who are blessing us. Ji Changing's face was a little pale now. This person with thin arms and legs needs to be taken care of. My supernatural powers have become much worse, and I am almost exhausted after just a short while. Her face was a little pale. Don't be afraid, they are all bad guys. Ji Fengshou saw that Ji Changing's expression was not right and thought that she was scared, so he quickly comforted her. That's right, don't be afraid. I will punch anyone who dares to bully us. Zhou waved her fist and vowed. She didn't feel that the whole family was in prison any different from her previous life at home. Ji Changchuan was also frightened. He held Ji Changing's hand tightly and said, Don't be afraid.
I'm fine.
I'm a little sleepy. I want to sleep. Ji Changing yawned and looked a little sleepy. Zhou quickly pulled the hay on the ground and spread it over. You sleep. Ji Changing fell asleep. The whole county government office was in chaos all night. Tomorrow is the day when the county magistrate takes people to the state capital to hand over taxes and grain. But now, the county magistrate suddenly died. It's useless to call a doctor. Dead is dead, or he broke his neck himself. Who would believe it if it was told to others? What's even more weird is that Zhang Chang suddenly became a fool. Even the doctor couldn't find out what happened, and only said that he might have been stimulated. The whole thing is weird everywhere. Many people couldn't help but think of the retribution that the old lady said last night. Everyone in the county government office was scared. The 2 concubines made a fuss about seeing the county magistrate, but they were covered with their mouths and locked in the backyard and not allowed to come out. The chief clerk and the registrar of the county government decided that this matter must not be spread. At least the officials in the capital should not know about it before the prisoners are handed over. After all, their positions were not obtained properly and could not withstand investigation. Thinking of this, the 2 prayed in their hearts that Ji's people would be handed over quickly. Fortunately, they did not have to wait too long. The large exile army arrived in the morning. The chief clerk hurried to receive the 2 people. Before he finished a cup of tea, he urged them to hand over. Boss, I'm afraid there's a problem here. It doesn't matter. We just need to do our own things. Don't worry about anything else. You take people to take the roll call. When we are sure that there are a lot of people, we will leave. Zhang Ziwei lowered his eyes and spoke calmly. His men were relieved to hear him say this. The county government officials quickly handed over the list and household registration as if they had thrown away some trouble and hurried away. Zhang Ziwei glanced at them. Behave yourself. When we're on the road, I point east, and you cannot go west. I let you walk, but I cannot give you a rest. You should know that it is normal for few people to die on the road to exile. Keep your eyes open. The escorting officers educated them and drove them out of the city. Along the way, the streets on both sides of the county were full of people, pointing at them. As soon as they arrived outside the city gate, they met people who came to see them off. Zhou saw her family from a distance in the crowd, so she waved happily, Mom. I'm here. Zhou's mother and eldest brother came and were very excited when they saw her. There were quite a few people seeing her off, and they all brought some things. Seeing this, the officers frowned and said, "Stay here for a cup of tea." Hearing this, the crowd immediately rushed to the family they were saying goodbye to. Ji Fengshou took Ji Chongquan and Ji Changjing to greet his mother-in-law and brother-in-law. Zhou was about to hug Zhou Lu when she was stopped by her eldest brother. "Stop. Little sister, you are too strong. Mother can't bear it." Ji Changjing looked at her eldest uncle in surprise. "Isn't it said that this strength is inherited from the ancestors? Shouldn't Grandma be the same?" No one expected this to happen suddenly. When we heard about it, you had already gone to the county government. Your eldest brother and I asked around these 2 days and found out that you were going to leave with Master Ji's family today, so you hurried over. Zhou Lu sighed as she looked at Zhou's heartless appearance. The eldest uncle Zhou, and was very strong. He took down the bag on his shoulder and handed it to Ji Fengshou. "Brother-in-law, this is a little gift from us. You can use it on the road." Then he looked at Ji Changjing and Ji Chongquan, stuffed the candies and snacks he bought to the two, and touched their heads with a silly smile. Ji Changjing smiled back at the eldest uncle. Suddenly, Ji Mingshua's angry voice came from the side. "You are going too far." Ji Changjing turned his head to look. Not far away, Ji Mingxue was looking angrily at the woman opposite Ji Mingxian. Wang Panner had tears in her eyes, and her face was filled with shame and anger that could not be concealed. She bit her lower lip and looked at Ji Mingxian without giving in. "You should know the current situation. It is impossible for us to be together. It is better for both of us to break off the engagement now. People, it is important to know yourself. Do you still want to drag down my Panner now? Don't you look at yourself? A toad wants to eat swan meat? I advise you to give up this idea. Hand over the engagement letter now, and we can still part ways in peace." Wang Panner's mother looked at Ji Mingxian with disgust in her eyes, who sneered, "I didn't expect that you were so humble in the past. After all these years, I didn't realize that you are just a donkey dung egg, shiny on the surface, but rotten inside. Do you really think you are so precious? Xianer, what do you say?" Ji Mingxian looked up at Wang Panner. She looked at him with tears in her eyes, as if she was angry and resentful. Ji Mingxian laughed at himself. "Mom, did you bring the engagement letter?" Mrs. Hu took out the bundle that the neighbor had just sent over, handed it over after taking out the engagement letter. "I was thinking of discussing it after things were settled, but I didn't expect." After saying that, she glanced coldly at the mother and daughter. The two families had been interacting with each other for 4 years, but they hadn't gotten to know them clearly. Now that their family has become like this, they didn't want to delay each other. It was just that they hadn't settled down yet, so they didn't want to mention this matter. They planned to write a letter to explain when they got to the place. They didn't expect that they had been in trouble for more than 2 days, and they came to cancel the engagement and said those unpleasant words. The tea got cold before they even left. Ji Fengyi looked at Wang Panner and her daughter with a gloomy face. Wang Panner's father didn't even show up. Ji Mingxian took the engagement letter, fumbled in his arms, took out a purse and handed it over, saying calmly, "I don't blame you for this. It's because you and I are not destined to be together. From now on, men and women will have nothing to do with each other. I wish you to find a good match again, and everything will go well." Wang Panner looked at the purse that Ji Mingxian took out and couldn't help but be moved. Her eyes quickly became watery. "Why don't you exchange the engagement letter quickly and get out?" Ji Mingxue was disgusted by her appearance and cursed at Wang Panner. Wang Panner's mother stepped forward and snatched the engagement letter and threw the purse and Ji Mingxuan's engagement letter on the ground. "Do you think anyone wants to come to this broken place? Instead of scolding me, think about where you will sleep tonight." After saying that, she rolled her eyes and pulled Wang Panner away. The two of them stepped on the purse into the soil with 1 foot each. Soon it became dirty. Seeing his brother being treated like this, Ji Mingshua's eyes turned red. "You old thing." Ji Mingxue stepped forward and tried to stop the two from picking up the things. "Shut up,"
Yi Mingxuan shouted.
He bent down, picked up his engagement letter from the ground, patted it, and handed it to Mrs. Hu, then turned around and walked into the team without looking back, never looking at the purse on the ground again. Ji Mingxue was annoyed. Brother, you are humiliated by her like this? Ji Mingxue was still unconvinced. That shouldn't be. At least not at this time. After all, they have been dating for 4 years, and the 3 engagements have only been cancelled since the incident. At least you should consider your brother's feelings, right? Could it be that all these years of feelings are fake? Ji Mingxian didn't say anything else. Ji Mingho looked at his second brother with a stern face. Don't say these things in front of your brother anymore. It's better not to have that kind of woman. Many people around saw this and couldn't help but secretly look at Ji Mingxian, feeling sorry in their hearts. If it weren't for this child would definitely be a great candidate for a husband. Ji Changjing just heard what her eldest cousin said and looked at him with admiration. Being able to think from others' perspective and say those words shows that he is open-minded and not pedantic. Brother-in-law, your family is indeed a family of scholars. This nephew speaks so openly. It's a pity that I don't have a daughter, otherwise I would want to get married to him no matter what. This child is really good. Zhou patted Ji Fengshou's shoulder, looking a little envious. Ji Fengshou straightened his body and said, Of course. This is my eldest brother's eldest son. He has been paying attention to his studies and education since he was a child. Assemble! Assemble! The officials beat the gongs and drums, and the crowd began to move. Zhou Lu couldn't hold it in any longer, and she told Zhou with tears in her eyes, You have to be well. You have to take good care of Aang and Xiao Chuan now. Be sure to write to me when you get there. Zhou patted her chest. Don't worry, mother. We are just moving. Come find me when you miss me. Zhou rubbed the heads of the siblings again reluctantly, but he didn't speak so kindly to Ji Fengshou. Take good care of Yu Nyang and the children otherwise. You know. Ji Fengshou thought of his father-in-law's ancestral pig-killing skills and his 4 burly uncles, and he immediately promised, Don't worry, big brother, I will write to you as soon as I get there. To show his determination, he swung the bag and planned to carry it on his shoulders. As a result, he used too much force, and the bag swung around his neck and sat on the ground. The eldest brother-in-law frowned and reached out to pull him up with disgust.
Mistake. Mistake. Hee.
Ji Fengshou stood up awkwardly. Zhou didn't wait for him to waste time here. She picked up her husband and the bag and ran towards the exile team. Seeing the disdainful eyes of his mother-in-law and brother-in-law getting farther and farther away, Ji Fengshou simply gave up his image completely. His hands and feet hung down like noodles, and he was frankly held under Zhou's armpit and ran towards the crowd. Forget it. It's not the first time to embarrass himself. On the other side of the county government, the chief clerk took some old grain to see the superiors. He discussed with the registrar, and the two decided to put all these things on the dead county magistrate and Zhang Chong. The cause of death of the two was too strange. In order to avoid any bad rumors, let the superiors come to investigate. After the two of them decided to silence the Yamen runners, they unanimously announced to the public that the county magistrate died of a sudden illness. After burying the county magistrate hastily, they tied Zhang Chong and rushed to the provincial government. In the end, he was beaten half to death, and he spent money to save his life. As for the tax grain, it was just a drop in the bucket for the prefect, so in order to avoid a bigger incident and report it to the higher authorities, he made up for it himself. Life in prison was not easy, and I didn't expect that it would be even more difficult when I embarked on the road of exile. The autumn heat is at its worst, and the sun in the sky is unleashing its power with all its might. Everyone was sweating profusely. Aunt Lee's high fever kept coming back and wouldn't go away, so her sons took turns carrying her on their backs. The daughter-in-law and grandson followed behind, all with heavy expressions on their faces. Hurry up! We have to walk 40 miles before we can rest today. We have to make up for the time lost in mourning. If anyone dares to delay the trip, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Ziwei was in the front. His whip made a blink sound, and he stared fiercely at the people in the team. Ji Changjing lagged behind a little. He unpacked the wound medicine and 2 antipyretic pills he had found in the county government office, held them in his palm, and then took out a water bag. When she got close to Ji Sherlin, she quietly handed him the item. This is the wound medicine I secretly hid. The white one is the antipyretic medicine. Ji Sherlin didn't dare to delay and reached out to take it in panic. Holding the things in his hand, he choked and said, "Thank you. No matter what medicine it is, as long as he can give it to his mother now, he wants to try it." Ji Changing didn't say much. After handing over the medicine, she moved away. Ji Sherlin watched her walk away. I struggled internally for only 2 seconds, then I hardened my heart, took a few quick steps to ask my brother to slow down, and quickly stuffed the white pill I had never seen before into my mother's mouth, and then drank a sip of water. There was no time for him to hesitate now. No matter what this medicine is like, you should always give it a try. Ji Changing didn't know how determined Ji Sherlin was to feed her mother the medicine. She was still in good spirits at the moment. After a rough count, there were more than 200 members of the Ji clan who were exiled. Except for those in Lotus Village, the rest should all have been exiled from Beijing. There are quite a few people in Beijing, but the relationships among them don't seem very harmonious. They were clearly divided into 2 sides, and they didn't even want to walk together. Some people were glaring angrily at the family in the front. Ji Changing guessed that family should be Lord Ji's family. Then she looked away. It had nothing to do with her anyway. Now the most important thing to her is her family. "Uncle, let me carry you. I'm very strong." As soon as Ji Changing shifted her gaze back, she saw Ji Fengyi carrying the corpses of his grandparents on his back. He was sweating profusely and could hardly lift his feet. Ji Fengyi observed that Ji Changing's complexion was normal, and she was not trying to be stubborn. He handed the bag on his back to her. "If you are tired, tell me, and I will let your brothers carry it later."
Okay.
Ji Changing picked up the bag and threw it behind her back, then walked forward with big strides. The movement was so big that Ji Fengyi's eyebrows jumped twice. It's not that Ji Changing underestimated her 3 brothers. The 3 of them were originally scholars, and their physical condition was not much better than that of his uncle. They were already panting and dizzy from exhaustion.
Wait
for me to catch my breath. I will.
Carry it.
Ji Mingxue looked at her passing by and spoke quickly. Ji Changing turned her head to look at him and suddenly reached out to pick him up, imitating Zhou's way of picking him up and walking away. At noon, they passed by a small river and finally stopped to let people rest. It was very short, only about a quarter of an hour. They were in a hurry to travel in the morning, and many people were dizzy from hunger at this time. Seeing this, the officials distributed a piece of dry food to each of them. Of course, if you have money, you can give the official extra money to buy something better. But no one paid at this time. Zhang Ziwei was not in a hurry. After all, it was just the beginning. How could you not spend money on the road of exile? Zhou opened the bundle sent by her mother's family and took a look. The supplies inside were very complete. There were 3 water bags prepared, and the food was all easy to store: dry food, oil cakes, fried noodles that can be eaten with hot water, eggs, pickled vegetables and pickled meat, etc. Zhou Qianshi even prepared a small iron pot for use. Zhou continued to rummage inside and finally found a purse at the innermost part of the bundle. After a look, there was a 50 liang silver note and some small silver in it. Seeing this, Ji Fengxiu quickly held Zhou's hand. "You can't take it out." Zhou rolled her eyes. "Do you think I'm stupid? If you take it out, people will rob it. I have hidden our silver well, don't worry." She looked like you think I'm stupid and successfully choked Ji Fengxiu, who was not polite, and took the bundles from both families and put them together. They relied on these things to survive along the way. They just went to the river to get water and dry food, and before they started eating, they heard the officials shouting to set off. "I won't leave. I haven't eaten a bite since last night. Where do I get the strength to hurry? Anyway, it's death sooner or later. It's better to die now." Just when everyone was preparing to line up and set off with heavy steps, there was a shouting from the crowd in front. In order to know what happened, everyone gathered there. In the middle of the crowd, several people were pulling each other. The person who shouted not to leave just now was a young girl who looked about the same age as Ji Changing. She was emotionally broken, and her eyes were like spitting fire as she looked at the people opposite. Why don't you all die? If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have turned out like this, and I, a daughter of an official family, wouldn't have become an exile. I hate you. I hate you. The girl's parents stood by and didn't say anything to stop her, as if they acquiesced to her words. The family opposite was exactly what Ji Changjing had guessed before. That was Lord Ji's family. The man in the middle raised his eyelids and looked at the girl's father. What? Are you dumb? Do you think you can go to heaven without my father? If you can't take care of your own children, how about I strangle them for you? Ji Changjing looked at him strangely. This handsome uncle's mouth seemed to be filled with chili peppers, and it was quite choking when he opened his mouth. She admired him. The girl who cursed was called Jiwolan. When she heard that Ji Chenyan was going to strangle her to death, she jumped up immediately. Just as she opened her mouth to curse, her mother covered her mouth and pulled her back.
Yichenyan.
Why are you talking like that? After all, this is your niece. You actually want to strangle her to death as soon as you open your mouth? Ji Liyuan, who was named, spoke hatefully. Just at this moment, Ji Chenyan threw his sleeves and said, "If a man has no self-control, why should he not die?"
You are not worthy to talk to me.
He turned around and stood back in the team. Ji Changjing saw clearly that the uncle had glanced at the crowd and saw the officials trying to squeeze in, so he pulled his family away from here. What a cunning guy. Seeing his behavior, Ji Liyuan was so angry that he blurted out, "Ji Chenyan, you deserve to die with your father." Before Ji Liyuan could finish his curse, he was whipped. "It hurts. It hurts." Ji Liyuan shrank back and kept screaming. Seeing this, Lin rushed over and said, "Husband, how are you? What a bunch of rascals. I feel itchy all over if I don't get beaten for a day."
Pa.
The officer showed no mercy and beat both of them. If you don't want to live, just beat them to death. Just do what I tell you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Sir, please spare us. We won't dare to do it again. Jiwolan's face was pale, watching her parents kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. She didn't have the courage to step forward, and even took 2 steps back in fear. It was them who caused the trouble. He scolded my father. Why didn't you beat him? Jiwolan pointed in the direction of Ji Chenyan and said resentfully. Seeing this, the officer whipped her and said, "I saw you guys causing trouble. Stop talking nonsense to me." They don't care what the situation is like. They just see what they see. If you keep talking nonsense, I will send your whole family to see the King of Hades. They were brought to the doorstep for the officials to make an example of, so they didn't show any courtesy. The 3 men were beaten and screaming, leaving only a little boy looking at the officer and Ji Chenyan with resentment. The others were all terrified when they saw this, and stood aside with their necks shrunk and watched helplessly.
All right.
Let's go. Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, Zhang Ziwei spoke up to stop him.
Bah.
Hold on tight and try to stop me next time. The officer spat in Jiwolan's face and walked away with contempt. Such humiliation was more unacceptable to Jiwolan than being whipped. She was so angry that she was shaking all over. "I will kill them. I must kill them." She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms without her even noticing. After this lesson, no one dared to do anything weird when they were on the road again. When they were on the road, Zhou came to Ji Fengyi curiously and said, "Brother, what does that person mean by someone as immortal?" She saw that the other person was so angry that he almost died just by saying that, and she suddenly felt that this trick was unfathomable. Wanna learn? When Ji Changjing heard it, he also came over and listened with his ears pricked up. Ji Fengyi walked while tearing the dry food in his hand and eating slowly. If a man has no self-control, why would he not die? This sentence means that if a man has no sense of shame, why would he not die?
Yichenyan grinned.
As expected of a scholar, he scolded people so tactfully. If you don't have a lot of knowledge, you really can't understand what he said, and it would be useless to scold him. But it is obvious that Ji Liyuan can understand it. It's so boring, scolding someone in such a long-winded way. If he scolds me in this way, it would be useless. I don't understand it. Zhou curled her lips and lost interest instantly. She thought it was some powerful trick she wanted to learn. As expected of a mother and daughter, They thought of the same thing. In the afternoon, Ji Changjing didn't carry her second brother with her. Not to mention her second brother, now her 3 brothers and 1 younger brother all walked around her. They were afraid that she would carry someone if they disagreed. Seeing them like this, Ji Changjing didn't get entangled. She didn't want to waste her energy. Ji Changjing was excited when she saw the weeds and trees everywhere on the roadside. These are all normal plants. There are no more vines that kill people or flowers that eat people. Even the slightly yellow hay looks so pleasing. Ji Changjing walked along the roadside, feeling particularly good when she saw the weeds and wild fields on the roadside. As a country of gourmet food, the Chinese people have always believed that there is only bad food, not inedible food. According to the Chinese Materia Medica, most wild plants have certain pharmacological effects. She kept scanning the roadside until she saw a useful wild vegetable. Ground lotus root, scientifically known as hard-haired ground bamboo shoot, is a common perennial herb. In spring, you can pinch the tender leaves and blanch them in water for a cold salad. The taste is refreshing and slightly astringent. It's a pity that it's autumn now, but it doesn't matter. The rhizomes can be eaten. Ji Changjing took advantage of the officials' inattention, ran to the roadside not far away, stuck her ace up, pulled a handful, and ran back to the team excitedly. When Mrs. Hu saw the scene, she thought Ji Changjing was sick again. She frowned with worry. It's so tiring to carry these, let's not play with grass anymore, okay? Auntie will give you some candy. As she said that, she wanted to take the bundle of weeds and throw it away. Ji Changjing dodged for a moment. No, this grass is full of good stuff. Ji Fengshou lagged behind a little and quietly came over to take a look. This is just weeds, listen to Dad. Don't play with it, dear. This is called ground lotus root. The whole grass can be used as medicine. It can lower blood lipids, open the 9 orifices, benefit joints, and nourish qi and blood. It's autumn now, although the top part can't be eaten, but the rhizome can be fried or mixed with cold dishes and can also be made into pickles. Seeing that Ji Changjing spoke in a serious manner, Mrs. Hu looked at her strangely. How do you know all this? Ji Fengshou stopped smiling and looked at Ji Changjing with scrutiny. She answered very calmly, I don't know. Sometimes my mind is confused, sometimes it's clear. I feel very close to these weeds, and so I know these things naturally. Mrs. Hu hissed. Could it be that the old Taoist priest is really a god? After saying that, she regretted slapping her thigh. If I had known that I couldn't let him go like that. At least leave a place for him to go so that I can find him in the future. Ji Fengshou asked, when you were 10 years old, our family of 4 celebrated your birthday and bought a candy man for your brother and you. Xiaochuan's candy man was a monkey. What was yours? Ji Changjing thought for a while and pulled down her face. You and my mother took a bite of the candied haws in front of Xiaochuan and me, and we were so greedy that we drooled and smiled and said, this is for adults. Children can't eat it. Until he made my brother and I cry. He took us to eat fried jelly on the roadside. Where did the candy man come from? Mrs. Hu looked at Ji Fengshou in surprise. She thought that her brother-in-law and his wife were not easy to worry about, but she didn't expect them to be so unreliable. Ji Fengshou didn't expect that she remembered this clearly, and a guilty look appeared on his face. Dad just wanted to test you to see how much you remember about your childhood. I didn't expect you to have such a good memory. Ji Changjing said faintly, of course I remember it clearly. My brother and I cried for a long time on the street at that time. If it weren't for this incident, my brother wouldn't have started to worry about the family since then, don't you think? Ji Fengshou felt even more guilty and muttered softly, why remember this when you can remember something else? What can you do? Who made him so lucky? In the past, my parents worried about me, and after my parents passed away, my brother and sister-in-law also worried about me. As a result, he has no awareness of being a father. The child is so fun. He likes to make the child cry and then comfort him. As a result, the older his son gets, the less fun he becomes. He has a stern face and an unsmiling look, which really resembles his deceased father. Sometimes he felt scared when he saw it. While the 3 people were saying these words, the officer noticed them and walked towards them with a whip in hand. Ji Changjing quickly winked at the two of them and dispersed. Seeing that the three people wisely went their separate ways, the officer snorted and shifted his gaze. After an entire afternoon, almost everyone was sweating profusely, and some even felt dizzy and fell to the ground while walking. Before he could even receive the caring greetings from his family, he was whipped coldly by the officials. Hurry up and get up and continue. If anyone dares to delay the journey, don't blame us for being rude. The officers held whips in their hands and long knives on their waists. They took a big gulp of water and glanced at the shackled prisoners one by one with warnings. Seeing that no one showed a dissatisfied look on their face, he snorted. After walking for a long time, the shackles on the man's hands and feet felt like a mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. Ji Fengshuo was in good health, but Ji Fengyi, a scholar, had already turned pale and his hands and feet were trembling. Now I am just gritting my teeth and holding on. Although the woman didn't have to carry those things, she was almost exhausted physically. Finally, even the officials couldn't stand it anymore and found Zhang Ziwei. Boss, let's go for a while. We can't stand it anymore. Zhang Ziwei glanced at the team and saw that many people were shaking, so he nodded in agreement. As soon as they stopped, someone fell to the ground immediately. Ji Mingxue sat on the ground panting, looking at Ji Changjing and said in a flattering way, "Aang, I didn't know what was good for you before. Are you tired? If not, I will rely on you later." He smelled really good. What's embarrassing? What's face? None of them are as comfortable as not having to walk at this moment. A good horse can't jump 10 steps in one leap, but a slow horse can drive 10 miles in 10 days if it doesn't give up. A real man, you retreat because of this little difficulty. How can you say such shameless words that ignore the hard work of your family? Although Ji Fengyi was sweating profusely, he still stood straight in front of Ji Mingxue and questioned him coldly. Hearing his father start to show off his book bag again, Ji Mingxue felt his head buzzing. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I just lost my mind. I hit myself on the face. Ji Mingxue slapped himself on the mouth twice, and his attitude of admitting his mistakes was very good, which stopped Ji Fengyi from saying the next words. After glaring at him, Ji Fengyi closed his eyes and said nothing. Ji Changjing looked at his second brother's appearance and grinned. Opportunities are rare and will never come again. It's too late to regret now. Humph. Before, he thought she made him lose face and walked around her. Now he wants her to carry it, but she is not happy. In order to prevent dehydration of the family, Ji Changjing quietly sprinkled some salt and sugar in the water bag. Although it tastes strange, it can replenish physical strength. After resting for just a few minutes, the group set out on the journey again. After hearing Zhang Ziwei's order, everyone relaxed. After a whole day, let alone the Ji family members who had been pampered in Beijing before, even those families in Lianhua village who were still doing farm work couldn't stand it. The team was obviously divided into two groups. Even though the Ji family and the capital were not on good terms, they couldn't help but lean on each other during their breaks. They and the people from their hometown didn't get close to each other, and there was a vacuum zone between the two groups. After the officials distributed the dry food that belonged to them, the cook diligently helped a man dressed like a yamen runner down from the cart that was pulling supplies. After he got off the car, the cook unloaded the cooking utensils and ingredients and started cooking in full swing. After receiving the dry food, Ji Fengshuo took off his shoes with a grin, and his soles were full of blisters. Although Ji Chongchuan was just at the age where he didn't need to wear shackles, it was not easy for him to walk all day. On the contrary, because of his young age and tender feet, it looked more serious than Ji Fengshuo's. Ji Chongchuan pulled his feet back desperately. "No need, Mom. It doesn't hurt." He was thin-skinned, and his face was already red. Ji Changjing took a look and saw that although Mrs. who was exhausted, she was trying hard to organize the food in her bag. Except for Mrs. Zhou, who was in a better condition, the others in the family had no appetite when they saw the dry biscuits in their hands. Being extremely hungry made them lose their appetite. "Xiaochuan, I'll go over there to see if there is anything useful. You take care of our parents." After Ji Changjing finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the small river not far away without waiting for her brother to reply. Zhang Ziwei glanced at her and saw that she was still in sight, so he didn't say anything. The reason for choosing to rest here was to make it convenient to use water. Seeing that the officials had no objection, many people also boldly went to the river. Ji Changjing walked to the river and twitched her nose twice. She smelled a special fragrance and was sure in her heart. There are calamus growing by the river. She looked around and saw it by the river upstream. She was happy and hurried over to pull a handful. Fortunately, she was strong and pulled things quickly. When she was walking back with her things, she naturally met other people. Some of them were from the Ji family in the capital. Since she was not familiar with them, it was difficult to speak to them. But Grandma Wang from the same village did not have so many concerns. When she saw this, her eyes lit up. "Aing, where did you pull it?" The ancients liked to make some calamus sachets during the Dragon Boat Festival, which could repel insects and avoid plague. Now is the time when mosquitoes are strong. Seeing this, Grandma Wang was moved. The roots and stems of this thing can be dried and ground into powder to reduce inflammation and relieve pain. My family members have blisters on their soles. I dug some for them. Even if it is wet, it has some effect. Ji Changjing did not hesitate to point in the direction and remind Grandma Wang. Hearing this, her eyes lit up. What a good child. Thank you. After that, her feet seemed to be full of wind, and she did not look tired at all. She ran to the river to pull calamus like Ji Changjing. In the end, she only pulled off the leaves. She didn't care and hurried to dig with her hands. Many people heard the conversation between the two just now. Seeing someone taking the lead, they all rushed there together. Ji Changjing didn't pay attention anymore. On the way back with the calamus, he took out another bottle of Yunnan Bai Yao. In the years of the end of the world, medicines had long been discontinued. Although she had collected a lot of things at the beginning of the apocalypse, as time went by, many of them had expired. The only box of medicine was saved by her in every possible way. She collected some calamus by the small river in the space for easy access and took the rest back. When Mrs. Hu saw her coming back with calamus, she asked her presciently to repel mosquitoes. Ji Changjing nodded. Not only that, this root can reduce inflammation and relieve pain. I will mash it and apply it to the soles of everyone's feet. It will make you feel more comfortable. She didn't dare to say that it would definitely work. After all, she was not a doctor. And Chinese medicine is a very complicated thing. The characteristics of the medicine itself, the method of use, the dosage, and even the effect of each person's use are different. Fortunately, she only used it for external use, so she didn't have to consider everything. She found a stone to mash the rhizome into a pulp. When no one was paying attention, she also added some Yunnan Bai Yao and then put it aside and applied it before going to bed. Only one person was allowed to go out to find things in a family at a time. Seeing Ji Changjing coming back, Ji Mingxian got up and went to the nearby forest to find some dry firewood. Who moved a few pieces of miscellaneous stones and piled them up to prepare to start cooking. Although it is autumn now, the temperature during the day is still very high, and some meats cannot stand long storage. So Hu gritted her teeth and took it out to cook. If this goes bad, I dare not eat it. It's like cutting her flesh. Isn't this a waste? Due to limited conditions, they could only make a pot of shredded pork noodle soup. As soon as the aroma came out, many people drooled at the sight. Sister-in-law, how can you live so well that you even forgot to bring the pot? Wu Tsuelan from the same village glanced at her and couldn't help but speak. Hu smiled and replied to her. I didn't bring this. This was sent by my brother's wife's family. Thinking of Zhou's family, Wu Tsuelan shut up. Zhou's family was a pig butcher, and the conditions of her family were among the best in the nearby villages. Zhou had a problem with her brain, and she had 4 tall and strong brothers, and her father was also very burly. These people looked like 5 mountains standing there. No one in the 8 villages dared to propose marriage. At the beginning, many people secretly gossiped, thinking that no matter how good Zhou's family conditions were, it would be useless and they might lose it. No one expected that in the end, Ji Fengshou, who had good conditions in all aspects, would take a fancy to her. When the aroma of the noodle soup came out, even Ji in Beijing couldn't help staring at this place. Several officials would glance here from time to time. Everyone in the Ji family was tense and on pins and needles. Only Zhou was drooling at the pot, in a very good mood. The food in the pot had just been cooked, and Ji Fengshou quickly filled a large bowl first, and went to Zhang Ziwei despite the suspicious eyes of his family. He came to Zhang Ziwei, nodded and said something, then put the bowl of noodle soup full of shredded pork there, and limped back. He received many people's attention along the way. Dog legs. The Ji family has always been proud of the noble character of scholars. This was simply throwing their faces on the ground. Many people looked at Ji Fengshou with disgust and contempt, and the one who cursed didn't say anything behind his back. Ji Fengshou was very calm, as if he didn't hear it. The clan leader looked at this scene with a complicated expression. He felt that Ji Fengshou was spineless. But he also felt that although it would be embarrassing to do so, the family might live a better life. His expression changed naturally as he was struggling in his heart. No matter what, Fengshou has studied for a few years. How can he not have the integrity of a scholar? How can he do such a thing? Feng Yi doesn't care. Ji Zhiheng didn't think too much. He just felt very uncomfortable with this scene and spoke with a feeling of regret. The clan leader looked at his eldest son, whom he used to be proud of, and sighed. Ji Changjing was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, so she naturally heard the words that others scolded her father. Feeling unhappy, she took a few quick steps forward and deliberately supported Ji Fengshou. "Dad, are you tired? I'll serve you some food." Ji Fengshou's calm face suddenly became happy. "Okay." Ji Changjing turned her head and glanced at the person next to her who was glaring at her father and daughter. Her tone was neither high nor low, as if she was chatting casually. "Why is a dog meddling in other people's business? We can give our own things to anyone we want. Who cares?" Ji Fengshou smiled and pulled her. "It's just a dog barking. Ignore it. Let's go eat quickly." Countryside girl. Uneducated. How could the Ji family have such a flattering person? It's a shame for the whole family. Without us, you will always be country folk who only know how to farm. Now you dare to talk to me like this. Kneel down and apologize. Seeing that the officials did not come out to stop them, some people in Beijing became bolder. They stood up and accused them. The people of Lianhua village also got angry. They all stood up, and the atmosphere was tense. The eldest uncle had a sullen face. Ji Fengshou didn't care about other people's eyes, but when he looked at his eldest brother's face, he felt indescribable discomfort in his heart. He admitted that he was spineless and didn't have the face of a scholar. But can face be eaten at this time? Anyway, he has been such a shameless person since he was a child. He doesn't care what others think of him, but he cares what his family thinks. Ji Fengyi looked at the group of people in Beijing in a deep voice. Humph. Is it true that the clan school collects money and land every year? Could it be that this money falls from the sky? Isn't it all the money taken by us, the Ji family in Beijing? Ji Fengyi bowed and asked politely. Everyone in our Lianhua village knows that Lord Ji donates money and land to the clan school every year to encourage us to study. There are records of how much he donated every year, when and where he donated. As for these people, may I ask when and when did they donate? Do you have a detailed amount? The clan leader is here, and we can confront each other. Those people were suddenly stuck, and you could hear a pin drop. Before this group of people could figure out how to start, Ji Qinyan, who was watching the show for a long time, suddenly laughed. This is really fresh. My father, the real protagonist, didn't say anything, but a group of parasites jumped out to righteously accuse others. If you don't know, you would think that you are my father's filial sons and grandsons, settling accounts with my father's clan members in my hometown. Ji Qinyan attracted enough hatred as soon as he opened his mouth. Those people immediately forgot who they were arguing with, and their criticism was immediately transferred to him. Ji Qinyan, we are all your uncles, and this is how you talk to us? Don't think you can be disrespectful to your elders just because you rely on your father. Now we are all prisoners, and no one is nobler than anyone else. You know you are a prisoner, but you don't keep your tail between your legs and behave yourself. You are really old and confused. Ji Qinyan left after cursing, flicking his sleeves, looking very carefree and relaxed. You. Several older people were so angry that they pointed at his back and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Uncle, I apologize to you on behalf of my father. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He just wanted to advise you that you should worry less when you are old so that you can live longer. Don't you agree? Silence. Deathly silence. The boy was wearing dirty prison clothes and had heavy shackles on his hands and feet. She is tall and slender, standing there as proudly as a pine or a cypress. Qingjun had a smile on his face, and he looked very good, but the words he spoke were cold. I'll beat you to death, you rascal, for daring to curse my father. The person who spoke took off one of his shoes and threw it at Ji Qingyu. He tilted his head and accurately grabbed the shoe, then raised his arm under the other person's angry eyes. The shoe flew in a perfect parabola, out of everyone's sight. Ji Qingyu chuckled and couldn't help laughing. This father and son are really interesting. Ji Qingyu turned her head and glared at her, then looked at the other side again. You still have one chance. It means there is one more shoe. You are shameless. The other party still had some sense and did not throw away the shoes on his feet. If I throw this away, I won't have shoes to wear tomorrow. It's all your fault. We are all in this situation now, and you still say such things. You are so heartless. Jir Wolin saw that the two sides were about to let it go, and the moment she opened her mouth, she added fuel to the fire. After these words were spoken, some people who were originally just watching the show immediately felt resentful and looked at Ji Qingyu with eyes full of hatred. Ji Qingyu looked at Jir Wolin with annoyance and turned back. The people of Lotus Village looked at the clan leader. Although Lord Ji is gone, I know he will not forget his ancestors. We are grateful to him, so we don't blame him. After all, we have received Lord Ji's kindness, and this is what we deserve. It is unreasonable to only enjoy the kindness of the clan members and not dare to take risks. From now on, we will not interfere with you. If anyone dares to slander Lord Ji's reputation after his death, don't blame us for treating him as an enemy. The clan leader sullenly said something harsh. When the people of Lotus Village heard the clan leader speak, they followed him and cursed. That's right. You slandered such a good man like Lord Ji. It's like eating with a bowl in hand and cursing your mother when you put it down. He's even worse than the old bachelor in our village. He at least thanks Lord Ji for donating food to him every year.
Bah.
Ungrateful. Watch your mouths in the future, otherwise I don't care what you did in Beijing before. My 5 brothers are not vegetarians. If I hear you scold Lord Ji and the brother just now again, wait for me. When Ji Shirleen's brothers heard the eldest brother speak, they all rolled up their sleeves, revealing their muscular arms from years of work. The faces of those people in Beijing were colorful and wonderful. Back to their seats, the whole family looked at Ji Fengshou. Ji Fengyi took the lead in serving him a bowl of soup and handed it to him. Eat it. Ji Fengshou grinned. Don't you think I'm embarrassing? What's embarrassing about this? How much is face worth? Our family is comfortable. Isn't it more important than face? Who didn't think of this at first, but when she saw the official later, she immediately thought of it. She thought her brother-in-law was quite clever, but she never thought that someone would worry about something so much. You've grown up.
Yifengyi smiled.
Seeing them disperse, the group of officials had almost finished their meals. Boss, you said this group of people is quite interesting. They have fallen to this point and there is still dog-eat-dog fighting. But I ate 2 more bowls of rice when I saw them. Several officials looked at each other and laughed. They were also very tired after a day. It was a relief to be able to watch a big show. Looking at them like this, I don't think we need to worry about them joining forces to cause trouble for us. They're like this? It's good that they don't fight among themselves. This made sense, and several people nodded in agreement. But we can't let our guard down. If something goes wrong, let alone the difficulty in explaining, we are afraid that we will lose our lives. Anything can happen on this road, and only caution can save lives. Zhang Ziwei pointed at the people opposite with his chin. Wang Lin and others behind him immediately understood what he meant. I heard that Sun Fan has been trying to curry favor with the prince recently. Look at how arrogant he is. He doesn't even walk on the road, but takes a car. Those people are surrounding him to flatter him, and they are not afraid of flattering him. Several people looked at the opposite side with disdain. Everyone is the same. Who doesn't know who? After currying favor with the prince, he seems to have been so powerful that he doesn't even know who he is. Before leaving, the people above specifically told him not to care about him. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Do our own thing. Zhang Ziwei stopped these people from continuing. Ji Changjing didn't expect that whose cooking skills were really amazing. She fried the lotus roots and shredded pork that she dug out during the day, added water and boiled them for a while, and made noodle soup to drink. After simple seasoning, the taste is fresh and rich. After soaking the dry cakes, she ate until she was full. She wanted to cry while eating. This was the first proper meal she had since she came here. I didn't expect this root to be so crisp and delicious. It's a pity that the conditions are not good now, otherwise it can be pickled as pickles. Who said regretfully, then I'll dig some more of this tomorrow, and we can eat it cold. The roadside is fresh, so it doesn't delay digging while walking. I'll go with you tomorrow. Ji Changchuan felt much better after the meal, and he agreed with Ji Changjing's words. After the meal, Hu hurriedly washed the pot and planned to rest. After Ji Changjing helped her apply the medicine, she took the pot to get water, boiled it, and let it cool, making salt and sugar water, and then filling it into the water bag. Seeing this, Zhou took the pot and ran back and forth to add water. After running back and forth several times, she saw that the water bags at home were all full before she pulled Ji Changjing to lie down. After the two applied medicine to each other's souls, they rested separately. Ji Changjing was used to being alert when sleeping. As a result, she lay on the ground thinking about what happened recently. With the howling of animals and the rustling of insects, she felt a sense of relief in her heart for no reason. Within 2 minutes, she fell asleep completely. She didn't know when she was startled. When she got up, it was already dawn. Many people had already gotten up and went to the river to wash. It wasn't long before the officials shouted to set off. For prisoners like them, the officials would not give them enough food. There were only 2 dry rations a day, one in the morning and one at night. They set off on an empty stomach early in the morning, but no one dared to complain. As usual, Ji Changjing carried her own small bag in front and the remains of her grandparents on the back. Zhou carried a large bag behind her, which contained food, pots and pans for the whole family. The others were not as strong as them, so they all traveled lightly. Ji Changjing reached into her bag and took out the fried pancake and handed it to her uncle first. Ji Fengyi took it without saying anything. This made Ji Changjing's prepared words of persuasion useless. During this journey, the most important thing for our family is to protect our bodies. If we are reluctant to eat and drink, we may collapse before we reach the destination. Ji Fengyi educated his family while eating. Ji Changjing nodded his head. There is really no foolish person in their family. Of course, Zhou's situation is special. After observing for the past few days, although the eldest uncle has read a lot, he also knows how to adapt. The eldest and is diligent in running the family and takes good care of their family of 4. The 2 heads of the family are clear-headed, and the younger ones are naturally united and friendly. After a few days, Ji Changjing's mind is full of how to lead his family to live a good life. After a few more days, they will be out of Qingzhou. The old patriarch knelt on the ground with tears in his eyes and kowtowed twice in the direction of home. This made everyone else feel sad and knelt down like him.
Dad. Mom.
I am unfilial. I am afraid I can't come back to see you often in the future.
Woo-woo.
Listening to the crying of people around them, the brothers Ji Fengyi and Ji Fengshou felt much more complicated. They both seemed not really sad. This is the first time I think my wife is really smart. This is good. Ji Fengshou carefully observed his eldest brother's expression and said embarrassedly, his dearest parents are now with their daughter. As for his grandparents, he has never seen them since he was a child, so naturally he doesn't have much affection. For the first time, Ji Fengshou felt that his wife was lucky to be stupid. Ji Fengyi was silent for a long time and coughed dryly. Let's go. The yamen runners came over with a whip and whipped a few times, and everyone set out on the road again one after another. Along the way, Ji Changjing discerned useful information from the voices of others cursing or sighing. The current emperor is old and reluctant to abdicate. All 5 sons were made kings, but they still refused to leave in Beijing, and the emperor didn't care. Several princes saw that their sons were almost adults, but they didn't even touch the edge of the throne. So they immediately became anxious. Several people colluded with court officials and framed people, and they were more skillful than each other. Some, in order to make money, privately increased taxes in their own fiefdoms, making the people live in misery. Many officials quarreled in the court like cockfights for the sake of a dragon's merit. The more this happened, the calmer the emperor sitting in a high position was, and the more he sat on the diryutai. It was in this situation that Ji Bohui finally made up his mind after thinking for several months. He wanted to die for his advice. In his guess, the emperor was the founding emperor, wise and powerful. Naturally, he was unwilling to watch the country he had conquered with his own hands destroyed. He was the imperial censor appointed by the emperor himself, and he had the responsibility to supervise all officials and advise the emperor. If he didn't wake up the emperor at this time, who would? So suddenly one day, he persuaded the emperor to abdicate or choose a prince to be the crown prince so that he could stabilize the hearts of all officials, make the country strong, and deter the rebellious hearts of foreign tribes on the border. Unfortunately, he miscalculated the emperor's thoughts. After seeing him hit the pillar, the emperor was furious. After Lord Ji was rescued, he immediately ordered the 9 clans of the Ji family to be executed. Lord Ji felt a mixture of emotions. After crying and laughing crazily in the hall, he knelt down and recounted the past affection between the monarch and his subjects. He was willing to bear everything alone, just asking the emperor to let his clansmen go. After that, he drew the guard's sword and committed suicide. Although he died, the emperor's anger was hard to dissipate. If this death were to be spread out, wouldn't he be infamous? The only puzzling thing is that all criminals exiled in this dynasty must be tattooed. According to different crimes, different words are engraved on the faces of exiled criminals. But the Ji family did not suffer this insult. Ji Changjing was very glad that she did not have this punishment. If she really met someone who engraved words on her face, I am afraid whoever started first would die first. Fortunately, such an irreversible thing did not happen. After all, she did not want to be a fugitive or a refugee. She also did not want to implicate her family. Today, Ji Changjing walked along the roadside as usual. If she saw any edible wild vegetables on the roadside, she would dig some out. She would take the ones in the space when she ran out of food. After all, it was heard that Liangzhou was bitterly cold all year round, and the further you go there, the colder it gets. There would be nothing to eat on the roadside by then. Today, she was lucky enough to see a patch of black fungus growing on the roadside. Ji Changjing had some surprise on her face. Black fungus, scientifically known as Alpinia officinalis. It is an annual, herbaceous, twining vine. Its stems and leaves are rich in various vitamins and can be stir-fried, mixed with cold vegetables, or cooked into soup. The important thing is that it can clear away heat and detoxify. To be honest, I have been eating dry food almost all the time during the days of exile. In order to hurry on, I can only eat a little bit at night when I have enough time. After a few days, everyone successfully became constipated. It makes me want to cry when I talk about it, and she is the same. Seeing the black fungus at this moment, her eyes glowed green, and she rushed over directly, pinching only the tender tip on the top. 2 Yamen runners glanced at it and turned their heads away as if nothing had happened. In the past few days, Ji Fengshou sent a portion of wild vegetables picked by Ji Changjing every evening. After a few days, although the group of officials still had no human touch, they became familiar with Ji Fengshou. They also knew that Ji Fengshou's wife and daughter were both very strong, but they had problems with their brains. Not only could they not reason with reason, but they might also fight back when they were violent, and 3 or 5 people could not beat them. This news was naturally leaked by Ji Fengshou intentionally or unintentionally. After the officials observed Zhou and Ji Changjing's performance for 2 days, they believed it. After all, these officials had never seen a woman carrying a bag and walking in front, and sometimes carrying a person, without changing her face or breathing all day. So now when they saw Ji changing running around and playing on the road, they just pretended not to see it. Anyway, no matter what it was, they would definitely have a share, and this silly girl would not get lost, so they simply turned a blind eye to it. But other people didn't get such a good treatment. Someone saw Ji changing running to pick things before and thought that the officials agreed, so they followed to pick things. As a result, she was whipped by the yamen runners and cried for her parents. The person shouted in dissatisfaction, "Why don't you whip her?" The official who whipped her again. "She is a fool, and you too?" In this way, in addition to Ji Changjing's privileges, her mental problems also became famous in the entire exile team. Seeing that the team was a little far away, Ji Changjing put the unpicked wood ear vegetables into the space. It would be a pity to let go of such a good thing. Looking at the bare ground, she jumped up and down with satisfaction and handed the vegetables to Hushur like offering a treasure. Bad luck today. Until the sun disappeared, their team still couldn't find a small river to rest. Many people couldn't see well at night, and the whole team began to stumble. Zhang Ziwei had no choice but to order everyone to rest after seeing an open space. As soon as he finished giving the order, Sun Fan came over surrounded by a group of yamen runners. "Don't give out the dry food to these lowly people tonight. If you don't give it out, they won't have the energy to travel tomorrow. And I can't afford to delay the journey." Sun Fan's face was full of ferocity. "If I say no, then no. I haven't made any money in the past few days. Don't think that I'm afraid of you because I listen to you these days. If you dare to delay my fortune, I'll make you pay for it." Zhang Ziwei's expression did not change after hearing this. He had expected this scene. If this man hadn't had diarrhea a few days ago, he probably wouldn't have been so quiet. Now, he just started looking for trouble. But what Sun Fan said was also a good thing for him. "Okay, since you said so, I'll give you face, but you can't take all the money. Otherwise, I'm not easy to mess with." Zhang Ziwei's eyes flashed with cold light, and his hand touched the handle of the knife on his waist. Who doesn't do this job to make money? If Sun Fan dared to cut off his livelihood, he wouldn't mind killing him.
Sun Fan's face changed.
He was not a novice, so he naturally understood. Although those yamen runners were surrounding him now, if he didn't get anything on this trip, I'm afraid that these people would be the first to attack him. "Okay, no problem. We are all brothers, so I won't eat alone," Sun Fan said with a fake smile. Zhang Ziwei glanced at him and walked away without saying anything. The exiles waited for a long time, but the officials didn't start to distribute dry food. Zhang Ziwei stood in place and beat the gongs and drums. "Listen to me. We don't have enough food, so there is no dry food today. We can't eat until we get to the next county government. You have to figure out a way to deal with it in the next few days." As soon as the voice fell, a group of people exploded. They couldn't replenish water during the rest tonight, but now they didn't even have dry food. They didn't even have a chance to drink water because they were hungry. From now on, it's still the same as before. One person from each family goes out to find food. If someone is missing in the roll call at night, you know the consequences. After Zhang Ziwei gave the order, a group of yamen runners stared at them closely. "Sir, we can't go on the road tomorrow without water and food." "That's right. We rely on this little bit of dry food to survive all day. Look at me now. I don't have much meat on my body."
Sir.
A group of people surrounded the yamen runners and expressed their reluctance. The surrounded yamen runners were not angry and said loudly, "These things made by our cooks, whoever needs them can buy some. These people are now the gods of wealth. Don't whip for a small matter." Hearing this, the crowd suddenly fell silent. The yamen runners sneered, "Those who don't need it, disperse, don't get in the way here. Otherwise the whip won't have eyes." Ji Changjing volunteered to find something at home when Zhang Ziwei said there was no dry food today. Because of her performance in the past few days, the family had no objection. She carried her small bag and went straight into the woods. Fruits and vegetables cannot be less every day, so she took some green vegetables and wild grapes and put them in the bag. Not far from her, Ji Wolin met a sow with 3 little wild boars foraging outside. Originally, The wild boar couldn't see her through the bushes, but it was the first time in her life that Ji Wolin saw such an ugly wild boar so close to her, and she couldn't help but scream. The sow was frightened and rushed towards Ji Wolin. Ji Changjing didn't hesitate for a second and ran in that direction. Isn't this a meal delivered to the door? On the way, she didn't forget to take out a knife from the space. When she ran over, Ji Qingyu, on the other side, was also coming in this direction. Ji Wolin saw the wild boar running towards her, and she ran away from the wild boar in panic. However, she was exhausted, and after running a short distance in one breath, she was still caught up by the sow. The wild boar lowered its head slightly, dived, and Ji Wolin's body was directly pushed away. Seeing that she was about to hit the thick tree next to her, she would lose half her life if she didn't die. Her screams became more and more shrill. Ah! Ji Changjing ran fast, and when he rushed over, he just saw Ji Wolin flying towards her. He subconsciously reached out to catch her, followed the force, and turned around to relieve the force before putting her down. Ji Wolin was still in shock, and her legs went weak as soon as she was put on the ground. Ji Changjing saw the wild boar following her again, and was excited. He rushed up with a knife. "Be careful!" Ji Qingyu rushed over and saw her rushing towards the wild boar. His face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but remind her. It turned out to be 4 wild boars. Although 3 of them don't look big, they are not something that ordinary people can deal with together. He looked at Ji Wolin, who was slumped on the ground, and roared, "Are you blind? Hurry back and call for help." After that, he looked around and saw a branch lying on the ground. He held it in his palm without thinking. Seeing Ji Wolin still in a daze, he wanted to hit her to death with a stick.
Wolin.
"She just saved you, and you just watched like that? Go back and call for help. Are you deaf?" Ji Wolin woke up as if from a dream and stumbled outside. Ji Changjing ignored the 2 people behind her and was concentrating on dealing with the wild boar. When she could do it herself, she usually didn't use her supernatural powers. This wild boar might be protecting its cubs, and it fought particularly hard when it saw Ji Changjing rushing up. The wild boar had thick skin, and although Ji Changjing's first knife pierced into it, the wild boar did not fall down. Stimulated, it attacked Ji Changjing like crazy, and the 3 little wild boars next to it heard the wild boar's cry, lowered their heads, and rushed towards Ji Changjing. Ji Qingyu's whole family is made up of scholars. Only the academy he once attended taught students some superficial boxing and kicking skills. Seeing the 3 little ones attacking, he picked up a stick and stepped forward to hit the 3 little pigs. The 3 little pigs were blocked many times and could no longer find Ji Changjing's position. Without any worries, Ji Changjing used all his strength. Looking at the wild boar rushing over again, he squatted into a horse stance, held the knife in both hands, and chopped it hard. A huge pig head was split in half from the middle. Ji Qingyu's pupils dilated, and he was shocked. The remaining 3 little pigs were easier to deal with. When the officials arrived, they saw Ji Changjing holding a bloody knife in his hand and slashing the neck of the last little pig. There was also a big wild boar corpse lying next to it, and its head was broken into 2 halves. The officials who saw it all felt a chill in their necks. They had a clearer understanding of Ji Changjing's strength. It seems that what Ji Fengshuo said is right. This girl is indeed very strong. This pig. Zhang Ziwei looked at Ji Qingyu, wanting him to explain. "My lord, this pig was taken care of by this girl, and I just helped a little on the side." Ji Qingyu glanced at Ji Changjing and said frankly. A group of officials looked at Ji Changjing. Now that they came to their senses, they were very greedy. It is not so easy to get something to eat in this wilderness, and they were all tempted by the ready-made food in front of them. Ji Changjing glanced around and saw the desire in their eyes. At that time, he looked excited. "My father said that if we find anything to eat, we must give it to the uncles first. This big one should be given to the uncles. My father will definitely praise me." These Yamen runners were not very old, but when they heard Ji Changjing calling him uncle, they thought that Ji Fengshuo was quite good at educating children. Hearing this, he showed a sincere smile. "Okay, we have a good relationship with your father. Give us the big one. You can keep the small one, and uncle will help you carry it away." Zhang Ziwei was so satisfied with Ji Fengshuo at this moment. This person is good to deal with. He is sensible, and it is worth it that they have taken care of their family in the past few days. After getting the pig, a group of Yamen runners did not ask where Ji Changjing's knife came from. Anyway, they got real benefits. When a group of people carried the things back, they received the attention of the whole team. Zhang Ziwei was not polite and directly accepted the big pig. He asked someone to carry the small one to Ji Changjing and others, and asked someone to unload a bucket of water from their car to her family. Ji Changjing took a piglet herself and went to Ji Qingyu. Here you go. Thank you for your help just now. Ji Changjing is not a stingy person. Of course, he should thank those who should be thanked. What's more, the current weather does not allow the meat to be kept for too long, and it will be a waste if it is not eaten. Ji Qinyan raised his eyebrows. Son, take it. Dad wants to eat it. Ji Qingyu's mother Lu thought that her family had not eaten meat for a long time, so she gritted her teeth and took it shamelessly. Thank you, girl. What's your name?
Yihangink.
Lu paused. Isn't this the girl who is said to be strong and has some problems with her brain? Ji Qingyu saw the actions of his family and also said, Thank you. Don't worry, it's my duty. The movement here was seen by many people. Ji Liyuan saw Ji Changjing holding a pig and giving it to Ji Qinyan and others, and his mouth kept secreting saliva. Ji Ruofeng in Lin's arms kept pulling her mother's hand. I want to eat too. I want to eat too.
Mom, I want to eat meat.
Lin felt sorry for her son and couldn't help but look at Ji Ruolin on the side and complained. Didn't you find the wild boar first? Why don't you have a share? Yes, Linner, you risked your life to find this wild boar, so our family should have a share. Why should it be given to outsiders? Ji Ruolin swallowed her saliva and felt that it made some sense. So she raised her foot and walked towards Ji Changjing.
Hey.
I found the wild boar. Why do you share it? Give it to me. Ji Ruolin stretched out her hand with a righteous look. Ji Changjing doubted her ears. I saved you. Why didn't you say it? I also called someone to save you. We are even. What kind of logic is this? No matter who was in front of her at that time, she would lend a hand, which was her kindness. Ji Ruolin was shocked and angry. Why did you slap me? Do you know who I am? My father can kill your whole family with just one finger.
Pa.
Ji Changjing raised his hand and slapped her. You haven't woken up yet. Do you know where this place is and what we do? If you keep asking for trouble, believe it or not, I will slap you and knock out a few big teeth so that you can experience the life of old age in advance and avoid decades of deeders. Although she had restrained her strength, Ji Ruolin's face was still visibly swollen. The 5 slap marks on it were particularly obvious. Ji Qingyu's family looked at Ji Ruolin with disgust. I really want to scrape off the skin of your whole family to see if it can be used to build a city wall. I never thought that people could be so shameless. Ji Qinyan had no consciousness of caring for the younger generation and spoke to Ji Ruolin as harshly as ever. In his heart, these people were no longer relatives since the day his father fell. Ji Ruolin's eyes were full of tears due to grievance. She looked at him in disbelief. I am your niece. You are helping outsiders instead of me now? Outsiders are grateful for the help from Grandpa. You poor relatives have lived a good life for decades, relying on my grandpa. Not only did you not help when something happened, but you also added insult to injury, ruining Grandpa's reputation and insulting Grandpa everywhere in Beijing. It's better to raise a dog than you. Ji Qingyu was smiling, but the coldness in his eyes was about to become real. The sound of the conversation here attracted people again. Ji Changjing was too lazy to listen. Anyway, it was nothing more than those people in Beijing who were making a fuss. She was not interested in standing here and watching them spit at each other. Seeing that she was about to leave, Ji Ruolin stretched out her hand to stop her. Don't even think about leaving. Ji Liyuan saw the slap mark on Ji Ruolin's face and immediately became angry. You witch. How dare you hit my daughter? If I don't beat you to death today, I will think that I have been in vain for so many years. After that, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat her. Ji Changjing punched Ji Liyuan in the face. He took a few steps back and was caught by the person behind him. Ji Liyuan didn't even have a chance to attack, and the punch made his head dizzy. The bloody taste in his mouth made him spit, and blood mixed with a few big teeth was spit out. The teeth fell out. A group of people exclaimed. Ji Changing reached out and grabbed Ji Wolin, ready to throw her out. Since this person doesn't need her to save, then she will let her do whatever she wants. The people around were all shocked by her fierceness and took a few steps back. The people who were surrounding here dispersed a little. Zhou pushed the people around her and rushed in regardless. Girl, let me do it. Ji Wolin was frightened and screamed, Let me go. Let me go. Zhou grabbed Ji Wolin's collar, shook her arm back gently, and Ji Wolin flew out directly. Help! Ji Wolin's shrill voice rang out.
Linnea.
Lin's terrified screams appeared together. The onlookers all gasped. They had never seen such a scary mother and daughter. The crowd immediately evacuated. Ji Wolin fell heavily to the ground without anyone to catch her. She was unconscious in an instant. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you going to rebel? The noise here quickly attracted the officials who were processing pork to come over. Sir, it's these mother and daughter who are making trouble.
Kill them.
Ji Ruofeng suddenly spoke up, pointing at Ji Changing and Zhou and complaining. The official took a look at Ji Changing and recognized that she was the one who had just given them a wild boar. Without thinking, he whipped out the whip and hit Ji Ruofeng. Did I ask you to speak? Lin didn't expect her son to be whipped suddenly, and she was furious. He immediately forgot that the wounds on his body from being whipped a few days ago had not yet healed. Why are you hitting people randomly? My son is not wrong. It was this mother and daughter who caused this. Why don't you go to them? The officers simply stopped explaining and just whipped them with the whip. The people around understood it immediately. This is clearly showing favoritism. After a few whips, the officials saw that everyone around him had become obedient. He snorted, There will be meat tonight. If anyone wants to eat, come and buy it quickly. It will be too late. As a result, several people around him hesitated and asked the price. This made the official's face turn from gloomy to bright. The people of Lianhua village hugged Ji Changing and Zhou and walked back. A few days ago, I thought Aing was fine, but she became as fierce as Zhou. I don't know if this is good or bad. Not bad. I was really scared when they picked her up just now. Didn't you see Zhou? She was thrown out. Well, they deserved it. A group of people went to their own positions in a lively manner, but they dispersed consciously when they arrived. The main reason was that Ji Changing's family had good food, and there was pork to eat today, so they didn't dare to get close. Just smelling the smell was a bit unbearable. And her family actually carried the bones of their elders around. The people of Lianhua village rubbed their arms and didn't dare to get close when they thought of it. The family checked that Ji Changing was not injured and told her not to act rashly next time. After seeing her nod, they stopped nagging her. It's impossible to control her. In the past, she listened to Ji Changchuan the most, but now even his words don't work. Sister, tell me in advance if you want to do anything in the future, and I'll help you. Ji Changchuan pondered for 2 days and decided to change direction in the future. Since I can't control her, then forget it. It's okay to help, right? Ji Changing looked at Ji Changchuan's face full of determination and couldn't help but think it was so cute. She reached out and pinched his thin little face and rubbed it randomly. Ji Changchuan broke down in a second and screamed in anger. Although the family was physically exhausted, they were all full of hope for the future. After processing the pork with the water given by the Yamen runners, Ji Fengshou found the clan leader with bones that still had a lot of meat. Clan leader, our conditions were limited before. Now that we have bones, please make soup for everyone and drink it to warm our bodies at night. The clan leader looked at the bones that Ji Fengshou was holding. This is not a bone, there is still a lot of meat on it. The clan leader was moved. I accept your kindness on behalf of everyone. We have been friends for decades. Don't be so polite. Ing picked a lot of wild vegetables during the day. I will send some over later. It will be delicious in the soup. After returning, Ji Fengshou took the black fungus to the clan leader and Zhang Ziwei respectively. The conditions are limited, and there is no dry food today, who rolled out noodles to make braised noodles with shredded pork. The beans were provided by Ji Changjing. There were a lot of ripe beans in the space, which was a pity to leave them, so she took out a lot of them and said that she saw them on the road. No matter whether the family members believe it or not, no one asked much anyway. The family has long been accustomed to it. They squatted on the ground with their bowls in their hands and swung their chopsticks to make residual shadows. Don't say it. After being processed by who, this little wild boar basically didn't have any fishy smell, and the meat didn't get stuck in the teeth like a big pig, and it tasted quite fragrant. Only the people in the nearby Lotus Village felt creepy when they saw it. No matter how many days they watched, they really couldn't get used to it. Zhou actually dug up her parents-in-law and took them with her. This is simply horrifying. The key is that this woman would bring a bowl of rice every night and put 3 branches in the rice, making it look quite real. When the meal was almost over, Zhou pulled out the 3 branches and threw them away and ate the rice in her hands with relish. After the meal, Hu cooked black fungus soup in a pot, and after drinking it, she felt comfortable from head to toe. Today, the whole area is filled with the smell of meat, so the Ji family's rice is not so attractive. After being hungry for a day, many people still couldn't stand the smell of rice and couldn't help but find the officials to buy food. Sun Fan stood next to the big pot, and a few lackeys asked him to sit. He stood next to the big pot and shouted, "1 tael of silver for a bowl."
What?
1 tael of silver? Why don't you rob? Many people were shocked when they heard the price. Whether life is more important or money is more important, think about it yourself. The official was very calm when he heard this. He grabbed the cook's big spoon and stirred the dishes in the pot to make the aroma spread further. The hungry people almost drooled at the smell. "Sir, we really don't have so much money, can you give us a discount?" "No, see? It's all meat. It's wild boar meat, you know? This pig took a lot of effort for our grandfathers to get." The official specially scooped up a spoonful of meat dishes for everyone to see. Someone who came to buy vegetables finally couldn't stand it. I want a bowl. Give it to me quickly." As he said that, he took out a tael of silver from his arms and handed it over. Sun Fan glanced at the man and smiled. "Give this person a bowl and 2 steamed buns." Sun Fan pointed at the man and asked the yamen runner to fill him with a bowl of meat dishes and handed him the steamed buns. Seeing that someone had started this, the people behind him didn't hesitate for long. They all started to pay for vegetables and steamed buns. But I didn't expect that except for the first person who got a bowl full of meat. When it came to them, it was all vegetable soup and leaves. The second buyer had a very ugly expression, but he still smiled and asked, "Sir, is there a mistake? Why is my bowl full of vegetable soup and leaves?"
The meat is
a little less? The yamen runner, who heard this, had a blank expression. "The steamed buns are given to you for free. What else do you want? If you don't want to eat, put it down." Seeing their unfriendly expressions, the faces of the people who paid changed, but they still took the things they bought and left. Seeing this, the people behind did not dare to say a word, and they did not dare to ask for money back no matter how much they regretted in their hearts. Sun Fan secretly memorized the appearance of these people. These are all rich people. At night, Ji Changjing fell asleep as usual, smelling the fresh air and listening to the rustling sounds nearby. In the middle of the night, she suddenly woke up with a start, her heart pounding. Her intuition made her release her supernatural power to observe the surroundings. After seeing the situation nearby, her face changed suddenly. 2 miles away from them, a group of men in black were chasing a carriage. The driver was an old man. Half of his body was covered in blood. He had a solemn look in his eyes and whipped the horses in front of him again and again with a whip, chattering away. There was a young man covered in blood lying in the carriage, and Ji Changjing couldn't see his appearance clearly. But the direction this carriage was heading was exactly where they were. Ji Changjing found it hard to imagine that while the carriage was running at full speed, the group of men in black were chasing it like ghosts, shooting arrows at it from time to time. Could it be that there really are martial arts masters in this world? But now is not the time to think about these things. If we don't find a solution, the carriage will rush here. Judging from the skills of those men in black, the more than 200 people here may not be enough for them to cut vegetables. Compared with that group of people, the skills of these yamen runners are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ji Changjing quietly got up and ran towards there. Looking at the arrow that almost hit him, Huang Lao made a bitter face. "My dear brothers, what deep hatred do we have that can't we sit down and have a good talk? You are so young, but you are already shouting for war and killing. How can you get a wife with such a strong temper? Besides, who would stay up all night and run for their lives at my age? You guys better be quiet. As long as you let me go, I will forgive what happened in the past 2 days. How about it?" After hearing his words, the group of men in black sped up their pace, and one of the leaders gathered his strength and jumped onto the roof of the car. The roof of the car was cut off with one sword. The people inside the carriage were completely exposed. Mr. Huang was extremely anxious. "Hey, you're getting more and more excited the more you talk, right?" When he was about to abandon his horse and turn around, the man in black holding the sword suddenly tilted his neck, fell to the side, and hit the people in the car directly. The boy groaned after being hit and opened his eyes. Ji Changjing had already arrived by this time. There were 5 men in black, and even though she had just dealt with one, there were still 4 left. When Mr. Huang saw Ji Changjing suddenly jumping out, his eyes almost popped out. "There are people in this remote place in the middle of the night with no lights on?" She was a girl who looked quite young. "Oh my God. I am so unlucky." Huang Lao muttered anxiously and reached out to pull her. "It's your bad luck.
Come up quickly."
Ji Changjing reached out and took Mr. Huang's hand and got into the car directly. She didn't expect it to be so smooth. After getting in the car, she ran straight into the car, pulled the man in black away, grabbed the boy, and threatened the old man outside. "Change direction. Otherwise, I'll throw him out." Huang Lao took a moment to glance behind him and was so angry that he almost died. "How can you be so cruel, little girl? If I hadn't helped you just now, you would have seen the King of Hades long ago. I don't know whether he will see the King of Hades or not, but if you don't change direction now, he will see the King of Hades immediately." Huang's chest heaved with anger. Then he jumped onto the horse's back and pulled the reins hard. The horses had immediately changed direction, and the carriage behind him swung its tail. The 2 of them crashed into the wall of the car at the same time. This old man did it on purpose. Ji Changjing gritted his teeth. The man in black outside saw this and thought it was a good opportunity. The 4 men raised the crossbows on their arms together. 2 of them aimed at Mr. Huang, and the other 2 aimed at the carriage. 4 crossbow arrows were fired at the same time, and Huang Lao rode his horse and galloped without even having time to look behind him. Ji Changjing's breathing stopped when she saw his appearance. The boy's white clothes were covered with dirt and blood, and had long since become mottled. There was an abnormal blush on the overly delicate face, and the breath was weak. However, there was a hideous wound on the right side of his cheek, and blood was slowly flowing down. His head was slightly drooped, which added a bit of decadent beauty to his face. His sparkling eyes were looking deeply at Ji Changjing. "Let go." "Shah, the voice is so nice." Ji Changjing showed an innocent smile and let go of her hand. "Sorry, I had to use you in a hurry." After she let go of the boy, he didn't want to argue with her. He slowly rearranged his clothes and reached out to pick up the sword of the man in black in the carriage. "Mr. Huang, stop." The boy's voice sounded faintly. When Mr. Huang heard his voice, he immediately became furious. "What are you doing? Why don't you stay in the carriage and come out to die? There must be an end." After saying that, he flew out of the carriage. Ji Changjing looked at him in shock.
People can really fly.
Seeing the flying forward, 2 of the men in black decisively put away the crossbows on their arms and rushed up with swords. The remaining 2 came towards Ji Changjing and Mr. Huang. Old Huang cursed. "I have worked so hard to treat you these few days, but it's all in vain. If I didn't owe your mother a favor, I really want to quit." Ji Changjing didn't expect that this group of men in black would not let her go. Looking at the man in black stabbing with a sword, Ji Changjing's eyes became fierce, and her mental power directly broke his hand. She quickly stepped forward, and before he could react, She grabbed the man in black by the collar and swung him to the ground. Let me teach you a lesson. You don't want to be a good person, but you want to be a pig. The man in black didn't figure out why his wrist was broken out of thin air, and his head was buzzing. Old Huang dodged around in embarrassment, and his eyes lit up when he saw the situation here. This girl is really good. Hurry up. Save me. Old Huang rolled on the ground and didn't forget to shout at Ji Changjing. Hearing the old man's cry for help, Ji Changjing stopped beating him to vent her anger. She stretched out her hand and broke the black-clothed man's neck, then threw his body over. Black egg.
Take it.
The black-clothed man who was attacking Huang Lao did not react for a while, and only reacted when he saw his companion's body flying towards him. He kicked his companion's body away, and the masseter muscles on his face could not help but twitch twice. He looked very angry. Huang Lao was stunned. This.
Bull.
A grown man was just swung away by a little girl? Ji Changjing raised the hatred value, and the black-clothed man flew towards her with a sword. She ran and cursed. We have no grudges in recent days and no grudges in the past. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Why are you chasing me? Go chase that old man. She had no internal strength, and the black-clothed man quickly rushed in front of her. Ji Changjing turned her back to her as if she didn't see the long sword stabbing out. Even Huang Lao couldn't help but exclaimed, "Watch out behind you." Huang Lao was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Ji Changjing turned his head and looked at Huang Lao in surprise. Is this man crazy? Huang Lao stood there at a loss. Maybe? Ji Changjing looked at the three people on the other side. Their moves were so fast that they were dazzling. It felt unreal, like watching a movie. However, it was clear from his mental power that the young man was at the end of his strength. Although he was trying his best to control his body, his hands could still be seen shaking weakly. The black-clad man on the opposite side also saw that he was exhausted and was shocked. "Sir, I will definitely give you a quick death. I hope you will be reborn in a good life in your next life." The young man pointed his sword at the two people. "It's not that easy to kill me." The three of them attacked together as if they had agreed. "Xie boy." Huang Lao came back to his senses and saw this scene, and shouted in shock. Xie Ziheng was stabbed in the arm by the black-clad man's sword, and blood immediately flowed. His eyes sank, and his moves began to open and close, completely giving up defense. Even if he died, he had to kill these two people. Seeing the long swords of the two black-clad men heading for his vitals, Ji Changjing sighed lightly and broke the wrists of the two men. Xie Ziheng took the opportunity to sweep his long sword, and the two black-clad men fell slowly, with their eyes wide open. They didn't understand what was going on until they died. Seeing the last black-clad man fall, Xie Ziheng also indulged himself in the darkness. Huang Lao ran over and immediately put his hand on Xie Ziheng's wrist. "I will live 20 years, less if I stay with you for 2 days. Sooner or later, you will lose your life." After cursing, he wanted to lift Xie Ziheng up, but he failed to lift him up, and he sat on the ground. When he raised his eyes, what did he see? The girl with strange whereabouts and strong bull strength was turning over a corpse. What kind of hobby is this?
Hey.
Little girl, do you know how to respect the elderly and love the young? Come and help me, an old man. Ji Changjing completely overdrew her supernatural power this time. Although her limbs are now weak, she still supports her body and gropes around the black-clothed man in the mind that she can't come here in vain and can't do it in vain. Hey, these black eggs are really good. They searched a few people and actually collected 1,002 silver. Ji Changjing felt comfortable instantly. What are you doing? Huang Lao saw that Ji Changjing ignored him and just kept her head down to work, so he couldn't help but come over. Ji Changjing cautiously stuffed the banknote into her arms. "It's not for you." Huang Lao saw a corner of the banknote and looked at her in shock. "You searched the corpse for a long time just for money." Ji Changjing rolled her eyes. "What else? Could it be that I think they are good-looking and I have to touch them even if they die?" Ji Changjing curled her lips. It was obvious that this old man didn't know the sufferings of the world. "Don't you want to help? Hurry up, I still have things to do." Ji Changjing was too lazy to answer him, and walked towards Xie Siheng after she finished speaking. The two of them worked together to lift the person back to the carriage. Ji Changjing clapped her hands. Okay, I'm leaving. Huang Lao yelled behind him. Hey, are you leaving now? Ji Changjing paused, turned around and walked back. Old Huang's face lit up with joy. That's right. Where are you going to rest? I'll take this kid there for one night. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you. No deal. It was obvious that the two were in trouble. No matter how beautiful they were, they couldn't let their lives be wasted. Ji Changjing came back only because there were still 5 swords that she hadn't taken away. She picked up the sword on the ground, held it, and left without looking back. Old Huang looked at her leaving back, stroking his beard and muttering to himself, "This girl's skills are weird and unpredictable. She's really not simple. I just don't know what happened to her family, and I don't know if it's too late." Then he looked at Xie Siheng in the carriage and cursed, "I was a butcher in my last life, and I'm her coachman in this life." Ji Changjing felt that the old man couldn't see her anymore, so she quickly put all the swords into the space. Then she quickened her pace and ran back to the resting place in one breath. When she went back, her steps were already weak. Her supernatural power overdrafted not only her mental strength, but also her physical strength. She fell asleep immediately after lying down, and was still not awake until dawn when they were ready to set off. Zhou squatted beside her and poked her face. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, she thought for a moment and said to Ji Fengshou, "I must be exhausted. I will carry her today, and you take the things." After that, she threw the huge bag on her body directly to Ji Fengshou, and he fell to the ground. The family.
Wife.
Come and help me. It's too heavy. Ji Fengshou struggled to let Zhou pull him, not feeling embarrassed at all. Ji Fengyi couldn't stand it anymore, frowned, and reached out to pick up the bag on the ground. Once, twice, both hands used force. His face turned red, but the bag didn't move at all. Ji Fengyi looked at the bundle on the ground with a stiff face. What are all the things in it? Whose face was full of worry. All the pots, pans, utensils, food and drink, some beddings and clothes of our whole family. All our wealth is here. Normally, we can't carry it, let alone we have to hurry. Zhou came over and easily picked it up and put it aside, looking at Ji Fengshou with a frown. Her father, you can't do it. Ji Fengshou stood up from the ground swiftly, grinning, and said, "Don't you know whether I can do it or not?" Ji Fengyi's face was dark, whose face was a little unnatural, and she turned her head away awkwardly. Several little ones also looked up at the sky and were too embarrassed to look over. Zhou snorted. "What should we do now? Do we have to wake up Aang?" She was a little hesitant. Aang looked really tired.
No.
"Sister is very tired. Let's divide the things in it and carry some of them, and mother can carry sister." Ji Changchuan turned his head and refused immediately after hearing this. "How about this, madam? Why don't you carry Aang on your back and let Aang carry the bag? Then we'll be all done, won't we?" Ji Fengshou said seriously. Zhou was confused all of a sudden, and when she heard that everything was solved, she agreed immediately. "Okay." Who looked at Ji Fengshou like this, took a breath and said, "You are really a dear husband. I trust your strength." Ji Fengshou patted his chest and replied confidently. Zhou first carried Ji Changjing on her back, and then had someone tie the luggage to Ji Changjing's body and carried her on her back, without feeling anything wrong. After the family confirmed that there was really no problem with Zhou's journey like this, several cousins carried the remains of grandparents and Ji Changjing's small bag on their backs and set off. Along the way, this family was simply a wonder in the entire team, who was not idle along the way either. She cooked the beans that she couldn't finish eating last night and then dried them overnight. She strung them into a circle with a thread and tied them around her waist to continue drying on the road, intending to dry them into dry beans. Not only she had this look, but everyone in the family, except Ji Changjing and Zhou, had the same look. A circle of beans hung around her waist, shaking with every step she took. Who had always been a pragmatist, and as long as she could achieve her goal, she would never think about anything else. Ji Fengyi looked calm, But in fact, his walking posture had become much stiffer as he walked with his hands and feet together. The little ones were very proud of themselves. Their faces turned red all the way, and they wanted to cover their faces with their sleeves. While sleeping, Ji Changing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her, very heavy. I had to open my eyes, and this is what I saw. Suddenly, "Mom, aren't you tired? What's tiring about this? How much do you weigh? It's not even as heavy as the bag I carry." "I'm not tired." Ji Changing was silent for 2 seconds again. "I carry the burden and you carry me, which means you carry the burden and me." Zhou couldn't help but repeat as she pondered. "I carry Aing on my back, and Aing carries the bag, which means I carry Aing and the bag." After she finished speaking, she seemed to have realized what was happening. She angrily put Ji Changing down and walked towards Ji Fengshou with her sleeves rolled up. Ji Fengshou felt something was not right when he saw Zhou's appearance, so he rushed to the front of the team and started chatting with the Yamen runners, who quickly grabbed Zhou and said, "Sister-in-law, bear with it for now. I'll help you beat up your brother-in-law tonight." Ji Changing kept shaking his head as he watched. It was obvious that his cheap father was a repeat offender and was quite experienced. After who comforted Zhou, she came over and put the bag on her shoulders. "I will beat your father tonight no matter what." Ji Changing couldn't respond to this, so she went to ask her brother for the bag. Ji Mingxue bared his teeth and said, "Aang, my brother is pointing all his fingers at you. Compared to you, I am nothing but a piece of trash." The 3 brothers had to take turns carrying the 2 bags, but Aing was still jumping around carrying them all by herself. Ji Mingxian couldn't help but sigh. "I used to focus on studying, but now I realize how useless my body is. The 3 of us should carry some things starting tomorrow. We can't just rely on Aunt and Aing, 2 weak women, to do the hard work." Ji Mingho asked a soul-searching question. "Weak woman?" The 3 brothers fell into silence. Seeing the happy family here, Lin, who was carrying Ji Wolin on her back, gritted her teeth in anger. How dare you and your daughter be beaten like this? I will make them pay for it after we rest. I don't want money, I want food."
They have food at home.
Ji Ruofeng walked to the side and couldn't help swallowing his saliva thinking about the meat from last night. "We want it all." Ji Liyuan looked at the place greedily. "But those 2 women are so strong. What if they don't give it to us?" Ji Ruofeng asked worriedly, because he was worried that he would not be able to get food. Ji Liyuan and Lin only then realized that the other party alone was capable of pinning their family of 4 to the ground, not to mention that the other party had the favor of the official. Ji Liyuan's eyes darkened and he glanced in the direction of Ji Chinyan. Seeing that the family's complexion had improved a lot in just one night, his eyes became even gloomier. If he were not from this family, he would still be a 7th-rank official in the capital, with no worries about food and drink at home, and a carefree life. It wouldn't have ended up like this. Thinking of this, he looked at the other people in the team who were also dissatisfied with Ji Buhui and quietly approached them. When it was almost lunchtime, the Yamen runners asked the team to stop and rest. As usual, they did not give out any dry rations. It was not until this time that some people who had been hoping for the best and thought the officers were just trying to scare them finally accepted the reality in despair. The officials really stopped giving them dry food. "We'll talk about it in the evening. Today, those who have food at home can eat it first. If you have extra, help those in need first." The clan leader was upset, waved his hand and gave instructions, and then ignored it. "The daytime is too short. It is better to find a way to eat." Hearing the clan leader say this, everyone hung their heads and picked up their own things. Now the food has just started to run out. No matter how much the village is confiscated, it is better than in Beijing. What's more, there are relatives to see him off on the road, and they all have some money or food in their hands. Jidae's family knelt on the ground and didn't say a word. Jidae's mother died of dystocia when she gave birth to him, and his grandfather suddenly fell to the ground while working in the fields last year. The family savings were spent, but the person was not saved, and his grandmother cried so much that she went blind. When he was exiled, only the blind grandmother and their father and son were left in the family. The family was so poor that they couldn't even make ends meet, So where did the relatives come from? They were afraid that they would be unable to get rid of them. Ji Fengshou and Ji Chongquan, father and son, walked over slowly with things in their arms. Ji De looked at the two men vigilantly. He did not forget that on the day of the house search, Ji Fengshou went to his house and his ace hurt for 2 days. Ji Chongquan looked at him and snorted coldly. Who wants to trouble you? My sister is very powerful now. One punch can beat you so hard that you don't know which way is which. Ji De stiffened his neck. Why are you showing off? It's not you. Who can fight? Ji Chongquan pouted, quickly took out something wrapped in cloth from his arms and threw it at him. My family asked me to give it to you. He gave it to him and left, neat and tidy. Ji Shirlei watched the two people communicate silently, without saying a word. Ji Fengshou squatted beside him and nudged him with his elbow. Children's affairs are children's affairs, and we adults are adults. If there are difficulties at home, just tell them.
Don't be so polite.
After saying that, he took out something in his arms and handed it over. The child's place is my family. This is what my sister-in-law asked me to give to you. Ji Shirlei took it with shaking hands. As soon as he touched it, he felt that the thing in his hand was food. His mother fumbled on the side. Son, is there someone from the village coming? Ji Shirlei hummed with a nasal tone. Seeing that he had collected the things, Ji Fengshou did not stay. He smiled and said hello to the old lady and left. Ji De was a little confused when he looked at the few pieces of cakes and maltose in his hand. He didn't expect that Ji Changjing's family would actually lend a hand to help them.
Why?
He used to bully Ji Changjing with children from other families in the village. For the first time, a confused look appeared in his eyes. Dad, did I do something wrong before? No one taught him right or wrong, and he always did things according to his heart. For the first time, he was a little at a loss. Ji Shirlei looked at his son like this, and patted his head woodenly. It's all in the past. After a pause, he said, Dad has not been to school, so I can't talk about the truth, but Dad knows that people should not have a bad conscience. From now on, we have to respect your Uncle Fengshou and his family, understand? The old lady showed a toothless smile on the side. Your father is right, Dea. You have to be obedient. The Ji family ate fried flour for lunch. After the flour and sesame seeds are fried, they can be eaten by just washing with water. This is quick and convenient. Originally, Mrs. Hu used pot stickers to make a lot of pancakes last night to prepare for eating during the day. But when she saw the family of 3 huddled in the corner just now, Mrs. Hu couldn't help but let someone take the pancakes away. Eat it for lunch, and I'll find a way to make you some good food to make up for it in the evening. Along the way, Mrs. Hu really tried her best to prepare different kinds of food for her family. Ji Changjing quickly finished his meal and watched the officials selling cakes with smiles on their faces. After night, there were even more people buying pancakes at noon today. Perhaps because they made some money, these officials were no longer in a hurry to get on the road, as if they were being pressured to die. Instead, we gave everyone time to eat and drink and replenish their water before setting off again. Although it is an official road, it is still bumpy, with potholes or piles of rocks from time to time. As they were walking, suddenly someone fell to the ground with a thump.
Dad! Dad!
Several people immediately fell to the ground, shaking the old man on the ground. Save my dad! Someone save my dad! Dad! A group of people were shouting miserably, but no matter how they shook the people on the ground, there was no response. The bailiffs came over quickly, and seeing the scene, they bent down and sniffed as if it was normal, then took out the list and made a mark on it.
Bury it.
This nonchalant tone made everyone who saw it shiver. For a moment, Ji Changjing couldn't tell whether the end of the world was better or the ancient times were better, because they were all places where people were eaten. The life of ordinary people in ancient times was not as good as imagined. First of all, the grain output is not high. If the weather is good and the crops are harvested, one can work hard all year round and have enough food to eat after paying taxes, which is considered good living conditions. The prerequisite for all this is that there are no corrupt officials and harsh policies. However, disasters and man-made calamities have never ceased from ancient times to the present. Whenever there is a slight disturbance, grain production will be reduced, and the whole family will work in vain all year round. Secondly, in ancient times, the hierarchy was strict and human life was worthless. For example, right in front of us, when someone died, these officers didn't even bat an eyelid. To put it in a smaller context, due to the underdeveloped medical technology, a minor cold could result in a high chance of losing one's life. As for the quality of life? Spiritual pursuit? Haha. Eat first before talking about other things. The old man dug a hole and buried it on the spot, right next to the official road. The family members were forced to leave before they even had time to carve a tombstone. The whole family's mournful cries accompanied the entire afternoon. This time, in addition to physical torture, there was also mental torture. At night, we successfully found a place to rest by the river. The people in Lotus Village were all distracted and would glance at the old patriarch from time to time. Let's talk after dinner. I'll talk to Feng Yi and Xiuren first. The patriarch ordered his son to call for help. As two of the few scholars in Lianhua Village, Ji Fengyi and Ji Xiuren both have a certain say. Although I have lost my fame and fortune now, the knowledge and insights engraved in my mind cannot be taken away. Ji Changjing didn't find any vegetables in the afternoon, so she had meat and beans as usual in the evening. Her brothers took turns collecting firewood, water, and stones. Mrs. Hu had quickly set up the pot and was ready to cook. When Ji Changjing saw that there was nothing for her to do, she walked towards the clan leader with steady steps. She was just curious about what they were talking about. But before he could get close, he was blocked by Ji Dea. Ji Changjing looked at Ji Dea, who was picking at the corner of his clothes with his head down. He is 11 years old this year. His family is not well off, and he looks much thinner than other children of the same age. I have been exiled again recently. I look like a walking skeleton, with no flesh on my body. Ji Changjing felt very complicated when she saw him like this. Although the family believed in the Taoist priest's words, Ji Changjing was skeptical. As for whether she was that one soul, she didn't know. I just hope I'll have the chance to meet that Taoist priest and ask him some questions. Now, she didn't know whether the original owner's death was related to Ji Dea's last stone throwing. But looking at the thin and nervous child in front of her, Ji Changjing put down her arms and looked at him seriously. It's all over. Now you should think about how to live well. In front of her, there was only an 11-year-old child. She could not forgive him on behalf of the original person, nor could she do anything for such a child. The clan leader and Ji Fengyi were discussing countermeasures together. It's not peaceful along the way. I don't think these officials will let us go easily. They must get some money from us. Do you two have any ideas? The old clan leader sighed. They were just barely getting by. When faced with this, they couldn't sleep at night. Ji Xiuren's face was solemn. These are not a big deal compared to other things. The further north you go, the colder it gets. I can clearly feel the temperature drop at night these 2 days. Ji Fengyi said, Liangzhou is located on the border, with vast land and sparse population. It is bitterly cold all year round. It must be freezing cold at this time of year. When we get there, it will be the coldest time of the year. With the clothes we are wearing now, I am afraid that most of us will freeze to death before we get there. The patriarch's hands trembled, and he looked at Ji Xiuren for help. Is what Fengyi said true? Ji Xiuren nodded heavily. Not only that, there are Beirong and Jurchen over there, and foreigners often come to rob food and people. It is not stable. Even if we get there safely, it will not be easy to survive. The farthest place other people in the village have ever gone in their lives is the county town, let alone other places. Only scholars are different. Even if they just read books, they know more than others. Didn't you see that during the exile, these people in the village were worried about what to eat and where to sleep at night every day? They never thought about what Liangzhou was like and how to live there. Hearing what the two said, the clan leader gritted his teeth and said, "It would be better to chop off our heads." Clan leader, be careful with your words, Ji Fengyi said in a serious tone. The old clan leader knew that he had spoken out of turn, and he also kept silent. Ji Fengyi said, "Things haven't gotten to the worst yet. No matter how much these officials don't care about human lives, they can't just watch us all die. Now, let's think about how to survive these few days. When we get to the next town, we can replenish some warm clothes with us. Thinking too much is useless and only adds to the trouble. The clan leader cheered up. Yes. Ask everyone what they can do in the evening, and then help each other. With more people, we will definitely be able to survive. Ji Changing squatted beside them and listened to their analysis of the situation. Hearing this, she suddenly said, I know a lot of food, and I can lead people to dig. In fact, the food in the homes of these people in the village is also in her hands. The clan leader was frightened and trembled, covering his chest and looking at her. It's scary. The uncle looked at her helplessly. Don't make trouble. The clan leader is old. What if he is scared by you? Ji Changing looked honest. I think the clan leader is in good health and will live 100 years. The clan leader's brows relaxed a little when he heard this. I dare not think about living 100 years. It's good enough to live to Liangzhou, alas. After that, the few people no longer cared about Ji Changing beside them and continued to discuss how to go in the next few days so that everyone could get to the place as well as possible. Ji Changing listened on the side and felt that this was a group of people with a strong clan concept. Now, they can't protect themselves, and they haven't thought about taking care of their own families. The lives of others have nothing to do with me. They kept discussing until the family came to call for dinner and then dispersed. In the evening, Hu made stir-fried pork with beans and served the dishes to everyone's bowls before eating with pot stickers. After dinner, Ji Fingyi asked Hu, prepare our silver and use it when we get to the next town. Hu was stunned after hearing this. Didn't you hide the silver? Ji Fingyi was shocked. I thought you hid it. The two looked at each other, and their hearts went cold a little bit. Big brother. Second brother. Third brother. Come here. Mrs. Hu roared. The three brothers who were packing up their things trembled together. They hadn't heard their mother's angry voice for many years. Hearing Mrs. Hu's voice, Ji Fingshou's family also came over, not knowing what had happened. Have you three seen our silver? Mrs. Hu looked heavy. Without money to pave the way, their family would never be able to reach Liangzhou. The three brothers looked at each other, and Ji Mingshuan's heart sank. Mom, we don't know where the money is. How can we hide it? The last bit of luck in Mrs. Hu's heart was gone. She fell to the ground with a pale face. Ji Fingshou said, Sister-in-law, do you need money? I have it here. After he said that, he turned his back, fumbled around on his body, and took out a 10 liang silver note. Mrs. Zhou glared. Where did you get the money? Ji Fingshou smiled. Isn't it the day of the house search? I went out for a while to get my wages. Every year when the autumn harvest comes, there are people in the town who open casinos there. He was doing well, looking after the place there, and could earn 1 or 2 taels of silver a month. Before leaving, he hurried over to ask his superiors for his wages. Hearing that his family was exiled, people felt sorry for him and gave him the 10 taels of silver. Ji Fingyi was in a very bad mood now, and he was in no mood to care about where his brother got the 10 taels of silver from. After he told him about the situation in Liangzhou, they all fell silent. Zhou looked at the family members with sad faces, took the bones of her parents-in-law on the ground, reached in and dug out while muttering, Dad and Mom, I want to take the money and use it, so you don't need to help me watch it. The family looked at her with dull faces as she hid the money in the bones of the elders and took out the silver and the silver notes given by her mother's family little by little. Ji Changing also pretended to dig in her small bag and took out the silver notes from her uncle's family and Ji Fingshou's private money. Then she handed it over. The whole family. Ji Fingshou looked at the silver that looked very familiar and couldn't help asking her, Where did you get this money? From my family. I took it when I saw it. Ji Changing said as a matter of course. Ji Fingshou trembled. You didn't take it from under the 3rd brick of the threshold of my and your mother's room? At this moment, Hu's mood flew from the ground to the sky. The feeling of regaining what she had lost made her unable to control herself, and she hugged Ji Changing. You are really my sweetheart. Ing did a great job. Ji Fingyi rarely showed his emotions and laughed for a while. Only Ji Fingshou had a bitter face. The money he saved with great effort. Ing, that money. As soon as Ji Fingshou opened his mouth, Hu let go of Ji Changing and took the money to organize it. Counting the 150 taels from my family, the money given by my brother-in-law, and Ing, All added up, there are less than 300 taels here. If we save money, we can definitely make it to Liangzhou. Holding the money, who was full of energy, and said to the whole family, with confidence. Ji Fengshou swallowed all the words he hadn't finished saying. It looked like the money would never come back. Seeing the money, Ji Fengyi felt relieved. He said something and took the men and his family to the clan leader for a meeting. I don't know if he was stimulated or had to accept the reality. Ji Changjing found that even the group of people in Beijing had become much quieter. When they set out again in the daytime, the people in Lianhua village regained some of their spirits. As usual, it was a day without food, and everyone had to find a way out on their own. But when they set out on the road that day, Ji Changjing was accompanied by many girls in the village who were about her age. Do you think that can be eaten? Ji Changjing glanced at it and said, Maganda grass. It brightens the eyes and moistens the lungs. It is usually horse feed. No one eats it.
Okay. Xingye luoke disappointed.
I had seen Ji Changjing always picking wild grass on the roadside before, and I thought there were wild grass everywhere on the roadside. As a result, I didn't encounter any edible wild vegetables all day, and I couldn't help but feel disappointed. Ji Changjing reached out to pull the horse grass, and the girls were stunned for a moment. Isn't this inedible? Although it can't be eaten, the horses of the officials can eat it. You can pull some and send it over. Ji Changjing blinked and looked at them. The girls were all around 14 years old and knew a little about the ways of the world. When they heard this, they immediately reacted and all started to pull the grass. At noon, they all handed the grass to Ji Fengshou and asked him to give it to the Yamen runners. Otherwise, the purpose would be too obvious. Ji Fengshou lived up to everyone's expectations and took the grass and sent it over. Seeing that the group of officials took the grass, they all breathed a sigh of relief. This scene was seen by the group of people in Beijing, and most of them showed disdain. But this time they didn't say anything unpleasant. In the evening, Ji Changjing didn't encounter any suitable wild vegetables, but saw a group of low oak trees. The scientific name of the oak tree is oak or oak, a plant of the Fagaceae family, and an evergreen tree. The wood is solid and heavy. Large trees can be used as pillars, and small trees are excellent charcoal materials. Unprocessed acorns taste ordinary, but they are high in starch and can satisfy hunger. Ji Changjing stopped and said, I found something to eat. When Xingye, Xiaoqin, and other girls heard this, they immediately showed surprise on their faces. Where is it? Acorn? What is an acorn? I have never seen this in the place where I used to live in Lianhua village, but it doesn't matter. As long as Ying says it's edible, then it's definitely edible. It's edible. Let's go over there now. Xingye glanced in the direction of the officials, seeing that they were not paying attention to this side, and looked at Ji Changjing eagerly. Without Ying to lead the way, she was still a little hesitant. Okay. After saying this, Ji Changjing ran towards the oak forest. Xingye, Xiaoqin, and several other girls followed tentatively, but when they saw the Yamen runners, they didn't even look at them. I immediately started picking excitedly according to Ji Changjing's instructions. Acorns are not big and have prickly thorns at the roots, so they cannot be picked quickly. No matter how anxious they were, the 7 or 8 girls didn't pick the fruits for long before they had to leave. You go first, I'll break off a branch and catch up with you right away. Ji Changjing wanted to secretly collect some into the space. The weather is getting colder and colder, so we need not only to prepare clothes, but also something to keep warm. These trees can be saved and burned into charcoal. Okay, we'll wait for you in front. Seeing them walking away, Ji Changjing collected all the trees nearby, then broke off a thick branch full of acorns and carried it as he caught up with them. When they saw her carrying the branches back, some people looked at her with contempt, while others envied her. Someone was looking at her with malicious eyes. Ji Changjing quickly followed the line of sight and met the gazes of Ji Wolin's family, which they did not have time to retract. The anger and hatred on Ji Wolin's face were not concealed at all. After being thrown away by Zhou last time, Ji Wolin felt so much pain all over her body that she could hardly move. Until now, I can only walk by relying on others' support. If she had to say who she hated the most in the past was Ji Chenyan's family, now Ji Changjing and her daughter have been added to the list. Seeing Ji Changjing looking over, she glared back fiercely. Ji Liyuan sneered and looked at Ji Changjing with an ambiguous look in his eyes. Ji Changjing picked up a stone from the ground and crushed it casually, staring at Ji Liyuan. His face changed, and he turned his head quickly. A group of girls suppressed their inner joy and picked acorns without saying a word.
Night.
Zhang Ziwei had just said he wanted to take a break when several girls who had picked acorns today came over, dragging their tired bodies. Ayn, what kind of seeds did you pick today? How do you eat them? These are called acorns. Conditions are limited now. You can eat them directly or cook them. Okay. Thank you. I'll ask my mother to cook them for me when I get home. After saying this, these people went home excitedly. That night, the cook on the official's side was busy as a whim, with smiles on his face. Sun Fan ordered people to cut off the food supply, and the effect was gradually showing. After 2 days of interruption, almost everyone could not bear it anymore, and most of them automatically ran to the officials to buy food at a certain time. As a result, the officers whipped their soldiers less frequently in the past 2 days. Many people have gone to bed at night. Ji Liyuan saw Sun Fan get up and go to the woods to urinate, and immediately followed him. Sun Fan just turned around and saw Ji Liyuan walking towards him. His face darkened. What do you want to do? Ji Liyuan immediately showed a flattering smile on his face. Sir, I saw you enter the woods and wanted to ask if there is anything I can help you with. Ji Liyuan's face twisted for a moment, and then he laughed again. Your business is over now, and you don't have a chance to ask even if you want to. What's the matter? Sun Fan showed an impatient look on his face. Ji Liyuan asked tentatively, I think most of our dozens of officials admire you the most, but what? But why is everything ordered by Zhang Ziwei? Is he a higher official than you? High as Hades.
Who does he think he is?
If I say he has the final say, he counts. If I say he doesn't have the final say, he doesn't count. Sun Fan snorted disdainfully. Ji Liyuan was certain in his heart. I told you that you look extraordinary. How can someone like him compare to your temperament? After saying this, he saw a bit of complacency on Sun Fan's face, and then he continued. Look at the group of prisoners in Lianhua village, relying on their good relationship with Zhang Ziwei. They are exiled all the way, but those who don't know think it's a picnic. They are either running around or looking for wild animals to eat. If everyone follows them, who will buy food from the officials? Don't you think so? Sun Fan is not a fool either. He had a full view of recent events, but he thought that there was not much money to be made from the people in Lotus Village, so he put it aside for now. So what? Sun Fan snorted. Can't he see that this person wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Ji Liyuan took out 100 taels of silver from his pocket and handed it over. Sir, you also know that we are in this situation now because of that old man Ji Buhui. If it weren't for him, how could we go to that hellhole of Liangzhou? Before he was a third-rank official, we didn't enjoy any blessings. Now he is in trouble and we have to suffer together. How can this be justified in this world? His death is all over, but he still has a son alive. I have nothing else but to hold grudges. Isn't it easy for you to kill a few people on the way to exile? This is Ji Liyuan's real purpose. It's just a matter of time to put on a show for Lianhua village. Looking at the silver note he presented, greed flashed in Sun Fan's eyes. He reached out to take it and asked with disdain, Is that all? Ji Liyuan's face froze for a moment. This little money is not enough for me to buy wine. I think you should not waste your efforts on this little money. Sun Fan put the silver in his arms and had no intention of returning it. Ji Liyuan was furious. He couldn't help but look so poor, and he was still pretending to be rich in front of him. If he turned around and left now, he would not get the money back. After thinking about it, he said with embarrassment, You also know the situation of our house search. There is really no silver. I borrowed this little from others. Sun Fan laughed lewdly. No silver? No problem. I think your daughter is pretty, a delicate and tender lady from an official family. Why don't you give me some pleasure? Ji Liyuan didn't expect to suffer such a great humiliation, and he was furious. If there was no other way, why would he come to Sun Fan? He discussed with others for a few days. Originally, He wanted to unite people to find trouble with Ji Chinyan. It would be better if he could kill him and avenge his hatred. If there was chaos, if he could escape, that would be even better. After discussing for a while, the group of people were silent. Most of them were scholars, who would stir up trouble,
Who would kill people.
how to escape, without some physical strength and skills. These are just empty talk. So he decided to take a roundabout way. Others paid, and Ji Liyuan worked hard to come to Sun Fan to discuss cooperation. Unexpectedly, Sun Fan was too greedy. This is simply seeking the skin of a tiger. Ji Liyuan suddenly began to regret this plan. His forehead was all sweaty. My lord. My daughter is still young. I'm afraid she can't serve you well. Sun Fan looked at him steadily and suddenly smiled little. Then let your wife come over.
Ye Luyuanes legs softened. No.
This won't work. Sun Fan pulled out the dagger tied to his calf and slapped his face. You don't think I'm discussing this with you, do you? The cold metal touch was like a cold poisonous snake sticking to Ji Liyuan's face, making him cold all over. Sun Fan wanted to kill him. Go, I'm waiting here. If you don't see anyone, I don't mind putting a hat on you in front of everyone, and then killing you. After all, if a few people die on the road to exile, it's just a matter of raising my hand. Ji Liyuan walked out of the woods in a daze. Looking at the other people in the family who were sleeping soundly, he struggled in his heart and woke up Lin. Come with me and discuss revenge. Lin was half asleep, and her eyes lit up when she heard this. Thinking that Ji Liyuan had thought of a way to discuss it with her, she immediately followed him. When they walked into the woods and saw 3 Yamen runners and Sun Fan waiting there, Lin lowered her voice and said with a little excitement, "Have these officials bribed?" Ji Liyuan did not answer her, and his face became very ugly. Sun Fan saw them coming and a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect you to really bring it. Ji Liyuan trembled. I'm not saying. Just you. You don't really think I'm not picky and can eat anyone, right? This is of course a reward for the brothers. The 3 Yamen runners laughed. Thank you, boss. You thought of us when you have such a good thing. Lin looked at Ji Liyuan in shock and disbelief. What does this mean? Ji Liyuan dodged and did not dare to look at Lin. Hurry up and serve them, or don't blame us for being rude. Lin held Ji Liyuan tightly. Husband, save me. Save me. We still have Roland and Ruofeng. Sun Fan gave a look to several Yamen runners, and they approached Lin. Seeing Ji Liyuan lowering his head and not daring to look at her, Lin turned around and ran away in fear, but was grabbed by the hair by the Yamen runners.
Ah!
Lin screamed. Ji Liyuan suddenly raised his head and said anxiously, Keep your voice down. No one can hear you. Hearing this, Lin looked at him desperately, tears rolling down her face. Husband, I am your wife, who is married to you in a formal ceremony. I gave birth to children for you, and took care of the family. How can you do this to me? Please, save me. Sun Fan stood next to Ji Liyuan with a knife. With your level, you still want to use me as a knife? This time I am just teaching you a lesson. He sneered disdainfully, humming a song with his hands behind his back. Keep your voice down. Don't play with people to death. If this person likes to watch, let him watch here. The 3 Yamen runners shouted back, Don't worry, boss. Lin's mouth was covered, and she looked at Ji Liyuan with bloodshot eyes. However, in her pleading eyes, Ji Liyuan ran away. He didn't dare to look at it at all. Lin's voice was hoarse, and her face was full of despair and numbness. The 3 Yamen were just immersed in their own world. Ji Changing felt nauseous and broke a branch above their heads with her mental power.
Click.
The 3 Yamen runners looked up and saw the branches above their heads falling down. They quickly pulled up their pants and hid aside.
Bah.
How unlucky. I almost had it. Okay, it's almost time anyway, let's go. I didn't expect this woman to be a little older, but she tastes pretty good. Ji Changing watched Lin being hit by branches with a wooden face. She didn't know how long she lay there before she got up and slowly put her clothes back on. Although she didn't like Ji Roland's family, she didn't feel happy to see Lin like this. She just felt sad. They walked out of the woods arm in arm. Ji Changing pretended to be asleep, and watched them return to their resting place. It took a long time for Lin to walk to the sleeping place like a zombie and lay down straight. Ji Changjing found that Ji Liyuan's eyeballs were shaking constantly. Ji Liyuan didn't sleep at all. She glanced at him with disgust and ignored it. It was obvious that Lin was not willing. As her husband, Ji Liyuan would rather pretend to sleep than stop him. What a wimp. Thinking of this, Ji Changjing shook her head. Whether he was a wimp or not had nothing to do with her. It was his own business. The next morning, when they were on the road again, Ji Changjing saw that their family was walking behind and looked unhappy. Xinger and Xiaoqin and several other girls surrounded her and chattered. "Aang, my parents asked me to thank you. We tried the acorn last night. It tasted okay. The key is that we are really not hungry after eating it. My family also ate some. This thing can be stored and is not afraid of spoiling. I just don't know if there are any more behind. If there are, we can pick more." Ji Changjing came back to her senses and was in a good mood when she heard them say this. The further north you go, the more trees of this kind there are. You can look for them in the mountains and forests. Several people nodded heavily. Today we are still walking on the official road. Occasionally, a carriage will pass by and raise a cloud of dust or collapse a few stones on people. The team will be a little chaotic at this time. According to Zhang Ziwei's plan, they would pass by a town today, but they didn't reach the place until the sun set. When they were waiting for rest in the evening, Ji Fengshou was called away by the clan leader. Each family provided a strong laborer, and they planned to try to hunt some wild game. The result was obvious. Without tools and insufficient experience, a group of people came back dejectedly soon, without even seeing a pheasant feather. Zhou pouted. "Next time, let me go." Ji Fengshou agreed very much. "Okay, I'll leave the opportunity to you next time." In this regard, he is really not as good as his wife, he has to admit it. In the evening, when Ji Changjing took out the bacon from the space and handed it to Hu, she stared at it for a while and didn't ask anything. She assumed that this was another secret hidden by Ji Changjing. However, this thing can be stored, but she didn't cook it after she took it, but boiled the semi-dried beans and simply seasoned them for her family to eat. People should not be too high profile. Her family eats meat every day when no one else eats it. How hateful. When I went to bed that night, I clearly felt the temperature drop. Many people were shivering with cold and could only hug their bodies to keep warm. When it started to rain in the second half of the night, the officials woke everyone up and asked them to get on the road. Although they were exhausted, they still set off. Seeing that the rain was about to get heavier, Ji Changjing remembered that she had put away a raincoat in her space when she was packing up her things, so she quickly took it out and stuffed one for each person in the family.
Where?
Where did this come from? Before Hu could even ask a question, Ji Changjing stuffed her into his arms. "Let's go. If we get wet again, we'll all get sick." When the family heard this, they had no time to ask any questions. They were urged by her to put on the clothes in a hurry, and only then did they feel a little more comfortable. It was windy and rainy, and a group of people were walking hard in the dark night. Everyone was soaked in the rain like a drowned rat. After walking for about an hour, the Yamen runner who had gone out to explore the road came back with a happy face and announced to everyone, "There is a village ahead." These words were like a shot of adrenaline. The group of people were in high spirits and walked in one go, led by the Yamen runners, to a small village surrounded by mountains on three sides. When the bailiff went to knock on the door, he knocked for a long time before someone opened it. The person inside just opened the door a little and saw a crowd of people standing outside. He screamed and closed the door immediately. "We are officials from the capital. It suddenly rained just now, and we came here to take shelter. Open the door quickly." The Yamen runners who were soaked by the rain were very impatient and slammed the door. But I don't know if the people inside heard it, and no one was willing to come out to ask. The people in the line were also waiting anxiously. What's going on? Why hasn't the door opened yet? The bailiff hurried back and reported to Zhang Ziwei. "Boss, they refused to open the door." Several Yamen runners all faced the same situation. "Break it open all at once." Zhang Ziwei did not object. He didn't have the patience to wait any longer. A group of Yamen runners saw what was happening and had no objection. They pulled a few strong men forward and broke down the door. Soon the whole village was in chaos. After knocking down the doors of 3 houses, the doors of other houses opened at once, and a group of villagers pointed sickles, hoes, sticks, and other weapons at them.
My dear man,
This year, our harvest is not good, and we can't even eat enough. We really have no surplus food. Please let us go. An old man came forward tremblingly to explain. You look so poor. Who would want your things? We are here to avoid the rain, and we will leave when the weather clears up. Hurry up and clean up the 2 yards. Sun Fan waved his hand impatiently and led his people directly into the yard to take shelter from the rain.
Who are you?
The old village chief asked weakly. We are the officials escorting prisoners and passing by here to take shelter from the rain. We will pay as usual. Someone come to arrange the yard. Zhang Ziwei did not care because of the old age of the village chief and patiently explained. The village chief squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the clothes of Zhang Ziwei and his group. When he saw the official boots, he asked people to put down their weapons in doubt. He asked people to vacate a yard first and called 2 people to come and arrange the room. After calling out the names one by one and making sure that there were no fewer people, the Yamen runner spat at the people in the team. You are smart. The old village chief looked at the officials attentively. I asked someone to boil some hot water. You can drink some hot tea and rest your feet first. Sun Fan was immediately satisfied. Not bad. Very sensible. After drinking the hot water, he regained some spirits. Each family has 2 taels of silver. Whoever pays the money will go to rest.
What?
2 taels of silver? The crowd immediately started shouting. Even the restaurants in Beijing usually charge 1 tael of silver per night. For this kind of shabby house in the village, this group of officials actually charged them 2 taels of silver. Sun Fan's training some time ago was very effective, although they all grumbled a few words of dissatisfaction when they heard 2 taels of silver. But thinking that if they didn't pay the money, they would have to go out in the open air and get wet in the rain, many people shut up and started to line up to pay. Alas, it's better to spend money to buy your life at this time. Although Ji Changjing had just arrived here and participated in the exile and didn't know much about prices, she knew that the price was outrageous when she saw Hu cursing in a low voice. These black-hearted guys just asked for 2 taels of silver casually. They really think that money can be earned by just talking. They don't know how hard it is for others to earn this little money. Ji Changjing looked at Hu's face with a painful expression and couldn't help but said, Then why don't we just not pay it? Hu looked at her with a serious face and said, Aang, sometimes don't care about the gains and losses in front of you. Before making a choice, you should think about all the options and then choose the most acceptable result. Just like now, although I feel that it hurts to pay 2 taels of silver compared to letting you go out in the rain, get sick, and then spend money to see a doctor and suffer, I am willing to accept the 2 taels of silver.
Yifengge nodded secretly.
My uncle is familiar with Zhang Tu. Why not go to him and talk about paying less? Ji Mingxue suggested. Ji Mingho rolled his eyes at him. Do you think he'll listen to you? If my uncle goes to him to ask this, do you believe he will turn hostile on the spot? Ji Fengshou looked at the 2 brothers as if he was meeting them for the first time and was amazed. I didn't expect that Mingxue, who usually looks smart, is not as good as Mingho, who looks honest, in terms of human relations. Ji Mingho immediately returned to his expressionless cool guy look. Ji Mingxian kept his eyes on the crowd, worried. I'm afraid some people don't have money. Will they really let them all go out in the rain? This is true, not all people in Beijing are rich. When everyone paid in the end, there were about 4 families who didn't pay. There was 1 family in Beijing and 3 families in Lianhua village.
Get out.
Sun Fan waved his hand and asked the Yamen runners to drive them away. These 4 families all have old, weak, and disabled people. They had no household registration and it was raining heavily outside, so he was not afraid that people would run away. Wait a minute. Ji Qingyu stood up and slowly glanced at the people from these families. All those standing here were his clansmen, the clansmen who were implicated by his grandfather. If those people in Beijing who had scolded and taken advantage of him were standing here, He would definitely pretend that nothing had happened. But these clansmen who had never complained about the unfairness of fate, never cursed their family, and even looked at their family with respect. He couldn't bear to watch them die. Ji Qingyu said calmly, "I only have 6 taels of silver left here. Is there anyone willing to lend me 2 taels so that they can all stay tonight?" Hearing this, Sun Fan took a sip of tea with interest. Some of the people who were swept by Ji Qingyu's eyes dodged, some simply lowered their heads, and some had the same struggle in their eyes. Ji Qinyan looked at these people coldly and said nothing. He couldn't deny his son's sudden idea of using the money to help others. Ji Mingxian said in a deep voice, "I'll do it." He knew the amount of money in the family, so he took out 2 taels of silver. He thought his family would not object. Ji Qingyu and he looked at each other, and both of them had admiration in their eyes. "We agree, too. We've lived together for decades. How can we just watch them get kicked out?" "I agree, too. We don't have much, just some copper coins. You give some, I give some, and we can make do with it." The people in Lotus Village suddenly started talking and gathered together to touch the money. The people in Lotus Village all have smiles on their faces. They are proud to be from their village. The clan leader was very pleased. "The people from Lotus Village, we can take it ourselves, and the young master can help the family in Beijing." Sun Fan looked at their mess and knocked on the table. This is a different time. Now their family has to pay 5 taels of silver. Zhang Ziwei frowned, but didn't say anything after all. At present, he and Sun Fan have the same goal, so there is no need to offend him over such a small matter. "You are deliberately making things difficult." Ji Qingyu pointed at Sun Fan with an ugly face. "Oh, you are so smart," he said nonchalantly. Ji Liyuan's eyes were red with excitement. Sun Fan finally made a move. It was worth it for him to lose his wife and money. As long as he can achieve his goal, it's all worth it. Whatever the official says is what it is. "You dare to point your finger at the adults? I think you're going to die." Ji Liyuan pushed the person in front of him away and stepped forward excitedly to speak. Before Ji Qingyu could speak, an angry voice with a crying tone came. "You are blacker than crows. Even your hearts are black. You are not human." Ji Dea was still surprised that someone gave them money to avoid being exposed to the rain. Now, he couldn't hold it in anymore after hearing what Sun Fan said and cursed angrily. His eyes were full of hatred. Ji Shirlei was shocked. He didn't expect his son to suddenly speak, so he slapped Ji Dea in the face with his backhand. "Do you have the right to interrupt when adults are talking? You know nothing." After saying that, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed in panic. "Adult. This child is still young and ignorant. Please forgive him this time." The blind grandmother also knelt on the ground in a hurry and kowtowed 3 times. "Please let the child go." Ji Dea covered his face and looked at his grandmother and father like this, and suddenly collapsed. "Whoa, why do you treat us like this? Why don't you give us a way to live? We didn't have to go out in the rain, but why now? Why do you do this? What if we get sick?" The child's crying infected many people at once, and the younger children also cried out loudly after hearing it. Ji Shirlei desperately pulled Ji Dea to kneel on the ground, covering his mouth to stop him from making a sound. Sun Fan walked in front of Ji Dea with a bad face. Ji Shirlei tightened his face and continued to kowtow. "Please, adults, let him go this time." Sun Fan chuckled. Just when everyone thought he would not do anything, he suddenly kicked Ji Dea down. Ji Dea vomited blood and fell to the ground. After hearing Ji Shirlei's words and movements, Grandma kept groping on the ground. "Dea. What's wrong with Dea?"
Bah.
"Die sooner and reincarnate sooner. Get out of my way. I want to throw this kid out so that you can clear your minds completely." Sun Fan wanted to kick the old lady in front of him, but someone pulled her collar and pushed her aside. "Why are you bullying our people?" Sun Fan's face was angry. "Let go." Zhou frowned and let go of him. "If you do it again, I will beat you to death." Knowing that her mother was fine, Ji Changing went to see Ji Dea's condition with a serious face. The surroundings were in a mess. Ji Shirlei hugged Ji Dea and cried and shook him. "Dea, don't scare Dad, wake up." The people around him followed suit and pinched his rinzhong, shook him. all without any rules. Ji Changing was blocked outside and couldn't help raising her voice when she saw this. Don't shake. This might aggravate the injury. Hurry up and find a doctor. Ji Shirley put him down again in a panic when he heard this, and kept reaching out to wave away the people around him like a trapped beast. Get out of the way. Don't touch my son. Ji Fengyi pulled the old village chief and asked, Where is the doctor here? The old village chief was panicked by the current change. The doctor is in the town, which is an hour away from here. There is no doctor in our village. Mingxian, go to the village and ask if there is a bullock cart to borrow and go to the town to invite the doctor. Okay. Hearing his father's voice, Ji Mingxian set off immediately. The old village chief was also worried that someone had an accident here and took him out to find someone with a bitter face. Several Yamen runners wanted to step forward to stop them. Are these people trying to cause trouble?
They are prisoners now.
Do they still have the consciousness of being prisoners? Just when he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Zhang Ziwei. Jide had fallen into a coma. He lay on the ground with a pale face, and his collar was full of blood that he had just vomited. He looked very pitiful. Although Ji Changchuan didn't like Jide, he felt indescribable anger in his heart when he saw someone of his age lying on the ground lifeless. Is human life really worthless in the eyes of these people? Ji Changing approached and wanted to lift up Jide's clothes to take a look, but Ji Shirley didn't let anyone get close. I have some trauma medicine here. Give it to him. Ji Changing said, and Ji Shirley didn't stop him.
Je gaan geen lifted up je dahes shirt.
The ribs on the right side were clearly visible below the chest, and the left side was already bulging high, red, swollen, and purple. Ji Shirley's eyes immediately turned red when he saw this. It's all my fault. It's my fault that I'm useless, and I didn't let Dae live a good life. Jide's ribs were clearly visible. Ji Changing reached out and touched the area below his chest, and her heart sank. Just now, seeing Jide vomiting blood, it seemed like he had internal injuries. Now his bones might be broken. She quietly took out the trauma spray from the space and sprayed it on his red, swollen, and purple areas. She didn't dare to move the rest, just waiting for the doctor to come and confirm the situation. A group of people were waiting anxiously. Jide's grandmother was helped to the side and kept comforting her. Soon the old village chief came over with a middle-aged man. This is the hunter in the village. He digs herbs in the mountains to eat whatever disease he has. Let him take a look. Seeing him coming, a group of people made way for him. The hunter frowned and asked, Where's this kid injured? In the chest. Someone kicked him. The hunter touched Jide's wound and shook his head. I can't cure it. We have to find a doctor quickly, otherwise the child may not be able to survive within an hour. Ji Shirley collapsed all of a sudden. I can't cure it. How can I not cure it? You save him. You can do it. I really can't cure it. His bones are all broken. I'm not a doctor. Hearing that the bones were broken, the villagers held Ji Shirley with an unbearable look on their faces. Didn't Mingxian go to ask for a car? The doctor may come soon. This was just to comfort people. It was raining heavily, and the town was far away. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get here in an hour. Yes, the doctor will be here soon. He will be here soon. Ji Shirley nodded repeatedly in self-deception. As time passed, the atmosphere became more and more solemn. Sun Fan and the Yamen runners fought several rounds but failed to take down Zhou. Ji Liyuan was still fanning the flames. In my opinion, it's better to arrest her family members and see if she dares to do it again. Zhou was furious when she heard this. She waved away the others, pulled Ji Liyuan out of the crowd, and beat him left and right, making Ji Liyuan dizzy. While he was still unable to react, she picked up Ji Liyuan like a rag doll, threw him to the ground. Seeing her crazy look, the Yamen runners who came forward to take her were afraid. Sun Fan also swallowed his saliva and suddenly waved his hand to stop all the corvées. What are you doing? Let go. Ji Wolin screamed when she saw this scene. Her father was like a piece of rag being picked up and hit in the hands of that terrifying woman. No one paid attention to her. Ji Wolin quickly grabbed Lin next to her. Mom, hurry and save Dad. Look at what he has been beaten by that woman. Lin had a blank expression on her face, and no matter how she shook him, he didn't respond. Ji Ruofeng shrank behind Lin and dared not make a sound. Seeing his mother vent her anger, Ji Chongchuan was worried that someone might die if she continued like this, so he shouted to Zhou, "Mom,
Stop it.
Zhou heard the shout and threw Ji Luyuan on the road. "If you come up with bad ideas again, I'll beat you to death. The doctor is here. The doctor is here." Ji Mingxuan's joyful voice came from outside, and 2 drowned rats rushed in as soon as he finished speaking. "He is the doctor." Ji Mingxian pointed at the old man next to him and said happily. Seeing the old man's appearance clearly, Ji Changjing was a little surprised. What a coincidence. The old man I met last time? While shaking off the rain from the hem of his robe, old Huang cursed, "You are so impatient at such a young age. You dragged me to run in such heavy rain. You don't know how to respect the elderly. I've been so unlucky recently that even drinking cold water makes my teeth ache. The young people I meet are worse than one another." Ji Mingxian bowed. "I'm so reckless, doctor. Please don't blame me, but now is not the time to talk about this. Please go and see the patient." Old Huang snorted and looked at the patient in the field. When he saw Ji Changjing, his eyes lit up all of a sudden. It was as hot as a light bulb of several hundred watts. Ji Changjing couldn't help rubbing his arms. "Why are you so talkative? Save people quickly." Ji Changjing was speechless and wanted to roll his eyes. Old Huang nodded repeatedly. "That's right. See the patient first. It seems that he is finally reliable." Ji Changjing's face also had a bit of solemnity. After briefly explaining the matter, old Huang pondered and took Ji Dae's pulse. He touched and checked the injured area. A group of people held their breath and waited for his judgment. After a while, Huang Lao said it can be cured. Hearing this, the atmosphere relaxed. "This kid's physical fitness is too poor. There is not much flesh on his body, otherwise he would not be injured like this. You are lucky to have met me, otherwise, even if it is so, ordinary people can't save him." Huang Lao muttered and glanced at Ji Changjing. "I will first fix his bones and tendons, and then assist with acupuncture and prescriptions. Just take good care of him for 3 months. Come on, 2 people carry him to the bed." Huang Lao pointed at Ji Dae and ordered. 2 people immediately stepped forward and laid Ji Dae on his back according to Huang Lao's request, and the bones on his body looked clearer. "Everyone else, disperse. Go and do what you need to do." Huang Lao coaxed the people away and began to concentrate on setting the bones. Ji Changjing pulled Ji Mingxian and asked, "Brother, where did you find this person?" Ji Mingxian gave the raincoat to Mr. Huang and was wiping the water off his body at this moment. "I borrowed a bullock cart from the villagers and asked someone to lead the way. Not long after I walked out of the village, I saw a carriage stuck in the mud and couldn't move. This old man asked us to help, and we were in a hurry, so we told him the situation. As a result, he said he was a doctor." Ji Mingxian looked at her. "How about you? How do you know him?" "I met him once by chance on the road before.
There was someone with him at that time."
I didn't expect to meet him again today."
Yichangim shrugged.
Ji Mingho said, "I think the way he looks at you is not right. You should be careful." Ji Mingxue glared. "Does this old man have any bad intentions?" "Not necessarily bad intentions. If Dae is fine later, I will ask him." Ji Mingxian felt that this old man was not a bad person. Seeing how he diagnosed pulses and treated diseases, he was very professional. Ji Changjing had no opinion. After tossing for a whole night, he was exhausted. When Mr. Huang stopped, his face showed some fatigue. "Let's find a place to rest first, and then ask me for the prescription and buy medicine as soon as possible." Ji Shirlei said excitedly. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. Can I owe you the consultation fee first?" The voices behind him became smaller and smaller. Mr. Huang curled his lips and looked at Ji Shirlei, who was almost like a beggar. "For the sake of this girl, forget the consultation fee." When the others heard this, they also had a happy look on their faces. "Doctor, you are really kind-hearted. You are such a good person." "Okay, I'm so tired. Stop flattering me." Mr. Huang waved his hand impatiently. Wolin said hatefully, "Come and treat my father. It's all this family's fault that he became like this." When Mr. Huang heard this, he frowned. "Who do you think you are?
How dare you order me? What if I order you?"
The man was beaten by this crazy woman. "If anything happens to my father, I will definitely kill her." Wolin pointed at Ji Changjing with a vicious look on her face. "There is a disease in the brain." Old Huang shook his head and stopped looking at her. He shouted to Ji Changjing, "Niu girl, take me back." The four siblings stared at him. "Whose surname is Niu? You were pretending to be kind just now, but now you don't care about the patient." Ji Wolin was anxious to step forward to pull him away. Ji Mingxue stopped her. "Get out of here." Ji Changjing didn't even look at Ji Wolin. Not to mention that Ji Liyuan was not dead. Even if he was alive and kicking and hanging in front of her, if she, Ji Changjing, blinked, she would be considered a coward. "Let's go." After she finished speaking, she put on her straw raincoat and went outside first. The old village chief led the way, and Huang Lao approached Ji Changjing attentively. "Little girl, is your family in trouble? Where are you going?" "Liangzhou." Old Huang stamped his feet excitedly. "Isn't this a coincidence? We're going to Liangzhou too. How about we go together? I am an excellent doctor. If you have a headache or fever along the way, I promise to cure it with medicine. It will be a great success if you go with me." Ji Changjing looked at the old man jumping up and down, a little skeptical. "Really?" Huang Lao was furious. "What do you mean? You still don't believe me? I am the master of Yaowang Valley, and my medical skills are unmatched. The emperor invited me to the palace to be a royal physician, but I refused. I don't know how many people have offered me a lot of money to treat their illnesses, but they still have to wait for my mood." "You are such an ungrateful girl." Ji Changjing curled her lips. "You sound so powerful. How come you have been running around in the wilderness for a few days without anyone to serve you? You are so arrogant." Huang Lao was about to jump up in anger when he heard this. "We are here." The old village chief interrupted him. As they were talking, the three of them had already arrived at the gate of a dilapidated courtyard. A brand new carriage was blocking the gate, and the man of the house was standing at the gate with an embarrassed look on his face. "What's going on?" The old village chief frowned when he saw this scene. "Village chief, there is a good-looking young man with this doctor. I saw that he was not able to move well and wanted to carry him to rest, but he didn't let me get close, and his eyes were scary." The honest farmer looked relieved when he saw them. Huang Lao laughed when he heard this. "This kid of mine has such a strange temper."
"You don't have to worry about him.
"You should take a rest." Hearing his words, the man breathed a sigh of relief. "Your room is in the west room. I'll leave first." After saying that, he fled from here. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, the old village chief turned around and went back. "Hey, you're strong. Help me carry this kid down." Huang Lao instructed Ji Changjing very naturally. "The big brother just now is not here. Why don't you find him and find me?" "How can it be the same? This kid has many bad habits. We are familiar with each other. You carried him once last time." Huang Lao didn't care much. Xie Sihing heard Huang Lao's words from inside. His face was as dark as ink, and he said loudly, "No." He tried to support his body to get up, but just moved one leg, and sweat was all over his forehead. When Huang Lao heard his voice, he quickly stepped forward and suddenly lifted the curtain. Seeing the scene, he immediately got angry. "You are so hypocritical. The girl has already carried you last time, and I just saved your life, and you are moving around recklessly." Ji Changjing's eyes met Xie Sihing's through the curtain. He changed into a dark black outfit, and the wound on the right side of his face was bandaged, leaving only the perfect half of his face on the left side exposed, making him look a little weaker. Xie Sihing retracted his gaze from Ji Changjing and looked at Mr. Huang. "Then help me down. How can I support you with my old arms and legs? What's more, I gave you an injection, and your legs are weak. What's the point of having you support me?" Mr. Huang turned to look at Ji Changjing and smiled. "Miss Niu, come and help." Ji Changjing retracted her gaze and coughed dryly. "I can do the work, but you have to pay me." "More money?" 10 taels. Mr. Huang felt like he was hallucinating. 10 taels? Yes, one hand pays, the other hand delivers the goods. Xie Ziheng's face turned pale for a moment, and he immediately regained his composure. No need. I'll just rest in the car. Mr. Huang gritted his teeth, took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to Ji Changjing, and said unhappily, "You are really obsessed with money." Ji Changjing showed a very professional smile. "Okay, boss, I promise to complete the task." After that, without waiting for Xie Ziheng to react, he strode to the carriage, reached in, picked him up, and carried him on his shoulder. But most of Xie Ziheng's legs were still dragging on the ground. Ji Changjing, in order to satisfy the customer, simply pulled him over and put one hand on his shoulders and the other hand on his legs. Xie Ziheng's face turned red. He was angry. Some unspeakable parts of his body were tightly pressed against the person under him. Even though there was a straw raincoat between them, it was really difficult for him to calm down. "You! How shameless! Put me down! You can put me down, but I won't return the money." Hearing Ji Changjing's words, Huang Lao hurriedly said, "Don't. Carry it into the house for him. Otherwise, wouldn't the money be wasted?" In the past, let alone 10 taels of silver, he would not feel sorry even if he spent 1,000 taels of silver, but now the situation is special.
Oh.
I didn't expect that one day I would feel so sorry for spending 10 taels of silver. Huang Lao looked up at the sky sadly. Xie Ziheng squeezed out from between his teeth. 20 taels.
Put me down.
Ji Changjing's steps gradually slowed down. The distance of 2 meters seemed as long as 2 kilometers. What do you think? She looked at Mr. Huang with an embarrassed look. He spent all my money. Hurry up and throw him on the bed. I don't want to see him now. Xie Ziheng's face froze. Ji Changjing clenched her fist. The chance to raise the price was gone. This house is very simple. There is nothing else in the house except a bed, but the room is tidy. Ji Changjing took 2 steps at a time and put the person on the bed. His movements were a little gentle. After all, they are patients. Xie Ziheng sat there with a stern face, and his whole face was gloomy. The tips of his ears were red as blood. After Ji Changjing put him down, she patted her chest and introduced, "You are guaranteed to be satisfied with the manual service. As long as you have money, everything is negotiable. Welcome to Order Exclusive Services next time." Huang Lao's eyebrows were twisted together. What a mess. Xie Ziheng lay on the bed expressionlessly, with his back turned. He really didn't want to face this person. "Next time there is such a good thing, remember to find me. As long as the money is in place, everything is negotiable." Ji Changjing waved her hand and left with a smile. Back to the messy yard, half of the people were gone. Ji Fengshou was still waiting for her there. "Let's go. We have been arranged to another yard." Ji Fengshou briefly explained the matter on the way. Sun Fan actually took the money and took the Yamen runners to rest. This is really puzzling. The old village chief vacated 3 yards for their group. The Yamen runners were in the middle yard, and the others were in the yards on both sides. When Ji Fengshou took her back to the yard for rest, many people had already made their beds on the floor. These officials were kind-hearted, who had occupied a corner of the house early and spread a thick layer of cattails on the ground. Ji Changjing was very tired after all the hard work, so she lay down and fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, she was the only one there. Others went out to chat with others or to inquire about news. The sound of rain falling on the ground outside was clearly audible, and the sky was so gloomy that it was impossible to tell whether it was daytime or dusk. Mrs. Hu and Mrs. Zhou were talking with several sisters-in-law from Lotus Village under the eaves outside, all with worried looks on their faces. "It's getting colder and colder. I shiver when I sleep at night." "That's right. We adults are fine, but what about the children? I don't know when the rain will stop. I can't wait to get on the road so that I can buy some thick cloth to make some clothes when I get there." A group of people were talking about the weather. Lu was talking to Zhou, and Hu Yura-ing knows a lot of things. My family has always lived in Beijing. This time I set out on the road and found that I really know nothing about life. If I encounter anything in the future, can you take me with you?" When Lu said this, she couldn't help but blush a little. She felt really embarrassed to say this, but her family had now reached the end of their rope, and if they didn't think of a solution, they would starve to death on the road. Mrs. Hu said cheerfully, "What's the big deal? My Ah-ing is always looking for things on the road with her little girl. If you don't mind, just follow her and pick them." When Zhou heard someone praising Ji Changjing, she looked proud and said, "Ah-ing is the best. Speak of the devil and he will appear." Seeing Ji Changjing coming out, Zhou's eyes lit up instantly. "Are you awake? Are you hungry?" Mrs. Hu smiled and stood up and stuffed a black steamed bun into her hand. "You can make do with this for the next 2 days. Everyone lives together, so it's not easy for them to get special treatment." Ji Changjing had no objection. She squatted on the ground with the steamed bun in her hand, drinking water and eating it. "It hurts my throat when I eat it, and I can't swallow it without drinking water." Suddenly there was a commotion at the door, and everyone who was talking in the yard came to the door.
Oh.
"My sow has been giving birth for almost a day, and she still hasn't given birth. You are the only doctor in our village now, please go and take a look." An old lady was tugging at Mr. Huang's clothes at the gate of the next-door yard. "How can this be? I am a doctor who treats people, not a doctor who delivers pigs. Don't bother me, go find someone who knows about pigs." Huang refused with a gloomy face. "But my family is the only one in our village that raises pigs. We have finally raised them for a year and bred them. They are about to give birth to piglets and make money. What if the pigs die?" The old lady was so anxious that she was spinning around. "If it dies, raise it again." Old Huang waved his sleeves and was about to leave. Ji Changjing raised her hand silently. "I can." Hu Shizhen was shocked by what he said. "Don't talk nonsense." Ji Changjing really wanted to not understand, but there was nothing she could do because she was studying at an agricultural college. "When I was in school, I could earn credits by raising pigs." When Sister Li heard Ji Changjing's words, she didn't have time to think. She grabbed her and said, "Great. Come with me." When Ji Changjing was being dragged away, she did not forget to hold on to Huang Lao. "Let's go together." Hey, let's talk it over." "Let go first." Mr. Huang didn't expect that disaster would come from the sky while he was walking on the road. When we arrived at Mrs. Li's house, the whole family and neighbors were gathering in front of the pig pen to have fun. Seeing Sister Li pulling a stranger over, the family members came over and asked anxiously, "Is the doctor here?" Sister Li pushed Ji Changjing forward and said, "Girl, come and check on the pigs. We are counting on you." Ji Changjing didn't say anything more. She let go of Huang Lao, rolled up her sleeves, and walked into the pigsty, groping the sow's belly. "It's been more than an hour." Ji Changjing nodded without saying anything else. She bent down and lifted the sow's front and back legs to turn it over, close to the pig pen. Then she put her fingers together and stretched them on the sow's chest and massaged the lower abdomen evenly from back to front. Gradually, the sow seemed to have strength, and her belly began to follow the rhythm of her movements. Feeling this, she continued to massage with one hand and used the other hand to press down rhythmically and forcefully on the gradually changing highest point of the abdomen. The sow began to groan again, but the sound was no longer the kind of heart-wrenching scream. The people around were stunned by this scene. Sister Li's family didn't have time to question it just now, and they had already gone in. Now, seeing this scene, no one doubted whether Ji Changjing could do it. Huang Lao's unhappiness about being caught by Ji Changjing and brought to the pigsty also disappeared.
God.
This girl is actually delivering a sow? And she has the skill? If I'm not mistaken, this should be her unique massage technique? Slowly, the piglets' bodies began to appear, and Ji Changjing felt that the sow's strength was not enough. She stood up, put her hands on the pig pen to control her strength, put her feet on the sow's abdomen, and began to press in the rhythm of the sow. A group of people watched with bated breath and without blinking. Not long after, 1, 2, 3, a total of 5 piglets were born. Ji Changjing touched the sow's belly and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her wrist after making sure there were no piglets. "Okay, you have to prepare some pig food to feed the sow, sprinkle some salt in it, and, in order to help others to the end, Ji Changing also told the people in Mrs. Lee's family about the postpartum care of the sow. Seeing that they were unable to react, she frowned and said, "Can you get me some water so I can wash my hands?" Sister-in-law Lee said quickly, "Yes, yes, I'll bring it to you right away." After that, she hurried to get the water. Ji Changing looked at Mr. Huang. "Can you check if the pig is okay? Giving birth is not a problem, but it is also necessary to ensure that the sow survives." Mr. Huang was very resistant at first, but he was also curious about the pig delivered by Ji Changing, so he went in and pinched its nose to check it. He frowned and said with disdain, "It survived, but it needs a few injections." After that, he took out a few needles with a tangled face and pierced several places on the dying pig. "Thank you. Thank you so much, girl." Sister-in-law Lee brought water and kept thanking Ji Changing. She washed her hands carefully and shook her head. "It's just a small favor. No need to be polite, and I have something to ask for." Sister Lee said generously, "Just tell me what you want. As long as I can do it." Ji Changing looked at the chicken coop next to the pigsty and whispered, "I want to buy chickens from your sister-in-law's house, but I don't want too many people to know about this."
Can you sell them to me?
Sister Lee said proudly, "It's not a big deal, no problem." After the two of them agreed on the price, they agreed that Ji Changing would come to get it when no one was around. Ji Changing waited until Mr. Huang had removed the needle and the neighbors had watched the excitement before walking out with him. "Girl, is there anyone in your family who is a doctor? Who taught you how to massage? Can you only deliver pigs or humans? Have you learned it?" Mr. Huang chattered with a lot of questions along the way. "No, I taught myself, and I can only deliver pigs." "I don't believe it. Who is your master? What's his name? Maybe I know him."
Tell me about it.
"Really? I just raised pigs. How is that possible? You must be lying to me."
Can we talk?
Ji Changing felt that Mr. Huang's chattering was really making her head ache. After seeing him off to the door, she turned around, covered her ears, and ran back to Mrs. Lee's house, handing over the money with one hand and taking the goods with the other. After going out the door, Ji Changing threw the two living creatures into the space, found a deserted place, and entered the space. The temperature here is kept constant all year round, so things can be grown in any season. Things brought in from outside will not go bad, and it can also automatically purify dirt. But it has a drawback. Ji Changing needs to do everything by himself or control it with mental power. Thinking of this, she ran to the bathtub in her shack, filled it with water, and took a bath while controlling her mental power to repair the chicken coop and drove the two chickens in. She wanted to buy a few more, but Mrs. Lee didn't have many left. After she felt refreshed and changed into her underwear, she put on the dirty prison uniform on the outside. Standing in front of the mirror, she took in her appearance for the first time. This face? She was surprisingly outstanding, with a rosy face and a charming look. On the palm-sized face are a pair of bright and cunning big eyes, bright and plump lips, and every frown and smile is full of cleverness. This appearance is at least 80% similar to her original one. The difference is that this face is more delicate than her original one. Ji Changing couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Etc. Is she losing color? Why is the skin on my hands as white and tender as that on my face? Ji Changing couldn't help but raise her hand and stare at her own hand. At the beginning, she saw that her hand was the same as Zhou's face, yellow and black. When did the color fade? Ji Changchuan and Zhou's skin are similar, except that one is yellow, while the other is both yellow and black. Ji Fengshou's explanation for this was that Ji Changchuan was studying, so he rarely saw the sun. Therefore, Ji Changing always thought that her face should be similar to theirs, so she avoided looking in the mirror. After all, as a person who is obsessed with appearance, she has not yet accepted the fact that she has suddenly become ugly. And now you find out that everything is fake? Then there are only two possibilities. 1. She is not her biological daughter. Second, there is a problem here. She didn't know which of these situations this was. But it was obvious that she couldn't go out with such a face now, as it would easily bring her into trouble. Fortunately, she often covered her face in the end times and was very skilled at it. He picked up the scissors and deftly cut the hair on his forehead until it was thick and dull, covering above the eyebrows. He took out the disguise toolbox again and fiddled with it on his face. It suddenly became ordinary. Satisfied, she left the space and returned to the courtyard where her family lived. Mom, you did a good job this time and helped the people in our village, but you can't just hit people hard, okay? You are so strong that most people can't withstand a few punches from you. You have to learn to control yourself, okay? As soon as I got back, I heard Ji Changchuan sitting under the eaves talking patiently to Zhou. Zhou sat on a stool with her hands on her knees, looking very well behaved. This bag, punch it, but be gentle and don't break it. Ji Changchuan pointed at a bag in front of the two men. Ji Changjing couldn't help laughing out loud when watching the scene. Seeing her coming back, Ji Changchuan turned his head with a half-smile on his face and looked at her in surprise. Sister?
What?
You don't recognize me after not seeing me for such a long time? What's wrong with your hair? Ji Changchuan ran over. It's in the way, I cut it. Ji Changjing waved her hand and said nonchalantly. You refused to cut it before. Ji Changchuan didn't look nervous, but relieved. If you want to cut it now, just cut it. Don't worry about these details. How is Ji Dae? Ji Changjing changed the subject, not wanting to continue the discussion. His condition is now stable. The old doctor is very good. Daddy and uncle are all over there. Ji Changchuan just kept asking. Ji Changjing nodded and said nothing more. Instead, she carefully observed the appearance of Zhou and Ji Changchuan. At first glance, one is easily attracted by Zhou's yellow and dark skin, and few people pay attention to her appearance. As for Ji Changchuan, he is a replica of Ji Fengshou. But he looks more delicate than Ji Fengshou, but his skin color looks yellower. Ji Changjing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Changchuan saw that her eyes were wandering between the two of them and asked her worriedly, Sister, what's wrong with you? Ji Changjing looked at him for 2 seconds and was about to ask directly. Xiaochuan, I suddenly found that my skin seemed to have faded today. My hands used to be black, but now they seem to have turned white, even on my face. Zhou heard this and immediately asked nervously. Ah, haven't you applied perfume recently? Ji Changjing looked at Ji Changchuan in confusion. Perfume? Zhou turned around anxiously and flipped through the bag she was carrying, muttering, I can even forget this. Luckily I brought it. She found a small gourd, took it and immediately found Ji Changjing. I'll apply it to you. Ji Changjing opened the gourd suspiciously, smelled a familiar smell, poured some out on her hand, looked at the dark blue liquid in her palm, and fell silent. Perfume, water? This is specially bought by your father for us to use. He said that mother looks much better after applying this. Zhou's face was full of sweetness and happiness. Looking at the green walnut juice in her hand, she was silent. Ji Changchuan pulled Ji Changjing's sleeve and motioned her to turn her back. This is the name my father gave.
Mom.
Is pretty but dull. Dad doesn't want to keep her at home, so he collects fresh walnut skins every year, adds some water to grind them into juice, and applies it on her face. After a pause, he said in order to coax Mom to apply this, we all apply it as well. Well, the case is solved. Mom is my biological mother, brother is my biological mother, but whether Dad is my biological mother still needs to be considered. Ji Changjing couldn't help showing some disgust when she thought that she had also been smeared yellow and black by her family before. She won't apply it again in the future. Although it is quite safe to apply it like that, she is really worried that she won't be able to wash it clean in the future if she applies it for a long time. It wasn't until dark that Ji Fengshou and Ji Fengyi came back in the rain. Dae drank the medicine and saved his life. Ji Fengshou told Ji Changchuan and Ji Changjing as soon as he entered the house. That's good. The two were relieved. It's naturally a good thing that everyone is fine. At night, the men sat by the fire and whispered, discussing things together. Ji Changjing was as carefree as Zhou, and she lay down and fell asleep. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Originally, the officials thought they could stay here for only one night before leaving. I didn't expect that after living here for 2 days, the rain still showed no sign of stopping. Zhang Ziwei looked at the gray sky, frowning so hard that it could kill flies. Boss, the cook just came over and said that we really don't have much food this time. We just asked the villagers, and they haven't gone out for many days. The food at home is running out, and they can't spare much for us. Wang Lin came over to report to Zhang Ziwei with a worried look on his face. If this continues, I'm afraid. Zhang Ziwei made a decision in his heart. Leave the food to the brothers, don't sell it for now. Let these people figure it out for themselves.
Yes.
Wang Lin went down to notify the Yamen runners. Seeing this, Sun Fan didn't object and temporarily put aside his plan to make money. When it was time for dinner, the people in Beijing came with money to buy food, but found that even the money didn't work this time. Suddenly, they were a little panicked. But no one dared to make a fuss, so they could only go around in the rain to find people in the village to buy some food. The old village chief sighed in his heart as he watched the scene. He just wanted to send these ancestors away quickly. This group of people have been here for a few days, and the old village chief feels that he has never been able to let go. At night, when everyone was sleeping, there was a loud boom on the mountain not far from the village. Many people were awakened and rushed out to see the situation without wearing shoes. Ji Changjing had already sat up when she was awakened. Turning her head, she saw several men in the family rushing out, and who was sitting like her. Only Zhou next to her was sleeping soundly and showed no signs of waking up. You rest first, I'll go see what's going on, who whispered, and hurriedly got up to check outside. Ji Changjing sat on the bed without moving. She stretched out her mental power and saw that several places on the mountain had collapsed. It should be because of the rain for a few days, and the soil on the mountain was loose. She didn't care at first, but her eyes suddenly focused, and she found that there was a cave under the collapsed place. A huge rock blocked the entrance to the cave below, and a little monkey about the length of a forearm was standing at the entrance of the cave with a long tail, scratching its ears and cheeks, turning around. Half of the cave collapsed, and several boxes were washed away, revealing the gold and silver inside. Ji Changjing was startled and instantly became energetic. When Mrs. Hu came back and saw that she was still awake, she whispered to comfort her. There are several places on the mountain that have collapsed. Go to sleep first, it's okay.
Jihangen nodded, okay.
She lay down and closed her eyes. How could the men in the yard still sleep at this time? They all gathered outside to discuss. The others continued to fall into a deep sleep. When the people around her breath became long, she quietly got up, hid her body, and ran up the mountain. When she got to the mountain, she canceled her invisibility and bypassed the collapsed place, running towards that place. When she got there, she cleared a passage for one person at the entrance of the cave. As soon as she pushed open a gap in the boulder at the entrance of the cave, she heard a chirping sound, and a black shadow flew towards her face. She waved her hand. A small black shadow was directly slapped into the mud.
Chichichichi.
The monkey was frightened and struggled in panic, but found that it could not pull itself out and was sinking deeper and deeper. It kept screaming in fear. You are no good, monkey. I came to save you, and you didn't thank me or say anything, but you actually attacked me? Ji Changjing watched it struggling in the mud leisurely. Ji Changjing pretended to leave immediately. The monkey's voice became anxious. Shichichi. Ji Changjing sighed, picked up a branch, and handed it over. Forget it. It's a protected animal after all. This monkey has white hair on its ears. Its tail is twice as long as its body, and its body length is only as long as her forearm. Its eyes are round and bright, and it looks cute. It is a black monkey. The monkey saw the branch she stretched out, grabbed it, and climbed up. After pulling it out, Ji Changjing lowered her head and entered the cave. The cave was not big, and part of it collapsed. It looked precarious. If it weren't for the huge stone slab above its head, I'm afraid it would all collapse. Ji Changjing's eyes lit up when she saw the boxes. She brushed away the thick dust and opened one at random. The glittering gold and silver inside almost blinded her eyes. She gasped. It was all real gold and silver. Chirp. The pen monkey followed in and bared its teeth and growled anxiously when it saw her open the box. But considering the situation just now, it was a little afraid and didn't dare to approach her. The little thing is quite protective of food. Ji Changjing didn't care about it. She waved her hand and put all the boxes into the space. even the ones covered in mud. It looked like this thing had been here for a long time. If she saw something without an owner, she thought it was hers. The pen monkey's cry disappeared all of a sudden. It stared at the empty space with wide eyes and rubbed its eyes in disbelief.
Chirp.
Changing clapped her hands and turned around with satisfaction to go back. The pen monkey stood in front of her anxiously, pointing at the blank space with a questioning look on his face. Chiji? Changing raised her eyebrows. Want to see those things?
Chiji.
Okay. Changing waved her hand and sent the monkey into the space. Unexpectedly, the place changed in the blink of an eye, and the ink monkey was stunned for a moment. Changing followed in and pointed at the box on the ground. Isn't it here? The ink monkey circled the box twice, and then became quiet, looking around curiously. Then he ran to the river like crazy and swam back and forth in it. He saw the fruits and vegetables planted by Changing again, and ran over with a chattering in his mouth. Sometimes he picked a tomato, took a bite, and threw it away, and sometimes he picked a cucumber, took a bite, and threw it away. He ate whatever he saw, and what was even more excessive was that he ran to the fruit tree and ate and threw it. Seeing the way it was destroying things, Changing's face darkened. She picked up the monkey and threw it out of the space. She picked up the fruits and vegetables destroyed by the monkey on the ground and threw them to the chickens before going out. When she came out, she saw the monkey spinning in place, looking very anxious. You spendthrift. Changing rolled her eyes at it, walked to the entrance of the cave, restored the stone to its original shape, and went down the mountain without looking back. The black monkey chased after her and kept chirping. Seeing that she ignored it, it nimbly climbed up the tree next to it and jumped on her. She slapped it aside. Chirp. This time its voice was very aggrieved. Changing looked down at it. What are you doing? The black monkey's round eyes were a bit flattering, and its hands and feet approached her carefully. Seeing that she did not move away, it boldly grabbed her clothes, as if it wanted to follow her.
Why?
You want to follow me? Changing raised an eyebrow.
Chirp.
The little monkey looked up, feeling guilty and not daring to look at her. Okay, I'll use that money as your food money. She didn't care why the monkey suddenly changed his mind. Anyway, a monkey that was slightly bigger than her palm couldn't do anything wrong. The little monkey's toes tightly grasped the clothes on her shoulders and sat on her shoulders to go down the mountain. When she returned to the yard, her shoes were in a terrible state. In order to prevent the monkey from making trouble when sleeping at night, Changing warned it and threw it into the space. I plan to let it dry for a few days. As soon as the sun rose, the whole village became lively. Several houses in the village also collapsed, and people are now trying to salvage things. Zhang Ziwei looked up at the gray sky and felt worried. If this continues, I'm afraid I can't stay in this place anymore. Fortunately, things did not develop in the worst direction. The rain finally stopped at noon. Zhang Ziwei decided to set off immediately and called everyone to gather at the village entrance. We must get to the next county today. Without supplies, we will all die in a few days. Show some courage today. Get going as soon as possible. Let's go now. Zhang Ziwei waved his hand, and the team began to move forward. Sisterly came to see her off and stuffed a basket of food into Changing's hand. I don't have anything to give you. Don't despise it. Changing looked at the steamed buns, green vegetables, and some dried vegetables in the basket and refused to take them. Sister-in-law, it was just a small effort for me. It's not worth it. You can take these things back and eat them. What's not worth it? If it weren't for you, we would really be finished this year. That pig is the most valuable thing in our family. It's our family's livelihood. After that, she looked around quietly, came to Changing and whispered, Girl, my eldest uncle's niece's sister-in-law's brother is a long-term worker in the landlord's house next door. Yesterday, my mother's family secretly handed me a letter saying that there was a flood in the south this year and many people died. The price of food has risen a lot. You should buy more as soon as possible. Changing was shocked. Thank you, sister-in-law. I won't tell ordinary people. You'd better hurry up while no one knows. Changing thanked her solemnly and waved goodbye to her. When Mr. Huang saw them leaving, he hurried to harness the carriage. You didn't even tell me before you left. You have no conscience. After that, he hurriedly found the male owner of the house to come and carry Xie Sihing to the carriage. Before Xie Sihing could say no, Mr. Huang sneered. I know. You must want that girl to come and hold you, right? Xie Sihing swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and nodded slightly to the uncle who came to help. Thank you for the trouble. Seeing this young man who looked like a god thanking him, the male owner waved his hand quickly. No trouble, no trouble. As soon as the exile team set off, Mr. Huang drove the carriage to catch up. He fell behind the team, not far away. Xie Sihing's face showed no emotion, and he looked at Mr. Huang and asked lightly, What do you want to do? Nothing. They go to Liangzhou and we go to Liangzhou too. We will be absolutely safe along the way following this girl. Mr. Huang said slowly. Xie Sihing sneered. It's not that easy for them to kill me. Instead of counting on her to save your life, you might as well pull out the needle from my body. Besides, you don't even know her background, and you're going to get close to her? Old Huang couldn't deny. I have lived for so many years, and I can still judge people accurately. Not to mention, do you want to be a useless person in the future? Old Huang turned his head and looked at Xie Sihing seriously. I won't ask you what happened, but if you want to live well, do as I say. Xie Sihing raised his hand and touched the bandaged wound on his face. He said with gloomy eyes, I know. After saying this, the carriage fell into silence again. Ji Changjing and the others hurried along the way. Unexpectedly, Ji Luyuan and Lin actually got on the carriage pulled by the Yamen runners, and Ji Ruofeng and Ji Wolin were also arranged to sit on the shaft outside, without having to walk on the ground. This made everyone look sideways. Ji Wolin looked at others with disdain, like a proud rooster, with her chin raised. When she walked past Ji Changjing, she said sarcastically, A mud-legged person is a mud-legged person, no matter what time it is. Ji Changchuan bent down and grabbed a handful of mud and threw it over, hitting Ji Wolin in the mouth. People with dirty mouths are always dirty. Ji Ruofeng quickly covered his mouth and moved away with a look of disgust.
Poof, poof, poof.
Ji Wolin didn't expect that someone would suddenly throw mud in her mouth, so she bent down and vomited wildly. The two siblings looked at each other tacitly and touched hands. Well done. Thank you for the compliment. Ji Changchuan showed his white teeth and looked at Ji Changjing with a bit of mischief. Ji Fengshou didn't feel embarrassed at all when he saw the two people teaming up to bully others, but was very happy. When he saw the gate of the county town, the exile almost cried with joy. Finally, he can enter the city. The official was delighted to see this. Let's rest here tonight. After entering the city gate, Zhang Ziwei asked the Yamen runners to collect 1 or 2 silver coins and took them to a cheap inn. All men and women were arranged in a large bunk bed. Huang Lao frowned at the shabby inn, hesitated for a while, and asked for 2 upper rooms. Girl, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? Huang Lao ran to Ji Changjing with an enthusiastic attitude. If you are too attentive without any reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. Ji Changjing saw the old man following them this afternoon, but she thought that after all, this road was not hers, so let him follow if he wanted.
Hey.
Why are you so stubborn, you dead girl? I really have something to discuss with you. Huang Lao looked at her like a hedgehog, but thinking of what happened last time, he was more certain. There is money for you to make. Ji Changjing turned around when she said, When is dinner? Huang Lao rolled his eyes almost to the sky. A stinky girl who is greedy for money. Many people's faces turned green when they saw the large bunk bed in front of them, which was dirty, messy, and full of foot odor. The bedding on it had not been changed for who knows how long, and it looked black and almost patinated. Living in such a place for only 1 or 2 taels of silver. A group of people dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. They were like a group of fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered, and there was nothing they could do except waiting to be slaughtered. Some people could not bear it anymore, so they found the innkeeper and asked for extra money to change rooms. The innkeeper immediately went through the formalities with a smile on his face. The Yamen runners looked at them and had no reaction. With someone taking the lead, several families followed suit and changed rooms. Ji Changing looked at Hu with a pair of watery eyes, pitifully, and her heart softened. So she gritted her teeth and said, "Change. Let's change too." Ji Changing hugged Hu's arm and acted coquettishly. I knew that my aunt liked me the most. Since Hu had made up her mind, she would not regret it and simply changed 2 clean rooms, which made her feel a little more comfortable. As soon as they were settled, many people began to get restless. I haven't been to the city for a while, and I almost forgot what it looks like. What's more, after so many days without food, many people have learned their lesson and know that food must be prepared. Seeing them like this, the yamen runners smiled in tacit agreement, knowing that their chance to make money had come. Anyone who wants to bring something can come to us now.
Me.
Sir, I need to bring some things. Me too. A group of people swarmed up and rushed towards the yamen runners. Ji Fengshou took the task given by Hu and quietly found Zhang Ziwei and stuffed a piece of silver into his hand. Sir, you see, there are only a few people in my family, and the weather is getting colder. If I don't buy some thick clothes, I'm afraid I can't survive. I don't dare to let you take the trouble to bring them back. Can I go with you? Zhang Ziwei felt around and found 3 taels of silver in his hand. His frown suddenly relaxed. I'm going to the county government to stamp the official documents. You come with us. Okay. Ji Fengshou replied with a surprised smile. It was worth it that he gave 3 taels of silver. Otherwise, this matter will be really difficult to handle. After hearing the news, Ji Fengshou went back happily and told his family about it. As Mrs. Hu gave him many instructions, the bailiff put handcuffs on Ji Fengshou and took him out. Half of the yamen runners had gone out, and the rest were staying in the inn to take care of the prisoners. Huang Lao and Xie Siheng washed up and changed their clothes in the upper room. The table of dishes ordered by the waiter from the restaurant outside was also delivered. Take one of the people downstairs named. Huang Lao suddenly got stuck. The proper name is definitely not something impressive. What is it called? He actually forgot to ask for so many days. Xie Siheng and the waiter both looked at him. Huang Lao waved his hands in frustration. Forget it. You can go down. The waiter answered respectfully. I forgot to ask her name. Xie Siheng showed no expression. During this period, only the Ji family was exiled to Liangzhou, but the Ji family are all scholars. I have never heard of anyone practicing martial arts, let alone women. Even men have never hired a martial arts master. You may not know all the people in the Ji family. If I were the parents of this girl, I would definitely not go around spreading the word that my girl has someone to teach her. Old Huang waved his hand indifferently. Forget it, I'll go and ask for myself. After saying this, Old Huang asked people where Ji Changing's family lived and called her to the upper room. The 3 of them sat opposite each other. It was the first time that Xie Siheng looked at Ji Changing in such a clear sight. The girl's skin color was slightly dark, and her thick hair half covered her eyebrows, revealing only her high nose bridge and beautiful lips. Overall, she didn't seem to be anything special. But he clearly remembered the first time he saw her, her bright and clear eyes, clean without a trace of impurities. It made people want to destroy it. Xie Siheng lowered his eyes, picked up the teacup, and drank silently. Huang Lao glared at Ji Changing for a long time, only to find that she only had eyes for the food in front of her. Ahem. I asked you to come here to discuss something. Ji Changing pulled her eyes away from the delicious food on the table with great color, fragrance, and taste. The smell went straight into her nose, and even the beauty opposite her was not as attractive as the food in front of her. It's not something, it's business to discuss. If you have something to say, hurry up, I'm in a hurry to eat. Even if you don't agree, we can go our separate ways, and you can't control us from going the same way as you. Huang Lao hurriedly added, I can't control where you go, but I can control myself from taking action.
Je gaan geen ksneret.
The people chasing us are not easy to deal with. You can't run away even if we die. Even if you're good at fighting, you can't protect your family, right? Huang Lao said this a bit shamelessly, and he was determined to follow them. Ji Changing was mentally prepared. You should ask for help in a proper manner. Are you threatening me now? It's not a threat, it's cooperation. If you agree, We are willing to offer you 3,000 taels, and all the things on the dead soldiers along the way will belong to you. Xie Siheng asked about Mr. Huang's situation after that day. He knew that Ji Changjing had even looted the weapons and bodies of the dead soldiers last time, so he said this. Ji Changjing raised his eyebrows. Death warriors? Ordinary people can't afford to support them. What if the people behind you set their sights on me? That would be a waste. It would cost at least 3,000 taels of gold, right? Old Huang slammed the table angrily. You dare to dream of 3,000 taels of gold. Ji Changjing pouted in disdain. So your lives are not worth 3,000 taels of gold?
Bah.
It's just 3,000 taels of gold. Why are you in such a hurry? Old Huang. Xie Siheng said coldly. I don't have 3,000 taels of gold. At the same time, I promise you that those people will not target you. If you agree, the 3,000 taels are yours now. He motioned to Old Huang to take out the silver note. Old Huang angrily took out the silver note from his arms and slammed it on the table, mocking, You may have never seen so much money in your life. This old man is really mean. Ji Changjing was too lazy to argue with him. She looked at the intact half of Xie Siheng's face and said, I agree to cooperate, but these 3,000 taels are just a deposit. You need to give me another 3,000 taels when we arrive in Liangzhou. In addition, I have another condition. If you don't agree, we will go our separate ways. What condition? Xie Siheng held down Huang Lao, who was about to speak again. You flew from the carriage to the side of the man in black that day. Teach me how you did it? Ji Changjing looked at Xie Siheng with shining eyes. Ever since she saw him fighting with the man in black that day, Ji Changjing has been thinking that this world seems to be different from the world she knew before. The people here actually have Qinggong. She was so greedy. This opportunity that came to her door, she should not miss it. You don't have internal strength? Xie Siheng's heart sank. Huang Lao was also chopped to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. He reached out and grabbed Ji Changjing's wrist and pressed it. She really doesn't have it. After a few seconds, Huang Lao let go of her hand in shock. Xie Siheng and Mr. Huang looked at each other and fell silent. If there is no, then there is no. Is it strange? Ji Changjing did not quite understand the grief on Mr. Huang's face. You liar. You made me lose face. Mr. Huang pointed at her angrily, his face flushed red, as if he had been cheated. Ji Changjing could not bear it anymore and slapped the table to pieces. Why are you shouting? Are you the only one with a loud voice? What did I lie to you about? You tell me. You lied. You lied. Mr. Huang saw that she broke the table with one slap, and his momentum inexplicably weakened. After thinking about it carefully, she seemed to have never said that she was skilled and a master. Xie Siheng raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. It turned out that they had taken it for granted after all this time.
But,
looking at the broken table and the broken food on the floor, Xie Siheng frowned. We misunderstood your skills, but even if you don't have internal strength, your strength is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Ji Changjing snorted lightly. Good to know. I don't have internal strength, didn't I ask you to teach me? And don't forget, even if I don't have internal strength, I helped to deal with the black-clothed man last time. Hearing this, Huang Lao calmed down instantly. Yes, isn't that why they think this girl's skills are top-notch? He sat back down again. Xie Siheng was silent, and her fingers couldn't help but tap on the table. The last time those dead men were not top-notch, but I don't know if the girl can handle it, she said faintly. You may not know, although I don't have internal strength, I am born with infinite strength, and my 5 senses are sharp. No matter how fast the moves are, I can dodge. Before she finished speaking, a fierce and sharp gust of wind flew towards her temple. She tilted her head and reached out to quickly grab the flying object. A jade hairpin. Mr. Huang was too late to react just now, and he swallowed nervously. Ji Changjing held the hairpin and looked at the person opposite, with a mocking expression on his face. You are quick and fierce, not bad. Xie Siheng's eyes changed, with a bit of apology on his face, and he looked like a gentle gentleman. I offended you just now, and this is also to test what the girl said just now. If you can't even take this hairpin, there is no need to let the girl die with you. Are you satisfied now?
Yes.
Xie Siheng smiled and nodded. Mr. Huang said excitedly, God, you are a natural martial artist. If the martial arts madman knew about this, he would be so happy. Ji Changjing snorted, and his face looked better. Everyone has ulterior motives, and she will remember what happened just now. If you agree to my terms, I'll take the money. If you don't agree, don't waste your time. Xie Siheng pushed the money to her. Okay. Ji Changjing took the money and put it in her arms. Now that the deal is done, do you want to eat? Mr. Huang called the waiter to add money and asked him to quickly clean up and serve a new table of food. The three of them started eating at the same time. After the end of the world, the restaurant was gone, and even the ingredients had changed in taste and appearance. Coming here, there was no good day. The eldest aunt's cooking was also delicious, but due to the conditions, it could only be said to taste good. It was completely different from the meal in front of her, which not only had the best ingredients, but also the best taste. Look at this roast chicken. It's soft and tasty, and it's fragrant when you take a bite. And this sour radish and duck pot, the duck meat is tender, and the radish is sour and refreshing, which is very greasy. And this 8 treasure soup, jade crisp. Mr. Huang and Xie Siheng had already put down their chopsticks and watched her fight for this table of dishes alone. If you can't eat, don't eat.
Don't force yourself to eat.
Huang Lao saw Ji Changjing eating and couldn't help but persuade her. Ji Changjing looked up with an unhappy face. I'm eating deliciously. Don't say this to affect my appetite. The taste is so ordinary. How can you eat so much? Huang Lao was shocked. Ji Changjing glanced at him. Compared with grassroots and rotten meat, this is a top delicacy. It's true that a full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Ji Changjing was too lazy to pay attention to this old man. Xie Siheng suddenly said, My name is Xie Siheng. Ji Changjing was stunned for a moment before she remembered that they hadn't exchanged names yet.
Yihanging.
It turned out to be a member of the Ji family. Xie Siheng nodded and said nothing more. Instead, Huang Lao asked curiously, You are not from the Ji family in Beijing? No. We are from the clan of Lord Ji's hometown. Ji Changjing was very calm. Speaking of this, Mr. Huang sighed. Master Ji is a good man. Speaking of this, the atmosphere became a little heavy. Ji Changjing didn't want to chat with them, so she put down her chopsticks and said goodbye. Xie Siheng, don't forget to teach me internal strength. Starting tomorrow night, I will come to you when I have time. Ji Changjing's words were a notification, not a discussion. She didn't wait for Xie Siheng to answer, and turned around and left. Seeing her figure going downstairs, Mr. Huang sighed. I really don't understand. Your father is the Marquis of Xianping, your mother is a princess, and the current emperor is your grandfather. With such a strong relationship, who is willing to risk his life to hunt you down? You're not even 20 years old yet. If something happens, you can go back to your parents and elders. Why did you find such an unlucky guy like me? You don't let me send you back to Beijing, and you don't even let me pass on a message. You are so stubborn. After saying so much, Xie Siheng just took a sip of tea and warned, Don't forget that you promised me that you would not act on your own. Mr. Huang rolled his eyes. Just be stubborn. He shook his head and sighed and left. As soon as the door was closed, Xie Siheng's bony hands crushed the teacup in his hand. The porcelain shard pierced his palm, and blood slowly flowed down his wrist. He seemed to feel no pain. There was a bone-eating hatred in his eyes.
He also wanted to know why.
Why did he kill his mother? Why did he put him to death? Xie Siheng seemed to be crying and laughing. Why? My good father. Ji Changjing was in a good mood. She didn't forget her family even after she had eaten. She asked the waiter to order a portion from the table just now, gave them money, and asked him to send it to their room. Just as she was about to go back, she was attracted by the movement coming from the door of the inn. Ji Fengshou came back from shopping. Not only did he carry a lot of bags on his back, but there was also a large bundle on the cart that Zhangzi used to pull things for them. The two yamen runners stood on both sides with uneasy faces, and there was no place to sit. Dad, did you buy all this? Ji Changjing saw it, and naturally couldn't sit idly by, so she went to the door to greet him. Ji Fengshou's eyes lit up when he saw her. Hurry up, Dad is almost overwhelmed. Grab some. After that, he couldn't wait to signal her to take the things from him. Ji Changjing didn't let him down. Not only did she take the things from him and hang them on her body, she also reached out and picked up the things on the cart. After getting the things, Ji Changjing felt that they were really heavy and didn't know what Ji Fengshou bought. Seeing the things being taken down, Ji Fengshou smiled and looked at Zhang Ziwei and the two Yamen runners. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. There are a lot of things. The weather is getting colder. I bought a few pots of wine for you to warm up. I'll send them over after the things are sorted out. The two Yamen runners looked better after hearing this. They smiled and patted his shoulders. These are all small matters. If you have any difficulties in the future, just let me know. Thank you for your care. There are a lot of things. Can I take them back first? Go ahead. Ji Changjing brought back a lot of things, which immediately attracted the attention of the whole family. After Ji Mingxian and the others hurriedly opened all the things, they looked at the torn quilts and scraps of cloth inside and fell silent. When Ji Feng saw them like this, he quickly explained, "Cotton is too expensive, and you can't buy much. These old quilts can be disassembled to make clothes. The scraps don't look good, but they are cheap and in large quantities. In our current conditions, why should we care about being decent? As long as we can sew them together and wear them, it's fine." I talked to the shopkeeper of the cloth shop for a while, and he said that no matter how thick the clothes are, they will be useless there. The wind blows in through the seams of clothes, and it's as cold as a knife cutting meat. People standing outside will freeze into popsicles in less than a cup of tea. You must wear leather. So many people in our family wear leather. How much does it cost? I thought about it and decided to find a way on the road. Hunting some wild animals doesn't cost anything. And there is food. The price of food here is much higher than ours, so I didn't dare to buy more. No one waited for anyone to speak, so Li Fengshou explained his thoughts.
Ye Fengge frowned deeply.
He didn't expect the environment in the north to be so bad. What he read in books is superficial after all. After hearing this, Mrs. Hu praised immediately. You did a great job. Speaking of grain prices, Ji Changjing naturally thought of what Sister Li said during the day. Although she didn't know whether it was true or not, she still said it. Ji Fengyi couldn't sit still any longer. I'll go to the clan leader and tell them this news. We are all one on this road. We don't know what it will be like in Liangzhou. If you go out without a family, it's like having no roots. You guys and Changchuan, come with me. It's different now than before. You have to learn to take on family affairs in the future. He motioned for the men in the family to follow him and went to the clan leader to discuss things. Ji Changjing was pulled by Mrs. Hu to sew clothes. But Mrs. Hu fell silent when she looked at the cloth that Zhou and she had sewn. Not to mention that the two people's stitches were crooked. How did they manage to sew folds? Forget it. Don't mess with things. Mrs. Hu stopped the two with a headache. Zhou put down the things with some reluctance. Isn't what I made beautiful? Hu nodded perfunctorily. You two should take apart the cotton. The two were good at this job. After a while, they took apart several quilts cleanly, revealing the dirty cotton inside. Hu took a look and felt relieved. When the waiter delivered the food, Ji Changjing ran to open the door. Hu asked in surprise where the food came from. Ji Changjing made up a lie. It was sent by the old doctor. He saw that I was strong, so he asked me to help move things. Why didn't he call me? I'm strong too, Zhou said enviously, but then she became happy. Anyway, she could eat these things. After dinner in the evening, the whole family frantically asked the waiter to bring back many buckets of water, took a bath, and felt a little more alive. The next day, before Huang Lao and the others woke up, the large exile army set off before dawn. Let's go. Xia Sihan calmly ordered the waiter to send him to the carriage and ignored his words. When Mr. Huang caught up with the dust on his face, he saw Ji Changjing pointing at her and cursing. How can you be so cunning, girl? I tell you, you want to get rid of us? No way. Ji Changjing looked at him with a speechless look. You drive the carriage and I walk. How can I get rid of you? Instead of dawdling behind us, why don't you lie in bed and sleep for a while? Mr. Huang was choked by these words and muttered softly. At least say something. What? Tell you to get up and go back to sleep? Mr.
Huang.
Xie Xiheng chuckled. Ji Changjing snorted and walked away with her head held high. This time, these yamen runners still didn't give them dry food. Some things were just replenished, and no one was in a hurry. On the contrary, Lin didn't know what was going on. Ji Changjing had seen her several times taking the initiative to find the yamen runners in the dead of night, and soon some noises that were not suitable for children could be heard. Ji Changjing did not comment on this behavior, but she never broke branches or threw stones at the yamen runners to scare them. It was late at night. Ji Changjing excitedly found Xie Xiheng and asked him to teach her internal strength. Xie Xiheng threw her a piece of paper that had been prepared long ago and asked her to memorize the contents on it and burn it. Ji Changjing held the paper, her eyes almost poking the words on it, and she didn't say anything.
What?
Any objections? Xie Xiheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Changjing with a cold look in his eyes. Old Huang stroked his beard. Don't be ignorant, little girl. These are all good things that this kid took out. I asked you to burn them because I was worried that they would fall into the hands of others. Silence is Cambridge tonight. After a while, Ji Changjing spoke awkwardly and said, "This is written very beautifully.
But
I am not very familiar with it." Huang Lao's hand trembled, and he pulled off a beard and looked at her in shock. You? Xie Xiheng was silent again and gave another unexpected answer. He frowned and looked at her. Can't read? Ji Changjing glared. You should be rigorous in speaking. It's just that some uncommon characters are not recognized. Xie Xiheng's voice was cold. Then read the above content again. Ji Changjing looked fearless while holding the paper, but actually read it with gritted teeth. First open 9. Acupoints. From nothing. Huang Lao shook his head when he heard it. Xie Xiheng's face became colder and colder as she stuttered. He closed his eyes to calm his breathing, then opened them again. Stop. I know. After saying that, he took back the paper from Ji Changjing's hand, pointed at the words on it with his slender fingers, and read them to her one by one. When you first understand the 9 apertures, the 9 apertures are originally in the coccyx acupoint. Ji Changjing felt a little embarrassed and ashamed at first. But in just 2 seconds, she completely let it go. She is not ashamed to ask questions and is humble and eager to learn. Other teachers can't even ask for a disciple like her. Thinking of this, she immediately stood up again and listened to him attentively. Just like this, one taught and one learned. After one night, Ji Changjing not only knew everything, but also recited it backwards. Such a learning speed surprised Xie Xiheng. But it's also good this way, saving him a lot of effort. After teaching Ji Changjing how to feel the internal force, Xie Xiheng let her go back and figure it out on her own. When she could feel the difference in her dantian, she could find him again. He had already fulfilled his promise to teach her, and whether she could learn it or not depended on her own ability. After Ji Changjing returned, he practiced meditation with great interest. As a result, after holding it in for a whole cup of tea, I didn't feel anything except that I was a little sleepy. Never mind, I'll try again tomorrow. Ji Changjing comforted herself in this way and fell asleep with peace of mind. When he was on the road during the day, Ji Changjing observed the roadside as usual. In addition to wild vegetables, she would also pick some Chinese medicinal herbs when she saw them. Ji De was in poor health, so the villagers tied some branches together, covered them with hay, and asked Ji Shirlei to drag him. In this way, the problem of traveling is half solved, but the problem of taking medicine is difficult to solve. The villagers had already pooled money together to buy him 5 days' worth of medicine, but it was almost finished, and he still hadn't gotten the next dose of medicine. Ji Changjing couldn't just watch people die, but she couldn't just give them money without principles every time either. So she would try her best to find some herbs on the way, dig them up and give them to Mr. Huang to see if they could be used. Mr. Huang didn't expect that she actually knew about herbs, so he held her tightly and insisted that she tell him who her master was. Ji Changjing was annoyed. My motherland taught me that. Huang Lao muttered to himself, Zugwa Baba? This name is a bit strange. Could it be that they are some kind of great clan that does not leave the world? Lu had gotten used to her digging out unfamiliar things from time to time. Seeing this, She asked curiously, "What is this?" "This is medicine. They should be able to use it. As the name suggests, it nourishes the kidneys, strengthens bones, heals injuries, and relieves pain." She took the medicine she dug up and went to see Mr. Huang. "Can this be used by Jide?" Huang Lao took it and looked at it, then looked at her in surprise. "Okay, you actually found a useful one. It's in his prescription. You can prepare it and give it to him." Ji Changjing shrugged. "I don't know how to do it. You're the doctor, so of course you have to do it." Mr. Huang didn't believe it. "You know fresh herbs, but you don't know how to prepare them? Why don't you tell me that I know wild vegetables and can deliver pigs? I'm not a doctor, so what's so strange about not being able to prepare this?" Ji Changjing said this in a very naive way. "You're not a good master. Why do you teach half and keep the other half? Why don't you just become my disciple? I don't dislike you. It will be glorious to be the successor of my Medicine King Valley. What do you think? But I dislike you."
Hey.
"How can you, little girl, not know how to appreciate kindness?" Seeing that the two were arguing again, Xie Siheng put down the scroll in his hand. "I'll give you the medicine when it's ready." Humph. Huang Lao and Ji Changjing snorted at each other, and no one paid attention to each other. They were resting beside the official road that night. When everyone had finished their meal and rested, Ji Changjing saw Lin followed a yamen runner into the woods again. She only glanced away and looked away, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and began to meditate calmly. After a while, screams suddenly came from the woods. This sound suddenly woke everyone up, and Ji Changjing also opened her eyes vigilantly. Everyone heard the yamen runners shouting. The crowd suddenly became chaotic, and Zhang Ziwei led people to draw their knives and pointed them at the woods. There were pairs of green eyes that slowly lit up. "There are really wolves!" There was a cry from the crowd. The footsteps sounded in a panic, and many people were busy hiding to the side, but where could they hide? Looking around, they were surrounded by wolves. A rough count showed that there were more than a dozen wolves. Ji Fengyi and Ji Fengshuo quickly gathered their family members together, back to back, facing the outside world. What should we do?" Ji Mingshua's voice was filled with tears. He was still young and had not met the young lady he liked yet. He didn't want to see the king of Hades.
Torch.
Ji Mingho's mind was confused for a moment before he reacted and trotted to pick up 2 burning sticks. Ji Changjing raised his eyes to look in the direction of Mr. Huang, and the carriage was still standing there. In the carriage, he was giving Xie Siheng an acupuncture. His expression was serious and focused, and he couldn't be distracted at all. At this moment, sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. Why are there so many wolves suddenly? Zhang Ziwei's face changed drastically when he looked at the wolves around him. "Boss, what should we do? We won't die here, right?" Wang Lin was very nervous. The wolves' eyes glowed with a faint light, forming an encirclement and slowly approaching here. Perhaps because of the torches in their hands, the wolves did not rush up all at once. But their feet did not stop, and they were gradually approaching. Sun Fan's hands were shaking as he held the knife, and his legs were shaking as he hid behind other yamen runners. "Guard this place for me." Ji Changjing was very perfunctory in covering up. He took out the long swords of the men in black from his bag and stuffed one into each of his family members' hands. However, the situation was chaotic at the moment, and no one noticed this. "We'll use this when the wolves come. Dr. Huang is over there. Let's move towards him. There's strength in numbers." Since they had received the money and had a cooperative relationship, they should have a sense of contract. Ji Changjing's family had no objection to his proposal. If they could go to Liangzhou with the doctor, their chances of surviving on the road would be several times higher. Ji Fengyi tightened the sword in his hand. "Okay, let's move towards that place, and you guys take good care of yourself." Hu and Ji Chongchuan were the 2 weakest among them and were protected the innermost. The family gradually moved towards that side. Seeing them move, the clan leader also said to others, "Zhou is there, let's go with them." At this time, who would still think that Zhou was mentally ill? Hearing her there, they felt too safe. They all began to move slowly towards Ji Changjing and the others. Aunt Lee slapped Ji Sherlin, who was carrying her on his back, on the head. Hurry up. Why don't you hurry up and protect Aang and her family? Aang saved your mother's life. Do you want to be scared at this time? Ji Sherlin and his brothers were urged by their mother and sweated on their foreheads. Don't urge me, mother. We are not squeezing in. The wolves did not wait for anyone. They also moved. There were more wolves than they thought. An excited cry came from the forest, and the wolves all rushed up. Many people's first reaction when they saw the wolves was to be afraid and hide, and they had no courage to resist at all. 2 people were bitten to death by the wolves as soon as they came up. Panic and screams intertwined, and the resting place instantly became a slaughterhouse for the wolves. Ji Changjing and the others were very close to Mr. Huang's carriage. 2 wolves rushed over here, looking at them as if they saw delicious food. Their blood-red tongues and saliva dripped onto the ground and formed threads. They kicked their hind legs and showed their sharp teeth to bite. Zhou was not afraid when she saw it. Instead, she rushed forward with her sword without waiting for other people in the family to react. Yunyang. Ji Fengshou's heart tightened when he saw it. Ji Changjing also faced another wolf. These wolves are very flexible. Not only do they know how to dodge, they also have good jumping ability. They are not as easy to deal with as wild boars. Fortunately, Ji Changjing is strong enough and the swords of these men in black are of acceptable quality. After several rounds, Ji Changjing saw the opportunity and chopped off the wolf's head with one sword. I don't have any special moves. I just rely on the experience gained from the end of the world and use the sword as a knife to chop. Zhou had no idea what to do. He just relied on his own strength and swung the sword vigorously. Soon he had chopped a wolf to pieces. The people around were stunned. Before Ji Changjing could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Ji Qingyu's frightened voice in the crowd. A wolf attacked Ji Qinyan's family from behind, leaping into the air and opening its mouth to bite Lu. Ji Changjing threw the sword in his hand like a dart, with such force that the sword pierced through the wolf's body and flew 2 meters away, hitting Ji Wolin. Mother! Ji Wolin screamed and pushed away the ferocious wolf head on her body, crying and throwing herself at Lin, grabbing her arm tightly and refusing to let go. Ji Ruofeng tightly grasped Lin's other arm, his face full of fear. Mom. Dad is still there.
Lin.
Lin. Come and carry me. Ji Luyuan looked at the wolf not far away from him, his heart filled with fear, and he kept moving his body to get farther away. But his injuries were too severe, and he was still standing there after crawling for a long time. Lin was holding a burning stick in her hand to drive away a wolf. She looked at Ji Wolin and Ji Ruofeng and said, "Who of you will carry Daddy?" The 2 shook their heads frantically. "We are too young to carry Daddy." Lin smiled. "What should I do?" "No one is willing to carry you." "Witch. You witch. You just want to kill me so that you can be with your lover, right?" Ji Luyuan pounded the ground angrily. Ji Wolin and Ji Ruofeng looked at Ji Luyuan in shock. They didn't expect that their father, who was always polite, could say such a thing. Lin sneered, "You are the beast in human form. When I was exiled, my family sent me letters several times asking me to divorce you. I was willing to be exiled with you, because I was worried about you. In the end, how did you treat me? You gave me to those yamen runners. You used me to please them. Don't you like wearing green hats? Then I'll give you a few more. Let me count, you probably have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 hats now." Ji Wolin and Ji Ruofeng were stunned. Ji Luyuan was furious and angry, as if there was a blockage in his chest that he couldn't breathe in or out. Hearing Lin's last words, he went crazy. "Puff. I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Lin stood up and ignored the scolding behind her. She turned around and ran to the yamen runner, who had been having a hot relationship with her recently with a weak and frightened face. "Sir, I'm so scared." The yamen runner had just killed a wolf with others, and there was a lot of blood on his body. Turning around and seeing Lin looking at him with a weak and dependent face, he immediately straightened his chest. "Stand behind me." Lin nodded obediently and stood behind him like a little bird. She waved to the brother and sister. Ji Ruofeng followed Lin without hesitation. Ji Wolin hesitated for a few seconds, lowered her head and dared not look at Ji Liyuan, then turned and ran. Dad, I'll go and persuade Mom. Shameless witch. Come back. Come back. Before he could roar for long, Ji Liyuan, who was alone, was bitten by a wolf. Lin glanced at him, her eyes full of joy and hatred. Ji Wolin and Ji Ruofeng stared blankly at what happened, a little bit unable to recover. Because Ji Changjing's performance was too outstanding, all the people in Lotus Village followed him, and even Huang Lao's carriage was tightly surrounded by the crowd. Ji Shilin and a few brothers protected his mother and Ji Fengshuo's family tightly beside them. After the fight, Ji Fengshuo's eyes even sparkled. Leather. All leather. Our family's leather is settled. When the people around heard this, their eyes lit up. These ferocious wolves suddenly didn't look so hateful anymore, and a group of people looked at the wolf pack with green eyes. Seeing that the situation here was stable, Ji Changjing took the knife taken out from the space to rescue others. Several brothers around Zhang Ziwei were all injured. One of them had a piece of flesh bitten off his leg, and blood was constantly oozing out. Stimulated by the smell of blood, more wolves came to their side. Behind, when Ji Changjing arrived, he saw a mouthful of fangs behind Zhang Ziwei. He pulled him back, turned his wrist and swung the knife hard. The wolf's ferocious expression froze on his face and fell from midair. Warm blood sprayed half of her face. She stood there with a murderous look on her face, looking like a demon from Hades. Seeing Ji Changjing like this, all the Yamen runners were shocked. Zhang Ziwei's back was covered with cold sweat. He didn't know when a wolf ran over from behind him, and he almost capsized in the gutter.
Boss.
I can't bear it anymore. Come and help. The shouting beside him woke him up, and he hurried over to help. The situation at Sun Fan's place was much better. Although some people were injured, he was hiding behind several Yamen runners and was unharmed. Seeing that many wolves had died, the forest was filled with rapid wolf howls. The remaining few retreated while baring their teeth and growling, and disappeared in a moment. Miss Ji, thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have lost my life here. Zhang Ziwei panted and expressed his heartfelt thanks to Ji Changjing, and even his tone was much more polite. Ji Changjing withdrew his momentum, showed a silly smile, and scratched his head. My father asked me to come here to help my uncle. This time, he really treated him as a brother. The truth is revealed in critical moments. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment of life and death, Brother Ji did not forget him. Okay, niece, after I clean up this place, I will go to thank your father in person. Zhang Ziwei made up his mind and even changed his way of addressing him. Ji Changjing smiled and said, It's okay, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Ziwei was busy treating his brother's injuries. He simply thanked her and went to check on the wounds. Turning around, Ji Changjing showed a happy look in his eyes. Zhang Ziwei clearly saw the swords in their hands, but he glanced at them a few times and then ignored them automatically. It was worth her helping out. When Ji Changjing returned, she saw Huang Lao spinning around like a top, examining the injuries of the people around the carriage. When he saw her, he ordered, Go get the medicine off the carriage. There were a lot of injured people this time, and he was busy alone and exhausted. When he saw Ji Changjing, he ordered her around without any hesitation. In the carriage, Xie Siheng was sorting the medicines in an orderly manner. These are all medicines for external injuries. Take them. Ji Changjing nodded, took them all, and handed them all to Mr. Huang. Two people, one watching and the other bandaging. Soon all the people were bandaged. At this time, Zhang Ziwei ran over with an anxious look on his face and pulled Huang Lao to go. Hurry, hurry, come with me to see my brother. Huang Lao staggered as he was pulled, his face unhappy. Who do you think you are? Do you think I can be easily invited? Let go. Zhang Ziwei turned his head and looked at Huang Lao with anger when he heard this.
What?
Do you think I'm afraid of you?
Wait.
Ji Changjing spoke up to stop the tense atmosphere. Uncle Zhang, I'll go with you to take a look. After all, human lives are at stake. Zhang Ziwei thought of his dying brother and didn't bother to argue with Huang Lao. He nodded and walked quickly towards a place where they were resting. "I'm not going," Huang Lao said angrily, shaking his sleeves. Ji Changjing never thought of persuading him. "Isn't this just doing others a favor and doing it for yourself? What's the difference between being generous to others?" Old Huang waited for a long time, but no one came to answer. He turned around and saw that Ji Changjing had left. He felt embarrassed and stared at her back in frustration. The person whose leg had been bitten off was bleeding profusely.
I
can't hold on any longer. Please help me bring the money back to my mother." The man on the ground had lost too much blood. His face was as white as paper, and he spoke incoherently, as if he was explaining his final wishes. "Yangzi, you will definitely be able to hold on. The boss is going to find a doctor. Just hold on a little longer. Your mother is still waiting for you at home." The guards around him had red eyes and kept encouraging him. "Our medicine can't stop his bleeding. Do you have any solution?" Zhang Ziwei and Ji Changjing came back in a hurry, their faces full of solemnity. Ji Changjing squatted down and checked the wound without saying anything. "Do you have any wine? Take it out and clean the wound." "I'll do it." Several Yamen runners hurriedly fetched wine and poured it on the wound. The man cried out in pain. "Hold him down." Ji Changjing held the bottle of Yunnan Baiyao in her hand and sprinkled it on top until the whole bottle was poured out, and the blood gradually flowed less and less.
Stop.
Stop. Seeing that the bleeding had finally stopped, several Yamen runners all shouted out in joy. Ji Changjing also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it stopped. Zhang Ziwei looked much better when he saw his brother's life was saved. Miss Ji was able to stop the bleeding, which is already saving this kid's life. "We can use our own medicine later." Yes, we can use ours." Miss Ji used the last bit of medicine for Yang Mao. "Thank you for your kindness. Just call us if you have anything in the future." These Yamen runners grew up together, so they became brothers of different surnames since they were young. Seeing the youngest brother being rescued, Yang Mao looked at Ji Changjing and wanted to worship her. Yang Mao, lying on the ground, looked pale and thanked Ji Changjing with difficulty. "I didn't do anything. He still needs to see a doctor." Uncle Zhang was a little anxious just now, and his attitude might not be very good. Dr. Huang's medical skills are pretty good. If you can talk to him nicely, try to talk to him nicely. Ji Changjing gave a tactful advice and didn't continue. Back to the carriage, Sun Fan and the Yamen runners were calling the roll there. 5 people died, and more than 20 were injured. Looking at the death toll, Sun Fan had a look of regret on his face. "Pack up and go. The bloody smell here is too strong, and these beasts may come back later. Leave all the bodies here. Don't take any of them. Don't waste time burying them." Zhang Ziwei shouted loudly. Ji Fengshou and his 3 cousins were nailed to the spot when they heard this. "The bloody smell is too strong."
Yifengyi sighed helplessly.
There were not many wild boars last time, so it was easy to deal with them. This time, there are not only people but also so many wolves. It is estimated that before they are dealt with, wild beasts in the forest will be attracted. Ji Fengshou silently reflected that he was too excited before and actually forgot this. Don't make this mistake again next time, and be happy in vain. Although he was reluctant, Ji Fengshou still followed the team, looking back every 3 steps. Ji Changjing fell at the end of the team, leaving the team little by little, and her body was hidden in the shadows. Turned around and ran towards a place just now. She wants these wolves. While driving the carriage, Huang Lao searched for Ji Changjing's figure in the crowd. After looking for a long time without seeing her, he couldn't help but start muttering again. This dead girl has some conscience. She didn't abandon us too when the wolf came just now, and she knew to bring people to protect our carriage. Otherwise, we would be in trouble this time. Xie Siheng was sorting the herbs bought by Huang Lao in the carriage. Hearing this, he said casually, "Since you have taken the money, you must do the job." Huang Lao also thought it made sense. She is still honest. "But I am a great doctor, but I was so stupid that I worked as a groom for you for so many days without complaint."
"No.
I have to find a way to buy a servant back. He is used to driving the carriage so much." Last time in the city, he didn't even think of buying someone to drive the carriage. It's outrageous. Sihing smiled. We are both in danger of losing our lives. Why bother buying another person to die? Isn't it all your fault? All the poison powders have been used up, and I have to treat you and drive you every day. I have never lived a miserable life like these days. Now that the herbs have been bought, I still don't have the time to prepare them. Old Huang was angry. If he had something in his hands, would a few wolves have scared him so much? Thank you for your hard work. I'm free to do these rough jobs, anyway. Why don't I do it? Sihing's voice came from the carriage, with some soothing meaning. Huang Lao finally calmed down after hearing this. Okay, help me grind the trichosance powder, and then... He only reported 3 kinds of medicinal herbs to Sihing for grinding, and soon he heard the sound of pounding medicine coming from inside the carriage. This made Mr. Huang feel balanced all of a sudden. Ji Changjing was looking at the wolves all over the ground with shining eyes. After she put all of them into the space, she remembered that there was a troublesome little thing inside. She ducked in. Chirp. Seeing her come in, the little monkey, who was hiding beside the box and shivering, immediately ran towards her. He grabbed the hem of her clothes and climbed onto her shoulders, pulled her hair to cover his face, and pointed at the bloody wolf corpse on the ground and howled. Ji Changjing pulled her hair and lifted it up. Sit still, or I'll beat you up. When she saw her own space clearly, she almost couldn't breathe. All the plants planted in the space were destroyed, some were stepped on, some were torn off, and some were thrown everywhere. Some precious flowers and landscape trees are either broken or fallen. What Ji Changjing could not tolerate the most was that the monkey had bitten several holes in the food bags, and the food was scattered all over the ground. Anyone who grows flowers would find it intolerable to see such wasteful behavior. Ji Changjing grabbed its scruff and asked dangerously, "Did you do this?" Looking at the messy scene in front of him, the little monkey's eyes were wandering, and he looked around but didn't look at Ji Changjing.
She was so angry that she laughed.
Although this thing had some spirituality, it was still a wild monkey after all. I don't want to see you now. Ji Changjing threw it out of the space, took 2 deep breaths, and began to pack up. It put the fruits and vegetables it had gnawed into its bag, planted all the grains that could be planted, and fed the parts that could not be planted to the chickens. He put all his things in order again, then picked up the mountain-sized bag and carried it out of the space. The little monkey was squatting there waiting for her obediently. When he saw her come out, he was so happy that he wanted to climb onto her shoulders. She slapped him and slammed him aside. Get out of the way. Ji Changjing carried his bag and hurried back the way he came. The monkey ran behind him anxiously, chirping all the time. She ran very fast with the big bag on her back, and the night had no effect on her vision at all, so she quickly caught up with him. On the contrary, the whole team did not move very fast because some people had night blindness. People who were on their way suddenly saw a large black shadow running towards them at a very fast speed. They could not help but point in that direction in horror. Wolf!
AA!
This shout immediately put the crowd on alert. Many people looked in the direction he pointed and saw a large black shadow. Form a formation, Zhang Ziwei shouted, and all the Yamen runners took up a fearless attitude and pointed their torches at that place. Mr. Huang tightened the reins in his hands, pulled the horse in front of him, and looked at the place with a nervous expression. I cursed in my heart that I would follow Ji Changjing no matter what next time. When Ji Changjing ran over and saw so many people pointing weapons at her, she was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Ji Fengyi and the others turned their heads in surprise to look at Ji Changjing's position and found that it was empty at some point. I was walking and heard some noise in the woods over there, so I quietly followed to see what was going on and ended up running into a monkey. Ji Changjing pointed at the monkey that was chasing after him and chirping at him. Zhang Ziwei squinted his eyes to see the little monkey on the ground. What is it doing? I stole some food it hid in the cave, and it chased me all the way trying to bite me. Zhang Ziwei. He glanced at the mountain of bags behind Ji Changjing and coughed. Next time this happens, it's better to tell me. After all, it's not safe at night. After that, he waved his hand. Disperse, disperse, and continue on the road. Anyone who makes a fuss will be severely punished. Ji Changjing squinted and smiled. Uncle Zhang, I know. Old Huang rolled his eyes speechlessly. This dead girl scared people to death in the middle of the night, and I don't know where she got such a big bag to carry on her back. If you don't know, you would think it's a bear. Xie Sihun glanced at the situation outside from the window. The monkey followed her back to the team step by step. When it got closer, Ji Changjing kicked it farther away. The monkey was not angry and continued to get closer, and she continued to kick it away. The two of them went back and forth like this and had a lot of fun. That monkey is quite intelligent, Xie Sihun said, and then lost interest. Huang Lao laughed. I don't know what kind of monkey this is, and I don't know if I can play with it for 2 days. Not only was he curious, but Ji Changjing's family was also very curious. Where did this monkey come from? Why is it so small? Who knows where it came from? Anyway, it's thick-skinned. It doesn't want to stay in the beautiful mountains and forests, but must follow me. Ji Changjing looked disgusted. Ji Fengyi looked at it for a while, frowned and said, I have read a record in a book that Yangshuo County is rich in a kind of monkey called ink monkey. It is as big as a fist, with golden hair, sparkling eyes, and can curl up and sleep in a pen holder. But this, why is the color and size different? Maybe it has mutated. The family didn't think about it anymore, just watching it for fun. Anyway, they're all monkeys, no matter what kind of monkey it is. Along the way, the monkey was also honest, following Ji Changjing closely. She went fast, it went fast, she went slow, it followed slow. Ji Changchuan was also surprised. Zhang Ziwei led his men and stumbled for 30 miles until they saw a small river and had them check the area to see if there was any problem. Then they stopped to rest. Ji Changjing put the bags on the ground and opened the contents to show Mrs. Hu. Aunt, these were all taken from the monkey's den. Mrs. Hu couldn't help but exclaimed, and Ji Fengyi and the others also came over. There are peaches in the season? Isn't this an eggplant?
This.
The whole family was shocked when they saw the mess of the 4 seasons inside. Ji Fengshuo's eyes glowed green, and he turned his head to look at the monkey as if he had seen some treasure. Good monkey. The little monkeys first stood up at his eager eyes, and he bared his teeth and growled at him. Ji Changjing slapped it on the head. Behave yourself. The little monkey pointed at Ji Fengshuo with grievance. Chirp. Ji Changchuan looked at the monkey with sparkling eyes. It's so smart. Ji Changjing snorted. The IQ of monkeys is not low, but this monkey is wild and has no rules at all. It needs to be educated. Ji Changchuan tentatively reached out to the little monkey and wanted to touch it, but it dodged. Ji Fengshuo was happy to see this. This little thing recognizes people. Ji Changjing pulled the monkey and handed it to Ji Changchuan, looking at the monkey with a warning. If you dare to hurt people, I will throw you on the tree and hang you for 3 days and 3 nights. When the little monkey heard this, it immediately quieted down and looked at her grievedly. Ji Changchuan felt the warmth of the little animal in his arms, reached out and touched its head, with a childish smile on his face. Sister, can you give it a name? Ji Changjing glanced at its fur and casually named it Black Dog. The whole family. Despite the family's subtle or direct persuasion, Ji Changjing's mind could not be changed. Ji Changchuan looked embarrassed. At least it's a black monkey, right? The dog has changed its species. This dog thing, it wastes so much food. It doesn't deserve it. Ji Changjing looked grim, and no one could persuade him, so he decided on the name. Although the fruit in the bag had been gnawed by the monkey, it was not so particular in the countryside. After gnawing the gap, the family ate some to replenish their physical strength and fell asleep. The weather was obviously much colder after the rain. At night, when the black dog and others fell asleep, he tiptoed to Ji Changjing's side and fell asleep on her shoulder. In the morning, Mrs. Hu cooked a pot of rice soup for the whole family to drink before starting the journey. Black Dog also won half a spoonful of food. On the road, he sat on Ji Changjing's shoulder very consciously. She took a look and said nothing, because she really didn't have the energy to pay attention to it. She picked up some fruits and held them close to Huang Lao's carriage. Old man, I'll give you some good things. What good things can you have? Huang Lao said disdainfully, but his eyes kept glancing at the monkey in her arms and on her shoulder. Ji Changjing didn't bother to be polite with him and got on the carriage in a flash, opening the things in her arms to give them to them.
Peaches.
Huang Lao was very surprised. I didn't expect it to be such a good thing. It's not easy to eat some fresh fruits in this season. Xia Xihing picked up a peach and looked at it. Has it been bitten? It was taken from the monkey's nest, and it bit it. Ji Changjing pointed to the black dog on his shoulder. Xia Xihing took a look at the monkey and fell into deep thought. This is the north. Unlike the south where the temperature is suitable and it's like spring all year round, and peaches have long been out of season. But there are still wild peaches in the mountains. Is there something unusual? Your carriage is idle anyway, so help me move some of my things. Ji Changjing felt that she was very sincere in bringing a valuable gift to negotiate. Old Huang looked at her with a look of "What are you talking about? Open your eyes and look carefully. It's difficult for two people to sit in this carriage. Are you sure it's idle?" Xia Xihing sat in the middle of a pile of things with an expressionless face. There was no place to turn over except for a gap in the middle where he could lean back a little. Ji Changjing pointed to the roof of the carriage without changing her expression. "Isn't it idle?" Old Huang. As the saying goes, a man who eats someone's food should be grateful, and a man who takes someone's money should be soft-handed. After staring at Ji Changjing for a while, Old Huang was defeated. "As long as you can put it up, I agree." Okay. Ji Changjing went back with the black dog happily. When they took a break at noon, they pulled Zhou to climb onto the top of the carriage with an excited look on their face. A triangular-roofed carport was tied flat, who was happily directing, "Put all the uneaten wild vegetables on the top. If it doesn't rain in the next few days, take them out to dry. Yes, try to stagger them so that they can be dried evenly. I have strung the beans and hung them on the three sides of the roof for ventilation." After all the luggage was placed on the carriage, Zhou and Ji Changjing were relieved when they set out again. Ji Changchuan was picked up by Zhou and carried on his back. Ji Fengshou smiled and said, "My wife, I am tired too. You take care of me for a while." After that, he automatically put Zhou's arm around his waist. Ji Mingxue followed suit. "Aing, take care of me." Ji Fengyi and who were simply too embarrassed to look at these two conspicuous bags. These two embarrassing things.
Yi Handien actually liked Yi Mingxue's temperament.
How much is face sometimes worth? Although I have adapted to this intensity after training for a while, it is still a bit difficult for a scholar who is not active before, especially when wearing handcuffs and leg shackles. The most worn-out thing is shoes. I have already transitioned from cloth shoes to straw shoes, and I don't care about whether they are decent or not. After all, a pair of shoes will be worn out in a day or two, and no family can afford such consumption. Just when I was about to rest at night, Sun Fan made trouble again.
"Stop.
From now on, either buy food or starve." These words made everyone who was tired after a day of work stunned.
Why?
"Can't we eat our own food?" "That's right. Why do you care?" Sun Fan sneered and pulled out the person who was mumbling just now. "Do you have any objection?" The man was a little scared when he saw Sun Fan pulling him out. He whispered, "Sir, why don't you give us our own food? No matter where we go to reason, it's hard to explain, right?" Sun Fan sneered, stretched out his hand, and pushed the man to the ground. "I am the truth. Who dares to shout in front of me, right? Do you think I am joking when a tiger doesn't show its power?" Sun Fan said angrily, picked up the whip in his hand and whipped the man, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. This man was indeed because of Sun Fan's performance in the past few days, which made him forget what kind of person he was. Before, he saw Zhou fighting with them and nothing happened, so he felt that the official didn't seem so cruel. He completely forgot that Zhou didn't get beaten because the Yamen runners couldn't beat him. This time, after being whipped a few times, he remembered that although Sun Fan and his men didn't kill people, they never blinked when they beat people. I was wrong. The man was beaten and cried for his parents, and for a while, all the other people who were ready to make a move gave up their thoughts and stood aside with their necks shrunk, not daring to say a word. Sun Fan's face was so ferocious that the man couldn't shout, and he felt that the unhappiness in his heart had been vented a little. "Come and buy dry food now." Anyone who objects, this is the end. Sun Fan glanced at Zhou and the others with a sinister look, and especially looked at them twice. Seeing that Ji Changjing's family had no reaction on their faces, Sun Fan snorted and waved his hand to let the Yamen runners come to watch them. Whose face was heavy, and she whispered quietly, "It's just short of robbing openly. What's the difference between this and bandits? Robbery? Why does he rob us? I'm going to beat him up." Zhou rolled up her sleeves and wanted to go to Sun Fan, who was frightened and quickly grabbed her. "Stop. Be honest and don't make trouble." Whose forehead was almost sweating. Ji Changjing looked at Zhou with a serious face. "Mom, these are officials. You can't beat them casually, understand? Then I'll beat them seriously. You can't beat them openly." Who glared, whose forehead was almost sweating. Ji Changjing looked at Zhou with a serious face. "Mom, these are officials. You can't beat them casually, understand? Then I'll beat them seriously. You can't beat them openly." Who glared, "I think you two want to make a big fuss. I can't control it. I'll call Xiao Chuan over." Ji Changjing quickly grabbed her and begged for mercy. "I'm joking. Dear lady, don't tell Xiao Chuan." Who was pleased. "Will it really be fine when we arrive in Liangzhou?" Ji Fengyi and the clan leader also had the same doubt. "Now we still have some silver to support us, but if we run out of money in a few days, will these people let us go?" The clan leader was very worried. Ji Fengyi also didn't quite understand Sun Fan. He was obviously a cruel person, but if you think about it carefully, he hasn't really killed anyone on his hands along the way. His usual style of doing things doesn't seem like a good person, but after Zhou offended him last time, he didn't do anything to deal with them. It's really hard to see through. We can only take it one step at a time. This person is hard to figure out. Ji Fengyi frowned, and he was a little unsure in his heart. "Anyway, we are already like this. It won't get any worse. The boat will straighten itself out when the time comes." Ji Fengshou looked at the two people with frowns and spoke to comfort them. In the evening, no one took the lead to buy food, and of course no one dared to eat at this time. The atmosphere seemed to be deadlocked all of a sudden. These officials can control the prisoners, but they can't control Huang Lao. He held a chicken leg in his hand and gnawed it while moving closer to Ji Changjing to join the fun. "TSK, you are really unlucky. I see that this group of officials has also been divided into two groups. The two sides added together are really greedy. You are suffering." The people around glanced at the chicken leg in Huang Lao's hand vaguely. The taste was really tempting. "Are you free?" Ji Changjing struggled to move his eyes away from the chicken leg. Huang Lao was overjoyed. "Very free. Seeing your greedy look, it's especially delicious." After that, he took a big bite of the meat, and the juice overflowed. Ji Changjing's face pulled, not wanting to look at this little old man. Huang Lao gnawed the chicken leg in his hand with a look of enjoyment. "Good with rice. Especially good with rice." The situation didn't last long. Soon, the Yamen runners separated and came towards the crowd, collecting money from every household. This time, they collected 10 taels from each household. The dry food they gave was just 2 hard cakes that were hard to bite. Whoever disagreed would be beaten. Except for some people who protested at the beginning, everyone soon fell silent. Of course, there were a few families who had no money. They had registered with the Yamen runners, and they just glanced at them and ignored them. There were many people who couldn't pay 10 taels of silver. For those who couldn't pay, the Yamen runners simply searched their bags and took away all the food. The whole area was suddenly filled with cries. "You can't take it. The money has been taken away. If we don't have food anymore, we really have no way to survive. Please let these food go. We really have no money." Because who paid the money, Ji Changjing and his family's food was spared. Despite this, the faces of his family members didn't look much better. Old Huang got up and returned to the carriage, and did not continue to make a presence felt with Ji Changjing. At night, Mrs. Hu continued to follow the crowd and did not cook anything. The family made do with some dry biscuits and went to sleep. Ji Changjing sat cross-legged on the ground, silently reciting the mental method he had memorized and gradually immersed himself in it. Not long after setting out on the road that day, Changing discovered that there were many more pedestrians on the official road than usual. The horse-drawn carriages, ox-drawn carts, and mule-drawn carts were all packed with people, and they brought their families with them. She saw that there was no curiosity on their faces, but they passed by in a hurry, with a vigilant look. Not only did she notice the situation, but others also saw it. What are they doing? Who knows? Maybe they are visiting relatives. Your family is visiting relatives with big and small bags of things? This is a good statement. Zhang Ziwei ordered Wang Lin. Go and ask these people what they're doing.
Yes.
Wang Lin answered and stopped a person on the side of the road, who knew that before he could get close, the person ran faster than a rabbit. After stopping several people in a row without success, Zhang Ziwei asked the team to stop and personally led people to stop a family. What are you holding in your hands? What are you doing? Zhang Ziwei led people to surround the family. A group of Yamen runners all put their hands on their swords, intending to arrest the people if the situation was not right. Official, 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 we are all ordinary people, absolutely good citizens. The man in charge was terrified and stuttered. Zhang Ziwei frowned and said, take out the household registration documents. Okay. The man trembled and reached into his arms and took out the wrinkled household registration documents. Wang Lin took it and looked at it carefully. He passed it to Zhang Ziwei after making sure there was no problem. After confirming that these people were ordinary people, Zhang Ziwei's frown relaxed, and he immediately asked them what they were doing. They then told the story nervously. The local county magistrate not only concealed the matter, but also killed some people who went to the county government for help, and also had people block the city gates to allow only entry, but not exit. After 2 days, the situation not only did not get better, but it got worse. The people in the county government planned to block the city gates and not allow entry or exit. These people had some connections and knew the news in advance, and fled with their belongings. The Yamen runners who heard this all looked at Zhang Ziwei in shock. He waved his hand to let them go, his face as gloomy as water. Boss, what should we do now? Should we go to Yong'an County? Wang Lin felt bad when he heard the situation over there. If we deliver it to the door at this time, who knows if the county magistrate will go crazy and kill even the officials in the capital. Before Zhang Ziwei could make up his mind, Sun Fan came over impatiently. Are you guys free? Why are you chatting here if you don't hurry up? Wang Lin repeated what he had just asked, and Sun Fan's expression was not very good. He said gloomily, let's hurry up first. I remember there is a post station 20 miles away from here. Let's go there first today. Zhang Ziwei thought about it, and thought that this was also a way. Let's get on the road first, and talk about it when we get to the post station. A group of officials came back with gloomy faces, and it was not a good sign to look at their faces. Ji Fengyi found the clan leader thoughtfully. The officials stopped a few people just now and asked about the situation, and their faces turned bad. I'm afraid the situation is not good. The clan leader's hair turned a few white again because of worry. I see that they think of the scene of fleeing famine more than 10 years ago. It's really a sin. He shook his head and sighed. Although the people in their village survived, many people died. It was not until some people who fled from famine settled down in Lianhua village that the popularity slowly recovered. These are such heartless people. They took the money and left nothing for me, not even a chance to live. The clan leader burst into tears. People around me were not in a good mood after hearing this. Some people just want to give up and live one day at a time. Just after noon, they arrived at the post station. Rest here for today. You can move freely within a 3-mile radius, and only one person from each family can go out at a time. Zhang Ziwei ordered in a deep voice. This time Sun Fan didn't say any nonsense. The situation is not optimistic now. If we don't let these people find food to eat, will they all starve to death? That won't work. 10 Yamen runners were left behind to guard the post station, while the rest went into the post station to rest. The exiled people rested in the open space next to the post station. There were only 3 people guarding the entire post station. After Zhang Ziwei took out the official documents, he was taken to arrange a room for them. Sun Fan went back to his room, and while everyone was resting in the room, he quietly went to the backyard. He found the man who was cleaning the yard and took out a token. Where's the carrier pigeon? Sun Fan stretched out his hand to the man.
Wait.
Soon the man took out a carrier pigeon and handed it to him. Sun Fan looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he put the pigeon in his arms and went back. The two of them didn't say a word of nonsense throughout the whole process. As soon as Sun Fan reached the door, he saw Zhang Ziwei looking at him. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Zhang Ziwei unkindly. What are you doing standing at the door of my room? Zhang Ziwei curled his lips and said, I'm standing here openly. How can I be considered sneaky? Sun Fan felt uneasy and spoke even more harshly. You are not tired, but I am. Why are you looking for me instead of taking a good rest? Do you want to report this? Don't you know someone? You do it? Mind your own business. If you want to report it, just report it. Sun Fan waved his hand impatiently, slipped into the room, and secretly watched Zhang Ziwei's movements through the window. Only after seeing him snort and leave did Sun Fan wipe away the non-existent sweat. I picked up a pen and wrote a letter and tied it to the pigeon's foot. I felt relieved only after watching it fly away. Zhang Ziwei returned to his residence with a gloomy face. Just now, Sun Fan saw that he looked guilty and knew there was something wrong with him. He called Wang Lin and said, keep an eye on Sun Fan these few days. Wang Lin looked excited. Did this kid do something? Not sure, just keep an eye on him. Wang Lin chuckled. I'm afraid that this kid won't make any move. Don't worry. I will definitely keep an eye on him, and I will definitely catch him this time. After getting along for this period of time, the Ji family in Lianhua village and the families headed by Ji Qinyan have a good relationship. Just as they were about to rest, the old patriarch called Ji Hu and asked him to take the men in his family to go hunting. Ji Hu patted his chest and promised, Don't worry, patriarch. During the few days we stayed in that village, I asked the hunters there for advice and learned a lot. I will definitely not come back empty-handed again. The patriarch was very satisfied. Well done, then you guys work harder. Ji Hu took people to work in the forest. The patriarch also arranged for them to wait for them to come back, and Ji Changing took the women in the village to dig vegetables, no matter what they were, as long as they could bring back everything that was edible. He also arranged for several aunts and sisters-in-law in the tribe who were famous for their skillful hands to take people to sew and mend, and they were busy making some straw shoes and thick clothes. He even asked Ji Fingyi and Ji Shiren not to be idle and continue to teach a group of children in the tribe. Those who are still lying here must not want to die, otherwise they would have hanged themselves long ago. In that case, everyone listen to my advice. We are all in the same boat now. No matter if we had grudges against each other in the past, we are all the same now. In the past, we could still distinguish the rich and the poor, good and bad. When we arrive in Liangzhou, who is stronger? We all have to start all over again. Since ancient times, it has been difficult for one tree to support itself. When we arrive in Liangzhou, we are all outsiders. What if others bully you? Just go and sue. Without anyone to guide you, you don't even know which way the gate of the county government faces. Let's not talk about faraway things. Let's say our children are bullied. When they shout loudly, a group of people with the same surname stand up. You look around and there is no one who is one of us. Do we have to keep our tails down and behave ourselves? I'm not afraid to tell you an insider information. The price of grain in that county has become much more expensive a few days ago. Do you think it's because of the different places?
Wrong.
It is said that it was because of the heavy rain some time ago. There was a flood in one place and all the grain was washed away. The price has increased because of the disaster. Since we are out of the house, no matter what, we are all members of the Ji family. No matter how far or near we are all members of the family. We all have the same ancestor and are a family. As a family, we naturally need to take care of each other to survive. When we are in a strange place, we can only keep each other warm. Don't you think this makes sense? Think about it carefully. The old patriarch said, glancing at some families in the capital. It's time to fight. Do you think it's not hard enough to live now? He couldn't control it before and didn't want to control it, but it's different now. If everyone doesn't work together, they will all die sooner or later. Hearing the words of the old patriarch, the crowd immediately buzzed and discussed. Is this news true or false? No way. I thought it was because the grain production here was low, so the price was inflated. It turned out that something went wrong. Is this old man talking nonsense? You can't talk nonsense. Some people believed it and some doubted it, but without exception, they all started to think about it. Ji Qinyan, who had been decadent and sloppy, sat up slowly after hearing this. The families in the capital who had grievances in their hearts also showed different expressions on their faces. The old patriarch's words were rough but true. Ji Changjing pulled Ji Changchuan to applaud very enthusiastically. Well said. The patriarch gave them a satisfied look. This child has good eyesight. Patriarch, you have eaten more salt than we have eaten rice. I will do whatever you say, without hesitation.
We all obey you.
I obey too. The people of Lotus Village quickly expressed their opinions. The old patriarch has been the patriarch for decades since he was young, which is longer than the time that Lord Ji has been an official. The people of Lotus Village are convinced. I obey too. Ji Qinyan shook his robe, stood up and saluted. I have heard my father praise you before. Seeing is believing. Ji Changjing was amazed. This was the first time she saw Ji Qinyan not arguing with others and speaking seriously. I didn't expect Lord Ji to still remember me, an old man. I don't deserve it, the patriarch said with a smile. He had seen Ji Qinyan speak a few times before, and he was so aggressive that he could tear off people's faces and stomp on them. He also spoke without any scruples, which made him dare not talk to him easily. I didn't expect that he could speak so properly when he was serious. With this topic in mind, the two of them naturally started chatting. Seeing that Ji Qinyan was not arrogant, many people in Lotus Village came over to listen to them talking. Ji Qinyan's knowledge and experience are much higher than those of the people in Lianhua Village as a whole. Ji Fengyi and others also highly recognized Ji Qinyan's knowledge and deliberately approached him to start a conversation. Lin held the food she had exchanged from the Yamen runners in her arms and handed it to Ji Ruolin and Ji Ruofeng. Ji Ruofeng reached out to take it and stuffed it into his mouth voraciously. Ji Ruolin waved her hand away. Dirty. These words shattered Lin's heart. She put the food in front of Ji Ruolin with a pale face and expressionless face. If you have the guts, starve to death. Ji Ruolin's eyes were red, and she looked at her viciously. It's all you who killed my father. And you still have the nerve to eat. After saying that, he looked at Ji Ruofeng, who was stuffing food into his hand, and slapped the food out of his hand. Eat. 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 You only know how to eat. Are you a pig? Ji Ruofeng was stunned for 2 seconds, then stood up angrily while looking at the food on the ground, pointing at Ji Ruolin and yelling, If you dare to throw my things, I'll beat you to death. You try to hit me. Just try. Who's afraid of who? As they talked, they started to fight. Lin looked at this scene and said with a sullen face, Stop. Her words fell on deaf ears and no one listened. Lin couldn't hold back her anger any longer, so she pulled the two men apart and slapped each of them. Is that enough? Ji Ruofeng looked at Lin in disbelief. How dare you hit me? I'm your mother. What's wrong with hitting you? Ji Ruolin covered her face with disgust and hatred. You are a fickle woman. You are not worthy of being my mother. Whether you are worthy or not, you are my child. Lin also got angry and looked at Ji Ruolin without giving in. You are not my mother. Ji Ruolin yelled at her hysterically. Ji Ruofeng also sat on the ground and threw a tantrum. If my father were alive, you would not dare to hit me. What right do you have to hit me? Shameless witch. You don't want your own son anymore after you have a stepfather. Looking at their eyes, Lin's heart grew colder. She slapped Ji Ruofeng on the other side of his face again and shouted angrily, I have raised you for so many years. What's wrong with hitting you? You have learned so much from books. You even insulted your own mother? Ji Ruolin sneered. With a mother like you, how can he be a good person? Lin's face was full of tears. You really are Ji Liyuan's offspring. You are just as ruthless as him. She lay on the ground in despair, looking at the sky and crying bitterly. Ji Ruolin turned away and sat on the ground. Seeing the group of people opposite chatting and laughing, she felt even more jealous. Why are they still in the mood to laugh and joke? How can they still live well? If you have the guts, go kill them. Ji Ruofeng retorted to her and lowered his head to pick up the food on the ground. Ji Ruolin looked at the useless Ji Ruofeng with disgust. Her eyes flashed, and she looked at Lin, who was lying on the side. He suppressed his emotions and tried to please Lin. Mom,
I was wrong just now.
Ji Changjing didn't see the dispute here. Ji, who had just returned from digging some traps with his men. Many wild vegetables have disappeared in the season, but it has rained for a few days, so there are still some mushrooms that haven't rotted in the forest. It doesn't look bright in color, but it is highly poisonous. Eating a little bit will kill you. You can't save it. This made the auntie, who had picked a few mushrooms, throw them away quickly.
Mom,
the color looks normal, and I thought it should be edible, but I didn't expect it to be so poisonous. That's right, I saw that it's not red or yellow, and I thought it was edible. Several aunties looked at the mushrooms on the ground with lingering fear. So don't pick them randomly. I'll pick one that's edible for you to see. Just look for it according to this. Ji Changjing was very happy to see that several aunties were quite obedient and threw it away immediately after saying that it couldn't be eaten. This saved everyone trouble. Okay, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on these people. As the wife of the clan leader, Grandma Wang still had some ability, and she patted her chest and agreed. A pair of sharp eyes scanned the crowd to see who was disobedient and secretly picking mushrooms. Ji Changjing found several edibles in succession, handed them to look at, and then dispersed to find something. Black Dog sat on her shoulder and followed her. Ji Changjing's eyes lit up while picking mushrooms. Oh my god! Mushroom and sweet potato rice, mixed mushroom soup, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Just thinking about the taste has made her mouth drool. Black Dog plucked a mushroom with both hands, held it happily, and handed it to Ji Changjing. She looked at it and found that there was nothing wrong. So she looked at Black Dog and praised him like a reward. Not bad. You are really a good monkey. The praised Black Dog became more excited, jumping to dig mushrooms and working harder. Seeing that the hem of her clothes could no longer be wrapped, Ji Changjing looked around and found a vine plant suitable for weaving baskets. After a while, a basket was formed in her hands. Black Dog ran over at this time, holding a bunch of pure white flowers for her with a well-behaved and diligent face. Oh my god! Mountain lotus leaves. Ji Changjing picked up the Black Dog with an ecstatic look, hugged it and kissed it, and said excitedly, "Good monkey. Come on, take me to the place where you pick flowers." The Black Dog seemed to be stupid, with a blank expression, and pointed in a direction. Ji Changjing put it on his shoulder and ran away. The scientific name of mountain lotus leaves is Dictyophora japonica, which is an annual herb. The whole plant can be used as medicine, but the most eye-catching thing is not these, but its petals will change color. Under normal circumstances, its petals stand on the branches like a holy girl, pure white. But after the rain, the petals will become transparent, looking crystal clear and pure, like crystal, beautiful like something out of this world. It is a national third-level protected plant, which has long been rare and is close to endangered. Ji Changjing didn't expect to meet it here. When she saw the cluster of mountain lotus leaves, she did not hesitate to collect half of the soil and plants into the space, and then left here reluctantly. Chirp! The Black Dog pointed at the remaining half and looked at her in confusion. You are quite greedy. Do you understand that you should leave a way out for others? The fact that it can grow here proves that the environment here is suitable for its growth. You should respect the growth space of plants, understand? The Black Dog didn't understand and looked a little confused. Ji Changjing was in a good mood. After a while, several scattered ladies came back, all with smiles on their faces, and it seemed that they had made a lot of gains. Seeing the basket in Ji Changjing's hand, they all came over and asked, "Where did you get this basket? Why didn't I see it just now?" Ji Changjing shook the basket in her hand. "I made it."
Oh.
You have such a deft hand. Grandma Wang praised it endlessly while watching. Several people looked at the basket over and over again and were reluctant to let go. Ji Changjing saw what they meant and pointed to the vines next to them. "Let's cut some back and I'll teach you how to weave it then." "Okay. You take a break, we'll cut more." Grandma Wang excitedly called a few sisters, and each of them cut a large bundle and carried it on their backs. Lu pursed her lips a little embarrassedly. Can you teach me how to weave a basket later? I don't know how to weave. What's the big deal? We'll weave together then, and you can ask me if you have any questions. Ji Changjing waved her hand indifferently.
Oh.
The people in our Lotus Village are very open-minded. If you don't understand anything, just ask. Grandma Wang said proudly. Lu couldn't help laughing. It was really easy to get along with them. When a group of people went back, each of them carried a bundle of things, and the family members were so shocked that they hurried over to take it. Ji Qingyu's jaw dropped when he saw his mother carrying a small bundle of vines on her shoulders. He hurried over to take it. Ji Qinyan was so shocked that he looked Lu up and down, wondering what had happened to her. His wife had been a lady of a rich family for half her life, and she had never seen such rough work, let alone done it. Mom, why don't you come back and ask me to do it? Ji Qingyu said helplessly as he put the things on the ground. It's just a few of mine, not even half of what those older sisters carry. It's okay. Lu's voice was gentle, and there was no reluctance on her face. Ji Qingyu kept glancing at his father. Mom has never done such rough work before. My son is grown up, so I should do these things. After all, I am a man, and I have to support our family. He emphasized the word man very much. Lu pulled his sleeve and shook his head. Ji Qinyan saw their actions clearly, and he felt bad. I'll do it later. After that, he silently began to sort out the things on the ground. Mom is not tired. Don't contradict your dad. He has been feeling bad recently. Lu shook her head at Ji Qingyu. Even if you are very talented and well-educated, we still have to face how to survive. We can't put all the pressure on you. We have to face reality. Lu looked at her son, who was taller than her, standing in front of her. She felt sour and relieved. She comforted him softly. It's okay. Mom will get better after learning from them. Your dad is just depressed. He can't accept the collapse of his goal for many years. Don't push him too hard. Ji Qingyu glanced at his father and didn't say anything to refute. The people in Lianhua village were very busy. Seeing that these yamen runners didn't care about them, Ji Hu took people to cut some branches and tough bark and made some simple bows and arrows. When it was about time, he took people to the trap he had dug before. After going out for a long time, he finally didn't come back empty-handed. They finally hunted for food by themselves. Ji Fengshou carried the rabbit he got and happily returned to a resting place. Seeing this, Mrs. Hu was delighted. We have meat to eat tonight. Of course, I'm so smart, there's no reason why I don't have what others have. Ji Fengshou was showing off. He had a lot of tricks to dig the trap this time. Otherwise, how could he get a whole rabbit? Mrs. Zhou looked unhappy. Last time you agreed to let me go, you lied. Ji Fengshou handed the rabbit to Mrs. Hu and took Mrs. Zhou's hand. When did I lie to you? Isn't it our collective action? You said that other families have men going. How embarrassed would I be if you went in our family? Don't worry, I will remember this. Sooner or later, I will definitely take you to hunt. Just the two of us. Ji Changchuan pulled Ji Changjing and whispered, Dad is lying to Mom again. Ji Changjing lowered her voice. This is called drawing a pie in the sky. Ji Changchuan was about to ask what drawing a pie in the sky meant, but was blocked by someone in front. Ji Qingyu brought half a chicken and handed it to Ji Changjing. Thank you for saving my mother last time and showing her things. Before, their family couldn't even come up with a decent thank you gift, so they didn't have the courage to come over to thank you. Today, as soon as they got this half chicken, Lu urged them to bring it over. It's just a matter of convenience, no need to thank me specially. Ji Changjing glanced at the half chicken and wanted to eat it. But it was not easy for others to get some food, so they didn't want to just take it. Is this half chicken a thank you for saving my life? Ji Mingxue asked with a smile. Ji Qingyu looked serious. Of course not. This little thing is not enough to show our gratitude, but now the conditions are limited, so we express our gratitude. That's it. A lot of debts will not burden you. We will talk about it when we have the conditions in the future. Now, isn't it more important to keep healthy and alive? Although the expression on Ji Mingxue's face looked a little frivolous, what he said made sense. Ji Mingxian also nodded. Brother Ji, Don't be so anxious. Just take care of the family for now. Although Ji Mingho didn't say anything, he also nodded to express his approval of his brothers. Ji Qingyu couldn't help but tighten the half chicken in her hand. Go back and stew it quickly. We have mushrooms today. Chicken stewed with mushrooms is so delicious. Ji Changjing said. Ji Qingyu glanced at her and happened to see her swallowing saliva, which made her laugh. But she didn't refuse anymore and went back with the chicken. I'm checking the tasks I assigned yesterday. Ji Mingxian turned around and smiled at his brothers and sisters. Ji Mingxue showed pain on his face. I think it's useless for us to study now anyway. I think Aang has a lot of room for improvement. Why don't you teach her well, big brother? By the way, supervise Xiaochuan and Mingho. As for me, isn't it enough to recognize words? Don't you think? Ji Mingxian chuckled. What do you think? Ji Chongchuan glanced at Ji Mingxue, looking at his elder brother with a well-behaved face. Big brother, what you taught us to recite yesterday, I will recite it to you. There is a fox on the other side of the Qiliang. My heart is worried, and my son has no clothes. Ji Mingxian listened to Ji Chongchuan's recitation with satisfaction and looked at Ji Mingxue. It's your turn. Brother. Dear brother, we are all exhausted during the day, and you still torture me at night. Can you bear it? Stop talking so smoothly here. The sea of learning is endless. If you don't advance, you will regress. You can't give up on yourself because of your temporary situation. Xiaochuan knows to work hard. You're so grown up and you are not even as good as a child? Ji Mingxian looked at him sharply. Ji Mingxue glared at Ji Chongchuan with an expression that said, You're hurting me. Ji Chongchuan gave him a provocative smile. Ji Changjing grinned and laughed. You deserve it. Who let the second brother drag her into this, saying that she had a lot of room for improvement? Doesn't this mean that she is uneducated and can't do anything? A few little ones are competing with each other here, and the aroma of meat is wafting in the air. Ji Changjing had just written a few big words on the ground under Ji Mingxuan's supervision when old Huang came over. Hey, I'm here to ask for a meal. Old man, please sit down. I'll go ask my mother if she's done. Ji Mingxian greeted her politely and went to ask Mrs. Hu. Ji Changjing was very unhappy. What's wrong with you having nothing to eat? How dare you eat ours? It's not easy to get something to eat, but this old man is so shameless. As long as you are thick-skinned, there is nothing you can't eat. Old Huang was not angry either and stroked his beard with a smile. But I, an old man, still prepared a message to exchange for food with you. How about it? That's nice, isn't it? What message? Do you know what these people on the road are doing today? Ji Changjing said calmly. What are they doing? Huang Lao came over mysteriously. The upper and lower reaches of the Lijiang River in front of us have all burst their dikes. I heard that many houses and food were washed away, and these people all escaped. I remind you to prepare more water and food quickly. The water will not be drinkable as you go forward. There will be more and more people on the road, so you have to be vigilant. Huang Lao was still joking at first, and when he finished speaking, his face became more serious. He didn't have much food left. Ji Changjing looked at Huang Lao and felt a little warm in his heart. Although the two often quarreled with each other, they were still reliable teammates at critical moments. Thank you for the reminder. Ji Changjing looked at Huang Lao seriously for the first time with a sincere smile on his face. She smiled directly at Huang Lao, and her whole face bathed in the sun, looked very lively. Mr. Huang's face suddenly darkened. What are you laughing at? Which girl can laugh like you with big buck teeth? You have no image at all. Send the meal to me when it's ready. Don't try to fool me when I'm not around. Ji Changjing looked at his angry back and her face darkened. You are in menopause. Why are you giving me such a cold face for no reason? Mr. Huang didn't even pause. He rushed back to the carriage in one breath, opened the curtain, grabbed the teapot in the carriage, and drank it from his mouth. Xia Sihing put down the book and frowned at him. What's wrong? Mr. Huang's face was not good, and he put the teapot heavily on the table next to him. Nothing. Since he started drinking tea, Xia Sihing's eyebrows have never loosened. Remember to buy me a new teapot next time. Mr. Huang was so angry that he jumped up and down. What do you mean? Do you think I am dirty and old man? I won't buy you one. You will die of thirst. Xie Ziheng chose to ignore such childish behavior, continued to pick up the book in his hand, and slowly turned a page. This attitude immediately angered Mr. Huang. You are worthy of being the descendant of Bai Yufeng. You are as heartless as her. Xie Ziheng paused. Do you know my grandmother? Humph. Mr. Huang threw aside the curtain and got out of the car. This behavior was almost a tacit approval. Xie Ziheng was thoughtful. Could it be that there was something wrong between the two? Ji Changjing was also a person with a temper. She would not rush to please someone who gave her a cold shoulder for no reason. After Hu finished cooking, she asked her to deliver Mr. Huang's bowl. She handed it to Ji Mingxian and asked him to go. Did you quarrel with the old doctor again? Ji Mingxian asked helplessly. The two of them would quarrel at every turn, and the whole family was used to it. What do I have to quarrel with him? He has a bad temper and is weird. I won't argue with him, and I don't want to pay attention to him. Ji Changjing said and ran to eat without looking back.
Yiming Xuan.
The two of them together are probably not as big as Xiaochuan. The open space was full of the delicious smell of stewed meat. Ji Qingyu brought a bowl of her own mushroom-stewed chicken to Ji Changjing and the others as a snack. When they were eating happily, a group of ragged people gathered in twos and threes on the side of the official road. They wandered around here, walking back and forth, and their eyes kept glancing here. Maybe they didn't dare to step forward because they saw that the yamen runners around were carrying knives. Ji Fengyi's heart sank when he saw these people. Let's eat quickly. As usual, Zhou arranged her parents-in-law first, and after offering incense, she took her own bowl and ate meat and soup. The delicious mushrooms and the aroma of meat made the family eat very satisfied. People on the side of the official road, I don't know when more and more people came, and the number exceeded dozens. The yamen runners saw that the situation was not right and hurried to the post station to inform Zhang Ziwei. The situation is not good. These people are obviously refugees. The clan leader muttered as he looked at the group of people. Ji Fengshuo slumped on the ground comfortably after dinner and didn't want to move. Ji Changjing walked over and poked him. Dad, the old man told me to prepare more water. Otherwise, when we enter the Lijiang River, the water there will be undrinkable. Ji Fengshuo was shocked. What do you mean? Now is the time when there is no shortage of water. No shortage of water does not mean that the water is drinkable. The upper and lower reaches of the Lijiang River are all flooded. The corpses, feces, and so on floating in the water are not only disgusting, but also make you sick if you drink it, right? There is no way to explain what bacteria are. Ji Changjing had to use the most understandable words to explain to Ji Fengshuo. Smart people really understand quickly. Ji Fengshuo stood up with a start. Yes, there will be a big epidemic after a big disaster. Ji Fengshuo took a breath, and his face turned green. He no longer had the intention of lying down and quickly pulled Ji Fengyi to find the clan leader. After a while, the clan leader solemnly ran to invite Huang Lao, and by the way, called on the people of Lianhua village to get together, and several families in Beijing who were willing could also come together. With such a large group of people sitting together, under normal circumstances the yamen runners would have come over with whips, but now no one was in the mood to pay attention to them. The yamen runners were busy investigating where the group of people came from. Everyone sat together and discussed what to do next, without stopping their work. Ji, who was sharpening a wooden stick with a knife. A group of ants were weaving straw sandals. Some of them surrounded Ji Changjing and asked her to teach them how to weave baskets. It's not safe outside now. We can't just rely on these yamen runners. If something really happens, no one can take care of anyone. We'd better prepare some weapons ourselves and take as much water as we can now. Ji Fengshuo glanced at the people who were lurking around with bad intentions, and his heart was filled with worry. No problem, I can make these simple bows and arrows. Make more. Ji Hu nodded and responded quickly. We can't all sleep at night. We have to arrange for someone to keep watch. The days ahead won't be too peaceful. That makes sense. We won't sleep tonight. I hope everyone will be more vigilant in the future and don't take anything lightly. We'll still find food as we did today, and then slowly think of a way. In short, staying alive is more important than anything else now, so put everything else aside for now. Brother, if someone here gets sick, can you please see us then? The clan leader looked at Mr. Huang beside him expectantly. Your habit of randomly recognizing relatives is not good. Just call me Dr. Huang. As for whether to see a doctor or not, Mr. Huang glanced at Ji Changjing, who was earnestly teaching others to weave baskets. It depends on your mood. Okay. The clan leader didn't continue. After all, as long as people follow them, they can always think of a way, right? Now, it's considered a greeting in advance. Ing. Do you think my basket is woven properly? Lu held the basket in her hand and handed it to her with excitement. Ji Changjing took a look and laughed. Not bad. You'll be able to become a master soon. Lu was dancing with joy, and the ladies next to her also laughed. It's not good to only know how to weave baskets. Shoes are more expensive than this. Try weaving straw sandals later. Yes, sister, let me tell you, weaving straw sandals is very particular. Seeing them discussing which material is durable and which is light, Ji Changjing went to meditate in the corner. Speaking of which material made the straw sandals, Tian Dan felt warm last time. I wonder if it was internal force? Let's feel it again. At night, the clan leader arranged for someone to keep watch, and they spent the night peacefully. In the morning, Zhang Ziwei looked at everyone with a serious face. We got the news yesterday that the entire upper, middle, and lower reaches of the Lijiang River broke its banks, causing serious floods, and all those people escaped. But we have to continue on the road we should take, and we must reach Liangzhou on time. Otherwise, you will all become wanted criminals, and no one will have a good life. So, I decided. Take a detour. Let's go now. This was the decision made after yesterday's discussion. There are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, and they have to bite the bullet and get through. Before leaving, Jihu took his men to the forest again and took away all the prey and sharpened sticks in yesterday's trap. The people on the official road watched them enter the forest and followed them in to find food. Some others looked at their bags, showed greed in their eyes, and followed them on the road. Huang Lao looked at these people with disgust in his eyes. When he saw Xie Sihen grinding medicine powder in the car, he couldn't stand his leisurely look. Aren't you a royal family? Don't you want to help these disaster victims when you see them? Xie Sihen focused on the movements of his hands. I'm trying to survive myself. Why should I care about other people's lives? He had a sarcastic smile on his face. He didn't know whether he was mocking himself or others. Not long after they started on the road, they followed Zhang Ziwei and turned into a small road. There were woods on both sides of the road. The black dog couldn't sit still here and twisted on Ji Changjing's shoulder. Will the black dog run away? Ji Changchuan looked at his sister a little worriedly. If they run away, they will run away. They were born and raised in the forest and are free. This is their original destiny. Ji Changjing didn't worry about this. Instead of worrying about whether the monkey will run away, it is better to worry about whether there is food here. After all, she is now shouldering an important responsibility. As soon as the young sisters and aunts and sisters-in-law entered the forest, they looked at her eagerly, hoping that she could recognize one or two delicious foods to bring to the family. Ji Changjing did not disappoint everyone. In a pile of weeds that looked the same, she found 2 wild vegetables, yam and cup flower. Ji Changjing called out, and a group of people rushed to pick and dig. Although they had never seen these things before, they believed in Ji Changjing. Sun Fan looked at Ji Changjing with a bit of unkindness. If he remembered correctly, this girl and that strong woman were mother and daughter. He brought several yamen runners with whips, and were about to go find Ji Changjing. Zhang Ziwei stretched out his hand to stop them. What are you doing? Sun Fan looked at him impatiently. I don't want to make things difficult for you, and you should mind my business. Go away. Zhang Ziwei didn't move at all after hearing this. As long as they don't delay our journey, they won't bother you, right? What do you mean? Are you going to make things difficult for me just for a few women? Sun Fan's eyes were gloomy, and he squinted at Zhang Ziwei. I only know that the girls saved my brother's life. Zhang Ziwei pointed at Ji Changjing. Wang Lin and the others saw that the atmosphere here was different, so they also gathered around. The yamen runners on both sides stared at each other, their hands touching their shoulder knives. Ji changing glanced at the wild vegetables she was still digging. Dig up the roots of the big bowl flower and steam them to eat. It will keep you full. The rhizomes of the big bowl flower contain starch, and they are much more filling than wild vegetables. Hearing her words, the group of people dug more vigorously. Seeing the yamen runners glaring at each other with swords drawn, Ji Feng shrank his neck and whispered to the men in the family, "Hurry up, dig more now. Anyway, there are tall people to hold up the sky if it falls." Ji Fengshu used his hands and feet, squatted on the ground and dug vigorously at the big bowl flower. The three cousins didn't care about their image and started digging on the ground with their bare hands. A group of people simply followed suit, thinking that they were quietly and no one would notice them, and they all squatted on the ground to dig things. Sun Fan was even more angry when he saw this. Such a large group of people squatted on the ground to dig things, they really looked down on them and didn't take them seriously. "Get out of here." Sun Fan whipped Zhang Ziwei with a whip. He dodged to the side and attacked Sun Fan. The two of them started fighting as soon as they said they would, and when the others were still struggling whether to fight or not, the two of them decided the winner. Zhang Ziwei snatched Sun Fan's whip and kicked him on the ace. Sun Fan staggered and fell to the ground. Wang Lin watched this scene and couldn't help but blew a loud whistle. It was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Sun Fan lost face in front of so many people and was furious. "Zhang Ziwei, I'm going to kill you." He stood up and grabbed the knife of the yamen runner next to him and chopped at Zhang Ziwei. The yamen runner next to him exclaimed, "No! Killing your superior is fatal." A group of people stepped forward to stop him, but Sun Fan went crazy and didn't distinguish between friends and enemies and chopped whoever stepped forward. Zhang Ziwei took advantage of the chaos to grab his wrist and shouted, "That's enough. I don't have time to play with you here. With your mediocre skills, if you didn't get in through the back door, you wouldn't even have the chance to stand in front of me. Yes, Deputy Chief Sun, we still have to hurry. We have been delayed for a long time." Wang Lin shouted at Sun Fan in a sarcastic tone. Zhang Ziwei pushed Sun Fan away and glanced at Wang Lin with sharp eyes. "Say less or no one will think you are dumb." After that, he looked at the exiled crowd. They were also a group of people who watched the fun and did not mind the big things. Zhang Ziwei felt a little headache and said with a sullen face, "Let's go." Hearing this, everyone stood up immediately and returned to their original positions honestly. The yamen runners besides Sun Fan supported him. "Let's just forget it. I'll show them what's happening right away, just wait." Sun Fan spat and looked at Zhang Ziwei viciously. On the road again, Ji Fengshu followed Zhang Ziwei happily, holding the wild vegetables he had dug. "Brother Zhang, this is what I just picked. It's very fresh. My daughter said that this is delicious whether steamed or fried. Let me give it to you brothers to try." Wang Lin took it with a smile. "My niece's sharp eyes. I won't be polite to you." "Why be polite? We are brothers. I haven't thanked you for what I did just now." Ji Fengshu waved his hand with great pride. "It's not a big deal. Not worth mentioning." Wang Lin and Ji Fengshu got along well, and several yamen runners beside them would occasionally join in a few words. As they talked, Ji Fengshu couldn't help but put his hand on him, looking like a good brother. Wang Lin felt his back sink, and then he remembered that Ji Fengshu was still wearing shackles on his hands and feet. When Wang Lin was excited, he couldn't help looking at Zhang Ziwei. "Boss, we are brothers. Why don't you take off the iron chain? We can put it on him when we get to Liangzhou." Ji Fengshu's mouth, which had been talking all the time, suddenly shut up, glanced at Zhang Ziwei quietly, and said with an awkward face, "Don't, it will make you embarrassed." Zhang Ziwei pondered for a moment. "Take it off. I know that the boss is righteous." Wang Lin laughed. "Is this a trouble for you? It's really embarrassing." Ji Fengshu said embarrassedly, and put his wrist straight into Wang Lin's hand. "Anyway, there are only us on the road, and no one can stop us if we do something convenient." Wang Lin took off the shackles swiftly. Ji Fengshu moved his hands and feet and jumped twice on the spot. "Thanks, brother." Ji Shilin and his brothers looked at him enviously. How come the Fengshu brothers are so good at talking? They made the officials smile so happily that their shackles were taken off. Brother, why don't you try too? Do you think I don't want to go? I can't. Antly looked at her 3 sons with a look of disappointment. You 3 are really stupid. They saved me last time, so you went to thank them. Now that you have become familiar with each other, you should go to their place to help more often. After getting along for a long time, you will learn a little bit of their skills, which will be useful to you in the future. But you just don't want to go. The 3 brothers were beaten by Antly and cried. The eldest daughter-in-law next to them tried to stop them and persuade them, but it was useless. In the evening, a carrier pigeon flapped its wings and caught up with Ji Changing and his team. Sun Fan had been absent-minded since the sun was about to set. Seeing the carrier pigeon, his eyes lit up and he immediately found Zhang Ziwei to ask for a rest. Looking at the sky, the sun was about to set. Zhang Ziwei did not object. He asked the Yamen runners who were exploring the way in front to find a place and began to rest. While others were calling the roll, Sun Fan slipped into the woods and took the letter off the pigeon's feet. After reading it, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. He was even in a very good mood and touched the pigeon's head. Let's go, baby. After saying that, he raised his hand and the pigeon flew out. In the evening, just as Mrs. who set up the pot, Ji Changing felt her shoulders sink, and the black dog came back. Chirp! The black dog handed the thing in his hand to Ji Changing with a diligent look. She took it and looked at it carefully. Pigeon? This thing is quite rare. Ji Changing looked at it for a long time, but there was nothing special. When the black dog saw her take the thing, he excitedly jumped to her other shoulder, pointed at his face and pouted his mouth, closed his eyes and moved twice with an intoxicated look. Ji Changing's face suddenly turned black, and she slapped it on the head. Rogue. The black dog was stunned by this slap. Ji Fengshuo's eyes lit up when he saw the pigeon in Ji Changing's hand. Where did it come from? Ji Changing pointed at the black dog. It caught it. Ji Fengshuo chuckled and stretched out his hand to pick up the black dog and put it on his shoulder. Brother dog, I will go out hunting later, and you follow me. Give me some advice when the time comes. The black dog didn't react until it was picked up on Ji Fengshuo's shoulder. It stood up straight in anger, gesticulating and pointing at the pigeon and Ji Changing, and its mouth kept making moo moo moo. It looks weird. Is it crazy? Ji Fengshuo held it in front of his eyes, and the black dog was still chirping angrily. This stinky monkey wants to take advantage of me. It gave me a pigeon and wanted me to kiss it. Ji Changing looked at the black dog coldly. Ji Fengshuo was shocked. What kind of hobby is this? But it's not impossible. Ji Changing was furious, staring at Ji Fengshuo and was about to say something, but he took a deep breath, picked up the black dog with a fearless attitude, and quickly kissed it on the forehead twice. I kissed twice, you owe me one. Ji Fengshuo looked at the black dog with a warning, and it was stunned. Then it struggled madly. Ji Fengshuo loosened his hand, and the black dog climbed up the tree as if it was frightened and didn't come down.
Yihan-kun.
Ji Fengshuo was embarrassed for a moment, took the pigeon and said to himself, this thing has so many hairs, I have to pull it out.
Yihan-gink.
In the evening, a group of people dug traps as usual, digging traps, looking for things. Those who followed them with bad ideas couldn't do it because they saw more Yamen runners. They could only follow them into the woods to find food. But they didn't know the wild vegetables in the woods, they just saw what they were digging and followed them to dig some. When it was time to eat, Ji Changing and the others hadn't eaten for long when they heard the screams of those people. She took a look and saw that they had picked the wrong wild vegetables, which led to food poisoning. However, it was not fatal, just a stomachache. After walking on the trail for 2 days, they left the plain area, and the road began to become gradually rugged. Huang Lao's face became more and more gloomy. If the carriage couldn't move, they would have to get off and walk. Not to mention whether he could carry the things on the carriage, the fact that Xie Xiheng couldn't walk now was a problem. He was already so old, could he still walk with his back on his back every day? I think the situation will last at most 1 day before the carriage can go. Old Huang frowned. Xie Xiheng had thought about this problem as early as when they walked onto the path. At this moment, he was very calm when he heard what old Huang said. Why are you in a hurry? These officials have more stuff than us. Unless they are willing to throw these things away at this juncture, they will definitely change the route. Old Huang knocked his head. He almost forgot this. Several carriages were full of water, pots, food, quilts, and other items. Throwing them away at this time? That would be equivalent to throwing away one's own life. After Old Huang figured it out, his eyebrows relaxed, and he was not anxious at all. The next day, seeing that this road could not be walked on, Zhang Ziwei finally took them to change the route. The road became wider and wider, and it looked not much worse than the official road. In the afternoon, they walked to the foot of a mountain. Sun Fan suddenly covered his stomach. Stop, stop. My stomach hurts and I need to go to the bathroom. After that, without waiting for Zhang Ziwei to answer, he covered his ace and plunged into the woods. It seemed that he was really anxious. Zhang Ziwei could only ask people to stop and wait for him. Not long after, Sun Fan came out of the woods with a relieved look on his face, and it seemed that he had satisfied his physiological needs. But from this time on, Sun Fan would go into the woods every once in a while. Wang Lin cursed. After all his tossing, the sun was about to set. Zhang Ziwei looked at the flat ground at the foot of the mountain not far away with a gloomy face. Rest here tonight. At night, everyone still solved their own food, but this time, not long after finishing their meal, Ji Changing found that the Yamen runners guarding them were yawning constantly. She felt a little strange. She looked up at the sky. Today, she was sleepy before the hour of Su, not just 1 or 2. Just when she thought of this, she saw the Yamen runners nodding their heads and leaning to one side and snoring. Ji Changing was startled and stood up and looked around. Except for the exiled people like them, all the other Yamen runners were asleep.
Dad.
Ji Changing turned her head and called Ji Fengshou over. Hearing her strange tone, all the family members came over. What's wrong? Ji Changing looked at her uncle. Look at these Yamen runners. Ji Fengshou looked around in astonishment, ran to Wang Lin, and shook him. Brother, wake up. He called several people in a row, but none of them responded. The movement here quickly attracted everyone's attention. Huang Lao came over to check. Knockout drug. At this time, the usually quiet black dog suddenly scratched Ji Changing anxiously, pointing in a direction for Ji Changing to see with an anxious look. She took a look and saw nothing. But Black Dog's state was obviously not right. She closed her eyes and felt it with her mental power. A group of people 2 miles away were riding horses and galloping towards here. Someone is coming. Ji Changing shouted, reaching out and pulling out the knife on the Yamen runner's body.
Who?
Who's coming? Some people didn't react and subconsciously looked around. Huang Lao jumped up and hid behind Ji Changing. Hurry, hurry. That kid is still on the carriage. You have to protect us. 2 miles away, a group of people were galloping on horseback, holding torches in their hands and smiling wildly. Boss, can we take only these few people? This group of people was very fast. Ji Changing had just asked people to get their weapons when they arrived. They all had excited smiles in their hands, waving lassos in their hands non-stop, and they didn't stop when they saw the crowd and rushed in directly. Let's go for a walk. Let's go for a walk. One by one, the lassos went up to people's necks, and the people who were lassoed were directly dragged on the ground by their necks. Soon 2 or 3 people were lassoed. Take it easy. Don't let too many die. The one-eyed man shouted with an evil smile on his face and rushed into the crowd on horseback. Screams soon resounded throughout the place.
Mom.
Save people. Fight as much as you can.
Yihang shouted.
After hearing this, Zhou couldn't control the joy on her face and shouted in a loud voice. Okay. Ji Changing was unlucky. Just after taking 2 steps, a lasso flew toward her. She looked fierce, stretched out her hand and grabbed a man on the horse and pulled him off. The man reacted quickly and immediately rolled on the ground to avoid the horse's hooves. Then he bent down and pulled out the dagger tied to his calf and rushed towards Ji Changing. Little girl, you are so brave to pull me off the horse. Your aunt is full of courage, but I won't lend it to you too. Ji Changjing stretched out her hand and threw the black dog onto Xie Sihing's carriage. Watch it. She dodged the dagger by turning sideways and attacked the enemy's lower body. The lasso in her hand became her weapon. This set of movements was smooth and flowing. Before the black dog jumped off the car, Xie Sihing picked it up and carried it into the carriage. Chiji. The black dog kept struggling. Xie Sihing flicked its forehead. Be honest. Huang Lao held the poison powder in his hand, and it was a little difficult to start. The field was in chaos, and it was easy to accidentally hurt people if he threw it randomly, without distinguishing between enemies and friends. He could only run around and hit people from time to time. Anyone who touched his poison powder would be festering all over in less than a cup of tea, lying on the ground screaming. Ji Changjing saw the opportunity and kicked the opponent's wrist. After the dagger fell to the ground, the opponent soon felt a sharp pain and couldn't lift his wrist. She took the opportunity to put the lasso on the opponent's neck and dragged him around quickly. Don't you like riding horses? I'll let you ride enough. The opponent's face was red from being strangled, and his intact left hand kept reaching out to pull the rope on his neck, but he couldn't pull it free. Ji Changjing used the rope to drag the person like a spinning top and quickly cleared a clearing. She dragged the person to hit the horse riders and soon knocked over several horses with people and horses. She was like a wild horse without a bridle, rushing through the crowd. Even 2 people from Lotus Village were knocked down, and they quickly dodged with their teeth bared. Mr. Huang watched and hissed. Big killer. This is really a big killer. Xie Sihing looked through the window and shook his head and made a judgment. It's all brute force, no moves. If it were him, he would definitely use the least effort to achieve the greatest effect. I think he has a good understanding and great talent, but it's a bit late to start learning martial arts now. Mr. Huang shook his head regretfully. Suddenly, Xie Sihing's eyes sank. These people are not bandits. According to their initial judgment, these people are just a mob, at most some bandits or something like that. But now he actually saw that the leader, the one-eyed man, could actually arrange the troops. Line up. As if he felt the threat from Ji Changjing, the one-eyed man glanced over here and called for people. They were very skilled in riding horses. Not only could they dodge the people Ji Changjing threw at them every time, but they would also cooperate to attack her from different directions. Ji Changjing felt a little surprised. She no longer kept the waist in her hands, took a step back, and used a strong hand to fly up the person in her hand. Just when everyone thought she was going to do it again, she let go of her hand, and the person in her hand, whose bones had been shattered like rags, flew towards One Eye. One Eye had long since put away his carelessness and wild smile, looked calm, and drew his sword to strike. The person was cut into 2 halves from the waist, and blood from the internal organs flowed all over the floor along with the minced meat. When the people of the Ji family saw this scene, they had a look of horror on their faces. Many of them couldn't stand the stimulation and bent over and vomited wildly. Crazy. They are all crazy. Ji Changchuan's face turned pale, and he looked worried on Ji Changjing's face. Ji Fengshou and Ji Fengyi's expressions didn't look much better either. Whose fingers holding Zhou's were turning white. Ahing. What should I do with Ahing? Brothers and sisters, go help her. Ji Shilin looked over there with a solemn expression. We brothers are here to watch. My sister-in-law might as well go and help. Zhou glanced at the place and said, Oh, 1 against 4 is a big deal. When I was at my peak, 1 against 10. Ing will definitely call me if she needs it, don't worry. Everyone. It's already this time, and I don't know where this inexplicable confidence comes from. Ji Changjing really didn't need help. She looked at the one-eyed man with excitement and bloodlust in his eyes. No one could see clearly how she pulled out a pair of meniscus knives with a cold light from her back and held them in her hands. She looked excitedly at One Eye. It is your honor to die under these 2 swords of mine.
Part 1.
Duyan's heart sank. He didn't expect to meet a tough guy tonight. Ji Changjing changed her previous reckless style of play. It was like a different person. Every time he used the knife, he would take away a life. The pair of crescent knives were extremely sharp, and the crescent-shaped blade cut through iron like mud. The armor hidden under the coats of these people was cut open like tissue paper. Soon only one eye was left among the four. Xie Siheng didn't blink. This girl exceeded his expectations many times. Huang Lao swallowed and looked at Ji Changjing, who was in full swing, and couldn't help but touch his neck. Suddenly feeling a little cold, Du Yan and Ji Changjing looked at each other and rushed forward together, without saying anything. One eye's moves were dazzling, fast and dense. He could only use his mental power to stare at the opponent's every move and passively defend. Mr. Huang was so nervous that he forgot to breathe. Xie Siheng held the teacup and forgot to put it into his mouth, and couldn't help but straighten his body. The two barely managed a draw, and Ji Changjing dared to conclude that such skills were definitely not that of a simple bandit. One Eye watched after fighting for so long, but his opponent showed no difficulty at all, and his teeth were almost broken. He turned around and rushed directly to Ji Fengshou with a tap of his toes. While Zhou was entangled with others, he injured Ji Shilin and tried to strangle Hu and Ji Changchuan's necks with his backhand.
No.
In the flash of lightning, the hearts of the Ji family were in their throats. Unexpectedly, the hands that were about to pinch Ji Changchuan and Hu suddenly pinched him with their backhand. As everyone stared in shock, One Eye broke his own neck. His eyes were wide open when he fell, with shock and confusion on his face. How are you doing? The Ji family stepped over the bodies on the ground and rushed over to pull the two of them to check. This was the case last time when I was assassinated by a man in black. In a situation that was about to end, the man in black's wrist suddenly broke. He suddenly looked at Ji Changjing and saw her standing there panting and looking in the direction of her family, her expression dark and unclear. His intuition told him that this scene had something to do with her. Now that he had used his two swords, Ji Changjing had no reason to stop. Seeing that both Hu and Ji Changchuan were fine, she held the crescent knife in her hand, causing blood wherever she passed. Others also started to come forward to help, and although they suffered some injuries, they managed to overcome their psychological barriers and killed several people. Do you know who we are? Kill us, and none of you can escape. Seeing that there were only 3 people killed in the field, someone finally lost his temper and shouted loudly, "Mom, wait a minute. Save some people alive." Ji Changjing shouted to stop Zhou. "Then, let's tie them up," someone cautiously suggested.
Yihangin nodded.
The clan leaders were all silent. Even Ji Fengyi and Ji Fengshou looked like sculptures at this time, standing there as if they were petrified.
Tell me, who are you?
What are you doing here? How did you know we were here? I'm only going to leave one alive.
There are 3 of you now.
Whoever behaves well will survive. Ji Changjing held the cloth. He slowly wiped the knife in his hand, seemingly leisurely. But because she had just killed someone with blood on her body and her aura was fierce, everyone felt their hearts tremble when they looked at her, and they did not dare to underestimate her. I said it. A thin man spoke first. We were originally mountain dwellers. Just 3 months ago, a friend of our eldest brother came to him and said he could take us to eat and drink, and he could settle us down so that we could live a normal life from now on. Then our boss asked everyone for their opinions and agreed, and his friend took us to a place. There are a lot of people and the management is very strict, like a military camp. As soon as we got there, we were guarded, and the group of people was dispersed and arranged to go down. Today it was our centurion who asked if there was anyone here. The young man asked us to pick him up, so he brought us here. Ji Chenyan was so shocked that he almost couldn't stand. He rushed over and grabbed the collar of the person who spoke. What did you say? Where is the military camp? It's 50 miles away from here. I'm a good citizen, but I was sold there after a long trip. You don't know how hard it is there. They train every day and don't give us enough to eat. I've never been so tired from working in the fields. You said another person sadly. Coming out of it, I sat down on the ground and started crying. The remaining person saw that his 2 companions were acting well and became anxious himself. I was sold to these people by my stepmother, really. Believe me, I have only been there for 2 months and this is my first time out. I have been a good person all my life and have never done anything bad. A matter of conscience. Please let me live. Otherwise, you can let me go, Or if that doesn't work, you can send me to the Jin family in Shizhou Prefecture. My family is very rich, and my father will definitely give you a lot of money to redeem me. I am very valuable. Ji Chenyan shook their collars. I'm asking, where is that place? Who is the leader? How many people are there? Do you know whose soldiers they are? It's on a mountain 50 miles away from here. The leader's name is
Called.
I remember. I heard others call the leading general Jiang Buxu. Ji Chenyan took 2 steps back. Jiang Yuqing, it's actually Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Yuqing has been an excellent archer since he was a child. He was nicknamed Jiang Buxu because his arrows never missed their targets. Ji Chenyan did not expect to hear this man's name here. This name was unfamiliar to everyone else, and no one knew why Ji Chenyan had such a big reaction. You just said there are goods here. What goods? Ji Chenjing was not interested in who was leading the group. The 3 of them shivered at the same time and looked up at Ji Chenjing cautiously. She understood the expression and smiled. Oh, you mean us? The first one swallowed and said, someone sent us a message a few days ago, but we don't know who it was. The one who looked the youngest pointed at the one-eyed man weakly. Huang Lao rushed over and pushed her away. You are a grown-up girl. Why do you always do this? He reached out and touched the person for a long time, but he couldn't find any hair on the person. Wow, this is really clean. Ji Chenjing went back and looked at the 3 people on the ground with a bad face. He stretched out his hands and threw his 2 swords in front of 2 of them, with the cold blades facing them. Why don't you think about what you missed, huh? As the last tone of the voice rose, the 2 people trembled. Female. Female. Female warrior, calm down, I think about it. I think about it now. Looking at Ji Chenjing, whose aura was fully revealed and who seemed like a completely different person, not only her family, but the entire Lotus village, all looked at her as if they didn't know her. On the contrary, the people in the capital were shocked and couldn't help but shudder in their hearts, thinking about whether they had offended her before.
E.
I know. Although the centurion didn't say who gave the letter, he told us to be careful when we catch the bailiffs, and he has other arrangements. He is still the youngest one, and looks very eager to make a contribution. Ji Chenjing looked at him and asked, What's your name? The man's face lit up. My name is Jin Yuanbao. Ji Chenjing nodded and turned around to glance at the people of the Ji family. Those who are injured should treat their wounds first, and those who are not injured, come with me and put these yamen runners together. Ji Fengshou shouted, Hurry up, brothers. The acting skills of these 3 people were very poor. Even with their eyes closed, they could feel their nervousness. Their bodies were as stiff as wooden stakes, their eyeballs moved around, and the corners of their mouths were straight. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that these 3 people were pretending. Seeing them like this, someone looked at them with a bad look and suggested, I don't think these 3 are good people. Let's tie them up. Tie them up. I think there is something wrong with them. Maybe they sold us out. Several people were about to drag the 3 people up and tie them up. Lin couldn't pretend anymore and quickly got up from the ground. We have no choice. If we can't beat them, are we going to die? Since she was discovered, she couldn't pretend anymore. Lin felt that she was not wrong and looked at them with her head held high. Ji Wolin's face was as white as paper, and she lowered her head and dared not speak. She just saw it. Seeing Ji Chenjing's cruelty, she was a little afraid to look at her now. Ji Ruofeng was completely frightened this time, and he just shrank into Lin's arms. He didn't dare to look at anyone, let alone Ji Chenjing. Ji Chenjing didn't want to waste time on these 3 people. Tie them up and put them aside first. Lin was dissatisfied. Why did you tie us up? Ji Chenjing looked at her impatiently. I will let you go after I confirm that you are okay. If you keep talking, I will suspect that you are deliberately delaying time here. Lin wanted to say something else, but when she saw Ji Chenjing's deep eyes, she was stuck. Ji Chenjing gathered all the yamen runners together and examined them. There were a total of 56 yamen runners, all of whom were drugged at this moment. After testing just now, none of them were pretending. It seems that the person who drugged them is very cruel and didn't even let me go. But this is also true, isn't it? The injured people were simply bandaged and all followed, and the 3 people were also escorted over. Jin Yuanbao held the two knives with a face full of courtesy and handed them to Ji Changjing. "Lady, please keep your knives." Ji Changjing glanced at his servile appearance, took her own knife and looked at Huang Lao. "Old man, can you wake them up?" "It's a piece of cake." Huang Lao unfolded and took out a small leather bag on his waist, pulled out a thick and long needle from it, and laughed at the Yamen runners. "I was inspired after stabbing a pig last time, so I specially ordered a needle, and I'm giving it to them at a low price." "Dare to sell him?" Huang Lao stepped forward and stabbed the Guanyi acupoint fiercely. The action was fierce and fast, and the others felt as if they were stabbed in their bodies, and they felt an inexplicable pain in their bodies. Huang Lao's hand speed was very fast, and soon all the 56 Yamen runners woke up. When Zhang Ziwei woke up, his mind was still confused for a moment, and his eyes were dull, not knowing what he was doing. It was not until he saw that all the exiles were surrounding them, with eyes full of scrutiny and observation, that he reacted. He frowned and became alert, shouting angrily, "What are you doing?" A group of Yamen runners woke up immediately after hearing this. They realized that the current situation was not favorable and tried to draw their swords, only to find that they were powerless. "What's going on? Why do I have no strength? We were given Chinese medicine. Did you do this? Are you planning to rebel?" Ji Changjing looked at the reactions of each person in the crowd and quickly locked onto Sun Fan. When he first woke up, he was delighted, but then he was shocked when he took a look at the field. He lowered his head before the shock on his face subsided. Ji Fengyi and the clan leader also noticed the reaction of this group of people. "Bring Sun Fan to me." Ji Changjing pointed the knife at Sun Fan and gave the order with narrowed eyes. When they heard Sun Fan's name, many people rushed forward and grabbed Sun Fan's collar and pulled him over. "Did he sell us out? I knew this guy was not a good guy."
Kill him.
"Cut him into pieces." The crowd was very excited, and many people had already accepted the result before they even confirmed who the person was. Zhang Ziwei frowned as he listened and looked at Wang Lin beside him. "Didn't I ask you to watch him? What did he do?" Wang Lin's face was grim. "I watched him for a few days, but I didn't see him do anything. Yesterday, when he was pooping, I ran to the woods to watch him. He really had a stomachache." Sun Fan was panicked for a moment, but soon calmed down. "A group of prisoners dare to beat us? Do you want a rebel? I think you can't be exiled. You must kill all 9 clans." Ji Changjing moved her wrists, picked up Sun Fan, and started beating him. At first, he was furious and swore, but soon he begged for mercy incoherently. She picked him up. "I advise you to face the reality and see who the corpses over there are." As she said that, she turned Sun Fan's chin over. When Sun Fan saw the blood and miserable situation over there, his expression suddenly turned into fear. Ji Changjing slapped his face. "It's a pity that I didn't let you see my tricks just now. Tell the truth, so you can be relieved. Otherwise your fate will be worse than theirs." Wang Lin looked at Ji Changjing, who had changed a lot, and then looked at Ji Fengshou, who was standing silently on the side. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Ziwei. "Boss, what should we do?" Zhang Ziwei took a look at the situation around him, and his heart sank suddenly. "Miss Ji, what happened?" There was a member of the Ji family nearby. Hearing this, he looked at the Yamen runners with sympathy and explained the matter one by one. A group of Yamen runners looked at Sun Fan in shock and disbelief. Zhang Ziwei closed his eyes. "So this is what they meant by making them look bad. You are slandering me. How can you say that I did it when there is no evidence?" Seeing that they had been talking for a long time without any evidence, Sun Fan hurriedly defended herself. Ji Changjing let go of him, wiped her hands with a cloth, and looked disgusted. "Are you so naive? I'm not a judge and I don't solve cases. Evidence? Ridiculous or not?" She flipped her hand, picked up a knife, and cut off one of Sun Fan's ears. "Tell it or not." Sun Fan was stunned for 2 seconds before he realized what happened. He covered his ears and screamed, "Ah, I left you an ear so that you can be obedient. If you don't tell, you still have a nose, eyes, mouth." I'll tell. Sun Fan collapsed. I work for Prince Duan, and this time I'm ordered to send you to Wuha Mountain that I happen to pass by here on the deeder, so I wrote a letter and agreed to come here to bring people. It's a pity that no one here sympathized with him.
Great.
No wonder you only extorted our money and tortured us before. It turns out that your master wanted to keep us alive. If it weren't for this, I don't know how many times we would have died in your hands. I always felt that this guy was not a good thing. It turns out he is not. All the money was taken away, and he didn't let us go. Zhang Ziwei stood up and looked down at Sun Fan. Are we also in your mission? Sun Fan dodged his eyes. What's the difference? Anyway, if these people are gone, you can't escape the blame. I'm doing this for your own good. Maybe when you get there, you can also make a fortune following Prince Duan. Wang Lin stepped forward and kicked him down, you beast. Although we don't like each other, it's not to the point of killing each other, right? You actually want to kill us. What about us? We have always regarded you as our leader, and now you are harming us. Several of Sun Fan's lackeys looked at him with resentment. Of course you follow me to enjoy the good life. I have thought that once we are in the mountains, we are all family members, and I will definitely not treat you unfairly. I just didn't expect.
Such a big accident happened.
Ji Changjing waved his hand and asked someone to bring the cook over to look at Zhang Ziwei. Uncle Zhang, if this person doesn't cooperate, I don't think it will be easy for you to all use Chinese medicine. How do you plan to deal with these two people? Zhang Ziwei frowned, and his heart was tangled for a while, but he soon calmed down. This Sun Fan can't be kept any longer.
Kill him.
Zhang Ziwei hardened his heart, and when he pulled out his shoulder knife, he found that all the knives of the Yamen runners were gone. The people from the nearby Lianhua village returned the knife attentively. Sir, come here, come here. Zhang Ziwei.
How dare you?
We are colleagues. How will you explain yourself when you kill me and return to Beijing? Sun Fan panicked when he saw Zhang Ziwei holding the knife with a cold face. Wang Lin almost bit his teeth to pieces, snatched the knife, and shouted, I'll do it. After that, he stabbed Sun Fan with a knife while no one reacted. Sun Fan looked at Wang Lin in disbelief, spitting out big mouthfuls of blood. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Remember to come find me when the time comes. Don't find the wrong person. Wang Lin pulled out the knife, and a stream of blood sprayed on his face, looking extremely murderous. I will return the 10 taels of silver to you. Isn't it okay if I don't want it? Wang Lin didn't wait for anyone to order him this time, and took up the knife to cut the cook's neck. What's the point of keeping such an unfaithful person? More than 50 of our lives are not as good as 10 taels of silver. This time we are lucky, but next time it may not be the case. Zhang Ziwei looked at the Yamen runners around him fiercely. What you have seen and heard today are all about losing your heads. Those with brains had better shut their mouths, otherwise you will die, without knowing how you died. The Yamen runners felt a chill down their spines when they heard this. But I didn't expect that there was a knife hanging over my head, which could fall at any time. When the man died, all the people in the Ji family breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Changjing smiled and said, Uncle Zhang, we solved this matter today, so it's our turn to clean up here. You haven't recovered yet. Why don't you take a rest first? Zhang Ziwei didn't understand what he meant for a while, so he nodded. Ji Changjing looked at the clan leader and the people of the Ji clan and couldn't hide her happiness. Family members, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and search these people for any money or useful things. The Ji family, who were originally in a heavy mood, were shocked when they heard this. I don't know who shouted, hurry up and charge.
Charge.
A group of people swept away their fatigue and confusion and rushed towards the corpses in the field like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Ji Fingshou and Ji Mingho rushed towards Sun Fan at the same time. Uncle, it seems that you and I have the same idea. Of course. When it comes to money, it must be Sun Fan. Wang Lin looked at the scene with great anguish. Oh my. I forgot about this. These father and daughter are really troublesome. At this moment, Zhang Ziwei was no longer in the mood to think about making money. What is it now? Prince Duan is actually hoarding his own soldiers. If this news leaks out, Zhang Ziwei felt a chill in his heart as he glanced at the 50 or so Yamen runners. If any one of them leaks the news, none of them will survive. The clan leader naturally didn't need to touch the corpse himself. He looked at the 3 people on the ground who were trying to shrink their bodies and try to get away with it, saying, "What do you say we should do with these 3 people?" Ji Changjing was also thinking about this problem. To be honest, the cowardly look of these 3 guys is indeed different from those before them. They don't seem like old soldiers who have been there for a long time. But if we just let these 3 people go, we're afraid they might cause trouble. This is a bit difficult. Seeing Ji Changjing remain silent for a long time, Jin Yuanbao immediately expressed his opinion. "Lady, I eat little and work hard. I will do anything as long as you can take me away from that place. If you really think I'm in the way, just send me to the Jin family in Shizhou Prefecture, or if all else fails, you can write a letter there and ask them to bring money to redeem me. I'm really valuable. My family is extremely rich. I'm the only son of my father, so I can be worth at least 10,000 taels of gold." Jin Yuanbao kept promoting himself and looked at Ji Changjing's expression as he spoke. The other 2 people also began to sell desperately. "I just want to have enough food. You can treat me like an animal."
I
don't need to have enough food." Ji Changjing and the clan leader. "Are you all still competing to be beasts?" Ji Changjing looked at the 3 of them with a bit of disdain. "Grandpa clan leader, find someone to look after them. I'll ask the doctor if he needs help." She planned to ask Mr. Huang if he needed anyone. Xie Siheng has difficulty moving, so after Mr. Huang saved Ji Dai, Ji Shirlei took the initiative to help. In addition to taking care of his blind mother and Ji Dai every day, he also has to run around to take care of Xie Siheng. If these 3 people were given to Mr. Huang without spending any money, and Mr. Huang also paid for their meals, how perfect that would be. As soon as they walked to the carriage, Xie Siheng said, "Come on up." Ji Changjing was surprised for a moment, then jumped onto the carriage. As soon as she lifted the curtain, He Go rushed over and jumped onto her shoulder. Xie Siheng handed her a cup of tea. "Can you tell me what happened just now?" Ji Changjing felt a little thirsty, so she took the tea and drank it all in one gulp. "There's nothing I can't tell you, these people." "What favor?" "I can take these 3 people. Please take me to the military camp." Ji Changjing looked him up and down, especially lingering on his legs, which made Xie Siheng's body tense. "Reason?" Xie Siheng smiled faintly. "They stationed private soldiers there, and money, food, and weapons are indispensable. There must be no shortage of these there, and there must be a mechanism guarding it. I know a thing or 2. I'm just going to confirm some information. Everything inside belongs to you." Ji Changjing's eyes lit up. "All to me? I will assist Miss Ji a little, and it's up to you how much you can take." Ji Changjing slapped her thigh. "Then it's settled? A gentleman's word is as good as gold." Ji Changjing stretched out her hand. "It's a deal." Xie Siheng paused, and the 2 clapped their hands to swear. After the talk, Ji Changjing went back happily. When she saw the place where the body was lying just now, the corners of her mouth twitched. Those people were stripped one by one, and only their underwear was left lying on the ground. Seeing her coming, Ji Fengshuo waved his hands and said, "Don't come over. You are so shabby you're stripped like this? What do you know? I and your uncles are all people who live a normal life. You, a girl, don't understand this. Go find your mother." Ji Fengshuo blocked her sight and waved his hands to let her go quickly. Ji Changjing said, "Oh," and turned back. Seeing her leave, Ji Fengshuo shouted quickly, "Brothers, hurry up. The pit over there is almost dug. Carry it over and bury it."
Okay.
A group of men were also worried that their daughters or wives would accidentally see this, so they quickly carried the people and went to the woods next to them to bury them. Zhou and who were sorting out their trophies. Seeing the silver and armor in their hands, whose eyes were stained with a smile. "Sister-in-law, I will wipe this armor clean before you wear it." Zhou flipped it over and said with disgust, "This is too ugly. I don't want to wear it, you wear it. What nonsense. You fight with people all day long, so it's safer to wear this." Who rolled her eyes at her, turned around and ignored her, found a handkerchief, wet it with water, and wiped it carefully. Seeing Ji Changing coming over, Zhou's eyes widened, and she excitedly stepped forward and pulled her. "Girl, where is your knife? It's so beautiful. Let me see it." Ji Changing had put away the knife a long time ago. It was not like the chaotic situation just now, and she couldn't take it out in front of everyone. Seeing Zhou's anxious look, Ji Changing smiled mysteriously. "I hid it. This is a treasure. What if it is stolen?" Zhou pouted and felt a little unhappy. "I haven't seen it yet. Next time, we will show it to you secretly, not now." Hearing Ji Changing's promise, Zhou immediately became happy again. "Really? Lie as a puppy." Zhou said happily, "Okay." Ji Changing had nothing to do here. Seeing a group of people looking for lost horses, she followed them. After walking around in a deserted place, she really found 2 horses eating grass with their heads down. She looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. She walked forward and led the 2 horses to a hidden place, fed them 2 handfuls of grass, and tied them up. Then she pretended to return to the resting place with a dejected expression. Ji Mingxian saw her and comforted her. "It doesn't matter if you didn't find it." "Yes, it's just a horse. I'll buy you one when I have money." Ji Mingxue waved his hand and made a bold statement. Ji Mingho nodded. "Okay, I'll remember it. When he has money, Ying will ask him to cash it, and I'll be a witness."
Yimingxu.
What's wrong with bragging? Why is it so serious? Ji Changing and Ji Mingho smiled at each other, as if they didn't see the guilt on Ji Mingshue's face. Zhang Ziwei took Wang Lin and personally dealt with the bodies of Sun Fan and the cook. Originally, they wanted to get on the road as soon as they dealt with this. The bloody smell was too strong, and they were worried that it would attract wild animals in the mountains. But this time, neither the Yamen runners nor the exiles had the strength to travel, so they had no choice but to let people dig up the bloody soil and bury it with the bodies. At night, Zhang Ziwei and the clan leader arranged people to keep watch. It was not until after midnight that Ji Changing felt that the people on guard had let down their guard a little and were a little drowsy. She released her mental power to observe the surroundings and confirmed that there was nothing unusual. It seems that they are lucky this time, and the wild animals in the mountains did not come down. She quietly got up and touched the carriage. Seeing Huang Lao sleeping on the side, she squatted beside him and poked him. Huang Lao was sleeping soundly and felt that someone was harassing him. He opened his eyes and was about to curse, but he saw a dark shadow squatting on his head. He was so scared that he was about to scream, but someone covered his mouth. "Don't talk. I'm going to find Xiexiheng. If he doesn't come back early tomorrow morning, you can help me make up for it." Huang Lao looked carefully and saw that the person squatting on his head was Ji Changing. He glared at her angrily and pointed at his mouth to signal her to let go. Ji Changing smiled and said, "I was just anxious just now." After saying that, she quickly let go of Huang Lao. "Who are you trying to scare to death in the middle of the night? That kid told me that he had been waiting for you for a long time and didn't come. He thought you were not coming. How is it possible?" Ji Changing said this and quietly woke up Jin Yuanbao to explain the situation. He quickly got up from the ground. Xiexiheng was already ready in the carriage. There was no trace of sleepiness in his eyes. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. He actually got up when he saw them coming. Ji Changing pointed at him in surprise. "His legs?" Old Huang snorted. "He has only temporarily recovered his mobility. He can't walk fast or jump. I knew you were going there tonight, so I took 2 needles." Ji Changing looked at old Huang in surprise. "Not bad. You are quite good. Isn't it natural?" Old Huang couldn't help but feel complacent when he heard Ji Changing's praise. Jin Yuanbao thought that his chance to make a contribution had come. He quickly squatted down. "Sir, I'll carry you." Xiexiheng nodded and lay on him. Ji Changing led the 3 of them and headed straight for the 2 horses. But when they arrived in front of the horses, Ji Changing suddenly realized something. She can't ride a horse. Seeing that she didn't move, Jin Yuanbao didn't dare to move either. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment. Can't ride a horse? Xiexiheng guessed it by looking at the expression on her face. Ji Changing said confidently, There are no horses in our village. Of course we don't know how to ride. Xie Sihing motioned Jin Yuanbao to let him down, pointing to the horse in front. You lead the way in front. She and I will ride on the same horse, and I will teach you how to ride by the way. The second half of the sentence was said to her. Ji Changjing couldn't refuse this. Seeing Jin Yuanbao get on the horse, Xie Sihing looked at her. You go first. Okay. Ji Changjing took 2 steps back, pushed her feet, and climbed onto the horse's back with difficulty. Xie Sihing. Ji Changjing looked at him in confusion. What are you doing there?
Get on.
Xie Sihing gritted his teeth and tried to lift his legs again. His feet were about to leave the ground, and he couldn't lift them anymore. Ji Changjing had been staring at him, and when she saw this, she suddenly realized that she couldn't lift her legs. She stretched out her hand. Hurry up, don't waste time. Xie Sihing looked at the outstretched hand, calmed down, and shook it with his hand. A huge force pulled him onto the horse's back. He was in front, and Ji Changjing was behind. This position was very awkward. Ji Changjing found that he could not see the road ahead except the back of Xie Sihing's head. The two were silent for a while, and Xie Sihing spoke first. I'd better go to the back. Okay. Ji Changjing grabbed him and threw him to the back. This scene reminded Xie Sihing of the scene where she pulled someone's neck and swung him around before. He felt that his neck seemed to be a little breathless. Next time this happens, Miss Ji, let me know and I'll do it myself. TSK got it. Xie Sihing felt that the sound of TSK seemed to be mocking him. He gritted his teeth. My leg just can't move temporarily. It's not useless. I know. Ji Changjing said perfunctorily while holding the reins. Then, without waiting for Xie Sihing to speak, she recalled the action of riding a horse on TV and squeezed the horse's belly. The horses under them were like arrows shot from a bow, and the two of them leaned back at the same time. Ji Changjing didn't stabilize her body and almost fell off the horse. Xie Sihing reacted quickly and put his arm around her waist. He took the reins with his left hand, tightened them and pulled them to the left, pressing his body backward. The galloping horse was urgently stopped, and it neighed, and the upper half of its body left the ground. Jin Yuanbao caught up and looked at the two of them in shock. What happened? Ji Changjing was still in shock. She didn't expect that riding a horse was really not a joke. She shook her head. I was a little careless and scared the horse. Jin Yuanbao breathed a sigh of relief. Then are we still going? The shouting should be heard by the people over there, right? Lead the way quickly. Xie Sihing's eyes were sharp and his tone was unquestionable. Jin Yuanbao shrank his head and ran quickly. It's better to go early and come back early now, go. Xie Sihing lowered his head and briefly explained to Ji Changjing, then ran with her. After getting on the road, Ji Changjing's heart, which had been pounding with shock just now, finally calmed down and paid attention to other things. Is my waist very thin? Ji Changjing suddenly said this. Xie Sihing's mind was buzzing and he tightened his arms subconsciously. Is it very thin? After his mind was clear and he realized what he was doing, he quickly let go as if it was burned. Sorry, I was rude in a hurry just now. He also leaned back, wishing he could sit on the horse's ace. Ji Changjing snorted. You are lucky. Teach me how to ride, and that will be your apology. Xie Sihing took a deep breath and regained his composure. When riding a horse, you must always keep a calm mind. If you feel the speed is slow, you can swing the whip, but you must pay attention to the position. Xie Sihing patiently taught her the key points bit by bit and showed her how to do it. Ji Changjing's motor nerves may have become very developed because of her increased strength. I learned the method in such a rough way along the way, but in the end, I actually learned it quite well. After getting the reins, Ji Changjing followed the method taught by Xie Sihing and gradually controlled the strength after only 2 tries. Jin Yuanbao led the way with his head down and stopped at the foot of a mountain. The Wuha mountain is in front of us. There are 5 peaks hugging each other. Our training place is in the middle of them. Jin Yuanbao pointed to a mountain in front of them and looked at them. Ji Changjing hurriedly stopped the horse. After riding for a while, her forehead was covered with sweat. What are you waiting for? Why don't you leave now that we are there? Ji Changjing said unhappily. The terrain of Wuha Mountain is steep. There is only one canyon that can be passed by horse, but there are sentinels there. CS Sihing frowned. How many guards are there? There are 2 shifts of people guarding 12 hours a day. The security is strict. People have to lead people in and out. Ji Changing asked curiously, is there no token or anything? Jin Yuanbao shook his head frantically. No, you can't get in or out without someone leading you, and only those who have become centurions or higher can have the opportunity to know those guards. Ordinary people, whether they are soldiers inside or not, will be killed on the spot as long as they get close to there. If this wasn't an enemy, Ji Changjing would have wanted to applaud. Look at them, they would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. Except for here, is there no other way in and out? Xie Siheng frowned. No, unless you jump down from the top of the mountain. In that case, let's find a place to tie the horses, and let's go over and take a look. Ji Changjing suggested. After tying up the horses, the 3 of them went to the place Jin Yuanbao said. From a distance, 2 sentry towers could be seen standing there. After using mental power to observe, there were at least 5 people on each of the sentry towers. There were also many people patrolling back and forth below. They were energetically scanning the surroundings 360 degrees. It seemed that there was no loophole to exploit. Ji Changjing looked at Xie Siheng. Why don't you and him go back to look after the horses? I'll help you find out what you want to know. Xie Siheng shook his head at the heavily guarded entrance and said to Jin Yuanbao, you go back to look after the horses, and don't let anyone find you. We will find you when we get out. Jin Yuanbao looked at this place that was like being in prison to him and agreed without thinking. Ji Changjing walked over, quickly opened Jin Yuanbao's mouth, stuffed something in, and forced him to swallow it. I tell you, this is the soul-breaking powder. I will give you the antidote when we go back. If you run away secretly, you will die of ulceration in 2 days. Jin Yuanbao said with a bitter face, Lady, if you have any concerns, just tell me. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Why do you feed me poison when we have a disagreement? There will be no sequelae after eating it. Feeling the slight bitterness in his mouth, Jin Yuanbao almost shed tears. Just out of the tiger's den, into the wolf's den. When will this day end?
Go, you have eaten.
Ji Changjing waved him away. While they were talking here, Xie Siheng had been observing the surrounding environment. This place was originally surrounded by mountains on 5 sides to form a closed loop. This entrance and exit was the lowest valley connected by several peaks, and was dug through. Let's go from there. Xie Siheng pointed to a cliff next to him. Are you sure? Ji Changjing looked at the cliff with some doubt. It should be at least 20 meters away, right? No, I mean the cave, do you see it? Ji Changjing couldn't see clearly even with squinting eyes, so she had to use her mental power to probe out. Unexpectedly, she really saw a small cave less than 3 meters below the cliff. She looked at Xie Siheng in surprise. Your eyesight is really good. I admire you. Xie Siheng's mouth curled up slightly. When I was practicing archery before, I often exercised my eyesight. After the 2 of them finished talking, they walked towards that place. Xie Siheng's legs were not fast, and Ji Changjing was anxious, so she picked him up and ran. This was the first time in his life that Xie Siheng was treated like this. Put me down. Ji Changjing slapped him on the back. Are you sick again? Mr. Huang is right. Don't be pretentious at this time. You don't have the conditions. Xie Siheng's head was congested, his face was red and his neck was thick, and he pulled the gauze on his face in anger. Led by Ji Changjing, the 2 soon reached the cliff. As soon as Xie Siheng was put down, he quickly moved away from her. Hey, don't be shy. Didn't I just run with you for a while? Maybe you'll get used to it slowly. Looking at her brothers, they would look at her expectantly when they set out on the road one day, as if they were choosing a concubine. I will never get used to it in this life or the next. Xie Siheng said firmly. Okay, we should find a way to get down now. Ji Changjing lowered her head and glanced down. She felt a little dizzy when she looked down, and she quickly stepped back. Xie Siheng squatted beside her and pulled the vines hanging from the trees on the other side. They climbed on the cliff wall, solid and strong, and the length was almost exactly to the entrance of the cave. He tested his strength and toughness and then said, "I'll go down and explore the way first, you follow." After that, without waiting for Ji Changing to answer, he grabbed the vines and slipped down. Ji Changing followed closely behind. When they arrived at the entrance of a cave, there was only an empty small platform surrounded by stone walls. Xie Ziheng looked around here, picked up a piece of gravel on the ground, and threw it on a protrusion on the top of the cave. The stone wall on Ji Changing's back slowly opened. "This is not a whole piece?" Ji Changing turned around in surprise. She touched it carefully. This stone wall was natural, and even the rough feel on it was very real. When it was put together, it was impossible to tell that it was actually separate. This counterfeiting craftsmanship is amazing. Xie Ziheng's face was heavy. "Be careful after entering. Don't touch anything." He stepped in first. There was a long passage inside, which looked tortuous and forked. It seemed that the entire mountain was hollowed out by someone to create such a large secret passage. The two walked very slowly along the way. Basically, they would encounter a mechanism every few steps, flying over suddenly, growing from the ground, and piercing from the stone wall above their heads. No matter what tricky angle, something can suddenly appear to attack you. Even with Ji Changjing's full mental power, she was still unable to defend herself against these completely unfamiliar things. She could only determine where the movement was but had no idea what the move was. Fortunately, she was agile and quick-witted, and she knew that these traps had always left a way out, otherwise she would have been unable to escape. Although Xie Ziheng's brain could keep up, his body could not. After he was almost stabbed through by a sharp knife that emerged from the ground, Ji Changjing decisively continued to run with him. Xie Ziheng said nothing this time. He kept a straight face and concentrated on solving the problem at hand. 3 steps to the left. Jump to the right. Bend over. Almost as soon as Xie Ziheng finished speaking, Ji Changjing did what he said. Looking at the poisonous arrow that was just about to pierce her scalp, she wiped the non-existent cold sweat from her forehead. "I don't know who designed this mechanism. What a talent. You really can't underestimate anyone. Even though there is no high-tech here, the wisdom is absolutely real." Xie Ziheng said in a heavy tone, "It's the Chu family." "The Chu family? Was it designed by the Chu family?" Ji Changjing asked curiously. Xie Ziheng nodded. The Chu family's mechanical skills were once famous throughout the world, but at the end of the previous dynasty, they were sent by the emperor to repair the imperial mausoleum, and then they disappeared. Ji Changjing hissed. "I'm afraid they were silenced by the emperor. But it doesn't make sense to think about it. If that's the case, where did the mechanical skills here come from?" The two of them said a few simple words and continued to move forward. After leaving this place with many twists and turns, the view in front of them suddenly became clear, and they could still vaguely hear the sound of people walking and talking. The two of them looked at each other with tense expressions and took a deep breath. Ji Changjing saw a similar stone wall in front of her. If she hadn't seen such a mechanism before, she would have thought it was the end. But she saw the outside through the stone wall. There was actually a room there, which was very simple. It had everything that should be there, and there was also a row of various cold weapons. The table and the bed were separated by a simple wooden screen. The outer room was used for work, and the inner room could be used for sleeping. At this moment, a thin man was sitting on the main seat in the outer room, listening to the report from the people below. "General, the military supplies sent by the prince this time are less than half. I heard that the harvest was affected by the flood this time. But with so many of us, we can't eat for half a year, even if we tighten our belts. What's more, because of the recent floods, the goods have increased. So many mouths need to be fed. This is far from enough." The general stood up, frowned, and walked around the study twice. Ji Changjing saw his appearance. He looked majestic, murderous, with a pair of tiger eyes, and he didn't look easy to mess with. Since the people below called him general, this person must be Jiang. "Jiang Yuqing," who Ji Chunyan exclaimed. "Didn't 3 teams go out to get the goods tonight? Are they back now?" Jiang Yuqing frowned and asked his subordinates. The deputy general thought for a moment after hearing the question. 2 teams have returned, bringing back more than 300 people, and there is still a small team that has not returned yet.
Oh,
It's been an hour, and they haven't returned yet? The Deputy General frowned. Blind Eye's ability is very good. I wonder why he hasn't returned for so long. How about sending someone to check it out later? I heard that he went to pick up high-quality goods this time. I don't know if he can be used by us. We need more advisors. After saying that, he ruthlessly gestured with his palm, indicating that if it doesn't work, he will be killed. The Deputy General lowered his head. I will send someone to check the situation right away. Jiang Yuqing nodded. Go. The food and grass problem is easy to solve. If it doesn't work, go to a few more hills or visit the homes of rich people in the city. If it doesn't work, aren't there some rich farmers? It's just right for brothers to practice. I will write a letter to the prince to urge military supplies later. You don't have to worry about this. The most important thing now is to have as many goods as possible. Do you understand? The Deputy General was shocked. Yes. After that, he walked out of here. Only Jiang Yuqing was left in the room. He sat at the desk and wrote furiously, apparently writing a letter. Ji Changjing's eyes were slightly angry. It turned out that their kidnapping behavior was tacitly accepted here. In their eyes, human lives were nothing more than goods, and ordinary people were just prepared food and grass in their eyes, allowing them to take whatever they wanted. Now they have to send people to their resting place? Ji Changjing's eyes sank, and she decided to strike first and kill this Jiang Yuqing. She wanted to see if the others would still have the heart to chase him after the commander was dead. The mental power rushed towards Jiang Yuqing like an invisible tentacle. Jiang Yuqing, who was writing a letter at his desk, suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if something dangerous was approaching. He subconsciously threw the pen in his hand behind him, reacted quickly and rolled on the ground, pulled out a long gun from the weapon rack next to him, and shouted in the direction of Ji Changjing. Who? Xie Siheng heard this shout, and his body tensed up suddenly. Were they discovered? Ji Changjing grabbed him and shook her head to signal him not to move. Then she attacked again. Jiang Yuqing pointed his spear at the direction that made him feel uncomfortable, but found that there was no one there. But he did not relax his vigilance at all, but became more alert. While staring at that place, he looked around for places in the house where people could hide. But his house was simple in structure, and he could see the end at a glance. There was no corner where people could hide. Ji Changjing planned to make a quick decision. She closed her eyes and sent her mental power to Jiang Yuqing's neck. Just as she was about to exert force, she felt a sharp weapon cutting over. Jiang Yuqing felt that he was thinking too much, and his whole body was hairy. His intuition has never been wrong. He simply waved his spear with great vigor. I have been on the battlefield for many years, and I have seen all kinds of ghosts and monsters. If you have the guts, come out. The gatekeeper outside heard the shout and rushed in. General, what happened? Jiang Yuqing pointed to the surroundings. Check and see if there is anyone hiding here. Yes. The two soldiers quickly turned the room upside down, but of course they found nothing. Jiang Yuqing felt uncomfortable. Have you searched carefully? Then let's search again? The two soldiers looked at each other and said cautiously. Jiang Yuqing nodded, and the two carefully checked inside and out again. This time they told Jiang Yuqing with certainty, report to the general. The inspection is completed, everything is normal. Jiang Yuqing was half believing and half doubting, and couldn't help but wonder if he was too tired. He waved his hand and asked them to go out. Ji Changjing's eyes became fierce. People who could become generals in ancient times were indeed not easy to deal with. These were all killed with real swords and guns. Fortunately, she didn't underestimate it. This time, she poured out her mental power without reservation and twisted it straight towards Jiang Yuqing's neck. Soon Jiang Yuqing felt that his neck suddenly became unable to breathe. He stretched out his hand in the air and pulled at his neck, trying to tear open the thin threads of Ji Changjing's mental power. The two of them kept pulling each other, and sweat gradually seeped out of Ji Changjing's forehead. Xie Siheng looked at her with her eyes closed, sweat dripping down her forehead. His eyes narrowed slightly. Why did they suddenly change? Unable to speak, he gently pulled Ji Changjing, and seeing that she closed her eyes and ignored him, he hesitated for a moment, then raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat off her face. Ji Changjing really didn't have time to respond to him. Jiang Yuqing's strength in struggling finally weakened, his eyes widened, and finally, he fell to the ground with his head tilted. Die with eyes open. Ji Changjing opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Finally dead. What happened to you? Xie Ziheng asked in a low voice. I'm fine. I just had an emergency. I just need to rest for a while. Ji Changjing made up a lie. Killing 3 or 4 others was not as hard as killing Jiang Yuqing. However, this is what he deserves. Emergency? Xie Ziheng pursed his lips. Let Mr. Huang take a look at you when we go back. Ji Changjing nodded, closed her eyes and rested for a while, and felt relieved. Let's go. Xie Ziheng listened attentively for a while, and when he didn't hear the voice just now, he stood up and walked forward with her. The two went to the stone wall and checked for a long time, and found that this time the stone wall really came to an end. This is too strange. If it is blocked, how can we hear the voices here? Come and see. Xie Ziheng squatted on the ground and dug up a thin layer of soil on the ground, lifted the palm-sized skin on the ground, and revealed a hole. This is the improved listening device of the Chu family. It can transmit sound more widely and louder than the traditional listening device. Ji Changjing looked at this thing silently and asked a soul-searching question. What is the listening device? Could it be something like a loudspeaker? It's nothing strange to not know about this thing. Xie Ziheng didn't feel strange. It's just a thing for eavesdropping. He stood up. I suspect that this place is a backup plan left by the Chu family for themselves. Since this means that there are other directions connected here, let's try another way. Ji Changjing felt the thickness of the stone wall and was eager to try. I think I can break through this stone wall. That will make too much noise and attract everyone. It will be difficult for us to get away. Don't forget the purpose of our visit today. Ji Changjing said with regret. Okay. Xie Ziheng carefully restored the hole to its original appearance. When the two walked away, Ji Changjing still made a noise in Jiang Yuqing's room. Soon the soldiers outside found something wrong and came in and were shocked. The general died suddenly. The whole military camp soon became chaotic. Before the deputy general had counted all the people, he received the news of the general's sudden death. He was struck by lightning and drew his sword to chop the person who came to report the news. Lead the way. At this moment, he couldn't even think of counting people to find the blind man. Seeing this scene, Ji Changjing smiled with satisfaction. The military camp outside was in chaos, but Ji Changjing and Xie Ziheng were much quieter. The two of them cooperated more and more tacitly, and they changed directions much faster than before. The two of them had just avoided a mechanism halfway when they suddenly ran into someone face to face. When the person saw them, his face was filled with panic, and he ran away. Ji Changjing finally saw the person, so how could he let him run away, and hurriedly chased after him. Ji Changjing rushed over, clasped his hands behind his back, and pressed his head. Why did you run when you saw us? Let me go. The person under him struggled to throw Ji Changjing to the ground. Tell me who you are first. Why are you here? Why are you running when you see us? Otherwise, don't blame me for punishing you. Ji Changjing put a little more force in her hands, and the person under her gasped in pain. You barbarian. It's because I don't beat women, otherwise I'll make you look good. You don't listen to me, right? Why don't you answer my questions quickly? Otherwise, if I use more force, your hand will be broken. Ji Changjing's words were threatening. She just wanted to ask about the situation. Otherwise, according to her strength, this person's hand would not be enough for her to break lightly. Hearing that both of his hands were going to be broken, the person under him trembled. Then let go of one of my hands first. Otherwise you can kill me, and I won't tell you. TSK, you have a hard temper. Ji Changjing pouted, and let go of one of his wrists. The man felt his right hand loosen, hissed and moved his sore arm. What do you want to know? Your name? Yu Tianming. Are you a soldier here? Ji Changjing asked this question a little hesitantly. This person was as thin as a chicken, and he didn't look like someone who had been exercising for a long time. Yu Tianming snorted. Do you not know what I am? Have you ever seen a soldier as thin as me? I am a small minion who was kidnapped by them to do hard labor. Oh, then why did you run when you saw us? Where does this road lead to? Why are you here? Yu Tianming sighed heavily. This road leads to the wasteland below. There is nothing. I came out to find food because I was hungry and accidentally found this place, but I didn't expect it to be quite dangerous. I tried several times to walk the short distance. I'm unlucky today. I found you just after I came out. It would be strange if I didn't run if I met someone here. But who are you? Why are you here? How did you find me? Yu Tianming turned his neck to look at her, sizing her up in confusion. Ji Changjing realized that this young man was about the same age as her. Maybe because he had just fallen to the ground, his face was dirty, but he was handsome and had bright eyes. After listening to him, Ji Changjing let him go. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. Yu Tianming climbed up, patted the dirt on his body, looked at her mysteriously and said, "Did you come in from outside? I knew you are definitely not from here." Xie Sihing looked at him and raised his chin slightly. "Lead the way. It was you who made me fall flat on my face just now, and I haven't settled the score with you yet." Yu Tianming was so angry when he saw him. Ji Changjing pushed him. "Hurry up." Yu Tianming judged the fighting power of the two people, turned around angrily, and walked back the way they came. Ji Changjing hurriedly followed. Along the way, Yu Tianming was in a hurry and a little clumsy to lead the two people through. Ji Changjing was flexible with Xie Sihing, and his reaction was fast every time. And Yu Tianming brushed past danger every time, which made Ji Changjing sweat for him. When Xie Sihing got here, his mouth seemed to be sewn shut. He kept looking at him with a faint expression, and he didn't mean to speak at all. They finally reached the exit without any trouble. It was indeed quite desolate here, with nothing but grass and gravel as tall as a person, and not a single person in sight. "I've brought you here, so I am leaving?" Yu Tianming pointed in a direction nearby, glanced at Ji Changjing and said cautiously. Xie Sihing narrowed his eyes. "Why are you in such a hurry? How do we know if you will sell us out? We'll let you go after we leave." "This makes sense," Ji Changjing nodded. "That's right. We can't just let him go." Before Yu Tianming could react to what she meant, Ji Changjing decisively reached out and knocked him unconscious, dragged him to the weeds and put him down, and then pulled a few more grasses to cover him, clapping her hands. That's it. After that, her mental power instantly covered the entire 10-mile radius. It has to be said that the place where Prince Duan stored his private soldiers is really large. Even if Ji Changjing's mental power was fully covered, it would not cover less than a quarter. Because of Jiang Yuqing's sudden death, many people were called over to the entire camp. Ji Changjing quickly locked the location of the money and grain. The warehouse and the arsenal are all in the center of the military camp, not far from Jiang Yuqing's residence. "Let's go there." Ji Changjing pointed in a direction and glanced at Xie Sihing, motioning him to follow. The place where Ji Changjing took him was none other than the center of the military camp. Not long after the two of them groped their way along, they felt an extraordinary atmosphere. Many people hurried forward with serious faces, cursing, "It's the middle of the night. I don't know what you want to do. You don't let people idle during the day, and you don't let people sleep well at night. What a hammer is this?" "Shut up. Maybe something happened. Not even a fly can fly in. What can happen?" Several people ran fast while talking. Ji Changjing pointed to the front. "See, it's a good time for you to inquire about the news. I'm going to find food over there. Be careful." Xie Sihing nodded and took out a few packets of medicine from his sleeve. "This is poison powder. The effect is the same as what Huang Lao used that day. Use it when necessary. You find the place where the money and food are placed. Don't rush to do it. Wait for us." Looking at the powder handed over, Ji Changjing was surprised and reached out to take it. After thinking about it, he pretended to touch his sleeves and took out 2 black hoods. "It's etiquette to give and take." Ji Changjing put on the black hood and demonstrated to him. "See? With this, you won't be afraid to travel around the world." Xie Sihing's expression was cracked. He took 3 steps back and said tactfully, "I can't use it." "Why don't you know what's good for you? Take it." Ji Changjing stuffed one into his hand without allowing him to refuse. looked around, turned around, and ran in another direction. Seeing her leave, Xie Siheng gritted his teeth and put the black hood into his sleeve, then turned around to find a crossbow. He had to find a weapon that could be used first. After the two separated, Ji Changjing seemed to be out of control. After hiding, he swaggered past many soldiers and went straight to the warehouse. The lock on the door was a small matter, but the two guards standing at the main door like door gods had to be moved away. She ran behind the guard on the left, blew cold air on his neck, and then patted him. The man subconsciously turned his head and saw nothing. He thought it was his illusion, but as soon as he turned his head, he felt someone patted his shoulder again. This time he was very sure it was not an illusion. Have you seen anything? The guard who was photographed was trembling with teeth and couldn't help but wrap his clothes around himself and began to stutter.
Ghost.
The two saw a creature that looked like a ghost with only a mouth and eyes, and they didn't dare to look closely. Screaming, they went to find someone. Ji Changjing chuckled and became invisible again. She opened the lock outside and walked into the warehouse. She didn't dare to act rashly. People couldn't recognize her, but those mechanisms were not seen with the eyes. She stretched out her mental power, and sure enough, she saw that the entire underground of the warehouse was full of mechanisms. This place needs people to go in and out frequently. There must be a switch, right? Thinking of this, she looked carefully, and sure enough, she found a line that blended into the background next to the door panel. She pulled it down hard, took 2 tentative steps, and nothing happened. Her eyes sparkled, and she took a quick look. The grain was all this year's new grain, and she took it all without hesitation. Except for the door panel and the underground mechanism, nothing was left. Ji Changjing reset the lock, and many people had rushed in from outside. There really is a ghost. It has no human face, just a blood-red mouth and 2 rolling eyes. Listening to the 2 guards' explanations, she ran to the place where the weapons were placed without looking back. These private soldiers can only use weapons during training. In order to prevent fights or injuries, weapons are usually managed in a unified manner, except for some leaders. Ji Changjing arrived at the armory and found that the defense here was equally strict. There were also many heavy soldiers guarding it. This trick didn't work this time. Ji Changjing climbed onto the roof and opened a skylight on the roof. Still in an inconspicuous position, she found a knife rack for the Tang sword, turned it to turn off the mechanism, and she climbed down the rope swiftly. Looking at the rows of military crossbows, guns, knives, axes, and various cold weapons, Ji Changjing's eyes lit up. While collecting them, she took a few and weighed them in her hand. This is not good. The workmanship is so poor. TSK, this looks good but is not practical. This is not as good as my crescent knife. This is good. The workmanship and weight. She admired a few pieces and put them all away. She also found another layer in the basement of this house. All gold ingots. Look at her grinding her teeth. We live in the open air, but you are free and easy, and you are still gold. I will let you eat dirt. Ji Changjing looted all the money in hatred. Then she climbed back nimbly and restored the tiles on the roof to their original state. The last stop was the place where horses were stored. This place was open, so she walked in casually. A rough count of the stables showed that there were about 300 horses. She hesitated and decided to give up. There are too many horses. If she puts them all in the space, she will definitely need a lot of energy to manage them. Otherwise, if she doesn't take care of the plants in the space, they will definitely be ruined. But it's a bit unwilling to let people give up like this. Ji Changjing's eyes wandered in the stable, and she couldn't help but look at the 2 horses inside. One black and one gold, with oily fur and strong limbs. Even when they sleep standing up, they have a different temperament from other horses, and they look extraordinary. Only children make choices. Can't she take them all? She approached quietly and took them away before the 2 horses reacted. But the remaining horses... Ji Changjing thought for a moment anyway. This place is already a mess. Why not just make it more messy? She knocked out several people guarding here, opened all the doors in the stable, and drove all the horses out. The horse, without the reins, seemed to be looking for something, and did not run around like Changing imagined. Could there be a horse king here? Changing looked around for a long time, but did not find a horse that looked like a horse king. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and released the 2 horses he had collected. Originally, the 2 horses were standing in the space in a daze, smelling the fresh scent of grass in the air and looking at the lush green vegetation. They were about to have fun but were pulled back by someone. I couldn't help but raise my head and moaned. The horses suddenly became agitated upon hearing this voice, and all raised their heads in response. Changing took a look and saw that the horse king was indeed one of the 2 guys. She lifted her invisibility and looked at the shiny black horse with shining eyes. Just as he was about to get closer, Haima growled in warning. Changing was not convinced. "Can I deal with you?" As he said this, he rushed over and attempted to jump onto the horse's back. The black horse felt her approaching and became very angry, raising its front hooves to hit her hard. Changing was not afraid at all. He stretched out his hands and held its 2 raised front hooves. She pulled the horse down with all her strength, then sat on its neck and punched it with her fist. "Do you accept it?" How could a dark horse be tamed so easily? It was pinned to the ground and hit by a punch, but it reacted quickly, bit Changing and threw her away, then quickly stood up and rushed towards Changing with its head lowered. A man and a horse actually competed in brute strength. Changing saw that the horse's head was not weak at all. He blocked the horse's head with his left arm and punched out with his right hand. "Are you convinced? Are you convinced?"
No.
"Then I'll keep punching." She also became furious, and the harder the black horse struggled, the tighter she held him. The black horse spun and jumped wildly around the arena, trying to throw her off. Changing looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, holding the horse's neck tightly and refusing to let go. Finally, both the man and the horse were exhausted and panting. It finally made and lowered its head. Changing then slid down the horse's neck and sat on the ground. "That's right. Follow me and enjoy the good life. I'll try not to tie you up. Isn't it much better than life here?" After resting for a while, she took a carrot from the space and fed it. The black horse looked at her with wet eyes and licked the palm of her hand before rolling it away with his tongue. Jinma saw that they had quieted down, so he followed them. Changing turned over and mounted the horse. "Let's go. Charge out." The black horse seemed to understand what she said. It let out a cry and took her into a gallop. All the horses followed suit and rushed out. When they got outside, Changing put the black horse and the golden horse into the space, then used his mental power to observe the situation, and turned around and ran towards the gathering place. When the horses got outside, they went crazy. Without a leader, the horses got frightened and quickly scattered and ran everywhere. When they arrived at the wasteland, Changing found that Xie Siheng had not returned yet, and Yu Tianming was unconscious. She sighed, found Xie Siheng's location, and turned back to look for him. Xie Siheng had already put on the uniform of a soldier here. He put his hands behind his back and lowered his head as he walked to the place where the goods were kept in the military camp. The others had been transferred away, leaving only 3 people guarding here. When they saw him coming, they shouted, "You stop." The 3 guards' eyes widened, and they fell down without even a scream. Xie Siheng stepped forward to pull out the crossbow arrow, wiped it carelessly on the dead body, and then put it back. The people in the cell were a little horrified when they saw this scene. There were dozens of cells of different sizes here. Looking around, almost all of them were young and strong men, with only a very small number of women and children. Among them were refugees, civilians, and some people who had a strong smell of bandits and were not easy to deal with at first glance. Xie Siheng opened the cell doors one by one, his eyes swept over them. "Those who want to escape, do it now." After hearing what he said, some people ran out without looking back, some people looked at him hesitantly, and some people were so scared that they would rather hide in prison than come out. He ignored them all and walked out slowly. After leaving this place, the sound of horses and people coming and going outside became more obvious. He guessed in his heart that this was caused by Changing. He put away the crossbow in his hand and prepared to rush to the gathering place. As for the people behind him, he didn't care. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone on alert! Seeing so many horses rushing out, the deputy general quickly realized that someone had sneaked in. He immediately ordered people to keep an eye on Jiang Yuqing's room and took people out to give orders. Ji Changjing had a smooth journey. When she was about to reach Xie, she saw several soldiers wielding knives and slashing at the woman holding the child. Even though the knife was about to fall, she still tried to use her body to block the knife for the child in her arms. This scene made her eyes fierce and made those people stab each other. The woman was so scared that she picked up the child and ran away. Ji Changjing looked at the high platform, where the deputy general was directing people to kill the people who ran out of the prison. Anger rose in her heart. Okay, it still doesn't look chaotic enough. She gave up paying attention to the woman and the child over there, and all her mental energy went to the deputy general. She wanted him dead. The deputy general was listening to the report from his men. General, our armory is empty. The man who came to report the news had cold sweat soaking his entire back, and he lowered his head without looking up. The deputy general turned around and glared. What did you say? Empty? Yes. The armory was stolen, and our weapons are all gone. Report the herd of horses is out of control, and the 2 horses presented to the prince are gone. The Sima, who came later, stood there wiping his sweat with his sleeves, looking scared. Both of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at the deputy general's face. Waste! I'll chop you up. The 2 men were so scared that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Please spare my life, General. Please spare my life, General. As soon as the deputy general raised his hand, he felt his hand tighten, and the hand holding the knife was out of control, and the tip of the knife was pointed at himself. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't control it, and he cut himself in the stomach with a fierce knife. The subordinates who lowered their heads felt the winding blood slowly flowing to their feet, and then they looked up tremblingly. What they saw was the deputy general holding a knife and cutting open his own stomach.
Come on!
Come on! The 2 men didn't dare to step forward when they saw this, for fear that they would be charged with assassination. He fell off the high platform and shouted at the top of his voice, "The general committed suicide. Come on! The general committed suicide." It was even more chaotic here. Ji Changjing was very satisfied with this effect. There were horses here, and those private soldiers had no one to command them. Most of the weapons were also collected by her. If the captured people still couldn't run away like this, it can only be said that it was fate. After all, without today, they would have died here sooner or later. Now, they have been given a glimmer of hope. At this moment, a group of people with bad intentions fell behind Xie. This group of people came out of the prison and stared at the crossbow in Xie's hand. If they were not afraid of his ruthlessness in killing 3 guards at the beginning, I'm afraid they would have been unable to restrain themselves and take action now. Xie knew this in his heart. He turned around and aimed at the people behind him. After shooting 3 people, he immediately threw the crossbow in his hand at the people who wanted to rush over.
Mine.
This is mine. A group of people saw the crossbow arrow being thrown over and reached out to grab it. Finally, it was caught by a strong man. When he was loading the arrows, he found that the crossbow was missing a key part and could not be strung at all. Insidious. The man was so angry that he threw the crossbow arrow to the ground. Just after they finished dealing with that side, the 2 met. Xie felt relieved. How are you? Did you find the money and food? I found it, and I got what I wanted. There are so many people running out from nowhere, and martial law is in place everywhere. Let's evacuate quickly. Follow me. There is a shortcut. When Xie heard that she had received it, he just thought that she had received the banknotes and did not ask any more questions. Where did you get the shortcut? You seem to be quite familiar with it now. Ji Changjing couldn't help but look at Xie inquiringly. He didn't answer, and took Ji Changjing back to the place where the people were imprisoned, dodging all the way. At this time, all the cells here were empty, and almost everyone had run out. Those who were afraid to move at first finally stepped out of here after seeing so many people leave. Xie Siheng looked straight ahead and led her all the way to a secret and spacious cell at the deepest part. An old man and a young boy were sitting on the ground inside, looking extremely calm. Ji Changjing pointed outside the door in surprise. Everyone has run away. Aren't you going to leave? Run? A bunch of rabble. You can run away from this cell, but you can't run away from this mountain. The faster you run, the sooner you die. The two looked at Xie Siheng with a mocking look on their faces. You don't think you are saving them, do you? Save? Xie Siheng smiled in his heart. He didn't care about the other party's sarcasm and walked in. Seeing him come in, the two couldn't help but tense up a little. While looking at the cell, Xie Siheng said to Ji Changjing in a gentle voice, Miss Ji, the place where these two people are sitting is the entrance for us to go out. Can you please put them aside? Ji Changjing didn't expect that this cell actually had an entrance. She hurried in, intending to reach out and lift the two people aside. What on earth do you want to do? This is just an ordinary cell. The two people were nervous and alert. Ji Changjing shook her head. Can you two act? You're just short of writing something on your face. She pushed the two people aside mercilessly, stretched out her hand and knocked on the ground. Empty. The two people's hearts were lifted up, and they were about to say something, but they saw her punch down, and the ground was like paper, and a hole was smashed. Xie Siheng was about to press the switch, so he took his hand back and touched his nose. Let's go. Ji Changjing tore the hole in the ground in 2 or 3 strokes. The two people's faces turned pale, watching them jump down like no one was around, and their faces were gray. I forgot to say, Yu Tianming is lying on the wasteland at the circular exit. If you don't want to be discovered, you need to bring him back as soon as possible. Xie Siheng took a deep look at the two people on the ground before leaving, completely ignoring the shock on their faces. He saw our mark? Is this the point? How can they know Tianming? Does he know something? The two panicked and made up their minds. No more waiting. Escape today. Do they know Yu Tianming? If I'm not mistaken, they should be a family. Xie Siheng asked back. If it were you, would you take people to jail? Of course not. If she were facing two threatening people, she would definitely not bring them to her family. But from what you said, you knew he was lying to us? Xie Siheng did not answer. How did these 3 members of the Chu family, who are more worthy of investigation than lying, dig so many passages under the noses of this group of people? They even placed so many eavesdroppers under the basement of Jiang Yuqing's room for eavesdropping. If he hadn't been paying attention to the terrain and Yu Tianming's every move, there probably wouldn't be so many passages here. Ji Changjing didn't mind that he didn't answer. After all, no one asked her questions, and sometimes people still have to have a sense of boundaries. The two returned to the cliff smoothly, and looking at the sun in the sky, Ji Changjing woke up suddenly. Oh no! It's dawn. It's estimated that everyone in the family would be awake at this time. After saying that, she ran wildly with Xie Siheng on her back, as if her ace was on fire. He had no time to react, and did not dare to open his mouth for fear of vomiting. He finally accepted being carried by someone, but now he was carried again, and the other party did not care about his life or death. When they found the meeting place, Jin Yuanbao was sleeping soundly on the ground. Ji Changjing kicked him awake, laid Xie Siheng horizontally on the horse, and climbed on the horse. Get up. It's time to go. She was riding wildly. Xie Siheng, who had not caught his breath, was knocked unconscious. When they returned to the place, the family was restless and restless. If it were not for Mr. Huang watching them, they would have gone to find someone. Zhang Ziwei was also worried about whether he should wait any longer at this time. I'm back. Ji Changjing waved to her family from a distance. Seeing her come back, Mr. Huang instantly felt that the burden on his shoulders was lightened. Mrs. Hu looked Ji Changjing up and down, and saw that she was fine except for being a little tired. She said angrily, You finally knew to come back. You must have worried us to death. Ji Changjing said a little guilty. This person is in poor health. I will send him back to the carriage first. After that, she carried him to the carriage and looked at Mr. Huang seriously. I don't know if it's you or him who can't do it. He feels dizzy, even riding a horse. You'd better take a good look. After that, She greased her feet and ran away quickly. Mr. Huang laughed angrily. How could you bring someone back? Do you think I'm blind? Ji Changjing's pace quickened, as if to say I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. When she just returned, the family baptized her with all kinds of eyes, some curious, some meaningful, some gossipy, and some resentful. I heard Mr. Huang say that you and that young man went to dig herbs early in the morning. What kind of herbs did you dig for so long? This was a reason that Ji Changjing and Mr. Huang thought of before leaving. Considering that she knew all kinds of plants, the family reluctantly accepted this statement. Ji Changjing said seriously, there is a flower called horseshoe celery on the nearby mountain. It can only be picked when the petals turn transparent at the junction of night and day, and it must be taken immediately after being picked. Mr. Huang is old and not as energetic as me, so he paid me a lot of money to help him. Ji Changjing said as he took out a small piece of gold from his arms. Ji Fengshou took a deep breath and quickly pressed it down. I know. Put it away quickly. Zhou's focus was different. What does that flower look like? I really want to see it. Ji Fengyi was very skeptical. I have never heard of such a magical thing. Does it really exist?
She feels a little weak.
She spoke half-truthfully. The horsehoof celery is the mountain lotus leaf, but she made up the time of picking it. If she didn't tell it too much, it would be hard to fool the family members. That young man ate one, and there is another one at Mr. Huang's place. I will take it over and show you now. Ji Mingxian looked expectant. Then let's wait for my sister to show us some new experiences. While Ji Changjing was pretending to go to the carriage, the bailiff started calling the roll again. There are 20 people missing from the list this time because they were killed by those private soldiers. After crossing their names off the list, Zhang Ziwei regrouped and shouted, let's go. Ji Changjing took out a transparent lotus leaf and showed it to her family. They all gathered together and exclaimed, there really are transparent flowers. Ji Fengyi clenched his fists. It is true that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. After looking at almost everything, Ji Changjing hurriedly took the flowers away and put them in a space to keep. This time on the road was very different. Zhang Ziwei was much more tolerant towards them than before. He ordered his men to remove the shackles from everyone's hands and feet and told them to put them back on after arriving in Liangzhou. This move made everyone in the Ji family grateful, and the atmosphere was more harmonious than ever before. I didn't expect that Sun Fan was a useless person when he was alive, but he became a human being after his death. The black dog sniffed at her and suddenly became aggressive on her shoulder. Ji Changjing mentioned it. No one likes you to go crazy from time to time like this. The black dog pinched a tuft of hair on her collar and questioned her, as if he was looking at a heartless man. Ji Changjing took it and looked at it. It seemed like the horsehair that she accidentally got when she was training a horse.
This
is your brother's fur. I'll let you two meet each other when I have a chance. Ji Changjing pressed the monkey to her shoulder, feeling a little guilty for some reason. The black dog angrily pulled her hair like a chicken coop. Ji Changjing was very tolerant this time. No one stopped after noon today. Last night, everyone had no strength and had to rest there. Today, Zhang Ziwei didn't dare to stop when he set out. Everyone, work harder. Those people have accomplices. If someone finds out something is wrong and catches up with us, we will all be in danger. Last night was good luck, but does luck happen every day? Everyone felt that Zhang Ziwei's words made sense. Even if they were exhausted, they still gritted their teeth and persisted. After all, they didn't carry any weight today. They walked until the second half of the day, and everyone felt like they were going to faint from hunger with their throats burning. Zhang Ziwei let them rest for a while. Ji Changjing still had some conscience after all, and brought some fruits and vegetables to see Xie Xiheng. In the carriage, Xie Xiheng leaned on the luggage at the back with a pale face, looking even weaker than before. After he tore off the gauze on his face, he didn't continue to bandage it, and the ugly wound that ran through his entire right face was exposed to the air.
How are you?
Ji Changjing dodged his eyes, not daring to look directly at the victim.
Oh.
Isn't that an emergency measure? I have wronged you a little, and I'm here to apologize. These persimmons and green vegetables are for you to make amends. Ji Changjing pushed the basket in her hand over. The bright persimmons and green vegetables inside looked particularly pleasing. These were all things she had picked out for autumn. Xie Ziheng picked up a persimmon and held it in his palm to examine it. This persimmon is bright in color, juicy, even in size, and of excellent quality. Even the tributes in the palace are not as good as it. Oh, Black Dog found it in the mountains. If you say so, the emperor eats worse than the monkey? Ji Changjing asked back excitedly. Xie Ziheng's face suddenly turned dark. Nonsense. Ji Changjing sat down on the shaft of the cart, picked up a persimmon and handed it to the Black Dog, then picked up another one and took a bite. Didn't you say that the tribute in the palace is not as good as this? That means the emperor doesn't eat as good as this.
But you're not ordinary, right?
You have seen the tribute. Xie Ziheng didn't expect that he would be defeated instead of testing him. I heard it from others. The persimmons tasted sweet. Ji Changjing couldn't help but take another one after eating it. Whatever you say. But I only take money to do things. As long as you don't default on your debt, everything is fine. Xie Ziheng couldn't bear it anymore and pulled the basket back. This is your apology. Ji Changjing clicked her tongue and withdrew her hand. You have to be more generous to your friends. Xie Ziheng glanced at her. There was persimmon juice on the corners of her mouth and cheeks. Her hair was messy, like a chicken coop, and the monkey on his shoulder followed his master, and his whole face was bitten by a persimmon. He had a blank expression on his face. You just said you were only doing things for money. Ji Changjing clapped her hands and jumped off the shaft. Just because we are friends doesn't stop me from doing things for money. Xie Ziheng looked at her back as she left gracefully and was amused by her shamelessness. Although some horses were lost, more than a dozen horses were still found, and the runners were so happy that they had enough energy to travel. Wang Lin looked at them with a warning. This is not yours. It belongs to my brother Fengshuo's family, so stop being so petty. A group of runners swallowed the joy in their hearts. Wang Lin turned around and pulled Ji Fengshuo to ask quietly, Brother, what do you think of this horse? How should we deal with it? Ji Fengshuo knew what he meant when he heard it. Brother Wang, to be honest, this horse was bought by our Ji family together, and I can't help you make the decision. If it's the two of us, who will follow whom? I think how about this, brothers? Please take care of this horse first. We don't know how to ride it. We can find a chance to sell it along the way, and everyone can share it. When the time comes, the brothers will definitely be rewarded. What do you think? Wang Lin laughed heartily when he heard it. Brothers are still open-minded. Zhang Ziwei was worried about being pursued, so he rested for only a quarter of an hour and urged people to get on the road. Many people had not finished eating the cakes and had to eat them while walking. Ji Changjing's family was like this. Ji Fengshuo sighed while eating, who looked at him and said unhappily, Eating can't stop your mouth. I'll make it for you in the evening. But the sky didn't go as people wished. They turned against each other, and the sky suddenly became gloomy in the afternoon when there was a strong wind. Ji Changjing thought about the luggage on the top of the carriage. If it rains, won't it all get wet? She quickly pulled Zhou to stop the carriage. What happened? Mr. Huang was a little stunned when he saw the two people's anxious looks.
Come down.
Ji Changjing carried Mr. Huang down and climbed onto the roof of the carriage by stepping on the shaft.
Mom, catch it.
She took it off while throwing it down, and Zhou caught it very accurately. The two of them took it off while the other carried it. Speed was of the essence. Mr. Huang didn't even say a word before the two of them ran away with the luggage on their backs. Mr. Huang was stunned. As soon as they took the luggage, it started to rain heavily. Everyone, work harder. I have asked people to find a place to shelter from the rain. Don't stop. Zhang Ziwei wiped the rain off his face and urged people to speed up. The Yamen runner, who went to explore the way, came back soaking wet and said, There is a Taoist temple ahead where we can take shelter from the rain. Hearing this, without any instructions from Zhang Ziwei, a group of people took the initiative to run towards the direction pointed by the Yamen runner. The Taoist temple was in tatters, and the main gate had long disappeared. A group of them walked inside and headed straight for the main hall. As a result, they were stopped just as they reached the place. There were 2 guards standing on each side of the main hall entrance. When they saw them rushing in, they quickly drew their swords and pointed them at them. "Who are you?" Zhang Ziwei didn't expect that there was someone here. He didn't speak at first, but took a look at the other person's clothes. All 4 of them were dressed in cloth, of the same style and carrying swords, with righteous and vigilant looks on their faces. He had only seen such guards in some aristocratic families in the capital. In a flash, Zhang Ziwei realized that he was not someone to be trifled with. "I was escorting prisoners and passed by here when I encountered heavy rain. There was really no place to shelter from the rain, so I came to the Taoist temple to take shelter. I didn't expect to disturb you all."
I'm sorry.
The guards did not relax their vigilance. "Leave quickly. If you come any closer, I will kill you." Zhang Ziwei looked embarrassed. "It's raining too hard now. We have nowhere to go. How about I see there are a few side halls here? Can we rest in the side hall for one night? We will leave immediately tomorrow morning." The 2 guards at the door were about to open their mouths to refuse when they heard a calm voice from the main hall. "Okay." The guard put away his knife, stood aside with his arms folded, and stared at them. "My master is kind-hearted and allows you to rest in the side hall, but you can't make noise." Yes, I will restrain the people below." "Thank you for your leniency." Zhang Ziwei nodded and bowed to thank them, then motioned for everyone to follow him to the side hall next to him. Ji Changing looked inside through the open doorway and saw a set of tables and chairs facing the door, and the surroundings were clean. A handsome and amiable young man was sitting there eating, and a servant was standing next to him serving him. In such a simple environment, there were 8 dishes and a soup on his table. The person who was serving the dishes next to him was very perceptive and seemed to have noticed Ji Changing's sight and looked over suddenly. He only saw the back of a head. "What's wrong?" King Xian noticed his men's distraction, wiped the corner of his mouth, and asked. Jiang Sen quickly came back to his senses. "I feel someone is looking here. Are you talking about the little girl just now?" King Xian chuckled. "I guess she is greedy. I just finished eating, so give these to them as a reward." "Yes." Zhang Ziwei took people to check, and only 2 side halls were not leaking, so he quickly asked people to put them in. Others were left to put away the carriages and the horses. Before he had finished his work, he saw a group of guards coming over. His heart was immediately lifted. What instructions does the noble have? Jiang Sen looked cold and arrogant. He waved his hand and asked his men to bring the food over. "Considering that you have a hard time, this is a reward from my master, King Xian. Why don't you thank me?" When the name of King Xian came out, a group of people were shocked. Zhang Ziwei hurriedly led everyone to kneel down in the direction of the main hall. "Thank you, King Xian, for the reward," who was quick to squat with Ji Changing in one hand and Zhou in the other. The guards who saw the scene were very satisfied and looked proud. "Don't disturb my prince's rest. All right. The reward has been delivered. We will go back to report." Zhang Ziwei sneered. "The last person who dreamed of becoming famous, we just buried him." Thinking of Sun Fan, Wang Lin's fiery heart seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and it was cold. Mrs. Zhou rubbed her arm and said a little aggrievedly, "Sister-in-law, you almost broke my arm just now." Mrs. Hu tapped her head. "I think it was not a serious tear. You 2 are confused. Others have knelt down just now, but you are still standing there with confused faces. Aren't you waiting to be beheaded?" Ji Changchuan sighed. "I really let my guard down because of mother and sister's behavior during this period. Fortunately, my aunt helped me watch you." Mrs. Hu touched Ji Changchuan's head. "You have suffered a lot." Ji Changing didn't say anything yet. "I'm different from Mom. I just reacted a little slow. Just as I was about to squat, I was pulled down by my aunt." Zhou was dissatisfied. "I just reacted slowly. I was halfway squatting." Hu curled her lips. Okay. Whatever you 2 say is what I'll do. I'm busy now." Ji Changing felt a little speechless, but Ji Changchuan pulled them together and told them seriously, "Next time you encounter something that requires you to kneel down, just squat down and try to squat into the crowd.
Keep your body lower."
It's good to blend in, okay?" Zhou was confused. What if our family ever goes out and you and your father both kneel down? Should I squat? Ji Chongchuan said firmly. Squat. Just squat behind Dad. What if it's just your father who kneels? You and I don't kneel. Should I squat? Squat. Whenever Dad kneels down, you squat behind him. Zhou's eyes gradually became firm. Okay, I remember. Ji Chongchuan turned his head to look at Ji Changjing, and she quickly expressed her opinion. I will squat with my mother. The three of them smiled at each other and reached a consensus. Huang Lao and the Yamen runners put the carriage in place before letting Jin Yuanbao carry Xie Sihing to the side hall to rest, and let the other two carry the luggage. After entering the side hall, Huang Lao ordered them. Bai Mao, make a fire quickly. Bai Zhu, cook these herbs, and Jin Yuanbao, put the person on the cushion over there. Yes. The three of them did what Huang Lao said neatly. Huang Lao put his hand on Xie Sihing's wrist and felt his pulse. You can completely remove this needle in 3 days. Xie Sihing breathed a sigh of relief. The days of paralysis were really uncomfortable, and they were finally over. This doesn't mean that you are well now. Although I have been giving you acupuncture during this period of time, your internal injuries are still far from being healed. And the wound on your face is still short of some medicinal materials. I don't know if it will leave scars if it goes on like this. Speaking of this face, Xie Sihing didn't care much. It doesn't matter if there are scars. Old Huang curled his lips. You don't care? What if your future wife dislikes it? Sometimes men also have to compete with their looks. Back then, if I had been more handsome, Bai Yufeng. As if he remembered that the person in front of him was Bai Yufeng's grandson, old Huang braked suddenly. Be careful with your words. When it comes to the reputation of the elders, it's better for the seniors not to say anything nonsense. Xie Sihing said in a light tone. Old Huang couldn't help coughing awkwardly. You need to rest in this state. I won't delay here. You take a rest first. He was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do, so he simply took a bag of herbs and came to find Ji Changjing. Seeing him coming, Ji Changjing greeted him and continued to drink their hot water with the monkey. After Huang Lao handed the herbs to Mrs. Hu and asked her to cook them for the family to drink in the evening, he squatted beside Ji Changjing and asked curiously, You and your mother are so strong. Is it natural? Ji Changjing nodded. More or less, it's inherited from our ancestors. Old Huang suddenly became interested. Oh, inherited from our ancestors? Are all the people in your family so strong? No, only my mother and I. So, in your family, only girls have this strength, but not boys? Then your grandma is also very strong? Thinking of her grandma, Ji Changjing hesitated for a moment. That should be right? Old Huang frowned. How old is your grandma? Where's she from? What's her name? Ji Changjing was a little puzzled. Why are you asking so many details? Checking the household registration. Although he didn't understand household registration, Old Huang thought it should be the same as household registration. That's not the case. I just feel that it's predestined. My little sister is also like you, with great strength inherited from our ancestors, and it's only passed down to girls. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Ji Changjing looked at him suspiciously. Is it true? Is it true? It's absolutely true. Ji Changjing thought for a moment. My grandmother is from Dashi Village, Weichuan County, Qingzhou Prefecture. She is 43 this year. Her name is. She is called. She really didn't know her name. After all, people rarely called her by her name at that time. Ji Changjing asked Zhou, and she thought for a long time before slapping her thigh. Your grandmother's name is Lu Daniu. What's wrong? Why are you asking this? Huang Lao told the story again. Zhou had a look on her face that said, Are you kidding me? My mother said that she is the only girl in the family, but she has never had any sisters. Do you think I am stupid and easy to fool? Zhou hated others treating her as a fool the most, and she rolled up her sleeves and wanted to beat someone up. Huang Lao was shocked to see her like this and quickly stepped back. If there is no one, then there is no one. Why do you still want to beat someone up?
He saw the fight that day.
Zhou was desperate to fight and hit hard. He was old and couldn't stand a punch. Ji Changjing grabbed Zhou and signaled Huang to leave quickly. The little monkey also bared his teeth and punched at him. Huang was so angry that he pointed at Zhou and cursed. Rude. Barbaric. After that, he ran away. Zhou couldn't help rolling up her sleeves again. Let's fight if you dare. Ji Changjing quickly grabbed her and smoothed her hair. Oh, that old man is just talking nonsense. There is no other meaning. Let's not be angry anymore. Zhou snorted. Can you talk nonsense when you are old? Then I will talk nonsense when I am older. This cannot be refuted. The food given by King Xian was not enough for each person. Zhang Ziwei selected several families with the worst conditions and distributed the food to them. It was only when he was eating that he realized a serious problem. They have no cooks. That means they can only cook for themselves now. I didn't expect that we would meet King Xian here. I heard that he is the most promising.
Not only that.
King Xian is not only handsome, but his mother's family is a famous aristocratic family. The first thing our emperor did after establishing the Dali dynasty was to kill the aristocratic families. You see, those aristocratic families were almost wiped out, but the Cui family was fine. I heard that our emperor fell in love with the Cui family at first sight, so he let the Cui family go. Concubine Cui was the most beautiful woman in the capital back then. It means that the queen and the emperor went through the hard times together. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who the queen would be. Alas, the queen is also pitiful. The prince died early, otherwise the situation would not have become what it is now. Lord Ji would not have advised the emperor, and we would not have fallen to this point today. It would be great if we could follow King Xian. Not only is he of noble birth, but his character is also first class. He is kind and charitable. I heard that the people in his fiefdom live much better than people in other places. What a pity, we are going to King Ping's fiefdom. A group of people sighed in unison. Prince Ping was the son least favored by the emperor. The other sons had fiefs and were enjoying themselves in the capital. However, Prince Ping was sent to the most impoverished Liangzhou from the beginning. Xie Siheng's eyes, which were originally closed to rest, suddenly opened. He called Jin Yuanbao. Go and find out why everyone is talking about Prince Xian. Jin Yuanbao responded and ran to chat with others. Not long after, he brought back the news. Xie Siheng sneered. That was really a coincidence. Something had just happened in Wuhe Mountain, and he met Prince Xian here. He followed the passage dug by the Chu family in Wuhe Mountain, found the listening jar under Jiang Yuqing's room, and touched the room. He got the half-written letter that Jiang Yuqing had not had time to finish. It began with respectfully from Prince Xian. How could it be a coincidence that he was here today? He touched the letter in his arms and lowered his eyes in thought. In the evening, Mrs. Hu soaked some dried beans, gritted her teeth, cut the last piece of bacon in her hand, and stewed it with beans and corn. When the lid of the pot was opened, the aroma of rice filled the air. Zhou was still not satisfied until the end. Seeing Ji Changjing holding the bowl and nodding sleepily, she took over and advised while eating rice. If you are sleepy, go to sleep. Mother will help you eat. Ji Changjing heard this and leaned over and fell asleep. In the middle, she was woken up by Hu and drank a bowl of herbal medicine and slept until dawn. The rain stopped in the second half of the night, and today the sky is clear and cloudless. Zhang Ziwei looked in a good mood. He shouted early in the morning, "Hurry up and put away your own pots and pans. Pack up and get on the road." Because Mr. Huang reminded that water could not be drunk in the future, everyone has been deliberately saving water recently. After the arrangement was completed last night, they took out the container that could collect water and put it outside to collect water. Although this is not very clean, it is better than dying of thirst at that time. After the water is placed, only the upper part is left, and then it is boiled on the fire, and it can be drunk. After everything was packed up, Ji Fengshou chewed the persimmon in his hand and said happily, "This monkey is good. It's not in vain. We can count on it on the road in the future." Ji Changjing retorted in his heart, "It's better to count on me than on it." Zhang Ziwei went to say goodbye to King Xian, but was sent away by the guards at the door of the main hall before he even met him. This was within his expectations. The nobleman could ignore him, but he could not say goodbye, otherwise it would be seen as not taking the nobleman seriously in the eyes of the other party. He could choose not to flatter, but he must not offend. Zhang Ziwei bent over and retreated to the side hall, then looked at the people behind him and led them out of the Taoist temple with very little noise. Huang Yuanbao carried Xie Siheng to the carriage as usual today. A guard at the entrance of the main hall glanced over here casually and happened to see half of Xie Siheng's face. He shuddered and widened his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and took another look. He hurried into the hall to report to Jiang San. Sir, I think I saw the son of Wangsenhao. Should I report it to the prince? Jiang San raised his voice in disbelief. Impossible. The eldest princess passed away, and the prince is in mourning for the princess. We just met before we left the capital. He can't fly here even if he can. Besides, why would the prince come here? What are you arguing about? King Xian asked in an unhappy tone after being woken up. Jiang San glared at his men, then turned around and reported to King Xian. Xiao Wu said he saw the son of Marquis Wenxin just now. King Xian was shocked. You saw Xiao Heng? Xiao Wu looked nervous. After hearing what Jiang San said, he was not very sure. I just saw half a face that looked exactly like the prince. So I hurried over to report it. As for whether it was, I am not sure. King Xian frowned. You mean you saw half a face?
Yes.
King Xian did not care about waiting for people to put on his shoes. Lead the way. I will go and see it myself. The horses and carriages had not been let out yet, and the group waited for a while on the side of the road. It was at this time that King Xian hurried over with his people. Zhang Ziwei hurriedly led people forward and knelt down. Thank you, Your Majesty, for taking us in last night. The people of the Ji family knelt down in a large group, and the way Huang Lao and others just bowed slightly was particularly conspicuous. King Xian saw Xie Siheng being carried on someone's back at a glance. Seeing his appearance, Jiang San and the guards behind him couldn't help but widen their eyes. Even someone as calm as King Xian took a breath. Looks like, really like, if it weren't for the different temperament and the ugly scar on the right cheek, he almost thought that this was the son of Wangsenhao. But these two people are obviously different. The son of Wangsenhao has always been full of vigor and vitality. But the man in front of him looks like a pool of stagnant water, gloomy and lifeless. King Xian observed calmly and felt that the two were not similar. And the first look the other party gave him was the same as the people around him, with a bit of confusion and curiosity. He obviously didn't know him. King Xian walked straight over. Why don't you kneel when you see me? Old Huang glanced at him. People outside the world don't need red tape. King Xian glanced at Xie Siheng again and again. Well, this king won't bother with you. But why are you walking with the exile? I am an idle cloud and wild crane practicing medicine everywhere, but I just want to find a companion. Old Huang stood proudly with his hands behind his back, really looking like an immortal. King Xian's attention was not on him at all. He finally couldn't help but pointed at Xie Siheng and asked, Why do you always answer? Let him speak. Old Huang glanced at him and said, This is the person I bought to test the medicine. He is deaf and dumb. Of course, he can't speak. Xie Siheng couldn't help but clench his fists. Isn't this a deliberate scolding of him? Many people in the Ji family suddenly realized. No wonder this man stays in the carriage all day. Ji Shirlei, who knew the truth, couldn't help but lower his head. He can't pretend, but he can't let people see it. Ji Changjing was a little dissatisfied. What's wrong with King Xian? Her legs are numb after squatting for so long. King Xian took a look at the wound on Xie Siheng's face. It was at least a month old. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and couldn't help but find himself funny. How could Xie Siheng be here? Jiang San also came over. Your Highness, when we saw the young master a few days ago, his face was fine. What's more, at this time, the young master should be in mourning in the capital, and it is impossible for him to come here. Xie Siheng was shocked. King Xian waved his hand to signal him to shut up, and Jiang San lowered his head and stepped back a few steps. Ji Changjing rolled her eyes when she heard it. This King Xian really has no sense at all. The upper class of this feudal society really doesn't take ordinary people like them seriously. In this case, she sat down on the ground. King Xian was about to say something, but suddenly found that his body began to touch his legs, shake his hair, and twist his hips uncontrollably, and his movements were extremely charming.
Stop. Stop.
King Xian looked horrified, and while he couldn't control his clothes, he cursed in his mouth. Stop. Jiang San and his subordinates were shocked and speechless on the spot. Your Highness. King Xian took off all his clothes except for his underwear, but his movements became more and more bold, twisting his waist like a water snake, and King Xian couldn't believe that he could still do such a movement. I've seen a ghost. I've seen a ghost. This made many people in the Ji family couldn't help but secretly look up. What caught their eyes was that King Xian was actually dancing wildly. This scene shocked everyone. King Xian collapsed. He wanted to run away, but his body was not under his control at all. He was possessed by a ghost. Go back. Go back quickly. He yelled at Jiang San. A group of subordinates carried King Xian and ran away with sweat on their foreheads. The people of the Ji family watched him being carried in the air, his ace still twisting. This is simply immoral. Some elderly people blushed. Some aunties watched with relish. My goodness, this is more feminine than us. That little ace and waist twisting, it's really exciting. Others pulled their men's ears and told them not to watch. The man whose ears were pulled red was angry. That's a man. The people of the Ji family hurried on their way, while discussing King Xian enthusiastically. But this time the topic was completely off.
Je gaan geen collect loudly.
Jiang San and others who returned to the Taoist temple did not dare to breathe. King Xian looked like he wanted to eat someone, but when he thought of what happened just now, he could not help but look at the Taoist temple, feeling that it was gloomy everywhere. Hurry up. Leave here. Jiang San nodded repeatedly, and then hesitantly asked, Master, do you want me to kill those people just now? He gestured to kill them. King Xian glanced at the statue in the temple and felt that the statue's eyes seemed to be glaring at him, so he turned around and slapped Jiang San. How can you talk nonsense in front of the gods? Jiang San's heart skipped a beat, and he said weakly, I sent a letter to my third brother yesterday. I guess he has prepared a horse by now. Let's go. Let's go now. King Xian bowed to the statue 3 times nervously and packed up his things and crawled out of the Taoist temple. When he returns to Beijing, he must go to see the master. Xie Ziheng was in a very bad mood and didn't want to think about King Xian. He deliberately lured King Xian out to confirm whether he had come in person. As a result, he was confirmed to be there, but he also learned that his mother's funeral was replaced by an impostor. No one else could do such a thing except his good father. So cruel, he murmured. The topic of King Xian was talked about with great interest for a while, but soon the fatigue of the journey made people forget about gossip. My lady, I think you seem to be missing something today. Zhou looked at herself and said, I don't lack anything. Ji Fengshou said seriously, don't you feel like there's something missing under your armpits? Ji Fengyi could no longer bear it. Speak properly. You are such a grown-up. Why are you acting worse than a child all day long? The younger generations never thought about cheating or doing anything shady, but he just spent all day either focusing on eating and drinking or being lazy. Ji Fengshou's face fell, and he looked at his brother in a flattering manner. I'm tired, aren't I? Think about me. When have I ever suffered this kind of hardship since I was a child? Look at the calluses on the soles of my feet. It hasn't been long since they grew so thick. Look at my hands. They've become so rough. There are calluses on my hands from working all this time. And on my body, look at me. Ji Fengshou rolled up his sleeves, revealing his bones covered in flesh and skin. I'm almost as thin as bones. Ji Fengyi's eyes were filled with tears. He felt so ashamed of his parents. He didn't take good care of his brother. Thinking of this, he felt guilty. I'm sorry for you. Come, I'll carry you. Seeing his brother's shoulders, which were thinner than his own, Ji Fengshou couldn't lie on them against his conscience. Let me do it. Ji Mingxian pulled his father up and was about to squat down. Ji Chongchuan couldn't bear it anymore. His little face turned stern, and he looked 70% like his grandfather. He looked at Ji Fingxiu with a sullen face. Dad, are you leaving or not? This scene made Zhou and Li Fingxiu's scalps tingle. Zhou waved her hands hurriedly. It's none of my business. Ji Fingxiu stood up immediately. I'll leave now. After he finished speaking, he stopped panting, his legs no longer hurt, and he walked to the front in one breath. Ji Changchuan looked at his uncle and said, My father just needs some exercise. He should have been independent long ago. Why do you always spoil him? Ji Fingyi straightened his clothes. Brother, you are father, you are still young and don't understand. But my father is a father, and he doesn't understand either. Sons should not blame their fathers. Yihan-kun. After talking for a long time, it was in vain. Ji Changjing envied her. Her father was a man who depended on his parents and children. It was really annoying. The road was a bit difficult to walk on after it had just rained. I thought the situation would gradually improve as the weather cleared up. But not only did it not improve, but after 2 days of walking, I felt that there were more and more mud and puddles on the ground. Not only did the speed of the carriage slow down, but even the speed of people had to slow down. There were gradually more people on the road. They were dirty all over and looked no better than beggars. They ate grass when they were hungry and drank water from the puddles on the side of the road when they were thirsty. They didn't consider whether it was clean or not, whether it was edible or not. They walked aimlessly on the road in 2s and 3s, and crying was heard from time to time, almost drowning out the area within a few miles. The bad feeling in their hearts became stronger and stronger. Zhang Ziwei's brows were getting more and more furrowed. When the carriage finally stopped moving, Zhang Ziwei found an old man lying on a dirt ridge by the roadside and asked, How long will it take to get to Funing County? When he heard Zhang Ziwei's question, he let out a strange laugh, which was a bit creepy. Funing County? The city gates have been washed away. There is no Funing County anymore. The old man on the ground laughed crazily, which made Zhang Ziwei feel indescribably bitter. He took a piece of cake and put it in the old man's palm. Old man, take care of yourself. The old man lay on the ground and laughed as if he had heard something funny. Zhang Ziwei didn't know what to say when he saw this scene. He sighed and turned away. He hadn't taken 2 steps when several people suddenly jumped out from the side and snatched the cake from the old man's hand. This is mine. Whoever gets it first gets it. Give it to me. Several people wrestled for a piece of cake, biting and kicking each other. Zhang Ziwei wanted to teach them a lesson. But when he turned around, he saw that the old man who was laughing just now had died, without knowing when. For a while, he was stunned. The man who finally got the cake was knocked to the ground with a stone by another man as soon as he put it in his mouth. The rest of the people continued to fight for it. Wang Lin sighed when he saw it, and called his men to bury the old man properly. This was the first time that the people of the Ji family faced such a cruel reality. Has the outside world become like this now? Ji Changjing sighed when he saw it. After all, everyone was just for 2 reasons. To stay alive. Whether it was them or the people of the Ji family, they all wanted to survive. But in such a world, kindness also needs to be sharp. These Yamen runners also knew very well that they could not take out food at this time, lest they be targeted and killed. After burying the people, Zhang Ziwei reorganized the team. He tied the 12 idle horses to the carriage to pull the cart so that there was enough power. He also made some space on the carriage pulling supplies and put the elderly and some injured people on it, which could also increase the overall speed. The remaining horses were carrying bags, and the whole team traveled light. Zhang Ziwei once again decided to change the road. If one road is blocked, then 2 or 3. In any case, people have to be sent to the place on time. Ji Fingxiu looked at the much cleaner team and was eager to try. I think we are idle anyway. Why don't Brother Wang teach us how to ride a horse? Wang Lin agreed generously. So Ji Fingxiu quickly pulled all the people in the family over. I have agreed with Brother Wang that we have nothing to do on this road. So let's all learn how to ride a horse. Mrs., who was full of resistance. I am a woman. Why should I learn this? I'd better forget it. She was scared of such a tall horse. But I want to learn. Zhou looked at the horse with shining eyes, her eyes full of eagerness to try. After Ji Fingxiu consulted the opinions of the whole family, only who was not very interested in riding a horse, and everyone else expressed their desire to learn. So Wang Lin was arranged to teach them all. Ji Changjing, a half-baked man, followed Wang Lin to learn systematically for a long time, and then rode the horse away. Sometimes he ran so fast that you couldn't see the horse's ace, and sometimes he came back leisurely. His face was flying wantonly. Even his 3 brothers couldn't catch up. Zhang Ziwei couldn't help but feel a little jealous. He was worried about his hair turning white, but they were having fun. Zhang Ziwei finally couldn't help it that day. He invited Ji Qinyan, Ji Fingyi, the clan leader, Ji Shuren, and several learned people in Beijing to sit together in a friendly manner to discuss the next route. To be honest, I have tried 3 routes so far, but the situation is not optimistic. You are all scholars who know a lot. I wonder if there are other ways to reach Liangzhou? Zhang Ziwei solemnly and carefully took out the simple version of the map that he had been keeping close to his body. A group of people all lowered their heads and leaned over to watch. Ji Qinyan had much better resources than others. Seeing this map, he pondered for a moment and said, "When I was sorting books in the Hanlin Academy, I saw a map that was more detailed and clearer than this one. I remember that in addition to dry land, you can also take the water route from Guangzhou to Liangzhou. This is not only faster, but you don't have to worry about encountering flooded places along the way." He squinted his eyes and struggled to find a place on the map, and drew a line from there. "This is Guangzhou Wharf. From here to Liangzhou, it only takes 3 days by water. Compared with land, it is indeed much faster. It's just that I heard before that bandits are rampant in Guangzhou, and the court has failed to suppress bandits many times, so whether it's business or going out, most people would rather take a detour than pass by there." At this time, someone raised a question. Ji Qinyan nodded. "That's true. I've heard such rumors." A group of people analyzed for a long time. If you go to other places, you will either have to go for 2 more months, or the degree of danger is about the same as Guangzhou. Zhang Ziwei was torn between himself and himself. Not only would the water route from Guangzhou greatly shorten the journey time, but he would also be able to pass by the prosperous Tongzhou. It would be much more convenient to buy things needed along the way or sell the horses. So he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Let's take the water route from Guangzhou. Since the decision was made, the people who were arguing immediately shut up. They were all very calm when the news was notified. After all, many people had never heard of Guangzhou before. Ji Changjing calculated the time, and the automatic feeders for the 2 chickens and the piglet should be out of food. She found an excuse to take the black dog into the space. This was the first time the black dog had been allowed to enter the door since he was thrown out last time, and he ran around excitedly as soon as he came in. Especially his own treasures. The first thing he did when he entered was to touch the gold and silver in those shabby boxes one by one. Ji Changjing was silent. Could it be that he really spoiled her like her master? Or did she and the black dog have a lot in common? But after checking the things in the space, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had already prepared for the 2 horses to eat up some of the things in the space. Unexpectedly, the 2 horses only ran around in the open space and wandered around, and did not destroy the fruits, vegetables, and grains planted by Ji Changjing. Instead, a lot of weeds were eaten and some corn was also eaten. But Ji Changjing could fully accept this loss, because the horses did not waste anything and ate it all. She simply fenced off a large open space for the horses to move around, and put a lot of food in it for them to eat and drink. After the automatic feeders in the pig house and chicken house were filled, she suddenly remembered an important thing when she saw the piglets grunting. Has this pig been castrated? Thinking of this, she lifted the pig in the air with her mental power, and then spread its limbs to take a look. This pig really hasn't been castrated. But looking at the mountains of food in the space, she felt that without Sun Fan, the stumbling block, it was time to find an excuse to take out the food in the village. Before, with Sun Fan there, even if she took it out and returned it to the people of Lotus Village, I'm afraid they couldn't keep it. She put all the things together, picked up the black dog who was chewing a peach, and left the space. Ji Changjing snatched the peach from the black dog and swung it by its tail. If you want to eat, you have to work, understand? The black dog's body swung in the air and did not resist. The whole person was tossed around like a pool of liquid. Find a mouse hole, a wolf hole, or a blind bear hole. I want to use it. The black dog stood up, grabbed his tail and sat up straight, sniffed the air, and pointed in a direction. Let's go. Ji Changing returned the peach to it and put it on his shoulder and ran in the direction the black dog pointed. The two soon found a black bear cave on a huge and thick tree trunk. The black bear, who was suffering from fattening in the autumn, went crazy when he smelled the smell of a stranger and rushed out of the tree hole, waving his big paw and grabbing Ji Changing. She was not afraid either. This was not a big fur that was delivered to her door. She took out her sharp double swords, muttered what a sin, and dodged the black bear's attack without hesitation and cut off the bear's head while the bear turned around clumsily. After filling the tree hole with food, Ji Changing let the black dog watch it and turned around to call people to move it. Food? Where did it come from? The clan leader asked in disbelief. It's in the wilderness. Maybe a blind bear stole it. Anyway, it's ownerless now, don't be confused. Isn't it more important to have food? Hurry up and find someone to bring it back. The clan leader heard it, that's right. What you get in your hands is real. Come here quickly. Follow Aing to help. The clan leader called a few young and strong people and followed Ji Changing to the place she said. Looking at the black bear with its head chopped off, Ji Fingshou took a deep breath. Did you kill it? Yes. When you and your brothers carry it back, we will have a hide. Ji Mingxue rubbed his hands nervously. Good fellow. You can even kill a bear now. Ji Shilin and others looked at Ji Changing in awe. The pile of food, a group of people automatically thought that it was all Ji Changing's. They silently carried the food on their shoulders and took the initiative to deliver it to Ji Changing's family. Ji Fingshou and his three brothers were panting with exhaustion carrying a bear, and Ji Changing followed behind with the bear head. Lin looked nervous, turned her head and told the two siblings who had been much more honest recently. Did you see it? That's a demon. Don't mess with her in the future, and we will separate as soon as we arrive in Liangzhou. Ji Ruofeng nodded frantically. Mom is right. He now realized that only by following his mother can he have enough food and drink and live a long life. If his mother hadn't taken them to pretend to be dead last time, the grass on their graves would have grown now. Ji Wolin glanced at Ji Changing quietly and quickly closed her eyes, nodding with a pale face. I know. Let alone revenge. She now feels less hatred towards Ji Chenyan's family. That person is too scary. Seeing the two children being well-behaved, Lin felt strangely grateful to Ji Changing. Then she quickly shook her head. Crazy. Really crazy. I actually felt grateful to her. The people in Lianhua village didn't expect that they would also have a share of the food. They were so excited that they didn't know what to do. Some of them simply knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ji Changing's family. Seeing this, Mrs. Hu was shocked and quickly pulled people up to stop more people from kneeling. What are you doing? We are all neighbors. How can we do this in the future? I have no ill intentions. I'm just too excited. Thank you. From now on, if it's about your family, I promise to run faster than anyone else. There was also a person who used to gossip about Zhou behind her back. He ran up to Zhou and slapped himself in the face twice. I am not a human being. I am narrow-minded. I can't stand my sister-in-law living better than me. That's why I used to say bad things about her behind her back.
I'm sorry.
After saying that, he slapped him twice. His face soon became red and swollen, and it seemed that he had exerted a lot of effort. When Zhou heard the other party's apology, she immediately perked up like a victorious general and raised her chin. Tell me, am I a fool? Sister-in-law, this is called wisdom. If anyone dares to say this to you in the future, I will take action immediately, without your warning. Several people spoke in a very firm tone, and after speaking, they rolled up their sleeves, looking like they were going to do whatever they were told. Zhou didn't know how to describe how he felt right now, but he just felt proud and relaxed from the inside out. She raised her face and looked at them with contempt. Okay, let's see how you perform in the future. Just wait and see. Several big mouths in the village patted their chests and promised solemnly. Ji Changing laughed while watching from the side. Before, I just thought that returning these things would make the road easier, but I didn't expect to have this unexpected gain. Huang Lao originally came to watch the fun, but when he saw the black bear on the ground, he danced excitedly. Bare gall, bare bones, bare brain, all treasures. Ji Changing saw that he was so excited and said casually, "If you want, I'll give you all those things." Huang Lao's eyes lit up. Good girl. So loyal. He took out a bag of medicine powder from his arms and sprinkled it around, and the smell of blood disappeared in an instant. Then he directed people to peel the skin and chop the bones and deal with the aftermath. If you trust me, I'll take it to you to nitrate it, and I guarantee that your skin will be warm and soft when you wear it. In return, Huang Lao got those medicinal materials and actively helped Ji Changing solve the problem. Your cooking skills must be top-notch. I can't be more relieved to leave it to you. Mr. Huang felt relaxed physically and mentally, as if he had drunk a bowl of hot soup in the cold winter. Just wait and see. Ji Changing also smiled. If the cooking skills are good, wouldn't there be a place for those wolf skins in our space? In the evening, the whole family tasted the bear meat with great anticipation, and then froze, twisted their bodies, and vomited violently. It was fishy, smelly, and stuck in the teeth. Mrs. Hu was deeply shocked. I put something to remove the fishy smell. Why is it still so smelly? I have never made such a disgusting thing in my life. Most people can't afford them, and they are reluctant to use them. In the evening, when Ji Changing was meditating, she no longer felt a warm feeling, but a stream of air. She immediately understood that this was the internal force that Xie Xiheng said. Thinking of this, she couldn't sit still anymore and rushed straight to Xie Xiheng's carriage. Hey, I feel the inner force. Seeing her excited expression, Xie Xiheng was a little surprised. So fast? Ji Changing didn't care about the speed. She just asked excitedly, "What should I do now?"
How can I fly?
You want to fly without walking? Laying a solid foundation first is the right thing to do. Xie Xiheng taught her how to let the qi circulate in the body, how to expand it and use it. After listening, she suddenly realized, this airflow as thin as a hair is definitely not enough for her to fly. If you want to fly, first practice how to use this qi and how to make it thicker. Okay, I understand. Ji Changing finished speaking and took a step forward according to the method taught by Xie Xiheng, and the qi dissipated. Sure enough, the time was too short, but she was not discouraged and was full of confidence in herself. Sooner or later, she would be as light as a swallow and fly a few meters away in the blink of an eye. With these grains as confidence, the people in Lotus Village had less sorrow on their faces. Zhang Ziwei had a direction and was no longer hesitant like he had been in the past few days. He filled up his schedule again along the way. Although there were many people in their group and the yamen runners were equipped with knives, there were still some who didn't care about their lives. They saw that the people in the middle were all women. Some of them were carrying luggage and they looked wealthy, so they rushed up when no one was paying attention. He rushed to Zhou's back and grabbed the bag behind her and pulled it down with all his might. Ji Changing was stunned. How unlucky must this man be to choose her mother?
Rob.
Some refugees nearby saw someone taking the lead and couldn't help but rush to the team. Zhou felt the pulling force behind her, and she impatiently stretched out her hand and pulled, and lifted the person behind her in front of her like a chicken. Why are you robbing my parents-in-law? Are you interested in my husband? Otherwise, there is no reason to rob her parents-in-law. The man looked at the bag on her body viciously. Give it to me.
What?
You really like my husband. Zhou's face was full of anger. She picked up the man and threw him to the ground and beat him. I will beat my husband to death and burn my parents-in-law to ashes instead of giving it to you.
Je vindt skotremblet.
It was none of his business, really. Zhang Ziwei and his men quickly pinned down these malnourished refugees, but they could not stop more and more refugees from rushing up with green eyes. Seeing that this was not going to work, Zhang Ziwei also had the intention to kill. A group of yamen runners no longer showed mercy. After killing more than a dozen people, those who were intoxicated by the food finally woke up and ran around in panic. Most of Ji's joy of getting food was dispersed in an instant. If you dare to come forward again, I will kill you, without mercy. Zhang Ziwei stood in front holding a bloody knife, and his face was coldly scanning the refugees around. Ji Changchuan looked at the man who was being hammered so hard that he was breathing out more than breathing in, and called out to Zhou to stop him. Mom. Dad ran away. Zhou turned her head when she heard this. Where is he running to? Break his legs. Ji Fengshou raised his hands nervously. Here. I'm here. Wherever my wife is, I'll be there. I will never run away. Zhou clapped her hands in satisfaction and stood up. That's good to know, let's go. Everyone who passed by who was being beaten to death by Zhou would express deep sympathy and sigh. What bad luck! What bad luck! This incident also gave them a warning. I know that the refugees on the road are not only pitiful, but can also turn into bandits at any time. When it was time to go to bed at night, in addition to the yamen runners on duty, Ji also divided all the men in the clan into several groups to take turns guarding the night. When human lives are at stake, even the officers escorting them cannot be trusted. This is when the concept of family comes into play. When it comes to life and death, they obviously trust their own people more. Even those troublemakers in the capital no longer complain that I am a scholar and cannot lift anything with my hands or shoulders, and they all did whatever they were told to do obediently. As the weather got colder day by day, many people were shivering with cold at night and could only stand up and move around to warm themselves up. However, no matter how hard they tried to control themselves, they still consumed a little more food than before. There are fewer and fewer edible things on the roadside. All the plants are withered, and root vegetables are hard to find. When Ji Changjing had nothing to do, he took turns horse racing with his family members. Ever since she stopped hiding the fact that she was in charge of both killing and burying, no one dared to express dissatisfaction when seeing how leisurely she looked. Even the Lin family, who originally had a lot of dissatisfaction with them, now walked around her 3 meters away when they saw her. In the evening, in addition to practicing martial arts, she also couldn't neglect her academic studies. Who would believe this? Who will start today's homework first? Ji Mingxian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at his younger brothers and sisters with a smile on his face. Ji Mingxue really wished he could work himself to death during the day so that he wouldn't have to face his elder brother's face at night. As usual, Ji Changchuan started by reciting what Ji Mingxian had taught him before, which made Ji Mingxue feel dizzy. Not to mention asking him to listen to it again now, he still wouldn't be able to remember it even if he listened to it 10 times. Ji Mingxian obviously knew what kind of person his younger brother was, and he even put Ji Changjing, who had the worst foundation, to recite first, leaving Ji Mingxue at the end. In the end, he still recited it with difficulty, and even Ji Changjing wanted to shake his second brother's head to see if it was full of water. The 10th volume of Tao Te Ching only has a few dozen words. I just listened to it so many times, but I still can't remember it. Ji Mingxian said with a stern face. Stretch out your hand. Ji Mingxue stretched out his hand tremblingly, and Ji Mingxian took out a branch and hit his palm hard. Grandfather died early because he was exhausted in order to change our family situation. Father gave up the imperial examination because he was afraid that the family money would run out and we would have no money to study in the future. As a result, you are so careless and nonchalant. Is this how you treat the opportunity to study that others are so eager to get? Ji Mingxue lowered his head in shame. Brother, it's not that I don't want to study, but I don't want to. As soon as I start reading, I feel my eyelids getting stuck together. Ji Mingho sighed helplessly. Brother, I feel that my second brother's mind is not focused on studying at all. It is better to give up and accept the reality as soon as possible. Ji Mingxue looked at his brother with tears in his eyes, an expression that said, You understand me. Ji Changjing looked at his second brother like this, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Is this a bad student? Some things are innate, and forcing them won't work. Why not consider trying a different direction?
Yimingsu frowned.
This was a bit shabby. But if I don't have to study, it seems that I can hold on. He swallowed. If I don't have to study, it seems that. Ji Mingxuan's eyes turned red with anger. Shut up. Ji Mingxue shrank his neck and felt a little guilty when he saw his always gentle brother being mad at him. Although he was angry, Ji Mingxian still didn't want to give up easily. They can study, so why can't the eldest brother? It must be that the method he taught was wrong. The road was not safe during this period. They met several groups of people who wanted to rob them on the road, and they couldn't tell who they were. Some were refugees who wanted to fish in troubled waters, and some were mountain people in the mountains. Some people took advantage of people's sympathy and forced the elderly and children to ask for things. If anyone dared to give them a little food, the refugees on the roadside would rush over like crazy. After several days of killing, no one in the Ji family dared to be kind. Except for the family members, everyone looked like they were coming to rob them. Even the officials were secretly alert. The children's faces also lost their previous innocence, and they dared to pick up sharpened sticks and point them at outsiders on the road. Everyone walked carefully for several days before stepping into the territory of Tongzhou. The moment he saw the stone tablet, Zhang Ziwei was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Finally, he came to the place where people live, and the official documents in his hands finally have a place to be stamped. When Ji Fengshou saw the stone tablet, he cried out, opened his arms, and rushed to hug the stone tablet, shouting, "Dad!
Mom!
I finally got to a decent place." Zhou grabbed his collar and said, "Dad and Mom are here. Why are you yelling at this stone?" Zhang Ziwei also beat the gongs and drums with excitement. "Everyone, work harder. We will reach Tongzhou in another 20 miles. There are many people there. Let's have a good rest there for 2 days. Now speed up. Enter Tongzhou tonight." Okay. A group of people agreed happily. Zhang Ziwei didn't care about the couple who were mumbling over there. He waved his hand with a radiant face. Enter the city. Sparks and lightning flew all the way. No one said to stop even though their feet were smoking. They walked to the city gate in one go. But when they saw that there were twice as many guards at the city gate and the refugees gathered outside the city, their hearts suddenly lifted. Oh my God! There are so many refugees. Will there be any accidents when entering the city? May our ancestors bless us. May our ancestors bless us. We must be able to enter the city smoothly. Zhou put the bag of her parents-in-law behind her and carried it in front of her. She looked at her family and comforted them. It's okay. Others don't know what will happen, but we have our parents watching us all the way, and we won't suffer any loss. Who couldn't help but look at the bag in Zhou's arms and prayed in her heart, "It must be like what my brother and sister-in-law said." Ji Fengshou chanted to the bones of his parents, "Dad and Mom, I am your most beloved youngest son. You must not have the heart to see me suffer, right? You must bless our whole family. When we settle down, I promise to find a feng shui treasure land for you too, repair the grave for you comfortably, and burn more paper for you at that time so that you can live a face-saving life in the underground." Ji Changjing was speechless. This pie was even drawn underground. Such a picture obviously opened up the minds of all the people in the Ji family. Speaking of ancestors, isn't this ready-made? Zhou suddenly received countless eager looks. Huang Lao saw the gate of Tongzhou and Ji Changjing left an address, so he took Xie Sihing and left first. Zhang Ziwei led such a large group of people walking in a mighty manner on the official road, and soon attracted the attention of the guards at the city gate. Zhang Ziwei was organizing the team when someone came over. "What are you doing?" A team of 10 guards came over and looked at them warily. Zhang Ziwei hurriedly took out his official document and explained, "Everyone, we are all colleagues. The originally planned route encountered a flood and was impassable there. We had to take a detour to Tongzhou. Please make way for me."
Wait.
The guard was illiterate and took the official document to find the household register sitting at the side of the city gate. After the other party read it, he brought people to check the number of people. Zhang Ziwei and Wang Lin smiled at them and took good care of them before paying them money and being let in. Once they entered the gate of Tongzhou City, the lively and prosperous streets inside suddenly pulled a group of people back to normal life from surviving in the wild. The clan leader was in tears. "Zhou, make sure your parents-in-law are not bumped by others. We still have to rely on their blessings along the way." Zhou looked around vigilantly. "Don't worry, my parents-in-law will be in my hands." Zhang Ziwei was also in Tongzhou for the first time. For a while, he was a little hesitant and didn't know where to stay. He simply led his men straight to the government office, thinking that it was difficult to make money now, so he might as well take his men to live in the government office jail, which would save some money, and he wouldn't have to worry about how to ask for money. Tongzhou has a large population, and its annual grain output ranks first. The official road is wider and smoother than other places, and businessmen like to bring goods here to trade when they have nothing to do. Therefore, this place is much more lively and prosperous than other places. There are countless snack stalls on the street, and you can smell the smell and swallow your saliva all the way here. The ground in the hall is paved with bluestone slabs, which looks neat and clean. Zhang Ziwei asked all the way to the gate of the county government office. Of course, they couldn't get in here. At the side door, Zhang Ziwei handed his official documents and identity certificate to the gatekeeper, who asked them to wait and went in to report. I want the result within 5 days. Go back and figure it out. As soon as the gatekeeper walked away, he saw 4 adults in official uniforms and pipe hats walking out. Sir, we are really desperate. Can you ask Sitian to think of another way? Who would have thought that we would encounter insect pests when we are about to harvest? We have tried all the methods we can think of, but it's useless. Yes, please have mercy on us, sir. Ji Changjing was looking around, curious about everything she saw. Her interest was immediately aroused when she heard what these people said, and she couldn't help but move over and listen. But the person who was called Sir had already seen Ji outside the door. He quickly waved his hand to signal others to shut up.
Who are you?
What are you doing here? The chief official's face became even uglier when he saw Zhang Ziwei and his group. The other 3 people who were immersed in panic looked outside and couldn't help frowning. Are these beggars trying to make trouble? Zhang Ziwei hurried forward to explain the situation, but it was obvious that the chief official was in a very bad mood.
Zhang Ziwei's heart sank.
In the entire state government, except for the governor, the chief official is the second in command. I didn't expect it to be so unfortunate that he happened to meet someone who was upset. Now that he has offended others who would dare to stamp his documents. But there is nothing he can do about it. He can only sigh that he is unlucky. Zhang Ziwei forced a smile with difficulty and bowed to leave. Unexpectedly, he did not save money, and the official documents were stuck. Ji Changjing was very curious about what kind of pests they were talking about, but seeing that these officials looked unfriendly to them, she shrugged and followed Zhang Ziwei. Let's find a cheap inn to rest first. Zhang Ziwei smiled helplessly. The people of the Ji family had been dazzled since they entered the city. They had not taken their attention away from the streets on both sides of the road all the way. After hearing what Zhang Ziwei said, they immediately actively proposed to go to the inn. I know where it is. Just now I heard an old lady on the side of the road say that the inns in the West City are cheaper, and they are specially provided for some peddlers to stay. Hearing someone say this, Zhang Ziwei did not hesitate and led people to the West City. When he asked, either there were no rooms or the prices were extremely high.
What?
1 tael of silver per night? You are robbing me. Wang Lin glared at the shopkeeper when he heard the price of the inn. The people of Ji's family behind him couldn't help but curl their lips. You also know that this is robbing me? Why didn't you feel that you were robbing me when you asked them for money before? The shopkeeper didn't even raise his eyelids. I believe you all know what it is like outside now. How many people are trying their best to get into our Tongzhou city? There are not enough rooms for people to stay in the inns here. Wang Lin wanted to be tough and turn around and leave, but he had already asked several inns on the way here. He was really afraid that he would have to sleep on the street this time. Don't look at our place. If the guests who booked the room before had something to do and couldn't come, you wouldn't be able to stay here. The shopkeeper was very calm, not worried that such an attitude would drive away the guests. Zhang Ziwei looked at the sky getting darker and darker, and sighed. Let's settle it. The shopkeeper's face immediately turned from gloomy to bright, and he handed them the key with a smile, and called the waiter to take the guests to the room. It takes time to settle so many people, and the carriages and horses cannot be neglected. Thinking that he could sell these horses for some hard work fees soon, Wang Lin gritted his teeth and paid the waiter to serve him. When they arrived at the inn, Ji Changjing's family of 4 looked at Hu in unison. for pairs of very similar eyes seemed to have the words pitiful written on them, who turned her head away and pretended not to see it. It was okay last time, thinking that the family was too hard, so they spent money to buy 2 rooms to live in, but this time it is absolutely not possible. This money is not enough for their family to settle down when they arrive in Liangzhou. Ji Mingxue glanced at Ji Fingshou again, and that look seemed to say, "Go ahead, little uncle." Ji Fingshou poked Ji Changjing, indicating that she should go ahead. Ji Changjing poked Zhou, indicating with her eyes that Zhou should go ahead. As a result, Zhou misunderstood the meaning. "Sister-in-law, Aang has something to ask you." Ji Changjing suspected for a moment that her mother was deliberately tricking her. Ji Fingshou pushed her out. "Yes, Aang wants to talk to you."
Yihangink.
These parents are definitely relatives. Their little actions could not be hidden from Hu's eyes. Seeing their useless appearance at this time, she immediately rolled her eyes. "Stop talking, it's impossible." Ji Changjing's face fell, and she pulled Hu's arm and acted coquettishly. "Aunt, look, we are like beggars now. We finally got to the inn, so of course we can do whatever we want. Besides, when my father and a few yamen runners go to sell horses, people who know him look like a horse seller will think he is going to steal horses. Harvest season." Ji Fengyi groaned and said, "Let's ask for 2 rooms like last time. Don't worry about the money. I'll find a way." Mrs. Hu said unhappily, "You're talking as if I'm deliberately making things difficult for you. You all know what our situation is now. This is just one time, and it won't happen again." Ji Changjing and Zhou happily held Hu's hands, one on each side. "You are the best," after talking to Zhang Ziwei, who reluctantly spent 2 taels of silver to get 2 ordinary rooms. It was said that the upper rooms were more expensive. "Yunyang, we will come to see you tomorrow. We are leaving first." Zhou nodded and waved goodbye to the big mouths in the village. Those people now like to come over to play with Zhou when they have nothing to do. After a few days, they actually get along pretty well. They said goodbye to Zhou and followed the group to sleep on a large bunk bed. Everything is really expensive in this city. You have to pay extra for a few buckets of hot water. Mrs. Hu sighed as she paid the money. A bucket of hot water cost 5 cents. There were 5 men and 3 women in her family, and after they cleaned up the water bill alone, they paid 30 cents. The waiter took the money with a smile. 30 cents in total, no more, no less. "Sir, you are not from our place, so you may not know. We buy firewood to boil water. If you want more water, it will be a waste of firewood. We also need people to boil water. If we don't charge you a little labor fee, we will lose money. All right, stop talking and bring us the water quickly." Mrs. Hu covered her chest with her hands, feeling extremely distressed. How come she had to buy even firewood once she entered the city? She could just pick up as much as she wanted from outside. Even though he felt bad about spending the money, since he had to spend it, Hu chose to spend it happily and comfortably. The money she saved was spent, but her family still felt bad about it, so she paid more money and asked the waiter to bring a table of delicious food so that the whole family could have a good meal. This time, everyone was more surprised. After the family cleaned up and had a delicious meal, they lay down to rest and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of their hearts. It is so comfortable. This is how people should live. The next morning, Wang Lin couldn't wait to knock on the door. "Brother, we have to do some serious work today. Your people are waiting for the money from selling the horse to buy things." Wang Lin couldn't hide his excitement. Ji Fingshou was refreshed after a night's rest and changed into decent clothes. "Let's go." Several yamen runners and Ji Fingshou walked out of the inn, leading their horses, under the expectant gazes of the crowd. As soon as Ji Fingshou left, Ji Mingxue couldn't suppress his desire to go outside anymore. It felt like there were thorns under his ace, and no matter how he sat, he felt uncomfortable. Ji Changjing was also eager to try. "Shall we go out for a walk?" Mrs. Hu had expected her to say this and expressed her thoughts. After all, we are in exile now. Although those officials are a little polite to us, we can't go too far. I don't think we will leave Tongzhou today. You 3 mothers go out for a walk first, and when you come back, you can take Mingxue and the others out. If everyone left at once, I'm afraid the officials would have something to say. Even Ji Chongchuan, who is usually calm, couldn't help but smile happily when he followed his mother and sister out. They haven't been shopping like this for a long time. Seeing that many people in front were buying things, they also went over. It turned out to be a tofu pudding seller, both salty and sweet. 3 bowls. 1 sweet and 2 salty. Okay. The vendor quickly served them 3 bowls of tofu pudding. There was no place to sit, so the 3 of them squatted on the ground with their bowls in their hands, eating with satisfaction. It's delicious. Mrs. Zhou ate it up and was still a little unsatisfied. Would you like another bowl? Zhou shook her head and refused. I need to save my stomach for other things. This idea coincided with Ji Changjing's sister and brother, so the 3 of them quickly finished the food in their hands and set off to other places. Ji Changjing observed along the way and found that there were many kinds of food in Tongzhou, and from what Ji Chongchuan said, the price of food here was not expensive compared to the small county town where they used to live. You know, this is the capital city. Moreover, the quality of salt and sugar here is not very good, but the price is not cheap. As for the aniseed, only Sichuan pepper and pepper were sold, and the price was ridiculously expensive. The 3 of them ate and drank along the way, and they also took a lot of food in their hands to take back to their families. As they walked, they felt that the front was crowded, and people around were talking about something. It's really evil. These people are probably the ones who suffered disasters this year? I think it's probably those people. In this world, ordinary people live worse than the animals in the rich families. Maybe this is their way of survival. Ji Changjing used his mental power to take a look. There were 2 rows of guards with knives on the left and right, and a row of cages pulled by horses in the middle. The car was dirty, and the wooden fence was so black that the original color could not be seen. Many people were locked up inside. Not only could they not stand up straight, but they didn't even have space to stretch their legs. They all hugged their legs and curled up on the ground. They were ragged and numb. They didn't care about their situation or wonder where they were. These people were still in good condition. Some of them walked behind the cages. They were strung together by a rope. If anyone walked a little slower, they would be whipped by the people on horseback. The people around couldn't help but step back a little. Ji Changjing quickly pulled her mother and brother aside and waited for the group to pass by first. Alas, life is worthless. The people around couldn't help but sigh quietly. Whenever there is a natural disaster or man-made disaster, these traffickers go to various places to collect refugees, buy people at the lowest price or kidnap them directly, and then sell them to local tyrants and wealthy families as livestock at a price 10% lower than the market price. Ji Changjing was watching the team passing by her silently, but she unexpectedly saw a familiar face. Yu Tianming? His hands were tied with ropes, and he followed behind with difficulty. His body was shaky, and he didn't look very good. After searching in the crowd, he didn't see Yu Tianming's 2 family members. In any case, they were acquaintances, and Ji Changjing felt that this person was really miserable. She stepped forward and stopped the leader of the human traffickers. I want to buy people. Ji Chongchuan didn't expect his sister to suddenly stop them. He was stunned for a moment and then pulled Zhou forward to stand with her. The leader had a fierce look in his eyes and looked them up and down at their clothes. He was wearing an ordinary linen shirt, which looked neat without any patches, but he had no accessories on his body and looked like he didn't have much money. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Do you know what we do? If you dare to tease me, I will make sure you never come back. Zhou's mind was always different from others. When she heard the other party's bad tone, she immediately rolled up her sleeves and said, What's the matter? You want to fight? Who knows who will beat whom between us? Anger flashed across Tu Hai's face. He didn't expect the other party to dare to speak to him like that. He was about to call his men over to teach him a lesson when he saw Ji Changjing reaching out to stop Zhou. She looked at Tu Hai with a serious face. Since I said I'm buying people, I naturally know what you do. Just tell me whether you want to do this business or not. Okay, you have the guts. Go and pick someone. Tu Hai sneered, shook his head and let her go and pick someone. Ji Changjing's eyes swept through the cage. Some of the people inside looked at her longingly, while some looked away as they saw that she was simply dressed and had an expressionless face. Ji Changjing pointed casually. How much is this? 10 taels. How about this one?
Same.
Ji Changjing asked several questions in a row. Tu Hai's face flashed with impatience. He even thought about how to deal with them later. Then he saw Ji Changjing point to a sickly man. How much is he? Tu Hai glanced at him and sneered. 6 taels. I don't have time to waste time here with you. You have to buy this person today. Don't want to buy? You have to buy it. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a team of guards with swords immediately surrounded them. Ji Changchuan didn't know why his sister suddenly decided to buy him, but he still decided to support her. When he heard the price of 6 taels, he stepped forward and said, Don't think we're easy to fool. This person is worth at most 2 taels of silver. I don't know if the other people are worth 10 taels, but this person is obviously dying. If you don't sell him, it would be a waste of money if he died in your hands. Tu Hai glanced at Yu Tianming. He was standing there swaying. Several people pointed at him and talked to him for a long time, but he didn't respond at all. It seemed that he was out of his mind. Ji Changjing gave his brother an approving look. It's just this money. If it doesn't work, forget it. There are a lot of people outside the city gate. At most we can just run a few more steps. As she said this, she pulled the people and was about to leave. The guards immediately reached out to stop them. How could Zhou tolerate seeing outsiders attacking the siblings? He kicked the guard who was blocking him away. Tu Hai was shocked. No wonder this woman speaks so toughly. It turns out she is a martial artist. He wanted to test the other party's strength, so he waved his hand and asked all the guards to come forward. You can do it, regardless of life or death. After saying this, Zhou handed all the food in her hand to Ji Changchuan, clenched her fists, and went forward. Tu Hai's eyebrows jumped when he heard this. When Ji Changchuan saw that his mother and sister were about to fight, he skillfully found a position where he could watch the fight best and was unlikely to be caught, and then he crawled over. Then he quietly poked his head out to watch. Zhou and Ji Changjing developed a tacit understanding during the fight, where they would disarm first before beating the opponent. You can attack, but you can't do it in vain. Ji Fengshou wanted to withdraw at that time. From this scene, it was clear that his family had not suffered any loss. It would be good if the other party didn't ask him to pay compensation. It would be better to leave first. Wang Lin, who was following behind, saw this and got excited. He pulled him and rushed in and shouted, What are you doing? So many people are bullying 2 women in broad daylight. Ji Fengshou tried his best to pull back his arm, but Wang Lin held it tightly. He looked at the guard who attacked with an angry face and didn't notice his actions at all. The several Yamen runners with Wang Lin were also very righteous and rushed over to help. Seeing the obviously one-sided situation in the field, Tu Hai stopped his men and got off the horse. Ji Changjing and Zhou threw the 3 people in front of them out, and the spoils of this battle were piled at their feet. Mom, we can earn back the rent after selling these things. My aunt will be very happy if she knows. Zhou was also happy to hear this, and nodded vigorously. We will sell it later. Ji Fengshou's eyes lit up when he heard this. Smart. Ji Changjing gave him a look of that must be. Tu Hai looked at the 3 people with an inquiring look. The man smiled when he spoke, and his unconventional manners looked a bit slick, but he should be a good person, otherwise those people would not help them. Tu Hai looked at them coldly. You injured our people and took our knives, and now you want to leave? Ji Fengshou smiled and stepped forward and made a polite gesture. Ji Changjing felt as if her father's face had a sentence written on it. Back off. I'm going to start pretending to be cool. I am Ji Fengshou. This is my daughter, and this is my wife. I don't know how I offended you, so that you let so many subordinates beat them in public? Tu Hai looked at Ji Fengshou in surprise. He didn't expect that the other party was actually a scholar. If the current emperor, Ji Changjing felt as if her father's face had a sentence written on it. Back off. I'm going to start pretending to be cool. I am Ji Fengshou. This is my daughter, and this is my wife. I don't know how after all, only more than 20 years have passed, and many people have never even touched the surface of books in their entire lives. This family of 3 looks ordinary, but they have names and scholars. Tu Hai thought about Ji Fengshou's words again, and couldn't help but feel that the other party was indeed a scholar, with so many tricks. He lied with his eyes open, and could even say that white was black. Knowing the other party's identity, Tu Hai's attitude immediately improved a bit. Although there are some misunderstandings between us, it's too much to say that you are beating. There are people around here. Do you want to see what you're saying? Ji Fengshou's righteous look was put away and replaced with a smile. Brother, it's just a misunderstanding after all this time. You said it earlier. Ji Changjing glanced at him, tugged at Ji Fengshou's sleeve and whispered, I know this person. Ji Fengshou understood without saying anything extra. He looked at Tu Hai and said with a smile, How about I find a place for us to have a drink? Is there any misunderstanding that can't be solved with a drink? If one meal doesn't work, let's have two. Ji Fengshou spoke in a heroic manner, looking very generous. This made Tu Hai feel very down to earth, and his impression was better. Glancing at the person lying on the ground, his life or death unknown, Tu Hai weighed the value in his heart. After a pause, he said, Today's incident is indeed a misunderstanding. My name is Tu Hai, and I'm a rough man. I can't say so many false formalities. Letting that person stay with you is an apology. I have something important to do today. If we meet again someday, I will ask for a drink. After saying this, he mounted the horse and tightened his grip on the reins. Ji Fengshou's face was full of enthusiasm. We are brothers, and we will make sure there is enough wine. Sure. Tu Hai looked at him deeply and rode away. The guard threw Yu Tianming and a contract in front of Ji Changjing and glanced at the knife in Ji Changjing's arms, but because Tu Hai didn't say anything, he left reluctantly. Dad, are you really going to call him a brother? Even though they didn't kill each other just now, it doesn't seem like they can shake hands and make peace. Why do you call everyone brother every time you meet them? Will they recognize you? Ji Fengshou looked cunning. It's just a few polite words, and they don't cost any money. Did you see that I left my address? We'll go to different places every day. You want to find me for a drink? Find me first, then talk to me. Ji Changjing said with a click of the tongue. Slippery. Dad, this is called keeping a trick. If he can really find Dad, it's just a matter of drinking. No matter how I count it, I won't lose. Ji Fengshou shook his head, very satisfied with himself. The people around him also dispersed, and Ji Chongchuan ran over. I didn't hold you back. Ji Fengshou rubbed his head. Good job, keep it up. Wang Lin pointed at the man on the ground. Why did you just throw this man to you and run away? There won't be any problems, right? Ji Changjing sighed. Uncle Wang, can you help me carry him back? I'll find a doctor to see him. Wang Lin also sighed. I don't know what you want this man for. It's so expensive. After that, he called the master to carry him away. Ji Changjing and Zhou gave all the 20 knives to Ji Fengshou, asking him to sell them for money. The three of them were carrying food and planning to go back to the inn. When passing by the pharmacy, they asked an old doctor to see a doctor. Mrs. Hu didn't expect that they would bring someone back after going out, but seeing Yu Tianming lying on the bed unconscious, crying for his parents and grandfather, she couldn't say anything to blame him. He was shocked and frightened, and he hasn't eaten for many days. He is lucky to have survived until now. When you come back with the medicine, boil 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl for him to drink, and then cook some rice porridge and other food to feed him. We will see again in 2 days. After checking Ji Changjing's pulse, the old doctor quickly wrote a prescription and handed it to Ji Changjing. Thank you. Ji Changjing reached out to take the prescription, but the doctor held it tightly. 2 taels of medical fee. The old doctor smiled and said. Mrs. Hu suddenly realized that she was so used to seeing Dr. Huang that she forgot that normal medical treatment requires medical fees. What a sin! She quickly took 2 taels of silver and handed it to the old doctor. Mingho, go and get the medicine with the doctor. Yes. After hearing his father's instructions, Ji Mingho sent the doctor out and brought the medicine back. After everyone left, the family looked at Ji Changjing and waited for her to explain. I know him. Otherwise, I can't just pick him up. He was with his family before, but this time he was alone, and he was sold like a commodity. I guess something happened at home. Who sighed, poor thing. Ji Changchuan gave the food in his hand to everyone to eat first. Not long after, Ji Mingho and Ji Fingshou came back together. Zhou saw that it was not good and immediately pointed at Ji Changjing and said, "I will do whatever Aang said. You ask her."
Yihangink.
Is it intentional this time? Well, I just wanted to buy him back, but the seller saw that we were not dressed well and spoke rudely, and then my mother rolled up her sleeves and came up. How could I bear to see my mother being bullied? I was forced to follow him. And then, I took the opponent's knife and asked my father to sell it. Ji Changjing's voice became smaller and smaller. Zhou listened and repeated Ji Changjing's words in her mind. Why did she feel weird? Something seems to be wrong. Ji Fingshou watched the two people blaming each other and couldn't help coughing dryly. Let's not talk about it now. Those knives are of good quality and well-maintained. One knife sold for 800 won. This is 16 taels of silver in one go. Not only did we earn back all the money we spent yesterday, but we can also buy more shoes, food, and other things. If we come a few more times, we won't have to worry about food and drink on the way. I don't know if I can do this job a few more times. When I get to Liangzhou, I might be able to make a fortune from this. But he didn't dare to say this. Ji Fingyi felt deeply frustrated. As the head of the family, without paper and pen and a stable living environment, he has now become the most useless person in the family. Mrs. Hu sighed deeply. We're short of money, but we can't risk our lives all day long. I won't talk about my sister-in-law, but what will happen to Aang in the future? Ji Fingshou had a headache when he heard this. He glanced at his elder brother who seemed to be sitting in the shadows. Brother, we have already received the money from selling the horses. I am not very good at accounting. I just expect you to share some with the people in the clan. Shall we go first? Ji Fingyi was shocked. Let me do it? Ji Fingshou said as a matter of course. Then you must come. And I met a bullock cart seller at the morning market today. I asked about the price, and I felt it was not bad. You are the head of the family. I was just thinking about buying one with you. The two walked out while talking. Ji Mingxian was gentle and asked the waiter for a stove to boil the medicine and gave it to Yu Tianming to drink. In the middle, he fed him thick corn porridge. It was not until the evening that Yu Tianming gradually regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes and saw the ceiling of the inn, he thought for a moment that he was underground.
Huh?
It's quite a coincidence that you woke up just in time for dinner. Ji Changjing came in with a medicine bowl and put it on the table. Yu Tianming turned his head and was surprised to see her. It's you? Ji Changjing nodded. We are more or less destined to each other. If I hadn't rescued you, you might have been thrown into a mass grave by those people. Don't thank me too much. It cost 5 taels of silver to save you. Just remember to pay me back when the time comes. Yu Tianming looked lonely. I don't even have 5 copper coins now. Then owe it to me first and pay it back when you have money later. Ji Changjing was mentally prepared to hear that he was so poor. Seeing her indifferent look, Yu Tianming was stunned for a moment. Aren't you worried that I can't pay it back? Chu family, can't you even earn this little money? Ji Changjing looked at him with a smile. Yu Tianming's face changed drastically. What do you mean? I don't understand. Ji Changjing spread her hands. Don't pretend. You know very well that my friend and I met your family last time. When we came down from the prison, we walked to the place where we met not long after. Except for the Chu family, I can't think of anyone else who is so familiar with that place. Yu Tianming's expression did not change. What Chu family and Ji family? I don't understand what you are talking about. You are not only familiar with the winding roads there, but also the exit marks and traps. Now that I think about it, every time you tried to dodge the traps, you looked embarrassed, but in fact, you had just the right strength and distance. No wonder Xie Sihing didn't say anything at the time. He must have seen it a long time ago. I was so stupid at the time that I really thought you were having a hard time dodging. Ji Changjing said this with certainty. She figured it all out when she walked through the passage again. Xie Sihing didn't say it, and she didn't ask. It's easy to imagine that the Chu family must have gotten into trouble by being so secretive. I'm a straightforward person and don't like to beat around the bush.
I don't need you to admit it.
Just know it yourself. The medicine is cold. Drink it yourself and take a rest. Ji Changjing clapped her hands and left. Yu Tianming watched her go out and collapsed on the bed. She was absolutely right. He was a member of the Chu family. The Chu family was once prosperous in the previous dynasty. The entire family of more than 1,000 people were detained by the emperor of the previous dynasty and sent to repair the imperial mausoleum. Finally, the imperial mausoleum was repaired, but the emperor of the previous dynasty was killed in the burial pit of the imperial mausoleum. There were more than 1,000 people, but less than 100 survived. They hid their identities and changed their appearances to live in the deep mountains and old forests, married and had children, and lived a happy life. But in the end, they had to do some delicate carpentry work to support their families. Unexpectedly, they were targeted again, and the whole family was guarded again. It was not until he was 5 years old that he was sent to Wuha Mountain for guarding. In the end, only the three of them, the grandfather and grandson, were left in the entire Chu family, but they could not escape death. Now, there are 1,320 people in the Chu family, and only he is left. Yu Tianming knelt down and hugged himself, gritting his teeth tightly to prevent himself from crying. Seeing that there was one more person this time, it was difficult to make a bed on the floor, so who opened another room for them to live in? This Tongzhou is really a place that eats money, and we don't know when we can leave. Who was worried after paying the money? Zhang Ziwei also wants to leave. But what can he do? It was only a day later, so how could he dare to go to the county government office to ask? Ji Fengyi came back with Ji Fengshou with a happy face. As soon as he entered the door, Ji Fengshou quickly turned around and looked around to make sure that no one was around to close the door. He suppressed his excitement and looked at everyone. Guess how much money we got from selling the horses this time? Ji Fengyi looked at them with a smile, an expression that said, I know, but I won't tell you. When Mrs. Hu saw this, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. How much? Although Ji Fengshou lowered his voice, he couldn't hide his excitement. Our family got 384 taels. Except for Ji Changjing and Zhou, everyone else was ecstatic. So much? Of course, the horses we seized this time are of good quality. Each horse is sold at the price of 40 taels. A total of 16 horses means 640 taels of silver. We contributed the most, so we got 60%. Even so, the clan leader and others kept saying that they took too little and wanted to give us more, but I refused. Besides, the clan didn't even let them pay for the hard work of the yamen runners, which was already very considerate. With this money as a foundation, Mrs. Hu was full of confidence. In the evening, she thought about the things she was going to purchase this time, and she felt much more at ease. We don't have to be particular about the quality of our clothes in this situation, but we can't be careless about shoes. Tomorrow I'll go ask if the shop has leather boots, and we'll each get a pair. We have to buy some better cotton too. The old cotton we bought last time is not too cold now, so we can still wear it. It won't do if you all freeze to death when we get to Liangzhou. As for cloth, buy soft cotton for the lining and linen for the outside. It's wear-resistant and durable. Mrs. Hu talked about her plan ramblingly, with a relaxed smile on her face. Although more than 300 taels seemed like a lot, there were 9 people in the family. Food, clothing, and travel along the way, settling down, buying land, and building a house, which one doesn't cost money. Mrs. Hu didn't say it, but she thought about it over and over again in her mind. When she got the money from selling the horse this time, she was so happy that she was going crazy. Didn't Dad say he wanted to buy an ox cart? We can buy more things and put them there, and we can relax on the road. Don't worry about the money. I still have the small gold cake given by Mr. Huang. Ji Changjing took out a gold cake and put it in Hu's hand. She didn't refuse and said with a smile, How can it be the same? These will be your dowry if you save them. I will give them to you before you get married. Zhou said carelessly, Just spend it. If it's not enough, I will make money and make up for it for eyeing. Ji Changjing hugged the two of them on the left and right. I'm still a child. I don't want to get married. I'll just follow you. Hu said, Girls grow up and get married. But her face was already smiling like a flower. Zhou didn't care what they said, just smiled silly. Those who worked for the Ji family got some silver money, and the next day they couldn't help but send one person from each family to buy food and daily necessities. After discussion, Ji Fingshou and Ji Fingyi decided to buy a mule cart. Mules are more useful than cows, and they have better endurance and faster speed than cows. They are also good enough to pull carts, which is very suitable for them to travel now. After confirming that it was done, there was no more delay. Ji Fingshou took his 3 nephews and youngest son out to broaden their horizons. In fact, he took them to learn how to buy things correctly. When the 4 brothers saw Ji Fingshou spitting and cutting down a mule cart from 25 taels to 20 taels, and finally asked someone to send 2 bags of bran to feed the mule, the 4 brothers felt shocked. Why did they feel like they were being taken advantage of when they bought things before?
See?
A good man who can make money and spend money is a good man who knows how to live. Don't be stupid and give people as much as they want. That's called being taken advantage of. Who else can they take advantage of if not you? Ji Fingshou proudly led the mule cart on the road, in a very good mood. Ji Mingxian was in awe. In the past, he only thought that his uncle was not doing his job properly, but he didn't expect that he would find that his uncle was very proficient in general affairs along the way, which made them, a few scholars, seem a little ignorant of human affairs. Ji Minghou's eyes had never been so bright before. Uncle, when buying a mule, how can you make sure that the mule you choose is a good mule? Why did you look around for so long and chose this one? Ji Fingshou was so proud. When I sold the horse yesterday, I asked the horse broker about the ins and outs of this. First of all, you have to look at the appearance. Have you heard of this saying? Long-necked mules, long-tailed horses. Buy them when you see them. Several people listened attentively and asked questions as they listened. After returning to the inn, Ji Minghou asked the waiter for some paper and pen and sat in the room writing furiously, recording all the key points that Ji Fingshou had said. When Ji Changjing saw him writing something, she was still amazed at how hard her 3rd brother worked. After seeing the content, she was so shocked that she couldn't help but read it out loud. Long waist and thin legs, a useless old man. Narrow-hoofed mules and wide-hoofed horses. First look at the 4 legs, then buy a skin. Ji Minghou lowered his head and wrote a page of paper. Yes. This is all the life experience that my uncle has learned. I didn't expect that just buying a mule would contain so much knowledge. It's worth learning. He blew the ink off the paper, carefully folded it up and put it aside, sighing, it's a pity that this paper and pen are inconvenient to use. I didn't write it down at the time, and now some of it is not very clear. I didn't expect that my 3rd brother had this hobby. But this is a trivial matter. I will make a charcoal pencil later, cut the paper into the same size, string them together with a rope and hang them around my waist, and you can write whenever you want. Ji Minghou's eyes lit up as he listened. This plan is feasible. Zhang Ziwei came back at night with a sad face. It seemed that there was still no progress in the county government. Fortunately, we helped Brother Fingshou sell his horse to earn some hard work fees. Otherwise, we really couldn't stay here. Maybe we would have to sleep on the official road like those refugees outside the city. Wang Lin couldn't help but complain. Zhang Ziwei frowned. More and more people are gathering outside the city, and the porridge stalls we set up will soon be insufficient. I heard that people outside the city have already fought for a bite of food today. If this continues, there will be chaos sooner or later. But the government office should be in trouble now, and there is no time to take care of the refugees. Zhang Ziwei wanted to help, but he couldn't get into the gate of the government office at all. The two sighed together. Before going to bed at night, Ji Changjing released a trace of mental power as usual to stare at the surroundings, and as a result, he saw a small black shadow between the roofs on the street, shuttling on it at a very fast speed and very familiar. Ji Changjing's face sank when she saw the figure, put on her shoes and ran straight to the backyard of the inn. Just as she stood firm, the black dog jumped from the roof to her shoulder. Chi-ji. The black dog's tone was anxious, and Ji Changjing's face was solemn. Direction? The black dog pointed to the east, and Ji Changjing felt that there was no one around, so he let the black horse out and rode towards the direction of Xie Sihing and others. Before entering the city, seeing that there were so many people and didn't want to waste time at the city gate, he told Ji Changjing to leave their address and go ahead. But Mr. Huang always felt that Ji Changjing had little conscience, So he decided to press Haigu into his hands and redeem the monkey whenever Ji Changjing came to find them. Ji Changjing sold Haigu without hesitation. She told Mr. Huang that if he had something to do, he could let Haigu find her, or let Haigu lead the way. It must not be a good thing to come to find her in the middle of the night. Xie Ziheng knew that he would talk a lot when he was nervous. He pulled his sleeve out of his palm. I choose not to die. He wanted to go back alive, and he was not the one who should die. Of course I know it's better not to die. But we don't have the final say. Mr. Huang didn't dare to act rashly. Xie Ziheng sneered. It seems that this time it's a bloody expense. I'm only one person, but you came 10. One of the dead men looked indifferent. I'm sorry. After that, the two of them started fighting together. Xie Ziheng put the green jade whistle in his mouth and blew it rhythmically, and drew the bow in his hand to shoot arrows, and each time he shot 3 arrows at once. While dodging in a panic, Mr. Huang threw poison powder while cursing, "You rascals! Not only do you not let me sleep well at my age, but you also chase me with knives in the middle of the night. I don't want to lose face." This time, the Death Warriors came prepared and had already taken the antidote. At this moment, seeing the poison powder only affected his vision, and he was not worried about being poisoned at all. But he didn't expect that after a while, he felt extremely itchy on his body, as if there were thousands of ants biting him, and he just wanted to be scratched hard. The endurance of the Death Warriors was extremely strong, and they could still endure it even so, and continued to chop with knives. Mr. Huang didn't do anything else, just jumped up and down to throw poison powder, which didn't cause much damage, but particularly interfered with his vision. Dead girl. If you don't come, your 3,000 tails will fly away. Along with Mr. Huang's screams, the sound of horse hooves came clearly. Ji Changjing jumped from the horse's back to the top of the wall and saw the scene in the yard at a glance. She picked up the crossbow in her hand and shot at the person closest to Xie Ziheng. The other party just dodged Xie Ziheng's arrow, but failed to dodge the powerful crossbow, and his shoulder blade was shot through. Huang Lao felt more movement behind him, turned his head, and was about to call her happily, but he almost fell to the ground with just one look. Who is that person who is all black with only 2 eye sockets and a mouth exposed? Old man.
To your left.
Ji Changjing didn't expect that Huang Lao would still dare to be dazed at this time, and shot another arrow next to him. Huang Lao reacted. You.
Sure.
My name is Lei Feng. Ji Changjing stopped him from calling her name, and took out his double swords in his hands, and went up. Xie Ziheng ignored the farce over there, and the whistle became more and more urgent. Soon a sharp cry sounded in the sky. TSK. Everyone couldn't help but look up. Xie Ziheng raised the corner of his mouth and put down the jade whistle hanging around his neck. At this moment, a patrol officer who was 1 street away from this courtyard was startled when he heard the noise here. There's something going on over there. Let's go and have a look. Yes. A team of officers trotted over here. In the small courtyard, the bird in the sky had a wingspan of 2 meters. It flew here and circled overhead for 2 seconds, then folded its wings and swooped down to attack the people around Xie Ziheng.
Sake Falcon.
Several assassins couldn't help but feel their hearts sinking. Ji Changjing took the opportunity to throw the crossbow in his hand to Xie Ziheng. Catch it. Before it could be thrown to Xie Ziheng, it was caught by the Sacred Falcon, and then it flew around and threw it towards Ji Changjing's head. Black Jade. Give it to me. Xie Ziheng shouted, and the Sacred Falcon in mid-air swooped down again, grabbed the crossbow arrow, and threw it back to Xie Ziheng. Ji Changjing was stunned. This bird actually stepped on her head while trying to grab the crossbow arrow. With the addition of Sacred Falcon, those assassins became even more fierce. But before long, the itchiness on their bodies became more and more uncomfortable, making them want to scrape off a layer of skin. Do you think I'm poisonous? This is a specially made and enhanced itching powder. The more you endure it, the more itchy it will be. The more itchy it is, the more you want to scratch, and once you scratch, you can't stop, ha ha ha. When Mr. Huang saw them unconsciously starting to scratch their bodies, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ji Changjing's men kept working. These assassins are very skilled, and she is not as careless as Mr. Huang. Attack him 3 inches below the armpit.
Right.
1 finger above the knee. The pressure on Xie Ziheng suddenly eased, and he distractedly glanced at Ji Changjing. The assassin moved very quickly, and he couldn't help but remind Ji Changjing how to fight the enemy. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Ji Changjing's attack arrived. She was completely immersed in this life and death struggle. Her speed and attacking moves became more and more skillful as her opponent's moves became more and more skillful, and she soon wiped the necks of several people. Every time the Sacred Falcon rushed down, it would take away a claw of flesh and blood, which made the soldiers very annoyed. When they took out their swords to kill it, it would fly up into the air again, and no one could do anything to it in the sky. If you ignore it, it will just circle in the sky, waiting for the right opportunity to come down and give you a few paws, which arouses the black dog's competitive spirit. When Ji Changjing fought, it would attack the opponent's face and focus on the eyes when the opponent was not prepared. If you fail to dodge it, its claws will leave a trail of blood. If you throw it away, its body will quickly twist in the air, adjust its direction, and then bounce to grab another target after landing. Use a sword to chop it. The black dog's body is flexible and small in size, so if you attack it, you'll have to give up the opponent. So, in addition to the Sacred Falcon, the black dog also became one of the most hated objects of these death warriors. As more and more of the 10 assassins fell down due to their uncoordinated but chaotic cooperation, the door was pushed open. Who is it? How dare you commit a crime here? A group of Yamen runners had heard the sounds of fighting and killing outside, so they came here and broke down the door. As soon as they entered the room, they saw several bodies dressed in black lying on the ground, and they all immediately became alert. Sanshui, hurry back and inform the government. We've got a big case. The leader Huang Xing lowered his voice and ordered his men to go back and report the news. The man named Sanshui didn't even bother to answer and turned around and ran away. When the assassins saw the people from the government office coming, their eyes suddenly became fierce. They looked at each other and understood what was in each other's eyes. One of them rushed towards the group of officers at an extremely fast speed. We are officers from the government office. How dare you attack me now? Huang Xing's heart tightened when he saw the opponent's speed. He turned his hand to block the attack, but found that the knife in his hand was broken. The others were horrified when they saw this and couldn't help but shout, "Charge! Capture them!" Huang Xing's heart sank. An expert can tell the outcome when he makes a move. He didn't even take one of his moves. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with him this time. Seeing Ji Changjing running towards them, the Yamen runners realized that this black man from head to toe was helping them and quickly retreated. Ji Changjing and the Death Warriors fought so fast that people couldn't see clearly. The remaining 2 Death Warriors planned to make a quick decision and take this opportunity to kill Xie Ziheng. Huang Xing and his men stood aside and didn't know who to help for a while. Both sides' moves were fatal, and they didn't think anyone was a good person. Even the man who ran over to help them just now looked like a hidden man and was wrapped more tightly than the opposite side. What should we do? Huang Xing's men asked him in a low voice. Let's wait and see, and we don't know when Sanshui will bring people over. Huang Xing held the broken knife in his hand without any sense of security. According to their skills, they couldn't take these people down at all. With the cooperation of Ji Changjing and Xie Ziheng, the remaining 3 Death Warriors also fell down. The yard suddenly became strangely quiet. Xie Ziheng wiped the blood off his face with disgust. He stretched out his arm, and the Sacred Falcon slowly landed on it, rubbing against him affectionately. Xie Ziheng took out a letter that he had written long ago from his arms, put it into a bamboo tube, tied it to the Sacred Falcon's feet, and touched its head. I'll leave it to you, go. The Sacred Falcon made a gurgling sound from its abdomen, as if responding to him, and then soared into the sky, circled in the air, and broke through the air in the direction of Kyoto. Watching the Sacred Falcon fly away, Xie Ziheng felt the tension in his body suddenly loosen. I told you a long time ago that it's okay to send the letter back earlier. Now, you know how to send the letter, right? When Mr. Huang saw him sending the letter back, he immediately felt the burden on his shoulders lighten. According to the speed of the Saker Falcon, I'm afraid there will be a reply within 2 days. Xie Siheng looked up at the sky. Even so, the trip to Liangzhou will not change. This time their trip was delayed by the flood, and next time they will not wait until we enter the city to take action. Ji Changjing couldn't help it. What did you do to anger God and people? Why do they spend so much money to kill you? Xie Siheng sneered. I want to know too. Ji Changjing didn't believe it. You didn't do anything. Why do people chase you so hard? Huang Lao's eyes were full of disbelief. You didn't kill someone's parents or rob someone's wife, did you? Otherwise, how could you be so hated? Xie Siheng suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. These two are really equally good at irritating people. He slowly exhaled. Can you clean up your messed up brain? Anxious, he is anxious. Huang Lao pointed at Xie Siheng with an expression on his face that I guessed. Ji Changjing looked at this and that, without expressing an opinion. Well, I have to see how much I earn tonight, so I won't get involved with you guys for now. After saying that, she was ready to plunder the bodies of the 10 assassins. When Mr. Huang saw that she was touching the man again, he couldn't help but move closer. Let me do it. Ji Changjing looked at him vigilantly. It's agreed. Well, I have to see how much I earn tonight, so I won't get involved with you guys for now. After saying that, she was ready to plunder the bodies of the 10 assassins. When Mr. Huang saw that she was touching the man again, he couldn't help but move closer. Let me do it. Ji Changjing looked at him vigilantly. It's agreed that all belongs to me. Mr. Huang was furious. Why? And there are so many people in my family. Mr. Huang felt extremely complicated for a while. He also wanted such a caring little cotton jacket, but he didn't, so he felt unbalanced. Look how poor I am now. I gave all my money to that kid. How about this? I'll search for him, and we'll split it 30-70. You split 70, and I split 30-30, okay? 190-100. This is because we've been together for so long. Otherwise, I'll let Black Dog do it, and he won't give me a penny. Ji Changjing couldn't help but feel compassion when seeing how pitiful Mr. Huang sounded. According to Mr. Huang's judgment of Ji Changjing, he thought that even if Ji Changjing bargained with him, it should be 28%, but he didn't expect that the other party would offer 19% in one breath, with an expression that looked like he didn't want it or not. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel over the uneven division of the spoils, Huang Xing next to them suddenly said, No one wants a share. Follow me. Mr. Huang and Ji Changjing both looked at him. Huang Xing tightened the knife in his hand, and his momentum weakened a bit. You made such a big noise. It's impossible to hide it. I have to go to the government office to explain the situation. Just as he was speaking, the sound of uniformed footsteps came from outside the door, and Sima rushed in with 100 well-armed guards. As soon as they entered the door, they spread out and surrounded the place. Catch them for me. Sima saw Ji Changjing wrapped tightly as soon as he entered the door. This outfit was really eye-catching, and it was hard for people not to see it.
Wait.
Xie Siheng stepped forward. We'll go to the government office by ourselves, so you don't have to do anything. Old Huang also straightened his clothes. Let's go, it's no big deal. Ji Changjing picked up the black dog and put it on his shoulder. When he walked to Huang Xing's side, he couldn't help but point at the dead men on the ground and reminded him, I saved you after all. Don't forget to bring these people with me. Sima couldn't help but roll up his sleeves. Do you think I'm here to invite you to the government office as guests? Be honest. Ji Changjing looked at him up and down. Oh. Sima was furious. Huang Xing hurried forward and told him what happened just now. Sima was shocked. A big bird with a wingspan of 2 meters? What does it sound like? Huang Xing tried to recall it and described the body shape and appearance of a Saker falcon a little more clearly. Sima was shocked. Isn't that a Saker falcon? There is no third one in the world except the emperor and the eldest princess. How did they get this? Sima's face was solemn. Check the origins of these black-clothed people and confirm their identities. Carry them all to the government office later. I will go back and inform the governor first. Especially these 3 people. What are their identities? The eldest princess was buried half a month ago. The one who can inherit Heidongking should be the eldest princess's only son, the Prince of Xianping. But shouldn't that person be in Kyoto at this time? How could he be in Tongzhou, which is so far away? Sima felt his mind was in a mess. Just as Huang Xing said, they are in big trouble. Huang Xing led people to check, and then carried the bodies of the black-clothed people and followed them to the government office. The governor was not sleeping at this moment. He was looking down at books with his subordinates such as the chief secretary, the secretary of household, and the secretary of agriculture. The chief secretary kept flipping through the book. If it really doesn't work, we can only report it truthfully. The governor calmed down after his temper. Look.
Keep looking.
I don't believe it can't be cured. This year, there has been a flood. If the grain production in Tongzhou decreases again, the emperor will be so angry that he will be seriously injured. In this situation, if the emperor falls, the consequences are terrifying. The governor quickly shook his head and cheered up to continue reading. Report. Sir Sima has caught 3 murderers in a small courtyard in the East City. The guard lowered his head as soon as he entered the door and reported the news from below to the governor. Now is a time of annoyance. When the governor heard the news, he waved his hand impatiently. Put them in jail first, and try them when you have time. But Sima said that their identities are a bit unusual, and I want to ask you to decide. These words made all the people who were buried in the book raise their heads. An unusual identity? How unusual is it? Could it be that some prince or noble has come to our Tongzhou city to commit murder? How could a small guard know the specific details? The governor glanced at him, sighed, and threw the book in his hand on the table. Forget it. You ask Sima to bring the person.
Yes.
The subordinates took the order and left. Soon Sima came with his men. The 3 people in the middle walked side by side, and their walking postures were more leisurely than each other. Xie Ziheng put one hand behind his back and the other hand in front, with an upright posture, looking like he was strolling in the garden. Ji Changjing and Huang Lao looked straight ahead and walked steadily as if they were just passing by here. Sima and his men were following behind him, feeling uneasy in his heart and showing a little on his face. They walked behind the 3 people like guards all the way without noticing anything. The governor just glanced at Sima's behavior and couldn't help but glared at him. Are those 3 the murderers? Sima didn't see the governor's eyes and hurried forward and bowed to answer. Yes, sir. There were 10 other people in black clothes with high martial arts skills fighting with them, but they were defeated and died in their hands. He waved his hand to let the people carrying the corpse come over and put the body at the door of the meeting room. A group of adults frowned when they saw this, and quickly put the books in their hands aside for fear of getting stained with blood. Ji Changjing leaned forward and saw that they were reading some books about agronomy. He couldn't help but look at this group of people with admiration. Still reading books late at night, these adults are really hardworking. After inspection, these people do not have any identification marks on them, but the materials they were extraordinary. They are highly skilled, have calluses on their hands, and have signs of training all over their bodies. They are armed with uniform swords and have poison hidden in their teeth. It can be concluded that these people are not ordinary people but like the death warriors raised by the nobles. The governor frowned. The death warriors were actually implicated? His eyes lingered on the 3 people, and when he saw Ji Changjing's black headgear, his eyebrows frowned fiercely. A coward. Come on, take the thing off her head for me. Ji Changjing didn't expect that he suddenly disliked her. At first, she just didn't want the death warriors to remember her face, and then she simply forgot to take it off. Xie Ziheng stretched out his hand to block. Those people came for me. My friend was afraid that those people would remember her face and bring trouble to her family, so she covered it up. If you have any questions, you might as well say it directly. I think what she looks like has nothing to do with the case. The governor took a serious look at him and was shocked at just one look. The son of Marquis Xianping? As a 3rd-rank governor of Shangzhou, Exile Zhongyuan had participated in palace banquets and had the honor of setting eyes on the eldest princess's beloved son. As an old hand in the officialdom, those princes and nobles would definitely remember him once they met him. Otherwise, we might meet without knowing each other, which is a taboo in officialdom. But unexpectedly, he actually saw a living one in Tongzhou. When Sima heard the governor admitted himself, he was startled and looked at Siehing. He actually guessed it right. The people around the governor all came over, all looking at Siehing.
Wait.
Do you have any ID? When Xian Zhongyuan saw the ugly wound on half of Siehing's face, his mind quickly calmed down. Mr. Huang was very proud when he saw someone recognize Siehing. He found a chair and sat down spontaneously. I didn't expect that you have some sense in your position as an official. I was afraid that you would meet someone who didn't know the value of the goods. Now that you recognize it, it will be much easier. Boy, quickly take out your fish token and show it to these adults. Siehing clenched his fists and said coldly, "The fish token is lost." Before Huang Lao's ace was even warm, he jumped up from the chair. The fish token is lost? Siehing's thoughts went back to the day of the accident. On the night of the incident, he had no defense against Xianping Ho at all. After drinking the bowl of drugged tea that Xianping Ho personally handed to him, he immediately became weak all over, but his consciousness was very clear. He watched soberly as his father took away everything on him that could prove his identity. He pinched his mother's mouth and drank bowl after bowl, and then his mother began to spit blood. Then the man waved the butcher knife at him again. The scar on his face from behind his ear to his mouth was the masterpiece of Xianping Ho. At that moment, he looked at the happy smile on Xianping Ho's face and found that he seemed to have never seen him clearly. If there is no fish token, there will be something else. I heard that the prince is the emperor's personal guard, so he must have a waist badge, right?
No.
The governor's face showed embarrassment. Sima hurried forward and whispered. Huang Xing said that he saw a saker falcon beside him with his own eyes. Siehing could hear it, and he said expressionlessly, "It's not here at the moment." The governor glared at Sima and was very embarrassed. "Since the identity cannot be confirmed, then I will ask you to go to the prison to rest for a while. After we finish the things at hand, how about trying this case immediately? Don't worry, I will definitely prepare the cleanest and most comfortable cells for you." The governor is in a hurry now. He just wants to send the man away and write a letter to say it. If it is really the prince, then he has also informed the higher-ups of what happened here. If it is not the prince, then someone who looks so similar to the prince cannot be allowed to run around. Are you going to solve the problem of insect infestation? Ji Changjing didn't know when he was holding an adult's record in his hand and reading it.
What?
Do you have a good idea? The governor raised his eyebrows and asked back. No good idea, but there are several methods. According to what you have recorded above, if we take effective measures now, we may only need to reduce production by 10%, but if it continues like this, it will be a 30% or even 50% reduction. Ji Changjing returned the paper to them. They didn't understand what 10%, 30%, and 50% meant, but they could tell from the tone that it was getting worse. The governor and his subordinates have been having a headache over this major event recently, and they couldn't help but take it seriously when they heard Ji Changjing's words so seriously. So you have a solution? Tell me first, if you really have a solution, I will definitely let you off this time. The governor suppressed his excitement and answered calmly. I saw that you are planting soybeans and castor leaves, tea dregs liquid, tobacco powder, peach leaf liquid, etc. can all treat pests. You can use local materials according to the season. The governor and his subordinates were stunned by this series of liquids.
Wait.
Si Tian shouted, then quickly grabbed the paper and pen next to him and wrote it down. The governor knew what was going on when he saw Si Tian's expression. Sima, take these two guests to the guest room. You too. When we have the results, we will naturally notify you. Please go down and have a rest. Don't be impatient. The governor looked at Siehing and Huang Lao with an attitude that would not allow rejection. Siehing glanced at the governor, but did not reply to him. He walked in front of Ji Changjing. Wait for 2 days, and Mo, you'll be back. By then, I will have a way to prove my identity. If you don't want to stay here, I will send you back to the inn. Ji Changjing shook her head. No, you can't give up halfway. If I don't know these things, it's fine, but I do. People live their lives only to have a clear conscience. If I know what to do, but I am indifferent, then I am ashamed of my teacher's training, and I don't deserve what I have learned in my mind. Xie Sihung was shocked. He remembered the earnest teachings of his mother and grandfather. Okay, take care of yourself then. He turned and walked out. His back looked a little more desolate. Mr. Huang was very brave. After making sure that nothing was wrong, he happily followed Sima out, muttering, "It's okay to stay here, but I want to eat your braised pork buns tomorrow morning. Remember to ask someone to buy me 2 baskets then." Mr. Huang didn't worry at all that Ji Changjing would suffer here. These civil servants were not strong enough for her to beat up, and he was worried that these people would offend Ji Changjing for no reason. After watching them leave, Ji Changjing put on her hood and prepared to get down to business. As a result, when he turned around, he saw 7 or 8 shocked and unbelievable faces. You are actually a woman?" Ji Changjing looked at them calmly. "What's wrong with women? Eat your rice? Women can't solve the pests in the fields. Besides, I think my voice is crisp and pleasant. How can I hear it from a woman? Are your ears blocked?" Several adults looked at each other in bewilderment. They subconsciously thought that the one who could kill a scholar must be a man, even though the voice was a little shrill. Maybe because of their young age, they didn't think of women at all. Seeing that someone finally proposed a solution, Si Tian naturally couldn't let it go so easily, and quickly spoke to smooth things over. "The main thing is indeed a bit unexpected. Let's not waste time talking nonsense and get down to business." He didn't care who it was. As long as he could solve the current dilemma, he would accept it. "Yes, let's talk about business first, and put the rest aside." Yes, business is the most important thing. The 3 county magistrates who were hit hard by the disaster this year were all very anxious and started talking about business. A group of people sat down and waited for her to come up with a solution. Ji Changjing was also unambiguous. "The ones I mentioned before are all out of season. There is a simple, convenient, and low-cost method. Mash the onions and garlic into juice, then add water according to the proportion, filter it with gauze, and put it in." Si Tian listened and put forward his own opinion. "I have read in a book that sulfur powder can be applied to kill insects. Not to mention that the amount of sulfur in the pharmacy is not enough. The cost alone is too high. Moreover, the fire fumigation method is effective in the short term, and soybeans will be damaged over time. Can we grind the sulfur, as you said, add water, and sprinkle it on the field? This may reduce costs." "This method is not appropriate. Sulfur is insoluble in water and cannot be diluted. Even if we ignore the cost and directly sprinkle the powder, although it can kill insects to a certain extent, it will affect the soil quality, and it will be difficult to plant things next time." At first, the others could still say a few words, but in the end, only Si Tian and Ji Changjing, who were in charge of the fields, were left to talk back and forth. The chief secretary took this time to ask the servants to prepare a large amount of onions, garlic, and stone mortars. Even the governor was not idle and rolled up his sleeves to start pounding onions and garlic. Not long after, the whole meeting room was filled with the pungent smell of onions and garlic. Ji Changjing guided them to add water according to the proportion and filter it, and finally made a basin of water that met the requirements. The governor was excited. Looking at what they had made, he asked his men to bring out the cards. "Pengshan Dao. I'm here." Pengshan Dao stood up and responded excitedly. "Chu County is not far from Tongzhou City. Sprinkle this basin of water to see the effect. Report immediately if there is any situation."
Yes.
Pengshan Dao suppressed his excitement and responded loudly. "When you come back, bring a fresh soybean with the roots wrapped in soil. I want to use it." Ji Changjing was also very satisfied with their efficiency, so he naturally paid some attention to it. Although he didn't understand, Pengshan Dao still agreed. "Okay, no problem." The magistrates of the other 2 affected counties looked at him with envy as he left, sighing in their hearts that it was good to be close. Finally, the big worry was solved. The governor and the chief clerk relaxed and sat on the chair to rest. The chief clerk glanced at Ji Changjing.
Huh.
"Why do you look familiar to me?" The governor frowned, stood up, and walked around Ji Changjing twice, reminiscing in his mind. Everyone else looked at Ji Changjing. "Don't mention it. Now that I have some free time, I think you look familiar to me."
Ah?
"Me too." Yuan Sixian and Li Manuan also leaned over to watch. Ji Changing rolled her eyes. Oh, I did see you once before, and the adults chased me away. The governor frowned. Why did you chase you away? Yuan Sixian and Li Manuan looked at each other, with confusion in their eyes. Ji Changing cleared her throat, imitated the way the governor spoke at the beginning, glanced at them, and said with a stern face, So many of you are here, affecting our government office. Why don't you go and settle down? I will handle the official documents for you when I have time. The governor thought about it in his mind and looked at her in surprise. Exile? As soon as these words came out, Yuan Sixian and Li Manuan suddenly realized. The governor didn't expect that the person who proposed the solution was the exiled prisoner. This was unexpected again. What crime have you committed? Where are you going? The governor wondered in his heart whether he could keep Ji Changing here and use him for his own purposes. We are Ji Bohue's clansmen, and we are going to Liangzhou. As soon as Ji Bohue's name came out, the governor Xian Zhongyuan stood up from his chair.
Yi Bohui?
Are you his clansman? The shock on Xian Zhongyuan's face was too obvious. Ji Changing nodded, not understanding why he reacted so strongly. I didn't expect it. You are actually the teacher's clansman. Yuan Sixian's legs softened. The teacher's clansmen have become like this now. He was so short-sighted that he thought they were beggars. The governor was also very sad. He didn't expect that the people he had met before were actually the clansmen of Mr. Ji. Xian Zhongyuan gave Yuan Sixian a look, knowing that it was not convenient to talk here, and the two fell silent together. The attitude of the chief clerk towards Ji Changing was much better. It's getting late, and you are tired. I'll have someone arrange a room for you next to those two. Take a rest and wait for the news to be sent back. Ji Changing would naturally not refuse such a good intention. Then you can find someone to go to the inn to inform my family and let them not worry. Yuan Sixian was excited. No problem. Tell me where the inn is. Ji Changing glanced at Yuan Sixian. She heard what this man said just now. He has some feelings for the Ji family, so he shouldn't embarrass them, right? Ji Changing told him the name and address. I promise to send the message. Yuan Sixian looked serious. The chief clerk waited for Ji Changing to finish speaking and called the servants to take her down to rest. As soon as she left, the governor waved his hand. Go away, go back and rest. Yes. Hearing the words of their immediate superior, the others left with peace of mind. Yuan Sixian was about to go out to find someone with an excited face, but was stopped by the governor. At this moment, there were only 4 people in the room. The governor, the chief clerk, Yuan Sixian, and Li Manuan. The governor sighed in his heart, but did not forget to remind Yuan Sixian, You should be careful. You and Lord Ji have no master-disciple relationship at all, not to mention that this kind of thing has happened now. You should be more careful with your words. This is a crime of disrespect. Yuan Sixian was emotional. Although Lord Ji and I don't have the title of master-disciple. But if Lord Ji hadn't given me guidance, I might still fail the exam every year until now. If it weren't for Lord Ji clearing my name, I would have been falsely accused by a villain and had my fame taken away. With such a great kindness, it is not an exaggeration for me to call you a teacher. Xian Zhongyuan looked at his stupid look and slammed the table in anger. Didn't I tell you not to shout? I told you not to shout in front of people. Others would not have time to hide when encountering this, but you still come forward. I don't know about others, but I absolutely trust Lord Ji. I just didn't expect the Emperor to be so cruel this time.
All right.
Don't let me hear such disrespectful words again, or I won't be able to save you even if I have 10 heads. Yuan Sixian knew that he had said something wrong. In short, I believe that Lord Ji's matter is not that simple. You see, Lord Ji's clansmen were not subjected to tattooing, which shows that the Emperor still left a way out. Xian Zhongyuan looked at the chief secretary. When the results from the field come out, you should stamp them, and then prepare some water and dry food as usual, and prepare some other things as well. After all, there are so many people. Although the words were vague and not much was said, the chief secretary still understood what the governor meant. Yes. I can't control what you do in secret, but I won't allow you to get too close to them under my nose. If someone finds out that you are involved, I will replace you. After the governor finished speaking, he drove the man away. Watching them walk away, the governor quickly took out the memorial, pondered for a moment, and began to write hard. As the emperor's confidant, I must report everything to him. And by the way, I contest the emperor's attitude towards Jisher. Yuan Sixian walked out of the government office and headed straight for the inn, but when he arrived it was still dark. He simply asked the waiter to bring him a pot of tea and waited quietly in the lobby. The first one to get up was Zhang Ziwei. He was worried about the official documents and couldn't sleep well at night. So he got up early in the morning and planned to go to the government office to think of a solution. Unexpectedly, as soon as they walked into the lobby, they heard the waiter of the inn say that someone was looking for them. Zhang Ziwei glanced at Yuan Sixian, who was wearing an official uniform and looked a little haggard, and walked over with a heavy heart. Sir, I heard that you were looking for us?
Yes.
Are the people of Ji's family still behaving well? Hearing Yuan Sixian's ambiguous words, Zhang Ziwei's heart tensed up even more. Sir, the Ji family are all scholars, and they have been very honest along the way. Except for the beginning when they couldn't keep up with the prescribed distance, they tried their best to keep up with the rest of the time. Yuan Sixian was relieved for the Ji family when he heard this. Today, I am here at the request of Miss Ji Changing to tell her family that she is currently dealing with some issues at the government office and will be back later. Tell them not to worry. Zhang Ziwei looked at him in astonishment. Why did Miss Ji go to the government office? Wasn't she still here last night? Yuan Sixian coughed awkwardly. There are some official matters, but it is not convenient to tell the details. She is fine now. Please inform her family. In addition, I want to meet Mr. Ji's immediate family. Zhang Ziwei was melancholy. I will do these immediately. But he glanced at Yuan Sixian carefully and asked awkwardly, I don't know when our official documents can be processed. The main reason is that everyone is not rich, and I am afraid that they cannot afford to stay in the inn for a long time. Yuan Sixian pondered for a moment. Something happened at the government office a few days ago, and it was delayed for a few days. Once this matter is resolved, it will be processed for you as soon as possible. It will be done soon. Zhang Ziwei happily asked people to go after hearing this. Ji Changjing was awakened by the smell of food. She followed the smell, opened the door, and walked all the way to the next yard. Huang Lao built a charcoal fire in the courtyard and placed a fresh braised chicken on the grill. He fanned it gently with a fan, and the fragrance came out. Look, the fish has taken the bait. Huang Lao pointed at Ji Changjing and laughed. Strange, aren't there many guards guarding inside and outside? Where are all the people? Ji Changjing looked at the empty courtyard and was a little curious. Whose government office is full of the smell of onions and garlic. Even the servants and guards inside rolled up their sleeves to pound garlic. He really has lived for a long time and can encounter anything. Xie Siheng handed Ji Changjing a pair of chopsticks. Is it related to insect pests? Ji Changjing nodded and repeated the solution discussed last night. I guess there is a result over there, so the governor ordered people to start preparing. This official is not bad. Ji Changjing nodded in approval. I'm afraid that those who don't work will do a lot of work. You propose a solution, but the other party only finds faults and doesn't implement it, and even denies you. Such a partner is simply a nightmare. Lord Xian is indeed good. He was promoted from the 7th rank to the 3rd rank just after he turned 40. He is also good at dealing with people and has great skills and courage. It is no wonder that his grandfather values him more. Xie Siheng thought to himself. Ji Changjing asked casually, what is the character of this governor? Xie Siheng thought for a moment and said, he is born in a commoner family, does not care about trivial matters, is willing to make decisions without shame, and can make achievements wherever he is. He has been re-elected as the governor of Tongzhou twice. Although Xie Siheng did not directly answer Ji Changjing's question, she could tell that he was not bad.
Yihangin nodded thoughtfully.
However, Mr. Huang was a little interested in the pest control method that Ji Changjing had mentioned before. TSK, I didn't expect you to know a lot about farming. Did you take care of all the fields in your family before? I'm a fool. How can I take care of them? Mr. Huang almost spit out the chicken leg in his mouth. Are you a fool? Ji Changjing showed her little white teeth. Yes, I am a fool. It's easy to forget my relatives when I'm angry. Who are you fooling? I have never seen a fool like you in all my years.
Your mother is.
Seeing the change in Ji Changjing's eyes, Mr. Huang swallowed the rest of his words wisely. Your mother is very good. Ji Changjing retracted her eyes that wanted to kill someone and snorted. Don't ask about girls' affairs. Mr. Huang took a bite of the roast chicken hatefully. You are a weird person. You think I'm asking? I will say the same thing when you ask.
Yihangin retorted.
After the two of them finished talking, they turned their heads away and ignored each other. Speaking of strange things, Ji Changjing couldn't help but look at Xie Xiheng. This man is definitely the little prince that the governor called, and she can be sure without looking at any evidence. But he, a little prince, is so miserable. He has been hunted for so long and no one cares. Is it possible that he is not favored at home? Thinking of this, she turned her head and looked at Mr. Huang. Look, he is a little prince and has gotten to this point now. What else is not strange? You just have too little experience. Xie Xiheng was eating slowly and indifferent to the childish quarrel between the two. Hearing this, his face darkened. Indeed, you have little experience. There are even fathers who kill their children. Is there anything more ridiculous than this in the world? If he is not his biological son, it would be fine, but he has done a blood test with his father, and he is obviously his biological son. That's why he can't understand it even more. Okay, I am ignorant. Mr. Huang was a little unhappy when the two said this together. He snatched the whole chicken away and didn't let the two eat a bite. Now, even Ji Changjing felt that the old man was too childish. I'll go over there to see if they brought back what I want. You guys can eat. Old Huang waved his hand. Let's go. She walked from the backyard to the front yamen. Along the way, she saw many guards rolling up their sleeves to work. The purchasing manager was sweating profusely as he directed people to carry in baskets of onions and garlic. Ji Changjing didn't need anyone to lead the way. As soon as his mental power covered everyone, he could see where the meeting room was. She walked there openly. The door of the conference room was open. The people inside were organizing documents or writing. Si Tian saw her coming and pointed casually. The soybeans brought back by Lord Peng are over there. The three lords have returned to their respective county offices to deal with the pest issue. You can take them yourself. Ji Changjing picked up the plant next to her and took a look. The mud at the bottom had dried up a bit, and it looked like it had been there for a while. Then I'll take it. Ji Changjing returned to the yard and told Xie Xiheng and Mr. Huang that she had things to do and didn't need to call her for dinner. Then she went back to the room, took the plants and the black dog, and slipped into the space. Breathing in the scent of green grass, she picked up the black dog and said, Go and play by yourself. Don't waste food, do you hear me? If you can't finish the food, feed it to the chickens and pigs. If you dare to waste it, I will burn your fur. The black dog shuddered and nodded pitifully. Ji Changjing observed it for a while and saw that it had indeed become much more obedient. It only chased chickens and pigs without wasting food, so she let it go. She was studying the soybean plant she had brought back in the small laboratory in her room. After inspecting everything from the soil to the plant itself and the fruit inside, Ji Changjing sighed. She had asked Si Tian before. Although Tongzhou was considered a relatively high-yield area, the soybean yield per acre was only 276 kilograms. Before the end of the world, the soybean yield per acre in the Great Celestial Empire had reached 300 to 400 kilograms, more than double. In addition to the poor quality of seeds, it is also related to the planting method. The soil quality of the Dali dynasty is actually better. After the test, Ji Changjing analyzed a wave of data based on the situation of this soybean plant. Then she buried her time in organizing and summarizing all the methods she knew to increase production and prevent and control various diseases. However, she currently does not have time to improve the quality of seeds and can only wait until things settle down. Time flies when you are busy. The next afternoon, Heidongking flew back from Kyoto. When a huge bird hovered over the government office, it not only alarmed the entire government office, but also the people on the street came to watch the excitement. What is that? It's so big. It can't eat people, right? I told you that a few nights ago, I heard a loud bird cry in the east of the city, and it ate a lot of people at that time. Really? Are you kidding? If this bird eats people, wouldn't our governor have found a way to kill it long ago? The person next to him said mysteriously, "My home is in the east of the city." I saw it that day too. There were many officers going there to catch birds. I guess they didn't catch it, and the bird ran away. This is how rumors become more and more outrageous. Exile Jongyuan looked at the birds in the sky and sighed. It really is a Saker falcon. No wonder these three men have fine horses and military crossbows. Xie Siheng blew the whistle, and the Saker falcon responded by folding its wings and rushing down.
Quick.
Follow and see. The governor led his men to the place where the bird landed and rushed to Xie Siheng. Exile Jongyuan took it respectfully, with both hands. He didn't dare to look closely. He only took a quick glance and confirmed that it was the emperor's handwriting. He immediately held up the letter with both hands and bowed with the people behind him. "Greetings, His Royal Highness. I have proved the identity, and the identity of the black-clothed man that day has also been confirmed to be a dead man. I wonder if Lord Exile has any questions? Since it is His Royal Highness, there is of course no problem." Exile Jongyuan smiled with a bit of relief in his tone. At this point, this matter is not something that he, a small governor, can handle, and he doesn't want to get involved.
Hey.
You are quite sensible. In this case, can the gold and silver looted from the black-clothed man that day be returned? That was our spoils of war. Old Huang smiled and looked at the governor. When he heard about paying back the money, the smile on the governor's face froze for a moment. This money went into the pocket of their government office, and it was actually taken back by someone? This is simply cutting flesh. Your Highness the Prince will definitely be willing to donate this money for the disaster victims outside the city, don't you think? Exile Jongyuan's face was full of the words honest and simple, and he looked sincere. Huang Lao didn't expect that an official could be so shameless. Are you going to rob openly? I say, you are a man who robs us of money. Do you know that you are snatching food from the tiger's mouth? Huang Lao crossed his arms and looked at the governor's smiling face and really wanted to tear his face apart. This old gentleman is too kind. Your Highness the Prince is compassionate to the people. How can you say that it is robbery? Isn't this a discredit to the prince? Huang Lao was stunned. Shameless. Really shameless. The chief clerk and others behind him looked at the governor and the old gentleman with a righteous face and secretly glanced at Xie Siheng's expression. But they found that although the prince was young, he was a little unpredictable. Listening to the verbal battle between the two people next to him, he was actually feeding the Saker falcon without any ripples and even leisurely. The chief official and others couldn't help but sweat for the governor. The door of the next room opened with a creak. Ji Changjing looked at the two people arguing in the yard with two huge dark circles under her eyes and a gloomy face. What are you arguing about? When Huang Lao saw Ji Changjing coming out, he seemed to have found a comrade in arms. He stepped forward and pulled her to the governor to complain. This old guy took our spoils and didn't want to return them to us. What spoils? It's the money of those dead soldiers. Ji Changjing was originally awakened from her sleep and was full of resentment. Hearing what Huang Lao said, he rushed to the stone table in the yard angrily and smashed the stone table weighing 100 pounds with one punch. Money, horses, weapons, nothing is allowed to be missing. Return them all to us. Xie Siheng's hand that was going to take the meat stopped in midair, and the plate of meat and the table were all overturned on the ground. The chief secretary and the governor all couldn't help but gasp. This isn't a pretty girl. This is clearly a female warrior who beat 8 strong men to death with one punch. The Saker falcon saw that its food was gone and cried out anxiously. Xie Siheng reached out and held its wings. I'll compensate you with a rabbit later. The governor swallowed hard and couldn't help but look at Xie Siheng. Your Highness, what do you think about this? Ji Changjing turned her head and looked at him fiercely. Xie Siheng smiled and replied, This is Miss Ji's trophy. Of course, she has the right to decide whether to stay or leave. Lord Exile should have someone prepare it as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, after talking for so long, he still had to pay. The governor ordered the chief secretary with a painful look on his face. Go, bring those things over.
Yes.
The chief secretary glanced at Ji Changjing and quickly turned back to get the things. Ji Changjing's face improved. In this case, I should go back if there is nothing else. Sir, please stamp our official documents and let me take them back. Xie Ziheng looked at the governor. This was not difficult. The governor immediately went to do it. If I had known that talking would not work, I would have used force just now. Anyway, with this kid here, they dare not do anything. Old Huang said regretfully. He had no talent for martial arts since he was a child, especially after comparing with his little junior sister who was born with supernatural powers. He was even more beaten to a pulp, so he simply devoted himself to studying medicine and poison. But this made his martial arts value a little too low. Soon the official documents, silver bills, crossbows, and the black horse were all brought over. Looking at the shiny horse with a sense of power, the governor looked away with difficulty. Heartbroken. So heartbroken. When do you, the Ji family, plan to leave Tongzhou? I'll send someone to see you off. The governor did not forget that Ji Changjing was from the Ji family. It was impossible for her to stay, but the things prepared for the Ji family had to be delivered. Ji Changjing handed the crossbow to Xie Ziheng. It's for you. After saying that, he looked at the governor. Let's set it for tomorrow. If Si Tian has time tomorrow, let him come to see me. I have something to give him. Ji Changjing did not plan to waste time in the government office. She was really worried about her family after not seeing them for 2 days. Seeing that Mr. Huang was about to leave together, Xie Ziheng stopped him. We will stay in the government office temporarily. I have something to discuss with the governor. Mr. Huang was stunned for a moment. In that case, I will bankrupt your government office. The governor twitched his mouth, and it was not easy to ask what the relationship between this person and the young master was. I wonder what His Royal Highness wants to discuss with me? The resettlement of the disaster victims outside the city. As soon as Xie Ziheng opened his mouth, Mr. Huang looked at him in surprise. Have you finally figured it out and are no longer standing idly by? Ji Changjing packed up her things and took the black dog out and went out. Looking at the hundreds of taels of silver looted from the assassins, she wondered if the governor and his men had embezzled some of the money. The governor swore that he had not taken a penny less, and Ji Changjing put her doubts aside. Okay, a few hundred taels is not too little. She led her horse all the way back to the inn, and happened to meet Ji Fengshou, who was coming back from shopping outside. Girl. Ji Fengshou was surprised to see her. Ji Changjing was also very happy to meet her father as soon as she came back. She was about to greet him with a smile on her face, but she saw Ji Fengshou passing by her like the wind, staring at the black horse, and he was about to take action. You are finally back. Where did this horse come from? Is it ours? Ji Changjing's smile froze on her face little by little, and she looked at him expressionlessly. Those who know me are your daughter, and those who don't know me would think that this horse is your own. Ji Fengshou smiled awkwardly and glanced at her perfunctorily. You have gained weight. It seems that you are doing well in the government office, so is this horse ours? Immersed in excitement, Ji Fengshou has not yet felt the storm from his own daughter. He spoke with an ecstatic face. I, Ji Fengshou, have never been good at literature or martial arts in my life. I am not good at studying or farming. I have worked hard in my hometown for half my life, but still couldn't buy a mule. As a result, I embarked on the road of exile and reached the peak of my life. I have a car, a horse, and money to spend. No one will believe it if I tell others.
Ji Fengshou left wildly. Je gaan gink.
Wake up, don't you move these things you bought back quickly? She pointed to the things piled on the mule cart next to Ji Fengshou. This sentence instantly brought him back to reality. That's perfect. When you come back, help Dad carry the things back. I'll take the horse to the backyard for you, Ji Fengshou said, and he took the reins and led the black horse away with a respectful look on his face. Ji Changjing really didn't know what to say. She rolled her eyes, picked up the 2 large bags on the mule cart, and went upstairs with one shoulder on each side. Ji Fengshou handed the mule cart to the waiter with a happy face and personally led the black horse to the stable. Seeing that it was Ji Changjing who came back with the things, Zhou rushed over to hug her with a look of surprise. "Aing, when did you come back?" Who stepped forward to look at her and asked a little worriedly, "Did the government office give you a hard time? Why are your eyes so dark?" Ji Changjing felt much more comfortable in her heart. This is what a biological child is. "I'm fine. I just couldn't sleep well there. I also brought back our official documents. I'll give them to Uncle Zhang. We should be able to leave tomorrow." Mrs. Hu was relieved. "That's great. Go ahead." After handing the official documents to Zhang Ziwei let out a sigh of relief when he looked at the stamped documents. "I thought it would take a few more days, but I didn't expect it to be done so quickly. Thanks to you this time." Ji Changjing waved her hand. "Uncle Zhang, you are too polite. I can't help much. I'll go back and rest if there is nothing else."
Oh.
"Are you tired? Go back and rest." Wang Lin sent her out of the room with a smile on his face. Looking at Ji Changjing's leaving figure, he sighed. If she hadn't been exiled, this girl would have a bright future. Zhang Ziwei put the official documents away and reminded Wang Lin, people with ability are not afraid of anywhere. Maybe they will have other opportunities. It's always good to make friends with them. Even though people say that Ji Shi committed a crime of disrespect and some people try to avoid him, ordinary people like us cannot become high officials, and we will never have any friendship with high officials in this life. We just need to see if we can make friends with them. More friends mean more ways. What if they are reinstated one day? Wang Lin patted his thigh. Isn't it? Scholars are smart. If they are reinstated, we can also benefit from it. Even if they are still like this, it doesn't matter. I don't think they will live a bad life. People at the bottom have their own way of survival. Zhang Ziwei and Wang Lin are not good people. In addition to Ji Shi's killing private soldiers to save them, he has taken care of Ji Shi and been lenient with him during this period of time because he is particularly optimistic about Ji Changjing's family. This family has all the people who can do things, have brains, can read, and are particularly good at fighting. Such people will not live too badly, no matter what situation they are in. Although they are in a low point now, they may soar to the sky one day. They are also betting in advance.
People.
It is easy to add icing on the cake, but it is more valuable to help in times of need. The Ji family has now learned that they can leave tomorrow. Finally, we can leave. If we stay here any longer, I will be so poor that I can't even afford to wear pants. I'm not much better. If I hadn't made a little more money from selling the horse this time, I would have had to sleep in the stable. Pack your things quickly. Tomorrow we'll have to start living like savages again. After the news was announced, everyone went their separate ways. After having dinner with the family in the evening, Ji Changjing pulled Ji Changchuan and quietly walked to a corner. "Do me a favor." Ji Changchuan's expression was stern, you say. He didn't know where his uncle put the sharpened wooden stick. Was it too late to get it now? Seeing her brother's solemn eyes, Ji Changjing looked at him strangely, then took out the content she had sorted out and handed it to Ji Changchuan. "Please copy this. My handwriting is a bit embarrassing. The charcoal pencil is too thick to write much on a piece of paper, and the brush is too soft, and it is impossible to write without practice. I was in too much of a hurry when I was organizing it before, so I wrote it in simplified Chinese in pencil. I can't just hand this over to someone else. I have to ask my brother to rewrite it. So that's what it is." Ji Changchuan's expression relaxed, and he almost thought that his sister was calling him to fight. The two found an unoccupied table in the corner of the lobby, and Ji Changjing pulled a chair over attentively. "Come, let's sit here." Ji Changchuan didn't know why he saw a flatterer on his sister's face. "Write it down, and if you don't know anything, you can ask your sister. I'll be there anytime. This is a physical job." Ji Changchuan took a deep breath, put out the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, and began to copy the contents above. Just after writing for a while, a storm was set off in his heart. Resisting the shock in his heart, he wrote and asked carefully and seriously and copied all the things. After copying, he read it carefully again and then looked at Ji Changjing with a serious face. "Sister, do you know the value of these things?" Ji Changjing took what he had written and took a look at it. She was very satisfied with his handwriting. "I know. It's a way to increase soybean production. Looking at her in different eyes, Ji Changchuan felt that his sister didn't understand at all. It describes everything from seed selection to root removal, weeding, top dressing, controlling excessive growth, and preventing various diseases and pests after germination. If it's all true, these pieces of paper can be exchanged for a 9th rank official. What 9th rank official? Ji Fengyi's voice startled Ji Changchuan, and he subconsciously blocked the things in Ji Changjing's hand. Uncle, you're back. Ji Changjing also greeted him with a smile. Uncle. Ji Fengyi looked at the completely different performances of the two siblings, his eyebrows jumped, and he walked towards Ji Changjing. He took the things in Ji Changjing's hand and took a look. Shock flashed in his eyes for a moment, and then he quickly calmed down. Come with me. Ji Fengyi took the two siblings upstairs and went straight to Hu's room, calling everyone in the family together. Look at what these two siblings have made. Ji Fengyi handed the things in his hand to Ji Fengshuo as soon as possible. Did they get into trouble? Ji Fengshuo felt very strange. Can the old man Xiaochuan get into trouble with his sister? You wrote this? Ji Fengshuo pointed at Ji Changchuan and then Ji Changjing in shock. It was Ah Ying's idea, right? Ji Fengyi seemed to be asking, but in fact he had already determined that it was Ji Changjing who did it. It's not considered as written by me. I just summarized the experience of the predecessors, and I plan to hand these things over to the government office. Ji Changjing told him everything that happened in the government office in the past few days. This is not a precious thing. It is worthless in my hands, but if everyone can know how to grow it properly, maybe everyone will have enough food to eat in the future. Maybe there will be half fewer refugees in the world. If Uncle has any ideas, just tell me. Ji Fengyi said seriously. Do you know the value of this thing? I know. Xiaochuan also emphasized it just now. Are you sure you want to hand it over to the government office? Ji Changjing tilted her head. The governor of Tongzhou City is a good man. In his hands, it is equivalent to the hands of the people of Tongzhou. Ji Fengyi's expression relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that our family could have such an open-minded girl. Ji Fengshuo felt a pain on his face. If this is true, it is not a small contribution. If we hand it in, maybe we can reduce our sentence? Ji Fengyi frowned. Don't say this kind of nonsense anymore. We are committing a crime of disrespect. Even if you have made great contributions, they will not belong to us. What's more, when the fight is fierce, what's the good of coming out now? Since Ah Ying is willing to hand these things over, it doesn't matter. Ji Fengyi said meaningfully, we will know the effect by this time next year. Farming is not something that can be explained clearly on paper. Ji Changjing was so shrewd after hearing this. She did write everything she could write, but among them, for example, to cut the roots on the opposite side, you need to use a tool to cut at a 60 degrees angle to the ground at a distance of 6 centimeters from the bean plant, and cut off its lateral roots and main roots. For example, seed treatment. What kind of seeds are considered high-quality seeds? How to mix seeds and coat them. She wrote the content, but can the other party understand what it means? And whether they know how to do it is another question. These are not simple lines of words and sentences that can be understood. No matter whether the government office writes to her in the future or sends someone to find her, they will always contact her because of her value. If she can get a little protection, even if she is just pretending to be powerful, the situation will be much better in Liangzhou. When Ji Fengshuo heard what his brother said, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he calmed down all of a sudden. It should be sent to the government office. How good is this thing? It can solve the problem of food and clothing for so many people. Dei. My daughter Dei. He obviously figured it out and changed his tone immediately. Ji Fengyi saw that the younger ones hadn't reacted yet, and he was too lazy to explain. Keep your mouths shut. Don't discuss this matter again after leaving here, and don't reveal anything about the kid in the room. Ji Mingxian and his younger brothers said. Don't worry, father. We will never reveal a word. At night, Ji Fengyi lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep, thinking about the changes in Ji Changjing since he left home. Brother, what are you doing? You woke me up. Hearing that his younger brother was not asleep either, Ji Fengyi simply sat up. Do you think, is Ying still Ying? Ji Fengshuo rolled his eyes in the dark night. I also murmured at the beginning and asked my wife several times. She said that this is eyeing. When has Yunyang's intuition ever been wrong? If she says it is, then it must be. At first, we all thought that Ying's stupidity was hereditary, but Yunyang was the only one who confidently said that Ying was not stupid. She also firmly believed in the words of the Taoist priest. You see, this person said it was okay, right? But this change is too big. Ji Fengyi thought about it, but didn't say it. You just read too much and think too much. Go to sleep. Ji Fengshuo turned over and started snoring soon after he finished speaking. How outrageous. His own parents don't worry about it, so it's really unnecessary for him to do anything. Ji Fengyi lay down angrily, wrapped the quilt around himself, and closed his eyes peacefully. Since they agreed to meet outside the city when setting off, Ji Changing did not specifically ask anyone to notify Mr. Huang. When we arrived at Shirley Pavilion outside the city, a carriage was already waiting there. Exile and Zhongyuan escorted Xie all the way to Shirley Pavilion. Seeing Ji, he smiled slightly. The girl that the prince is waiting for has arrived. It seems that I can only send her here. Xie ignored his teasing. Since Lord Exile has this time, it is better to settle those refugees. Exile Zhongyuan's face became serious. Thank you for the method of exchanging labor for food. I will definitely settle those people well. On the way, please spread the news that Tongzhou City has taken in refugees. When Mr. Huang saw Ji Changjing and the others coming, he was impatient to talk nonsense with them. Don't be so long-winded. It's time to go. Exile Zhongyuan bowed and left. The governor's carriage was going back, and when he passed Ji Changjing, he ordered people to stop. He lifted the curtain and called Ji Changjing, Miss Ji. You have helped us a lot this time, and we can't repay you. This letter is my thank you gift. Captain Ko of Liangzhou City is my good friend. I will take care of you when the time comes. After that, he handed out a letter. Ji Changjing didn't expect that this governor was quite sensible. Then I won't be polite. Ji Changjing took it swiftly with her hand. Exile Zhongyuan was about to send someone off when he saw Ji Changjing handing back something. I originally wanted to give it to Si Tian, but since you gave me something, let it be my return gift. She threw the thing in through the window and rode away gracefully. Exile Zhongyuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect to receive a return gift, but he didn't think too much about it. He put it in his arms and planned to look at it when he returned to the government office. When Exile Zhongyuan returned to the government office, he was delayed by other things. He didn't react until he saw Yuan Sixian and Si Tian. Have the things been distributed to the Ji family? Exile Zhongyuan looked at Yuan Sixian and asked. Yuan Sixian nodded. Cheng Yi has delivered it to each of them. Lord Ji's clansmen are all pretty good. I'm happy for him. I came here today specifically to see you off. If you don't have anything else, I'll go back. Exile Zhongyuan waved his hand. Let's go. He took out the thing that Ji Changjing gave him from his arms and planned to see what was written on it. As a result, it didn't matter after seeing it. He stood up and said, Where's Si Tian? The servants beside him hurriedly called Si Tian over. Come and take a look. How feasible is it? Exile Zhongyuan pulled Si Tian's collar and dragged him in front of him. Si Tian picked up the paper given by the governor and read it. When he saw the exciting part, he shook off the governor's hand and said, Great talent. This person has great talent. It's 80% feasible. Who wrote this? Is he here? While the governor Ren was regretting in the Tongzhou government office, Ji Changjing and his party had already set foot on the official road to Guangzhou. On the way, some of them looked happy, while others were so ashamed that they couldn't raise their heads and wanted to bury their necks in their chests. The reason was that when they said goodbye outside the 10-mile pavilion in Tongzhou, the Tongzhou officials, Si Tian, Yuan Sixian, and others prepared 8 carriages of things and waited there. Seeing Ji's people coming, they gave each person a pair of brand new shoes, a stack of pancakes, a clean set of clothes, and 5 taels of silver. The people of Ji's family were all stunned by such treatment. After Yuan Sixian distributed the things, he stood in front of everyone and bowed. Lord Ji has been kind to me, but I am of low status and have no chance to repay you. Today, I especially want to show my gratitude to Lord Ji. Lord Ji has lived up to the imperial power of heaven and earth and the people throughout his life. But I think he also regretted it for his clansmen. Please don't blame him. The people of Ji's family didn't expect that Lord Ji was gone, but they could still be protected by him. Someone said at that time, "Why don't I understand what Lord Ji said? When Lord Ji was good, I also enjoyed the good things. When he was bad, I was implicated. This is normal. There is no question of whether I complain or not." That's right. Although I haven't read much, I am reasonable. Of course not. It's just a change of place to live. What's the big deal? The people of Lianhua village came all the way with a clear conscience. They said this very firmly. Even when they held the things given by others in their hands, they didn't feel hot, but felt warm. They felt it was worth it for Lord Ji, and they felt proud to be a member of the Ji family. However, the people of the two families in the capital blushed and felt that those words were like a slap in the face, burning. Half a while after they started on the road, they still felt that the things in their hands were a little hot, but they were reluctant to give them up or give them away. They could only walk with their heads down, wishing that no one would think of them. But who cares? No one noticed them at all. Girl. Ji Fengshou waved his hands with a flattering face. What's wrong? Ji Changjing gripped the reins tightly, turned the horse's head back and looked at him. Get down and let Dad ride. Looking at his father, who was eager to move, Ji Changjing got off the horse swiftly. Okay. If you can ride this horse today, I'll give it to you. Really? Ji Fengshou was surprised. When did I lie? This horse has a very bad temper. I don't think anyone can ride it except me. If you don't believe me, just try it. Ji Fengshou didn't believe it at all. Then don't cry when you lose. Ji Changjing had a come on expression on his face. Ji Fengshou took the reins and touched the horse's head with a loving face. Follow me and you'll have a good life in the future. You should be more sensible. When he touched the head of the black horse, it looked honest and let him touch it, but when he held the horse's back and wanted to sit on it, the black horse was unhappy. It raised its hooves and jumped up, directly knocking Ji Fengshou to the side. He didn't believe it and tried to get on the horse again. This time the black horse was very uncooperative. It used its head to pull the reins out of his hand and ran to Ji Changjing's side. You are just a horse, but you look down on others. Do you know who I am? Even your master has to listen to me, because I am her father. Ji Feng pinched his waist and cursed in anger. Ji Changjing jumped on the horse. Then you can continue to curse here. I have to catch up with my mother and the others. The team had already reached the front early. There were only 2 people behind to fiddle with the horse. Now, seeing Ji Changjing was about to leave, Ji Fengshou hurried to chase after her. Wait for Daddy. Ji Changchuan turned his head to look at his father, raised the whip and gave the mule a whack. Go. Yu Tianming in the car was puzzled when he saw this scene. Master Ji, don't we have to wait for your father? Not only did they not wait for people, but why did they speed up? Ji Changchuan laughed. My father has been weak recently and needs to exercise his physical strength. We don't have to wait for him. We will catch up in a while. Yu Tianming had cold sweat on his forehead. Although he didn't know why the father and son in this family were not like fathers and sons, he was smart to shut up. Ji Changjing rode the horse at a moderate speed and soon caught up with the team. Looking at Xie Siheng riding in front of her, she asked curiously, Where's your bird? Xie Siheng glanced at the sky and said, It's called Moyu. TSK, they're both black. Look at the name, and then, at your monkey. Old Huang shook his head with regret. The black dog sitting on the horses had bared its teeth at him angrily. What do you know? My black dog likes this name. You don't have the appreciation level. Pointing at the grinning black dog, Old Huang asked seriously, Does it like it? Of course it likes it. Look how happy it is, its teeth are showing. Old Huang and Xie Siheng were silent together. As soon as they arrived at the resting place at night, Old Huang brought the bear skin over. I've already tanned it. Let's see how it is. Ji Changjing saw his confident face and praised him before even looking at the things. Needless to say, your things must be top-notch. Old Huang smiled with satisfaction. Ji Changjing also grinned. She planned to find an opportunity to take all the wolves to Huang Lao tomorrow and ask him to help saltpeter them. It was not a waste of time to ask for help, so giving him a few skins would be fine. Yu Tianming felt a little guilty about eating and drinking for free, so he insisted on going to the forest to find food at night. Not long after, he ran back in a panic. There is a group of refugees running over there. They all have knives in their hands. Ji Fengshou immediately jumped up from the ground. There are refugees. Everyone, pay attention. Zhang Ziwei and the Yamen runners quickly picked up weapons to fight. Ji's people hurriedly packed up their things and held them in their arms. Take all the weapons you need. As soon as the voice fell, a group of people rushed out of the forest. They were all disheveled and pale. When they saw the bonfire here and the faint smell of food in the air, their eyes seemed to be shining. Food, there is food here. Ha ha ha. I don't know who shouted, and the group of people rushed up directly in agitation.
Kill.
Zhang Ziwei shouted and took the lead to meet them. The two sides soon started fighting. Xie Ziheng aimed a crossbow at the two craziest-looking people in the crowd. He shot through their necks directly. Ji Changjing protected his family and was willing to instruct his three brothers. Close your eyes when you hit someone. Are you hitting someone or waiting to be hit? Hearing Ji Changjing anxiously beside them, the three brothers felt a burst of heat on their faces at the same time. Ji Fengyi also tightened his weapon and became more determined. Kill. Either they die or we die today. These refugees are not regular troops, nor are the people of the Ji family. The two sides can only be regarded as chickens pecking at each other, and they are all fighting with a fierce force. Someone took advantage of the chaos to get to the side of Ji Changjing's horse and wanted to take the black horse. As a result, he was kicked away by the black horse before he got close and lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. Zhang Ziwei quickly led his men to clean up a large open space. The refugees watched the people around them fall one after another and felt like retreating. They turned around and ran away. Zhang Ziwei saw that he frightened the other party and stopped the others. Don't chase. Hurry up and get on the road. We can't stay here for long. Huang Lao looked at the people who ran away. Why didn't you tell them that you were going to Tongzhou? Taking the arrows picked up by Jin Yuanbao, Xie Ziheng wiped them and said, These people have lives in their hands. They are not ordinary refugees. Thinking about the state of those people, Huang Lao frowned and said nothing more. After setting off again, Ji Fengyi and Ji Fengshou did not return the weapons in their hands to Zhou for safekeeping, but kept them with them at all times.
Zhou.
The clan leader hurried over when he saw Zhou. Where are your parents-in-law? The clan leader glanced behind Zhou in panic and felt a little panicked when he didn't see the familiar package. Zhou pointed to the bundle placed next to the luggage and said, Here it is. Seeing the remains of Ji Fengshou's parents placed so casually on the ground, the clan leader stamped his feet anxiously. Oh, what's wrong with you, kid? How can you put this on the ground? If you are tired, just tell us and we can carry it. Seeing the clan leader's emotional look, Zhou didn't quite understand and walked forward, picked up the bundle and threw it behind her. What are you talking about? My parents-in-law are mine. How can I let others carry them? The clan leader felt his heart stop when he saw her throwing the bundle. Fengshou.
Fengshou.
The clan leader hurriedly turned around and called Ji Fengshou over. It will be a big deal in the future. Even if a knife is on your neck, you have to deal with your parents first. I was wondering why we ran into this on the first day we came out. Your parents must be unhappy and are warning us. Ji Fengshou's family. My parents-in-law are ours. What does it have to do with you? Uncle, don't talk nonsense just because you are old. I don't recognize them. Zhou was furious. What are they doing? Ji Fengyi also frowned. Chief, you really can't say this casually. If the people in the tribe hear it, they will definitely misunderstand it. What misunderstanding? Ask them if they believe what I said. The chief stretched out his hand and pulled the person who was eavesdropping nearby. Tell me, does what I just said make sense? The person who was pulled over looked at Ji Fengyi and smiled awkwardly. Master, I think this matter.
It's really hard to say.
Anyway, I think what the chief said makes sense. After speaking, he quickly slipped away.
See?
Everyone thinks so. We must have been blessed by our ancestors to come all the way here, otherwise so many people can survive in one piece. The chief lowered his voice. Look, several families in the capital have died, but we are fine. Think about it again. Aren't those who died the ones who didn't like our Lotus village at the beginning? Think about it again. From the time we were imprisoned in the county jail, the county magistrate suddenly became incapable, and the official who was dealing with us suddenly went crazy. This must be the blessing of our ancestors. The more the clan leader spoke, the more he believed it. It's okay for the ancestors to bless us. What does it have to do with us? Ji Fengshou also understood the meaning of the story, but he was still confused. You are stupid. How can our ancestors know what's going on with us when they are so far away? It all depends on your parents to pass on the message to us, right? The clan leader gave Ji Fengshou a look that said, "You don't understand." This successfully made Ji Changjing unable to hold back. Ha 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 ha. Originally, this matter would have been forgotten with a laugh, but Ji Changjing discovered that these people really felt the same way. Grandma Wang was seen twisting the rope in her hands in the crowd, chattering non-stop. Be more polite to the Fingy family in the future. If you keep talking behind their backs, be careful that his parents will come looking for you in the middle of the night. What you said is not right. Why do we have nothing to do and say bad things about others? Isn't this a bad conscience? Hey, you say that Zhou is really weird. None of us thought of taking out at the beginning. Why did she think of it? Do you think she looks stupid on the surface, but is actually smarter than any of us? Someone rubbed his hands and couldn't help thinking. You know nothing. This is called great wisdom. Ordinary people can't see through it. We are always one step behind in our brains, so we always look a little stupid to her, but in fact, her brains are much better than ours. Let's say it started from the time we received the news of exile. Grandma Wang was talking so excitedly that she attributed the sudden collapse of the county magistrate in prison, the last time they entered the city gate, and even the fact that they met Yuan Sixian, who helped them, to the blessing of their ancestors. If Ji Changjing hadn't done a lot of things herself, she would have believed it. She looked at Grandma Wang with a complicated expression. No wonder everyone in the village believes it so firmly. It turns out there is someone here who spreads the word whenever he wants. The key analysis is well-reasoned and logically consistent, and it really sounds like it is true.
Who can withstand this?
No wonder the people in Lotus Village were filled with awe when they saw her mother carrying the corpse on the road. Zhou didn't know that she was being promoted as a master with a smart mind different from ordinary people. She was busy unloading the things on the mule cart and laying the mattress in the carriage to set up the sleeping place. Yu Tianming watched Zhou working very hard carrying things up and down the stairs every day. So he took the initiative to find Ji Changjing and said that he could modify the mule cart. Ji Changjing was also very interested when he heard it, and the two of them started chatting about how to transform the mule cart, and finally decided to turn the mule cart into a double-decker widened carriage. You can put things on top and people can sleep on the bottom. Just do it. Yu Tianming spent 5 days working non-stop during his daily rest breaks to transform the mule cart. The roof even has considerate footholds for climbing up and down to dry things. The boards in the carriage are large enough for 3 women to sleep side by side at night. During the day, the sleeping boards can be folded to become stools for people to sit and rest. There is also space under the carriage for easy access to pots, pans, and utensils. After the transformation was successful, everyone who saw it was amazed and took turns to visit. Even Ji Fengyi was surprised that Ji Changjing could pick up such a capable person. The journey to Guangzhou with Zhang Ziwei was not peaceful. Zhang Ziwei broke off a branch from the side, walked to Zhou and motioned her to turn the bag to the front. Please give me some advice. Which way should we go now? After that, he put the branch in his palm and rotated it, and finally the branch slowly stopped on the path. Zhang Ziwei's face relaxed. This way, let's go. Old Huang looked at all this in amazement. Just walk like this without looking at the map? Isn't it too hasty? Bai Zhu swallowed his saliva. Excuse me. Based on my intuition as a mountain dweller for so long, I feel that this road is not a good place to go. Maybe they will go directly to the mountain bandits' nest. Old Huang looked at him in surprise. Are you sure? Bai Mao hesitated. Not sure. Ji Changjing didn't expect Zhang Ziwei to be weird now, but the reason why he didn't look at the map was definitely because he didn't. Moreover, none of these people objected, and all of them followed his pace confidently. The road was winding, and they walked for a whole day before they reached the main road. Looking at the avenue where two carriages could run side by side, Zhang Ziwei's face showed some joy. Rest here tonight. There happened to be a depression next to the avenue where they could rest at night. Ji Changjing found a place to tie the horse and settled the horse and took out a few carrots to feed the black horse first. She didn't need to tell her brothers and her father at all. These days, the first thing they did during their rest time was to find hay to feed the horses and mules, and they served them very attentively. Seeing that Ji Changjing had tied the horse here, Huang Lao also came over and asked Bai Chao and Bai Zhu to set up the carriage here. Huang Lao was about to say something, but a shadow flew in the sky, and a fishy thing rushed straight to Ji Changjing's head without warning. She snorted and reached out to grab the thing that rushed towards her, smiling at the sky. Oh, give me some meat to eat. Thank you. Huang Lao smiled and stepped forward shamelessly. Girl, can you count us in for dinner at your house tonight? How about this meat as our joining the group? The meal made by Jin Yuanbao and the others was really hard to eat, and Huang Lao couldn't bear it anymore. Ji Changjing looked at him in disbelief. Are you okay? This meat is mine. You take my things to join the group? How can this be yours? This was hunted by Xie Xiaozi's sacred falcon, so it's naturally ours. You won't lose if you take it to join the group. Stop talking nonsense. This thing is mine when it's in my hands. If you want to join the group, go talk to my aunt. It's not me who cooks. Want to get something from her? No way. Huang Lao curled his lips. You are all family. What difference does it make who you discuss with? You are quite particular. That particularity is very big. It is the family that cannot take it for granted. Ji Changjing rolled her eyes at him and walked away with the rabbit. Alas, the world is going downhill and people's hearts are not the same as they used to be. They don't know how to respect the elderly at all. Old Huang sighed as he looked at her back. Xie Xihing handed him the meat, vegetables, and food. Sorry for bothering you to make this trip. Old Huang then took the things to find Mrs. Hu. After explaining the purpose of his visit, Mrs. Hu agreed immediately. It's too polite for you to bring things. You can think of looking for me, which shows that you recognize my cooking skills. I'm so happy. Take the things back. Old Huang was so relieved to hear that. He put the things in front of Mrs. Hu. These are two different things. I put the things here. Just call me when it's time to eat. Who responded with a smile. She was naturally happy to be close to a doctor with superb medical skills, and what she had just said was just polite talk. She would be willing even if the other party really didn't give her anything, but since the other party was willing to give it, there was no reason for her to push it away. After all, my family is not that rich. Ji Mingxian still forced his younger brothers and sisters to study. But in addition to learning to read, Ji Changjing also practiced writing by dipping her pen in water on a slate. Ever since Ji Fengyi discovered that his niece had lofty ideals, but her handwriting was terrible and she had to ask her younger brother to write for her, he has been keeping a close eye on her. Every day when I have free time, I watch her practice calligraphy. Ji Changjing's face was almost wrinkled into a bitter gourd. Ji Fengyi watched her scratching her hair and picking her fingers and knocked on the stone slab in front of him with a frown. Focus. Uncle, you said that I am not going to take the imperial examination and I don't aspire to be a calligrapher, so why do I practice calligraphy so hard? It's enough to be almost there, right? It is really uncomfortable for her to use this limp brush. Ji Changjing's heart was breaking. At this moment, she really hoped that something would happen so that she wouldn't be stared at by her uncle.
Da-da-da-da.
The rapid sound of horse hooves was particularly obvious in the dark night.
Chase.
They all heard the noise, and Ji Changjing felt a little uneasy. She just thought about it and really came. Hearing the noise on the avenue, Zhang Ziwei sighed inwardly and immediately became alert. The people of the Ji family were now very experienced. When they heard the commotion here, some packed their bags and some took their weapons. The meal is just ready. It's too hot to serve. Brother-in-law, and Aying, you guys protect this place. Mrs. Hu exclaimed. Everything else was easy to solve, but there was no way to deal with this hot meal. Zhou looked serious and nodded solemnly. I'm sure we'll win. The 30 people in the front were being chased by the people behind them like stray dogs, but they didn't expect that there was a light in front of them. He immediately ran over as if he didn't care about his life, and rushed in without slowing down when he saw the people. The person in front laughed wildly and planned to kidnap a few people and throw them to the ones behind to delay time.
Pull the rope.
Ji Changjing had the best sight, and she shouted when she saw them rushing over. The people on both sides who received the order skillfully pulled the rope straight. The faster you rush, the worse you fall. The two people in front did not slow down, and their horses' hooves were tripped by the rope and fell directly to the ground. Several people who were close behind also bumped into them. Seeing them fall to the ground, someone shouted, "Charge!
Kill them, they are all ours."
Let alone being scared, the people of the Ji family had green eyes when they saw the group of people who came to their door. For a moment, these bandits couldn't tell who was the bandit. Ji Changjing laughed even more wildly than them. You are really the god of wealth. She grabbed a person and pulled him down, breaking his neck directly. The people behind were so shocked that they all widened their eyes. Retreat. Retreat.
It was too late to retreat at this time.
There were wolves in front and tigers behind, and they were caught in the middle. When Tu Hai and his men caught up, he saw Ji Changjing's family, who looked particularly different in the crowd. Ji Fengshou always felt that this person's voice was somewhat familiar. He couldn't remember who the other person was and couldn't help poking Ji Changjing's back. Who is it? Ji Changjing turned her head and whispered, It's Tu Hai. Ji Fengshou's face flashed with confusion. Ji Changjing pulled him. The human trafficker you wanted to drink with. Ji Fengshou suddenly realized and quickly put on a warm smile on his face and shouted, Isn't this my brother too? I met you here by chance today. What happened? Do you want help? Tu Hai shook his head. No, we can solve it ourselves. Please stand farther away to avoid accidental injuries. After hearing this, Ji Fengshou knew that the other party didn't want them to get involved. He was happy to watch the fun. Everyone, step back, there are my brothers over there, let's make room for them, and we can do what we should do. Zhang Ziwei asked hesitantly. Are you sure? Didn't you hear people say? They can solve it themselves, we just watch the fun on the side. Ji Fengshou waved his hand nonchalantly. He returned to his original place and sat on the ground. He began to reach out for rice, but was slapped on the back of his hand by Hu. Go, call Dr. Huang to come and eat. Ji Fengshou muttered to himself and called the two people over. A group of people quickly served their food and turned their heads to look at the bloody storm over there. Where was the good scent? If you don't hand it over, you will never come back today. Tu Hai looked at the people surrounded in the middle with a murderous face.
Dream on.
The things that came to our Qinghu mountain were not spit out. If you have the guts, kill them on our mountain. Tu Hai didn't waste any words. Kill them all, leaving two alive. The people on both sides quickly killed each other. Ji's people quickly ate rice while secretly staring over there. Oh, it's so scary. Look, that man's head flew off. Look at that, his intestines fell out. This killing method is too rough, not elegant at all. What a pity, what a pity. Ji Chinyan shook his head and sighed, while shoveling 2 mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. Even the Ji family's children stared with wide eyes, and the adults beside them had no intention of covering their eyes. No one had the right to be naive along the way. The fighting on Tu Hai's side was quite brutal, and both sides suffered losses. In the end, Tu Hai's side won with more people and took down all the heads of the opposite side. The two survivors had particularly hard mouths, and no matter what method was used, their mouths could not be pried open. Tu Hai's face gradually lost patience, and he was about to kill them with murderous intent. A slow voice came from the side. Let me try? Tu Hai turned his head with a gloomy face, and couldn't help but hold his breath when he saw Ji Changjing's appearance at the moment. She held the bowl and ate while waiting for him to speak. Tu Hai turned his head and took another look at Ji Fengshou's position. He found that there were a full 200 pairs of eyes over there, all staring at them. Among them, there were some who looked like Ji Changjing. Tu Hai was so angry that he almost laughed. You can still eat it this time? Ji Changjing was puzzled. Why can't you eat? This is none of our business. We're just joining in the fun. Tu hai. You are so brave. You are making fun of me. See what I can do. If you don't need my help, forget it. Ji Changing turned around and left. Tu hai. Wait, if you have a way, just try it. That's pretty good. Ji Changing casually handed him the bowl and chopsticks in her hand. Help me hold it. Tu hai took it subconsciously. The men behind him looked at him in shock. When did you become so obedient and listen to instructions? Get out of the way. Tu hai's face turned black and he kicked him. Ji Changing walked up to the two survivors, pinched one of them's mouth and stuffed a black pill into his mouth. The man who had a defiant look on his face just now suddenly fell to the ground, then quickly jumped up, staring straight ahead with a dull expression. After Ji Changing made the man demented, he looked at Tu hai and said, "Whatever you want to ask it now." Tu hai looked at her suspiciously. That's it? Ji Changing nodded with certainty. That's it. Tu hai looked at the man who was fed the drug with suspicion. Where did you send our goods? Goods? Hee. Of course they were sent to the mountains to mine.
Tu hai's face darkened. What mine?
Where is it?
Mine.
Hee. The person being questioned kept laughing, and Tu hai couldn't help but look at Ji Changing. Why are you looking at me? If you don't know what the mine is, of course you can't answer it. The other survivor turned pale as he watched his companion turn into a fool. After he confessed everything he knew, he was on the verge of collapse. After Tu hai asked a few more questions, he had the idiot dragged away and looked at the remaining man. Tell it yourself? Or do you do the same as him? The man shuddered. I'll tell you everything. We have been eyeing your goods for a long time. We have been sending people to inquire about your whereabouts since you left Tongzhou City. Today we have chosen a location to ambush you in advance. If nothing unexpected happens, those slaves have been taken to mine. But we are not qualified to go to the mine, and I don't know what kind of mine it is. The bearded man behind Tu hai was tall and strong. He punched the man who was talking with his fist as big as a sandbag. We have figured this out a long time ago. Just tell me where Qinghu Mountain is. I am going to wipe out your bandit den.
No.
If the boss knows that I took you to the top of the mountain, our whole family will die. If you don't tell me, you will die now. When we find Qinghu Mountain, your whole family will die too. The remaining bandit's legs softened, and he sat on the ground. Tu hai snorted and asked the bearded man to leave. Brother Tu? You're not really planning to bravely break into the bandit den, are you? At some point, many people came over here. Apparently, they felt that standing far away was not enough, so they all came over after dinner. Even Mr. Huang was curious and pulled Ji Changing to ask what kind of medicine he had just fed people to make them stupid. That's right. I'm going to Qinghu Mountain. These people killed several of my brothers today. They not only robbed 2 of my slaves, but also robbed 10 stones of grain. If those people hadn't abandoned their cars to save their own and left these people behind to hold us back, none of them would have thought of running away. Tu hai gnashed his teeth in hatred. His 10 stones of grain. A wealthy family. This is definitely a wealthy family. Then you guys seem to be alone? We are all brothers. We will help you. Ji Fengshou looked serious, with a righteous look on his face, as if he was stabbing his brother in the back. There is strength in numbers. When the time comes, everyone will eat according to their own abilities. Ji Changing added a sentence later. The bandits are all dead, and the scene here needs to be dealt with. Ji Fengshou brought a few people from the Ji family to help Tu hai and others dig a pit to bury the people and then erase the traces on the ground. All of this was seen by Tu hai and the big bearded man, and they felt a little bit of favor for Ji Fengshou. Zhang Ziwei was taking the people from the Ji family to sort out the bandits and horses they killed. There are a few more horses. That's right, I worked hard this time. I will definitely get a share of the money when the time comes. Here. Some people looked at the horses with strange smiles on their faces. Zhang Ziwei led people to clean up the place and kept looking at Tu hai. Seeing Ji Fengshou and the others talking and laughing with those people, he couldn't help but turn to Wang Lin.
What do you think about this?
Wang Lin looked around and lowered his voice. "Boss, do you think we can also follow and get a share?" You see, it is definitely not easy for us to attack the G family now, but this trip can't be in vain. Apart from eating and drinking along the way, let alone making money, it's good if we can't lose money. It's not easy for us brothers to come out, isn't this just a little bit of motivation? Zhang Ziwei thought so too. There is really no way, this trip can't be in vain. The little money we made before is not enough for the return trip. Wait until Brother G comes back and talk to him. Zhang Ziwei made up his mind. Okay. Wang Lin was refreshed when he heard this, and felt more motivated to work. Who would go out so far to make money? But they had a good relationship with the people of G's family, and there were two masters, Miss G and Zhou, so they couldn't do it. If this goes on, the brothers will have complaints sooner or later. Ji Fengshou helped to settle the wounded, and enthusiastically recommended Huang Lao's medical skills to Tu Hai. For the sake of the injured brothers, Tu Hai still put down his face, and asked Huang Lao to take a look. Huang Lao was in a good mood. He took a look and took out a bottle of golden medicine from his arms. These wounds won't kill anyone. This is my exclusive golden medicine. It will work immediately after you sprinkle it. Tu Hai was about to take it with excitement, but Huang Lao pulled his hand back. This medicine is hard to come by, but now for the sake of G, I'll give you a discount. 100 taels of silver per bottle. The bearded man glared. Is your medicine made of gold? Why don't you go and rob it for 100 taels of silver? Even Ji Fengshou looked at Huang Lao in shock. This old man is not usually seen, but he has a dark heart. This is 3 years of not opening the business, and 3 years of eating after opening it. You are ignorant. Every one of these is a precious medicinal material. For example, you may have never heard of the medicinal material called dragon bone. Forget it. You don't know the value of the material. It's a waste of my saliva. Old Huang looked at the bearded man with disdain and turned to leave, but was stopped by Tu Hai. Wait, does this medicine really work? Tu Hai's face was not good, but when he saw his seriously injured brother lying on the ground groaning, he hardened his heart and decided to give it a try. Why should I lie to you? I don't know how many people came to my Medicine King Valley with a lot of money to ask for this bottle of medicine, and it depends on whether I am in a good mood or not. Today, I am in a good mood, otherwise?
Wait.
Old Huang looked impatient, as if he was not sure whether to buy it or not. Tu Hai looked at the old man with great suspicion. He didn't look like a master of Medicine King Valley at all. But thinking of those brothers lying on the ground whose life or death was unknown, Tu Hai gritted his teeth and took a gamble. He handed over the 500 taels of silver note. Buy 5 bottles. Huang Lao took the silver note and counted it. Not enough. Tu Hai raised his eyebrows and sneered. Not enough? 500 taels of silver note can't feed you? Huang Lao stroked his beard and said, I have 50 taels of precious gold. Ji Fengshou stood aside and gasped. He was really afraid that the old man would be beaten up. Thinking that he had already spent 500 taels, Tu Hai frowned and threw another 50 taels over. Huang Lao took the money and threw the medicine to them. Tu Hai's face was dark. Go. Give the medicine to the brothers. I'll wait for you here. If this medicine is fake, he will kill this old charlatan immediately. The bearded man carefully held the medicine and gave it to the people. Not long after, the bleeding stopped and the wound was not as red and swollen as before. He immediately ran to tell Tu Hai excitedly. It's better. It's really better. Tu Hai was shocked. How long did it take to get better? Even the best gold wound medicine they bought from Hua Chuntang didn't work so quickly. He looked at Huang Lao again, and his attitude became much better. Thank you for the medicine, sir. Humph. I won't sell it to you next time you want to buy it. Huang Lao left with a flick of his sleeves. After Ji Changjing checked that there was no problem with the black horse and the mule, he packed up the carriage and called Zhou and Hu to go and rest together. As for the men in the family, they spread thick hay next to the mule cart and slept together under thick quilts at night. Although it was a bit crude, it was still warm. Why are you sleeping? Are you still in the mood to sleep? Take your mother and grandparents to find the clan leader. Ji Fengshou came over and saw that his own daughter was about to go to bed. He couldn't help but feel that she was too careless. Not sleeping in the middle of the night is a waste of time. Ji Changjing grumbled, but still pulled Zhou to run to the campfire with the bones of grandparents on her back. Ji's people and Zhang Ziwei were all sitting there, looking at the mother and daughter with shining eyes. "Are you here? Sit down quickly." The clan leader smiled warmly and kindly, looking at the two people with loving smiles on their faces. Zhou couldn't help but tighten the straps of the bag on her shoulders. "Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be like this, I'm scared." The clan leader's face suddenly darkened, and Grandma Wang was overjoyed. "I said this old man is very pretentious. We are all family. Why do we have to be so polite? The main thing is, we just want to ask you, are we going to go to suppress the bandits?" The faces of Ji's people were all expectant and uneasy. Ji Changjing understood. This was obviously putting hope on her and her mother. It was no wonder they did so. After all, her mother and she were the most powerful among the people here. Ji Changjing glanced at her uncle and her biological father. Neither of them spoke, but she knew they should also want to go. "Go if you want to, but let's make it clear in advance that you will bear all the consequences yourself." "Of course. But if you two are busy enough, can you help everyone?" When the clan leader heard Ji Changjing agreed, his face was as bright as a chrysanthemum. "If I can take care of it, I will help." Ji Changjing did not refuse and agreed. Zhou sat silently without saying anything, looking drowsy. Tu Hai and his men were also planning to rest and eat something to replenish their energy near them. Looking at their backs as they sat together to discuss things, his eyes narrowed slightly. The bearded man came over and followed his line of sight. "Those people on the opposite side have seized several horses, and they insist that they are their spoils of war and won't give them to us." Tu Hai turned his head and looked at him. "She is a martial artist. I don't know how much better she is than you. If you underestimate her, you will suffer sooner or later." The bearded man was not convinced. The girl looked thin and weak. Even if she was a martial artist, she probably hadn't practiced for a few years. Can ordinary people beat her? I don't believe it. Okay, quickly pack your luggage and see how the brothers are doing. Let's go straight to Qinghu Mountain tomorrow morning. Let them spit out double the amount they ate from us. Solving it early won't delay our delivery time to Shizhou. Thinking of his family, Tu Hai's face also darkened. When the bearded man heard this, he immediately lowered his head and dared not say more. Yes. After Ji Changjing and the others made the decision, everyone felt like a huge stone was lifted off their shoulders. No matter how much they could get from the bandit den, they would have enough money to settle down in Liangzhou. Before they parted, Zhou turned the bag behind her to the front with an expressionless face at the strong request of everyone. The clan leader held 3 branches and bowed in front of Zhou, muttering in a serious tone, "Ancestors, please bless us to have a smooth journey this time. My meow. You must also bless our Ji family. Your sons, grandsons and granddaughters are among them. You must spread the word, and I will treat you to a drink in the underworld."
Yichangink.
"I have said it many times. That is all nonsense," said by Grandma Wang. "Why don't you believe it?" The clan leader glared at her fiercely. "The child is talking nonsense. This is all nonsense. Please don't bother with the child." Ji Changchuan pulled his sister's arm and whispered, "Stop talking. They trust Grandpa and Grandma." After resting for a whole day, when the sky was slightly bright in the morning, they heard the sound of Tu Hai and his men setting off. Zhang Ziwei quickly got up and woke everyone up to follow. As soon as Tu Hai set out, he found a long string of little tails hanging behind him. The bearded man frowned and walked to Tu Hai's side. "Uncle, what should we do if they follow us? Should we chase them away? Drive them away? Did we build this road? Let them follow us if they want. We just need to get back our things and make those people pay the price. We don't care about anything else." The bearded man thought for a moment. "That's right." Tu Hai glanced at the back and ordered to move forward at full speed. The group of people rode their horses so fast that only the horses' butts could be seen. Zhang Ziwei was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. How could a human leg run faster than a horse's leg? "Let's go as fast as possible. If we can't keep up with the front and can't find a place to go, we'll all be out of luck. Out of luck. How could this be possible? The Ji family ran to catch up. CS Sihun glanced at the sky. The black jade kept circling above, always not far from too high. When you were not worried, you didn't care if someone died in front of you. But now you have to follow up to find out the truth of even the smallest things. CS Sihung's face did not change when he heard what Mr. Huang said to him. Mining without permission is no small matter. I said, is your grandfather not doing well? He was careless when he was the emperor for the first 20 years, but how come he manages like a sieve in recent years? Mr. Huang couldn't help muttering. I've said that emperors are no good, but my little apprentice sister just wouldn't listen. Now you're trapped in the deep palace for most of your life. How can you be as free and easy as me? Xie Siheng put the teacup heavily on the table. I heard that your eldest disciple married into the other party's family for the sake of his beloved, gave up medicine, and turned to literature, intending to take the imperial examination to become an official and make a career. Your second disciple likes to enjoy the world, but because he only likes poison and not medicine, he was biased. In the end, when he was studying poison, he poisoned himself and there is no antidote to it. Later, his whereabouts were unknown. Your Medicine King Valley has not had a qualified successor yet. These words were very heartbreaking. This is called high requirements. There are so many people who want to be my apprentice, and I don't like any of them. That's why it has been delayed until today. Xie Siheng drank tea silently and didn't speak. Huang Lao was poked in the sore spot and stopped mocking the emperor. He ordered Jin Yuanbao to hurry up. So the carriage bumped quickly on the road. Huang Lao forgot that he was also sitting in the carriage. He was shaken up and down and gritted his teeth and didn't shout to stop. Qinghu Mountain was a little far away from them, and they didn't get there until the afternoon. The man who led the way pointed to the curling smoke at the foot of the mountain in front. That's the mountain village. Too high, and the bearded man frowned after taking a look. It looked like a quiet mountain village. There were still a few children running and playing at the entrance of the village, and there were women working and watching their children. The curling smoke from the chimneys had a bit of the flavor of human life. You kid are not fooling us, are you? The bearded man stretched out his hand and pushed the other person. He lowered his head. I'm not lying. The village is one way during the day and another way at night. Tu Hai waved his hand to make everyone stop. Ji Changjing and the others followed in the evening. Ji Fengshou saw a smile on Tu Hai's face. Brother Tu, are you waiting for us? The bearded man rolled his eyes. This man is really thick-skinned. Tu Hai waved his hand to signal him to look ahead. Ji Fengshou took a look and frowned tightly. Why is there a village here?
Bandits Den.
Tu Hai pointed at the village with his chin lightly. Ji Changjing also saw the village. The village seemed normal. Women doing show work, old people watching their children and grandchildren and children playing. Her mental power continued to extend, and the situation on the mountain behind the village was not so good. The entire mountain was hollowed out in half, and it was full of coolies working hard. The iron ore was transported out in baskets. If anyone moved a little slower, they would be beaten. The entire cave was hollowed out, with a sentry every 5 steps and a guard every 10 steps. The defense was very tight. The miners were skinny and had no flesh on their bodies. Just as Ji Changjing was secretly watching, she saw that after someone fell down, a man who looked like a leader came forward to sniff his breath and then waved his hand to let someone take him out and throw him away. Ji Changjing thought these people would just dig a hole and bury him. Unexpectedly, they just took him to a deep and abandoned old mine and threw him away without caring. There were many corpses at the bottom of the deep cave, some of which seemed to have been dead for some years, and their bones were weathered. At a glance, there were 200 guards here, and each of them was well equipped. Each of the guards below was equipped with a finely crafted long knife and whip. Only the leader who stood with the miners at the bottom had only a whip in his hand, but it did not stop them from shouting and yelling. Ji Changjing just took a quick look and her face darkened. There are at least 200 guards on the mountain with excellent weapons. Hearing her words, Tu Hai frowned. How do you know? Ji Changjing did not answer. Tu Hai could believe it or not, but she now felt that letting Ji's people rush up like this would be like sending them to their deaths. And this is iron ore. Who dares to touch this? I don't know which royal child is so blatant to do small things under the noses of the government. From mining to transportation, it has passed through the hands of so many people. She doesn't believe that the government here doesn't know. And those miners don't look like volunteers. Who would be willing to do this? Speaking of which, this method is somewhat similar to that of Wuha Mountain. Could it be done by the same person? Thinking of this, Ji Changjing's brows loosened. No matter whether he did it alone, since he met her, it would be bad luck for him. Ji Fengshuo's face was full of worry. Are there really 200 people on the other side? And they're all well-equipped? Ji Changjing nodded. About the same, no more, no less. Alas, we can't just rush forward without thinking. We have to think of a way.
Ji Fengshuo murmuret.
You haven't thought about giving up?
Ji Changjing frowned.
If you want to earn this money, you have to see if you can earn it. Ji Fengshuo curled his lips. Ever since you feel that our ancestors are blessing us, your hearts have become wilder day by day. Besides, who would be willing not to try now that they are right in front of us? Isn't this just putting a piece of meat in front of the wolf, only for viewing but not eating? Ji Changjing saw her father pulling the clan leader and Zhangzi to discuss for them. She quietly touched her small bag and put a pair of sledgehammers in it. She pulled Zhou aside and said, "Mom, I'll give you something good. You can't give it to others." Zhou looked happy. "What is it?" Ji Changjing quietly opened her bag. "I found this specifically for you." Zhou's eyes lit up when she saw the things inside, and she couldn't wait to pick them up. The two hammers were shining with metallic luster, and the workmanship looked very delicate. Even the part that was held in the hand made Zhou feel so good. The hammers were very heavy. Zhou weighed them in her hands and was reluctant to let go. This thing is just right to hold. Zhou waved her hands twice, feeling that she could kill a tiger with one hammer. Ji Changjing was very happy to see her mother happy. "This is something I left for you. Don't use your hands to hit people in the future, but you can't use it carelessly. Use it only when you meet a very bad person." Zhou nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, I know." Ji Fengshuo believed Ji Changjing's words 100%. Tu Hai was half believing and half doubting, but he felt that it was better to believe it than not. Why are there no young people in this village? Tu Hai thought of something and asked the person leading the way. They went out to work. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be back now. The person leading the way suddenly showed a strange smile on his face, stretched out his hand to pinch Tu Hai's wrist and bent it in the opposite direction, then rolled on the ground and raised his foot to cut Tu Hai's neck. A sharp weapon was exposed on the toe of his shoe at some point, and Tu Hai had no choice but to step back a few steps. "Uncle!" The person behind Tu Hai exclaimed.
"Kill him."
Seeing that something was wrong, Tu Hai quickly gave orders. Ji Changjing frowned as he looked around. "Everyone, pick up your weapons. There are people nearby. You've caught a turtle in a jar. You still want to leave after coming here? You're dreaming." The guy didn't panic at all when he saw so many people holding knives and hacking at him.
"Bah.
I didn't expect that I was wrong. You actually have a weapon on you. I'll send you back to reunite with your brothers." The bearded man rushed forward with his crescent-shaped sword in hand, determined to capture the man and atone for his sins. I didn't expect this person to be so skilled that he was not at a disadvantage when fighting with others. The big bearded man wielded the crescent-shaped sword with great force, but he couldn't even scrape off a layer of the opponent's skin. The sacred falcon in the air gave a sharp warning. Xie Siheng frowned and told Huang Lao, "Take them and hide in the crowd later. Keep the poison powder for your own self-defense, and don't throw it around." Mr. Huang looked nervous. Upon hearing this, he grabbed a handful of poison powder, stuffed it into his arms, and ran towards Ji Changjing. At this time, this girl has to feel safe. Xie Siheng loaded the crossbow in his hand, stood on the carriage, and looked behind them. There were many bandits on horseback heading here. People are coming. Ji Changjing looked behind. Whether it was the direction of the village or the people behind, it was as if they suddenly appeared after hearing the whistle. Seeing so many people, The bearded man had to stop besieging one person and stood back to back. Master, we've been tricked. Tu Hai's eyes were heavy. I know that without you telling me. Ha ha ha, Qingshan. You've done a great job this time. I'll celebrate for you tonight. An old man stood up in the direction of the village, looking at Qingshan, who was leading the way with approval in his eyes. Qingshan also laughed. Thank you, village chief. Let's all celebrate together. We have gained a lot, ha ha ha. A group of horse bandits were escorting more than a dozen horse-drawn carriages, and behind them were many people with their wrists tied and being dragged behind horses. You guys are back too? How was your harvest this time? Not bad? 2 carts of medicinal herbs, 15 carts of grain, and more than 100 people are mining. Ha ha ha. The scar-faced man riding on the horse laughed happily. The village chief was a little surprised. Oh, I didn't expect that the harvest this time was so big. Including these people, there are about 300 or 400 people. This time we don't have to go out for at least 3 months. Anyway, we are idle. Send all these people to the mountain. Scarface laughed wildly and ordered people to tie up Tu Hai and others. Woo, 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 woo. I want to go home. I want to go home. Let me go. Someone immediately after Scarface kept struggling, howling and kicking with his hands and feet. The veins on Scarface's forehead were throbbing. Behave yourself. If you make trouble again, I will send you to see the King of Hades.
Oh,
I don't want to be a monk in the mountains. Send me home. Go mine when you get to the mountains. You still want to be a monk and enjoy life? You wish. Scarface said viciously. The boy seemed stunned. Mining? You actually let me go mining? I used to have 6 people serve me for meals, and you want me to go mining?